Hello! Today we'll be talking about Parasect, the evolution of Paras, starting at level 24. Its past PYC dates are April 13th, 1996, February 2nd, 1999, November 23rd, 2001, September 13th, 2004, July 5th, 2007, April 25th, 2010, February 13th, 2013, December 5th, 2015, September 25th, 2018, and July 16th, 2021. Like I mentioned yesterday, since finding out about parasitic mushrooms, I felt bad for this Pokemon in Paris. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Parasect, the mushroom Pokemon, whose number is 0047. Here is what it looks like. Type is Bug Grass. Abilities: Effect Spore or Dry Skin. Damp is its hidden ability. Gender ratio 50% male and 50% female. Catch rate 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is egg groups Bug and Grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 65 pounds or 29.5 kilograms. Base experience yields 128 in the first 4 gens or 142 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 3, 2 in attack, 1 in defense. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is red, base friendship is 70. Parasect is a dual type bug-grass Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Paras starting at level 24. Biology: Parasect is an orange insectoid Pokemon that has been completely overtaken by the parasitic mushroom on its back. It has a small head with pure white eyes and segmented body that is mostly hidden by the mushroom. It has 3 pairs of legs, with the foremost pair forming large pincers. The fungus growing on its back has a large red cap with yellow spots throughout. The insect has been drained of nutrients and is now under the control of the fully grown Tentacruel. Removing the mushroom will cause Parasect to stop moving. It can thrive in dark forests with a suitable amount of humidity for growing fungi. Swarms of this Pokemon have been known to infest trees. The swarm will drain the tree of nutrients until it dies, and will then move on to a new tree. It has been known to fight with Venonat over territory. Prior to Gen 3, Spore was its signature move. Evolution: Parasect evolves from Paras, so Parasect. Game data: Pokedex entries. In red and blue, a host-parasite pair in which the parasite mushroom has taken over the host bug. Prefers damp places. In yellow, the bug host is drained of energy by the mushrooms on its back. They appear to do all the thinking. In Stadium, the bug host is controlled by the mushrooms that scatter poisonous spores. The spores are sometimes used as medicine in China. In Gen 2, Gold, it stays mostly in dark, damp places. The preference not of the bug, but of the big mushroom on its back. Silver, the larger the mushroom on its back grows, the stronger the mushroom spores it scatters. In Crystal, when nothing's left to extract from the bug, the mushrooms on its back leave spores on the bug's egg. Acidium 2 is the same as Gold. In Gen 3 and Ruby Sapphire, Parasect is known to infest large trees en masse and drain nutrients from the lower trunk and roots. When an infested tree dies, they move on to another tree all at once. In Emerald, Parasect are known to infest the roots of large trees en masse and drain nutrients. When an infested tree dies, they move on to another tree all at once. Fire Red, it scatters toxic spores from the mushroom cap. In China, the spores are used as herbal medicine. Leaf Green is the same as Red and Blue. In Gen 4, in Diamond, a mushroom grown larger than the host's body controls. Parasect. It scatters poisonous spores. Pearl, it is controlled by a mushroom grown larger than the bug body. It is said to prefer damp places. Platinum is the same as Diamond's entry. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their entries are Gold and Silver's. The Gen 5 entries are Diamond and Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond, Platinum, and Gen 5's entries. Wise is the Silver entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire is their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7 and Sun, the large mushroom on its back controls it. It often fights over territory with Venonat. Moon, it scatters toxic spores from its mushroom cap. Once harvested, these spores can be steeped and boiled down to prepare herbal medicines. In Ultra Sun, the bug is mostly dead, with the mushroom on its back having become the main body. If the mushroom comes off, the bug stops moving. In Ultra Moon, its poisonous spores are also used in traditional medicine. Apparently spores produced at Alola are not of very good quality. In the Let's Go games, this is Yellow's entry. Brilliant Diamond. Parasect is controlled by a mushroom that has grown larger than its host body. The Pokemon scatters poisonous spores. Shining Pearl is just Pearl's entry. Legends Arceus. Mushroom-blocking specimens of this Pokemon lie unmoving in the forest, lending credence to the hypothesis that the large mushroom is in control of Parasect's actions. Ugh. Parasect in the Alola Pokedex? Get silly. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for held item to appear. Red, blue, and yellow, you get Goldleaf 100% of the time. In Crystal, you get a tiny mushroom 23% of the time, big mushroom 2% of the time. In Fire Red, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get a tiny mushroom 50% of the time and a big mushroom 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get Springy Mushroom 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, grid items by level. Alphas, you get EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 60, Attack 95, Defense 80, Special Attack 60, Special Defense 80, Speed 30, total 405. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 80. Pokeathon stats are that. Type effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Ghost, Steel, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak 2, Flying, Poison, Rock, Bug, Fire, and Ice. So Flying and Fire are 4, and Poison, Rock, Bug, and Ice are all double. Immune to Nothing, resistant to Fighting, Ground, Water, Grass, and Electric. Fighting, Water, and Electric are half, Ground and Grass are fourth. Notes: if this Pokemon has Dry Skin, the effectiveness of Water-type moves is 0, so it would go from half to 0, and the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 5, so it would go from 4 to 5. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is 4, so it went from 4 to 2. Learn set, by leveling up, will move down to 24. 29 Slash, 37 Growth, 44 Giga Drain, 51 Aromatherapy, 59 Rage Powder, and 66 X-Scissor. In Legends Arceus, so at 29, you get Spore, which they master at 40. X-Scissor is at 37, and they master it at 48. Energy Ball, you get at 47, they master it at 59. Skipping by TM, and by Breeding. Nothing by Tutoring, and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. In Legends Arceus, you can get Aerial Ace, Energy Ball, False Swipe, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Leech Life, Rest, Rock Smash, Sludge Bomb, and X-Scissor. Nothing by Prior Evolution. Side game data. Pokemon Ranger. Parasect attacks while shaking off plumes of spores from its body. Keep going here. Okay. Evolution data. So Paras, level 24 Parasect, yeah. Sprites. So it's much larger than I think it would become later. I mean, that's just like really zoomed up. But let's count the spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 visible on the front sprite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 11 on that one. But yeah, so it's all orange. Yeah. Instead of just the body, instead of just the bug body. Yep. So for red and blue, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I think. 1, 2. Okay. Then you get, for the front sprite, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9 or 10 blues. Oh yeah, I guess these would be the same, wouldn't they? Yeah, even though they're kind of different. This one's very different. This one's the creepiest of the group. That one only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the front sprite. So then it kind of changes to being closer to what we have modern day. It's a little more condensed, I guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's all red now, for some reason. This one's kind of an army green, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. For that, the back sprites. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this is the same, so I don't think I have to count that again. Then we get the correct coloring, or closer anyway. We're not quite the pink, but we're in the realm. And we got the yellow spots now, so kind of inverted from the orange, I guess, but now, yeah, it's just all yellow. Okay, oh, yeah, no spots. Okay, anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the back sprite. So now it's sort of all orange, or gold orange, I don't know. The yellow spots, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it seems to be about 10 or 11, typically, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. It's interesting that these all, these I guess are all the same back sprite, right? Diamond and Pearl. So all the kind of more uniform spots, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Back sprite. And this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So now, sort of a gold body with an orange. I guess that was kind of what this one was, but this is a different shade of orange, I guess, than that one. Black and white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I think. So it's probably just going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know, it's hard to tell when they're moving. Okay. It doesn't really change. So now I get the pink. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-ish, maybe 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, these are 3D models, so they should be the same. They might, I don't know. Yeah, so now it's just orange and I guess yellowish. Yeah, I guess. Yep. Got it in homes, that becomes more of the reddish orange, a little bit darker, I guess. Then Legends Arceus. We've simplified it, I think, even more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Although, oh, maybe not. Yeah. Yep. Homes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, whatever. Then we got Parasect in the anime. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's probably newer anime, so I think they unified the design at this point, so. For this Pokedex entry, I've already recorded it in the anime section of the video, so we'll let Dexter read it, and then we'll come back.
Parasect, the mushroom Pokemon. It battles using poison spheres that spread from the mushroom canopy on its back.
Welcome back. Let's move on. In the manga, Parasect in Pokemon Adventures. TCG. Trivia. Parasect's Pokedex entry for Pokemon Stadium connects the Pokemon world with the real world, noting its spores are sometimes used as medicine in China. For these next 3 points and their sub-points, I've read them all in Paris' videos. Parasect can be seen as a counterpart to Shiinotic. Both share the grass type, the same base stat total of 405, evolve at level 24. Both are mushroom-based Pokemon and thus can learn Spore, and both appeared as trial Pokemon of the lush jungle in Pokemon Sun and Moon, depending on the game version, with Parasect being found in Pokemon Sun and Shiinotic in Pokemon Moon. Origin: Parasect resembles a cicada nymph. It may also be based on a hermit crab with a mushroom for a shell. In concept, it could be inspired by ants that are infected with mushroom spores that take control of the host ant's brain and sprout from its head or back. The fungus on Parasect is identified as Tachukaso. Tachukaso is the Japanese name of the real-world fungus Orphicordyceps sinensis, an endoparasitoid that replaces the host tissue and can affect its behavior. It may also draw inspiration from Massospora, a genus of fungi which includes species that specifically infect cicadas. Name origin: Parasect may be a combination of parasite and insect.
Now let's watch the first scene of Parasect in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 44, The Problem with Paris. In this episode, Ash and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, and his Pokemon Pikachu have traveled to this small town to refill their potions, and stuff. So the person who runs the potion stand or shop or whatever has this Paris, and she wants it to evolve into a Parasect so she can take a sample of its mushroom and use it to make a potion that will help Pokemon. And so what has just happened is that it has just defeated Charmeleon here, and that's Ash's Pokemon. This is Team Rocket in the background. They're not really important. Well, they were, but not right now. And so Paras is about to evolve into Parasect. So there's Paras.
Paras?
Oh, there we go, it's evolving.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, grows bigger. Yeah. The mushroom becomes all one. Yep, there's Parasect. So that's probably a good place to stop. Yeah, that's Parasect's first scene in the anime. Yep. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Parasect. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're looking at just this one image. That's because this is the only image we're looking at today. So this is Paras and Parasect Fakemon by Joshua Dunlop. Yeah, we got Kanto Paras and Parasect. Yeah, just the originals. Then Harmonious Paras and Parasect, so what they would look like if they didn't have any of the... Well, this without the teeth, but like if they lived in harmony maybe with their mushrooms. It's multiple, and it's like grass on its back, and if this one's got pupils, it's, yeah. Primal Paras and Parasect, so without any of the mushrooms on their back, they're a little darker, yeah. Then, yeah, and they're more like, yeah, that stuff. Well, just, this one's kind of more of just a bigger version of that one. Ghost Paras and Parasect, so like, what they would look like if they were, you know, dead once the mushrooms are gone, I guess. Cured Paras and Parasect, so what they would look like without the mushrooms. Yep. Island Paras and Parasect, so what they would, so they're bushes instead of mushrooms. Artwork by Joshua Dunlop. This is interesting since we've seen Joshua Dunlop's art before on this channel. It's usually the CGI, very realistic style, so this is very interesting. Get to see this sort of more cartoon style. Yep. Anyway, let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to talk about Eevee before I can evolve Paras into Parasect. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Venonat. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Venonat. Its past PYC dates are April 14th, 1996, February 3rd, 1999, November 24th, 2001, September 14th, 2004, July 6th, 2007, April 16th, 2010, February 14th, 2013, December 6th, 2015, September 26th, 2018, and July 17th, 2021. I'm not a huge fan of its design. This feels like a Pokemon that I'd be terrified of if I met it in real life. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Venonat, the insect Pokemon, whose number is 0048. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug Poison. Its abilities are Compound Eyes, or Tinted Lens in Gen 4+. Runaway is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate 190, or 35.2%. Breeding, a group bug. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 3'3", or 1 meter. Weight 66.1 pounds, or 30 kilograms. Base experience yield 75 in the first 4 gens and 61 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and special defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is purple, and base friendship is 70. Venonat is a dual type bug poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Venomoth starting at level 31. Biology. Venonat is an insect Pokemon with a spherical body covered in purple fur. The fur releases a toxic liquid, and it spreads when shaken violently off their bodies. A pink, pincer-like mouth with 2 teeth, stubby forepaws, and a pair of 2-toed feet are visible through its fur. Its limbs are light tan. There is also a pair of white antennae sprouting from the top of its head. However, the most prominent feature on its face are its large red compound eyes. Venonat's highly developed eyes act as radar units and can shoot powerful beams. Venonat can be found in dense, temperate forests where it will sleep in the hole of a tree until nightfall. It sleeps throughout the day because the small insects it feeds on appear only at night. Both Venonat and its prey are attracted to bright lights. So we got Venonat using its radar eye to find Team Rocket's truck. Venonat shooting an energy beam from its eyes. Evolution. Venonat evolves into Venomoth. So you can see that here, Venomoth. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in red and blue, lives in the shadows of tall trees where it eats insects. It is attracted by light at night. In yellow, Its large eyes act as radars in a bright place. You can see that they are clusters of many tiny eyes. In Stadium, uses its large radar-like eyes to move around in darkness. It is instinctively attracted to light. In Generation 2, in Gold, its eyes also function as radar units. It catches and eats small bugs that hide in darkness. In Silver, poison oozes from all over its body. It catches and eats small bugs at night that are attracted by light. In Crystal, the small bugs it eats appear only at night, so it sleeps in a hole in a tree until night falls. Stadium 2 is Golds again. Ruby and Sapphire in Gen 3. Venonat is said to have evolved with a coat of thin, stiff hair that covers its entire body for protection. It possesses large eyes that never fail to spot even minuscule prey. In Emerald, its coat of thin, stiff hair that covers its entire body is said to have evolved for protection. Its large eyes never fail to spot even minuscule prey. In Fire Red, its eyes act as radar, enabling it to be active in darkness. The eyes can also shoot powerful beams. Leaf Green is just red and blues again. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its big eyes are actually clusters of tiny eyes. At night, its kind is drawn by light. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, those Pokedex entries are the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entries. In Gen 6, X is the same. Y's entry is Red, Blue, and Leaf Greens. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7, the Let's Go games are just Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 10, in Scarlet, poison oozes from all over its body. It catches small bug Pokemon at night that are attracted by light. Violet, its eyes act as radar, enabling it to be active in darkness. The eyes can also shoot powerful beams. Here it is in the Paldea Pokedex, and here are multiple in the Blueberry Pokedex. Yeah, not really much to talk about. Game locations, side game locations, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So in red, blue, and yellow, you get Berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 55, defense 50, special attack 40, special defense 55, speed 45, for a total of 305. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 40. Pokeathon stats. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal ground, ghost, steel, water, electric, ice, dragon, and dark. Weak to flying, rock, fire, and psychic. Immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy. Fighting and grass are a fourth, while poison, bug, and fairy are half. Notes. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug type moves is 2, so went from 2 to half. In same generation, Poison-type moves were 1, so they went from 1 to half. Learn set by leveling up. 1, you get Tackle or Disable. 5, Supersonic. 11, Confusion. 13, Poison Powder. 17, Psybeam. 23, Stun Spore. 25, Bug Buzz. 29, Sleep Powder. 35, Leech Life. 37, Zen Headbutt. 41, Poison Fang. 47, Psychic. By TM. TM1, Takedown. 4, Agility. 7, Protect. 13, Acid Spray. 15, Struggle Bug. 16, Psybeam. 17, Confuse Ray. 18, Thief. 21, Pounce. 25, Facade. 32, Swift. 42, Nightshade. 45, Venoshock. 47, Endure. 49, Sunny Day. 59, Zen Headbutt. 70, Sleep Talk. 85, Rest. 91, Toxic Spikes. 95, Leech Life. 98, Skill Swap. 103, Substitute. 111, Giga Drain. 119, Energy Ball. 120, Psychic. 132, Baton Pass. 148, Sludge Bomb. 162, Bug Buzz. 168, Solar Beam. 171, Terra Blast. 175, Toxic. 182, Bug Bite. 185, Lunge. 205, Endeavor. 219, Skitter Smack. And 228, Psychic Noise. By breeding, this group gives you Agility. Skirskit gives you Baton Pass. This group gives you Bug Bite. The Mirror gives you Morning Sun. Volcarona gives you Rage Powder. This group gives you Screech. Fortress gives you Toxic Spikes. And TM45 gives you Venoshock. Anime-only moves. Poison Sting. It's a Poison-type move from Ariados Amigos. TCG-only moves. Bite from this card. Side game data. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Venonat hops about while scattering puffs of poison mist. This. Evolution data, level 31. Sprites, so it starts off black here with, not really much color in the eyes, black and purple, I guess. Doesn't really change much. It's kind of scary a little bit. This is the one that introduced sort of the more fang look rather than these sort of traditional, I guess, things kind of like a nose and fangs, I guess, kind of looking thing. Yep. Makes it a little bit cuter, of course. This is now purple, but it's all kind of black on the back, which I guess kind of makes sense. You could argue that this is that, but the antennas are wrong. Still kind of right for both of these, but really it was made for this one. Then in gold, we get even closer with the red eyes now, and we have blue eyes for the shiny. This is all white, but it's all now like these were, you know, closer to, we'll get down there, but yeah, these, but like, yeah, for some reason they're all one kind of shape, I guess. Yep. We got those, yep. That was colored. Interesting. Okay, now we got closer to what we have now. Didn't really change much after this, I imagine. Maybe colors slightly changed, but we'll see. Yeah, so then this is not just the correct purple, so they kind of kept the blue from that shiny. Yeah, really not much of a difference. These might get, the antenna might change, the amount of fur looks like it might change a little bit, and the color slightly changes, a little bit darker, but purple. Yeah. And 3D models, it's kind of closer to more, well no, I guess it's kind of like this purple. It's a little different purple. Yeah, keep going. Let's go Eevee, home, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. The home shiny now has it. It's a different purple as that. In the anime, Venonat in the anime. For Pokedex entries in episode 32, in Ash's Pokedex, Venonat, a bug Pokemon. Its eyes function as radar, allowing it to see in the dark. In the manga, you got Venonat left in Electric Tales of Pikachu with an Ekans and looks like a coughing over here. I got all this in the TCG. Trivia, Venonat in its evolved form are the Pokemon that went the longest without appearing in a regional Pokedex, excluding their appearances in remakes prior to the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Their last appearance in a regional Pokedex was in Crystal almost 22 years earlier. Wow. Origin, Venonat seems to draw inspiration from multiple insects, which may include fleas, mites, flies, owlflies, flightless moths, and or venomous caterpillars. Its large compound eyes function as radar and resemble parabolic antennas. Name origin, Venonat, may be a combination of venom and gnat, a small insect. Kongpang may be derived from compound eye, visual organ found in insects, or Khonshu insect. Interesting. Here's another languages, related articles. There, let's move on.
Now let's watch Venonat's first scene in the anime.
Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 28, Pokemon Fashion Flash. In this episode, Ash, his traveling companions Brock and Misty, and his faithful Pokemon Pikachu have come to Scissor Street, a fashion area in the Kanto region. And so they've entered a salon that has a prominent Vulpix. Who's that Pokemon section. And it's run by a woman named Susie, and she's about to give a lesson on massaging Pokemon, and we'll see a Venonat in this coming scene. So, yeah. So there's the Venonat.
Seats left in the back of the room for our
Pidgey,
lecture on
Oddish.
Pokemon care.
Yeah.
Each
Vulpix,
Pokemon needs your special care and attention. Whenever a Pokemon's been injured in a battle, it should be given a therapeutic massage.
Okay. And that's its first scene in the anime, so let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Venonat. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we're set in fan art. Instead, we are looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with series, you might be wondering why we're starting on this one image here. It's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. The first two we could have maybe done, they were fusions. But since I set the precedent in Charmander that we weren't doing those as to start this thing off, this is the only one we're doing, which is not the best anyway, since this is a mutated Venonat, but we'll get back to that. The image is PTS Fries by Jellolus. We got a Swinub, a Natu, a Lola Meowth, and 2 shiny Rolts. So this Rolt seems to be feeding the Swinub, yeah. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can catch a Venonat. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Venomoth. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Venomoth, the evolution of Venonat, who evolves at level 31. Its past PYC dates are April 15th, 1996, February 4th, 1999, November 25th, 2001, September 15th, 2004, July 7th, 2007, April 27th, 2010, February 15th, 2013, December 7th, 2015, September 27th, 2018, and July 18th, 2021. I like this Pokemon's design better than Venonat's. I find it interesting that its eyes are so different, resembling the eyes of a Paris. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we are talking about Venomoth, the poison moth Pokemon, whose number is 0049. It was all one word before Gen 3. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug Poison. Its abilities are Shield Dust or Tinted Lens in Gen 4+. Wonder Skin is its hidden ability, Gender Ratio 50-50, Catch Rate 75 or 17.5%, Breeding, Egg Group Bug, Hatch Time 20 cycles, Height 4'11" or 1.5 meters, Weight 27.6 pounds or 12.5 kilograms. Base experience yield, 138 in the first 4 gens, and 159 in Gen 5+. Leveling rate, medium fast. EV yield is 2, 1 in special attack and 1 in speed. Its shape is that, its footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple and space friendship is 70. Venomoth is a dual-type bug poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Venonat starting at level 31. Biology. Venomoth is a Lepidoptera, an insect Pokemon whose body is varying shades of purple. Its head and thorax are both light purple, and it has bulbous, round, light blue eyes, a small mandible, and 3 pointed crest on its head. Tucked close to its thorax are 3 pairs of tiny whitish legs. Its abdomen is paler with several black zigzagging stripes encircling it. It has 2 pairs of pale purple moth-like wings with thin black venation. Its official artwork and various TCG cards depict the wings as translucent. Venomoth's wings are covered in dust-like scales that vary in color depending on their toxic capability. Dark scales are poisonous, while lighter scales can cause paralysis. These scales are released when Venomoth flutters its wings and leak out poison once they make contact with the skin. So I forgot to mention this earlier, but this is the translucent wings. Venomoth lives in dense, temperate forests with thick undergrowth and little light. As a nocturnal Pokemon, Venomoth comes out at night to hunt for its favorite prey. It prefers to feed on insects that gather around light sources, and Venomoth is attracted to bright lights itself. As stated in Pokemon Adventures, Venomoth has a short lifespan. Evolution. Venomoth evolves from Venonat. So Venonat, Venomoth. Game data, Pokedex entries. Generation 1, in red and blue. The dust-like scales covering its wings are color-coded to indicate the kinds of poison it has. Yellow. The powdery scales on its wings are hard to remove. They also contain poison that leaks out on contact. Stadium. The powder on its wings is poisonous. It scatters the powder with every flap, so you might be poisoned if you are downwind. Generation 2, in gold. When it attacks, it flaps its large wings violently to scatter its poisonous powder all around. Silver. The powder on its wings is poisonous if it is dark in color. If it is light, it causes paralysis. Crystal. The scales it scatters will paralyze anyone who touches them, making that person unable to stand. Stadium 2 is just golds again. In Generation 3, in Ruby and Sapphire. Venomoth is nocturnal. It is a Pokemon that only becomes active at night. Its favorite prey are small insects that gather around streetlights, attracted by the light in the darkness. Emerald. Venomoth are nocturnal. They are only active at night. Their favorite prey are insects that gather around streetlights, attracted by the light in the darkness. Fire Red. The wings are covered with dust-like scales. Every time it flaps its wings, it looses highly toxic dust. Leaf Green is essentially red and blues. The only differences are dust-like is now one word without a hyphen, and color-coded is also one word but with a hyphen. In Generation 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it flutters its wings to scatter dust-like scales. The scales leach toxins if they contact skin. Heart Gold is golds again. Soul Silvers is very similar to silvers but slightly different, so we'll read it. The powder on its wings is poisonous if it is dark in hue. If it is light in hue, it causes paralysis. In Gen 5, those entries are the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum entry. In Gen 6, X is the Crystal entry. Y is Fire Red. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7, Let's Go Games, that entry is similar, but slightly different to Yellow's, so we'll read it. The powdery scales on its wings are hard to remove from skin. They also contain poison that leaks out on contact. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, those are Diamond and Pearl's entry. In Gen 9, Scarlet's is Fire Red and Y's entry. Violet's is the gold entries. Here it is in the Paldea Pokedex. Here it is in the Blueberry Pokedex. So, we've got Venonat in the background, technically making this a full evolutionary line image. That's cool. I think there's probably a couple other Pokemon here in the background, but we'll talk about those later, I think. Okay, game locations, side game locations, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So, you got red, blue, and yellow. You get gold leaf 100% of the time. Fire red and leaf green. You get silver powder 5% of the time. Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness. You get silver powder 100% of the time. And diamond, pearl, platinum, heart gold, soul silver, black, white, XY, omega ruby, alpha sapphire, brilliant diamond, and shining pearl. You get shed, shell 5% of the time. Stats, base stats. HP 70, attack 65, defense 60, special attack 90, special defense 75, speed 90, for a total of 450. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 90. Pokeathon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, ground, ghost, steel, water, electric, ice, dragon, and dark, weak to flying, rock, fire, and a psychic for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy. Fighting and grass are a fourth, and poison, bug, and fairy are half. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves was 2, so it went from 2 to half, and 1 for poison-type, so that's 1 to half. For Learn Set, by leveling up, we're gonna go to, well, Evo here first, I guess, but then we'll skip down to level 31. So, the learned upon evolution, you get Air Slash, which is a special flying move. Power 75, accuracy 95, and PP 15. 37, Leech Life. 41, Zen Headbutt. 47, Poison Fang. 55, Psychic. By TM we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. By prior evolution there's nothing. Side game data. Okay, evolution data. Yep, you know that. So sprites. Ooh. That's all. Oh, that's a little... it's interesting, because, yeah, okay. So it's like vaguely the same concept. It's just not quite there yet, it just had to, like, over these three, it basically evolves from that to from that to this. That's very interesting. It's, you still got the basics even at the very beginning. Like the 3 points at the head, wings obviously, and like hands and like the mouth. I guess you don't really have the proper mouth parts yet, but still pretty cool, the basic concepts. This is obviously the closest here with the eyes, especially. So it kind of starts off like bug-like eyes, and it kind of becomes almost, I don't know, it looks very strange. The eyes, like, almost Muppet eyes, I guess, is how I'd probably describe it. These back sprites, of course, only work really well for these first two, and then not for this last one. It's not even close. The wings are different. Then, of course, it becomes even more like it, but it's all pink and black, which is interesting. Then, of course, this introduces the tan parts of the body. That's cool, and kind of see maybe looking a little bit semi-translucent. You probably can't actually see that in the game, but it's pretty cool. Then, oh yeah, the shiny is blue. It's a lighter blue now. I guess as this one becomes sort of a lighter purple. Seems like a little bit of darker blue here. Even a little bit smaller for the sprite. It's probably a different sprite entirely. It just has to look a lot like that one. Same kind of angle, I guess. Yep. Back sprites are pretty cool. They kind of become... yeah, that's cool. Pearl. Yeah. Yep. Just kind of stay basically the same. Again, it's one that doesn't really change much. Yep. We got these. And this is a big change. This outline here being kind of a black, I guess. And now you can kind of see semi-translucency, where I guess because it's a 3D model, they can represent that. Yep. This is all blue still, but it's a darker blue. And it's like a gray. Oh, these are like, yeah, more gray. Yep. Okay, these, yeah, they kind of just become gray at the end of that. And then this, that's interesting. So yeah, this is all, and then that's all kind of one thing again, with it all being one color. So home is interesting because of the difference. Because this is like a lighter color than this purple, which is more like that, and this is more like pink. This is all kind of the same bluish kind of. That's interesting. Yeah, we got it in the anime, Venomoth in the anime. We do have the one for the Pokedex entry. I've recorded it for the anime portion of the video, so we'll let Dexter read it. And we'll cut back.
Venomoth, an evolved form of Venonat. Tiny scales on its wings disperse various spores when they are flat.
Welcome back, let's move on. So, Pokemon Evolutions and the manga, Venomoth and Pokemon Adventures, Pokedex entries, manga, Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 3. The dust-like scales covering its wings are color-coded to indicate the kinds of poison it has. It has a short lifespan, and appears to be the evolved form of Venonat. TCG Trivia. Venomoth shares its category name with Dustox. They are both known as the Poison Moth Pokemon. In early official art, Venomoth had yellow spots on the back of its wings. This was removed when later official art was released. So you can see that here. In Ruby and Sapphire, Venomoth's sprite color set contains 2 shades of yellow that go unused. Venomoth's crystal sprite is different from its gold and silver sprite, making it one of the few Pokemon that have 3 different sprites in Gen 2. So I already read this entry, so we won't read it again. I read it in yesterday's video. Origin: Venomoth seems to be based on swallowtail moths, many of which are toxic. Its face and insect diet suggest that it may also draw inspiration from lacewings, which, like many moths, are attracted to lights at night. Specifically, it may be a play on moth lacewing family Ithonidae. Its shiny coloration is similar to a blue morpho butterfly. Name origin: Venomoth may be a combination of venom and moth. A wild idea, I know. Morphon may be derived from metamorphosis, or the butterfly genus Morpho. Here's in other languages, related articles. Okay, let's move on.
Now let's watch Venomoth's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're out watching episode 32, the Ninja Poké Showdown. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, and his faithful Pokemon companion Pikachu, have stumbled upon the Fuchsia Gym. This is the gym leader Koga, and these two are about to fight. He sent out a Pidgeotto, and he has sent out Venonat, who is about to evolve into Venomoth.
This Venonat has a great deal more experience.
We fought another Venomoth earlier, so now it's evolving into Venonat, or Venomoth here. Yep, that's basically its first scene, so let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Venomoth. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead, we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Venonat. So this first one is called Bugs Unleashed by Brignan. So we've got the Venomoth here, and then we've got a bunch of others. We've got Scizor, Heracross, Fortress, Volcarona, Durant, Ninjask, Yanmega, Excelgor, and Gavantula. That's cool pose, you know, all in a row here with Scizor in the center, you know. It's nice, good. Guess they're in a stadium, probably about to battle or something, and it's nighttime. Then we've got Poison Ninja Master by Zachary Blah. So we've got the Venomoth here, and we've got a Golbat, Arbok, Weezing. So this is Koga here. This must be all of his Pokemon. That is a Tentacruel. It's a Muck. That's a cool image. Very nice pose. Then we've got 049 Venomoth by Kutsuku. So it's this cute looking Venomoth. A little bit stylized, you know, nice colors. And then we've got Pokemon Halloween. We got the Venomoth here, looking very scary. These are all very stylized. We've got an Esper here and a Nidorino. Yeah, looking all very scary in this sort of dark woods green glow behind them. Then we've got Venomoth, the killer moth. This cool art of Venomoth here, and seems to be releasing its toxic scales in a forest or something. Oh, it's by Endo Nova Illustrator. This isn't a Venomoth, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can evolve Venonat into Venomoth. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Diglett. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Diglett, the first Pokemon with a convergent evolution with another Pokemon, Wiglett. If one considers Alolan Diglett to be number 50, that form is the first Ground Steel Pokemon. Non-Alolan Diglett is also the shortest Pokemon in Gen 1. Its past PYC dates are April 16, 1996, February 5th, 1999, November 26, 2001, September 16th, 2004, July 8th, 2007, April 28th, 2010, February 16th, 2013, December 8th, 2015, September 28th, 2018, and July 19th, 2021. I like the simplicity of non-Alolan Diglett's design. I also like the little piece of hair on Alolan Diglett's head. I also love that the official image of Alolan Diglett uses darker colors than the official image of non-Alolan Diglett. I doubt that there's a difference in color in the games. I can't mention Diglett without mentioning the mystery of what's below the ground and the memes that have spawned from it. I also most remember Diglett and its evolution Dugtrio for their chant in the English dub of the anime. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Diglett, the mole Pokemon, whose number is 0050. Here's Diglett, here's Alolan Diglett. Non-Alolan Diglett is the ground type, Alolan Diglett is ground steel. Its abilities, as Diglett, Sandveil or Arena Trap. As Alolan Diglett, Sandveil or Tangling Hair. Its hidden ability, regardless, is Sand Force. Gender ratio 50-50, catch rate 255 or 43.9%. Breeding, Egg Group Field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height, 8 inches or 0.2 meters. Its weight as Diglett is 1.8 pounds or 0.8 kilograms. As Alolan Diglett, it's 2.2 pounds or 1 kilogram. Base experience yield is 81 in the first 4 gens and 53 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 1, and speed, shape is that, has no footprint, because it has no feet. Pokedex color, brown, base friendship 70. Diglett is a ground type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Dugtrio starting at level 26. In Alola, Diglett has a dual type ground steel regional form. It evolves into Alolan Dugtrio starting at level 26. It is ecologically similar to Wiglett, however the two are separate species. Biology, Diglett is a tiny brown Pokemon that seems to be perpetually buried within the earth, leaving only its head visible. Its small stature makes it both the lightest and shortest ground type. It has beady black eyes and a large round pink nose. A Diglett in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team mentioned that it has feet, though their size and appearance are unknown. It spends much of its time underground and has very thin skin. Diglett is exposed to sunlight. Its blood will heat up and cause it to grow weak. Diglett lives in tunnels and caves under the earth where it feeds on tree roots and vegetables. It is known to live in burrows left behind by Onyx. It also sometimes lives in burrows near forests and has even been shown to live inside of trees. Diglett digs regularly through the earth at a shallow depth, leaving perfectly tilled soil in its wake. Some farmers welcome Diglett because it tills their fields and its droppings enrich the soil, but others consider it a pest for eating their vegetables. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Diglett is known to sleep underground during the night. Seeing a Diglett asleep above ground is considered to be good luck. In Gen 2, Fissure was its signature move. Forms, Diglett has a regional form, Alolan Diglett. In Alola, Diglett has developed 3 fine gold whiskers on its head from living in soil, with high iron-rich content. These whiskers function as sensors and allow it to monitor its surroundings without coming above ground. Though it will still occasionally poke its head out to see outside, the whiskers can also be used for communication, wobbling around to relay mood or emotions. They stand straight up for anger, swing around for happiness, and droop for sadness. Needing to be able to dig through Alola's volcanic rock, Alolan Diglett is notably stronger than its non-Alolan counterparts. However, they are still very small, tying with Klefki and Milton as the shortest steel type. They can also be found in the coastal biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alolan's island life is simulated. Alolan Diglett and its evolution are the only Pokemon that have tangling hair as an ability. Despite Diglett having a strong resemblance to Wiglet from the Paldea region, the two Pokemon species are not biologically related, having entirely separate diets and habitats. Their resemblance to each other is said to be a coincidental result of adaptations to their respective environments. Evolution: Diglett evolves into Dugtrio, you can see that here. Alolan Diglett evolves into Alolan Dugtrio, you can see that here, and you can also see how the steel surrounds it as the border here instead of the pure brown of ground type. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Sword and Shield, the Isle of Armor. There's a side quest where the player is tasked with finding 150 Alolan Diglett scattered throughout the Isle of Armor. Wow. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Diglett, and Dugtrio can be found roaming the halls of the Grand Underground. Oh! The Grand Underground is a place! That makes sense. When 40 Diglett, or Dugtrio, which counts as 3, have been found, all the players in the same Grand Underground session will receive a variety of bonuses for a period of 4 minutes. These include raising the odds of finding shiny Pokemon in a Pokemon hideaway from 1 in 4,096 to 1 in 2,048. And forcing all stone boxes found when mining to become pretty stone boxes. Oh, yeah, Pokemon Pinball. I'm familiar with them. Pokemon Pinball, numerous Diglett appear in a bonus stage accessible from the red table, where the aim is to knock all the Diglett out. Once achieved, a Dugtrio appears, which must be knocked out. More Diglett appear on the red table itself and earn the player points upon being hit. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team. The third story mission of the game is to rescue a Diglett from Mount Steel. Afterwards, Diglett can be found near Pelipper Post Office. Diglett's hero is its father, Dugtrio, who it thinks can do anything. Aww. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. Diglett is one of the members of the Wigglytuff Guild. His primary role is sentry duty, to examine visitors' footprints and say what Pokemon they are. Like in the first game, Diglett also has a father who it thinks can swim in the sea. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. The same Diglett from Explorers of Time and Darkness reappears as a recruitable ally. The player needs to connect with Dugtrio in order to access Chimecho's delivery request to Diglett. Once Diglett receives the delivery, he and Chimecho can connect with the player's team. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. A group of Diglett will accidentally burrow their way to the player's home from the Pelipper Post Office. As an apology, the player is given free access to use the tunnel to immediately go to the post office directly from their home. Clever. Pokedex entries in red and blue. Lives 1 yard underground, where it feeds on plant roots. It sometimes appears above ground. 1 yard is 1 meter. Yellow. It prefers dark places. It spends most of its time underground, though it may pop up in caves. Stadium. Its head pops up approximately 8 inches out of the ground. However, its real size remains a mystery to this day. In Gen 2, Gold, its skin is very thin. If it is exposed to light, its blood heats up, causing it to grow weak. In Silver, if a Diglett digs through a field, it leaves the soil perfectly tilled and ideal for planting crops. Crystal, it digs underground and chews on tree roots, sticking its head out only when the sun isn't bright. Stadium 2 is Gold again. Generation 3, Ruby and Sapphire. Diglett are raised in most farms. The reason is simple. Wherever this Pokemon burrows, the soil is left perfectly tilled for planting crops. The soil is made ideal for growing delicious vegetables. In Emerald, Diglett are raised in most farms. The reason is simple. Wherever they burrow, the soil is left perfectly tilled for growing delicious crops. Fire Red, it burrows through the ground at a shallow depth. It leaves raised earth in its wake, making it easy to spot. Leaf Green is basically red and blue, except above ground is 1 word for some reason. I'm not going to read it again. And Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, a Pokemon that lives underground because of its dark habitat. It is repelled by bright sunlight. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterpart. In Gen 5, those Pokedex entries are just Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. Gen 6, X is Leaf Greens. Ys are the Gold entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7, for non-Alolan Diglett, in Sun, it chews on plant roots. Underground, farmers whose vegetables are vulnerable find it can be quite a pest. Moon, Many farmers cherish and nurture Diglett because its droppings enrich the soil it lives in. Ultra Sun, it travels through tunnels that it digs underground. It hates sunlight, so it comes out only after the sun goes down. In Ultra Moon, around their crops, farmers plant that kind of tree that Diglett like to eat as a way of getting Diglett to plow the fields for them. In the Let's Go games, that's just yellow. For Alolan Diglett, its head sports an altered form of whiskers made of metal. When in communication with its comrades, its whiskers wobble to and fro. In Moon, its golden hairs function as sensors. It pokes them out of its burrow to monitor its surroundings. In Ultra Sun, although it's powerful enough to dig right through volcanic rock, it doesn't allow itself to be seen very often. In Ultra Moon, the need to dig through volcanic rock in the ground has made them more powerful than the Diglett of other regions. In the Let's Go games, after living in soil with high iron content for some time, 3 steel whiskers sprouted from the top of its head. In Gen 8, Swords entry is Silvers. Shields is Fire Red's entry. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it's very similar to the Diamond and Pearl counterparts, but a little different, so we'll read it. This Pokemon lives underground. Because of its dark habitat, it is repelled by bright sunlight. Alolan Diglett in Sword. The metal-rich geology of this Pokemon's habitat caused it to develop steel whiskers on its head. In Shield, its 3 hairs change shape depending on Diglett's mood. They're a useful communication tool among these Pokemon. In Gen 9, for non-Alolan Diglett, Scarlet, it's very similar to one we've done before, but slightly different, so I'll read it again. It lives about 1 yard underground, where it feeds on plant roots. It sometimes appears above ground. Violets is one we've done before. For Alolan Diglett, Scarlet, the things growing from its head are whiskers that have become metallic. Diglett communicates with its comrades by waving them. Violet, its golden whiskers function as sensors. It pokes them out of its burrow to monitor its surroundings. So we've got Diglett in the Alola Pokedex, Alolan Diglett in the Alola Pokedex, Diglett in the Paldea Pokedex, so you can see here. Alolan Diglett in the Blueberry Pokedex, so you can see like how it's changing shape. The hairs on its head, one's back. Yeah, one's kind of pointed up a little bit more, then one are all down. Game locations, side game locations, events, held items. For Diglett, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So from Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time, and Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you get Soft Sand 5% of the time. For Alolan Diglett, from Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get Soft Sand 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, for this will compare Diglett and Alolan Diglett. So HP is 10 for both, 55 for both, 25 for this one goes up, this one is 30, 35 for both, 45 for both, and speed is 95 for this one, but 90 for this one. The total is 265 for both. In the Diglett box here, there's a note. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 45. Pokemon stats. For type effectiveness, we'll compare Diglett and Alolan Diglett here, so Diglett is damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Ground, Bug, Ghost, Steel, Fire, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. The only ones that stay are Dark and Ghost, with everyone else being redistributed. Alolan Diglett is damaged normally by Ghost, Grass, Ice, and Dark. Diglett is weak to Water, Grass, and Ice for double. So Ice moves to the damage normally by, so does Grass. So Water's the only one that stays. Alolan Diglett is weak to Fighting, Ground, Fire, and Water for double. Diglett is immune to Electric. So is Alolan Diglett. It's also immune to Poison. This one is resistant to Poison for half, and same with Rock. This one's resistant to Normal, Flying, Rock, Bug, Steel, Psychic, Dragon, and Fairy. All but Rock is a half. Rock is, and it's, resistant to a Rock for 4. In the Diglett box, there's a note here. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. There's also a note that says, in addition, Diglett is immune to the move Telekinesis. In the Alolan Diglett box here, we've got, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1, and Poison-type moves is half, so it goes from 0 to half. In addition, Alolan Diglett is immune to the move Telekinesis. Learn Step by leveling up Diglett. Level 1, you get Sand Attack and Scratch. 4 Growl, 8 Astonish, 12 Mud Slap, 16 Bulldoze, 20 Sucker Punch, 24 Slash, 28 Sandstorm, 32 Dig, 36 Earth Power, 40 Earthquake, 44 Fissure. For Alolan Diglett, 1 you get Sand Attack and Metal Claw, 4 Growl, 8 Astonish, 12 Mud Slap, 16 Bulldoze, 20 Sucker Punch, 24 Iron Head, 28 Sandstorm, 32 Dig, 36 Earth Power, 40 Earthquake, and 44 Fissure. By TM, for Diglett, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 4 Agility, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 18 Thief, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 35 Mudshot, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 55 Dig, 61 Shadow Claw, 62 Foul Play, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 76 Rock Blast, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 88 Swords Dance, 103 Substitute, 116 Stealth Rock, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 144 Reversal, 148 Sludge Bomb, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 171 Terra Blast, 176 Sand Tomb, 179 Smackdown, 191 Uproar, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 215 Scorching Sands, 221 Throat Chop, and 224 Curse. For Alolan Diglett, you got 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 4 Agility, 5 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 18 Thief, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 31 Metal Claw, 35 Mudshot, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 55 Dig, 61 Shadow Claw, 62 Foul Play, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 76 Rock Blast, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 88 Swords Dance, 93 Flash Cannon, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 116 Stealth Rock, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 134 Reversal, 148 Sludge Bomb, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 176 Sand Tomb, 179 Smackdown, 215 Scorching Sands, and 223 Metal Sound. By breeding, for Diglett, this group gives you Ancient Power, this group gives you Final Gambit, this group gives you Headbutt, this group gives you Hone Claws, and this group gives you Memento. For Alolan Diglett, this group gives you Ancient Power, this group gives you Final Gambit, this group gives you Headbutt, this group gives you Hone Claws, this group gives you Memento, this group gives you Metal Sound, and this group gives you Thrash. Special moves for Diglett. In the event, Wild Terra Pokemon, you can get the move Rock Tomb, which is a physical rock move. Power is 60, accuracy is 95, but its PP is 15. TCG only moves, you get Peck in this card, and Sand Tomb in this card. Side game data for Diglett. Pokemon Ranger. In the browser entry, Diglett burrows about underground. It sometimes rests with its head poking out. Got this, okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. Diglett cunningly moved the minecart rail hidden inside the berry storage in the cavern zone and placed it under Snorlax. In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, he is shy and hides quickly, but he actually wants to become friends with everyone in Pokepark. In new Pokemon Snap, in the Photodex, Diglett aren't fond of sunlight, so they live in the ground. The holes left behind by burrowing Onix provide cover from the bright sun, making them perfect homes for Diglett. In Pokemon Go, Diglett can be obtained by completing 1/4 of the special research Distracted by Something Shiny. Got costumes in Pokemon Go, you got fashionable costume, it's a bowler hat, it's cute. It works for the whole thing because he vaguely looks like a bowler hat. It's clever. For Alolan Diglett, all that. Evolution data, level 26, sprites. Okay. So we got in Gen 1, pretty basic sprite here. Yeah. It doesn't change much. Like, it's a different brown, and like the ground changes, I guess, probably between all the different sprites, but yeah. Gets the red nose here. That's a blue nose for this, which I think it basically just keeps. Yeah, it's a different shade of brown. Obviously, soil's different. Soil's different again. Yeah, it keeps the blue nose. It's a little bit different, though. This actually now goes down, which is very fast. Soil's different. That's the biggest difference. Yeah, between these. Yeah. It's a very simple Pokemon that doesn't change much. Okay, it's a little bit brighter. It becomes, oh, yeah, that's right, it becomes a pink now, doesn't it? That's a lighter blue. Then, so, oh, that is wildly different. The Alolan, Diglett here is now is a red, with blue nose still, but that's interesting, that's wildly different. I got it, and yeah, this apparently keeps the yellow, so it retains sort of part of its original in some capacity, kind of like this one does. It's most of it. Oh, and the rock is different, so this is kind of like just normal ground rock, probably. This is probably the volcanic rock. Yeah, that's cool. Yep. Yep, and that's Holmes. Yep. So sort of a darker brown. Oh, I guess it becomes a darker brown. Home, yeah, and then the shiny's a little bit different brown, and then, yeah, obviously these are different browns, which is not as obvious in the other games. In the anime, Diglett in the anime, Alolan Diglett in the anime, both blushing, that's cute. This, okay. Pokedex entries in episode 31, an Ash's Pokedex. Diglett, the movement of these ground Pokemon can be easily detected by their tracks of upturned earth. In episode 114, in the same Pokedex, Diglett the mole Pokemon. Diglett loved to create underground tunnel systems. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 52, in Go's Rotom Phone, Diglett
The mole Pokemon.
a ground type. Diglett gnaws on roots below the ground, depending on the kind of vegetables. It can cause great damage to a harvest. That. Diglett in the manga, Diglett in Pokemon Adventures. This. TCG. Trivia. Diglett and its evolved form share their category with Trilbur. They are all known as the mole Pokemon. At the Hiya City Game Freak office in Pokemon Sun and Moon, Shigeki Morimoto states that he made up Diglett when he was a little kid. Aww. In the Pokemon Red and Blue beta, Diglett was originally to use its Japanese name, Digta, as its English name. This name was retained in the German localization of the games. Diglett and Alolan Diglett have the lowest base HP and defense stats of all ground-type Pokemon. Alolan Diglett has the lowest HP and base defense stats of all Steel-type Pokemon. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team and their remake, after the first Mount Steel mission, Diglett mentions having feet. It is mentioned again as being one of the 7 mysteries of Pokemon in a letter alongside Arbok's pattern changes and the inside of Fortress's shell. So you got this interaction here, Diglett mentioning it, having feet in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, so my feet feel like they're still walking on air. Feet? He has them. Feet? Its ability to learn the moves Scratch, Hone Claws, and Slash imply it has claws on its hands and feet. This also applies to its Alolan counterpart who can learn Metal Claw. Furthermore, its ability to learn Body Slam implies that it has a body large enough to use the attack. Due to being embedded in the ground, Diglett and Dugtrio have special interactions with certain mechanics in the Pokemon games. In the Pokeathon, still don't know what that is,
Diglett and Dugtrio are unable to jump.
in Hurdle Dash, they dig under hurdles instead of jumping them. In Lamp Jump, they cannot move, and in Disc Catch, they can only move, but not jump to catch the discs. Since Gen 5, when Diglett and Dugtrio are sent out, they merely fade onto the screen instead of dropping down like all the other Pokemon. In the Poke Transfer, Diglett and Dugtrio run between bushes rather than jump. On the compare screen of Pokemon X and Y's Pokedex, if the player taps the menu sprite of Diglett, Dugtrio, or Mecha Gengar, the flying-type Pokemon will give up and disperse before even trying to lift. What? If the player taps on the menu sprite of Diglett, Dugtrio, or Mega Gengar, the flying-type Pokemon will give up and disperse before even trying to lift it. I don't know what that means. Diglett, Dugtrio, Sandygast, Palossand, and Mega Gengar are immune to telekinesis. However, Pokemon transformed into one of these can be affected by telekinesis. If a Z-move animation, such as Supersonic Sky Strike, results in showing Diglett or Dugtrio in the air, it is shown still embedded in the ground. Hurricane will not lift Diglett or Dugtrio off the ground in the Gen 6 animation like it does with other Pokemon. Since version 0.177.1 Android, or 1.143.1 iOS of Pokemon Go, Diglett will not float in the air when it is evolved into Dugtrio, unlike other Pokemon. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, if Diglett is the player's partner Pokemon, and the player goes to the Pokemon Center, Diglett jumps into its Pokeball to be healed. That's cool. In the anime, Gary claims Diglett is able to pull its head underground faster than the speed of light. In the English dub, this is changed to simply at the speed of light. Diglett is listed in Pokemon Stadium as having Acid as a valid move, despite not being able to learn the move. Despite being the only species seen within the halls of the Grand Underground in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Diglett and Dugtrio cannot actually be caught or traditionally encountered in any of the Pokemon hideaways. Origin, Diglett appears to be based on an artificial mole used in the Whack-A-Mole arcade games. This is referenced by its full health phrase in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team. Please don't whack me on the head. Lowland Diglett's hair may be based on Pele's hair, a thin volcanic glass formed near Hawaiian volcanoes. The darker soil surrounding its body may be a reference to black sand, which is found on beaches near volcanoes. Its steel type may be a reference to another kind of magnetic black sand found in placer deposits. Name origin, Diglett may be a combination of dig and the suffix let, indicating small size. Digda may be derived from dig. Other languages, related articles, references, external links to the Alolan forms, and the ecologically similar Pokemon. And then that's it. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Diglett's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today, we are watching episode 31, Dig Those Diglett. In this episode, Ash, who I think is, this is his leg, I think, and Pikachu, his Pokemon, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, have wandered on the scene of a construction site, and they just saw a bunch of trucks get toppled over, and we're, yeah, well, yeah. So there's the iconic Diglett song. So, there's Diglett.
Pikachu. Diglett.
Ah, so cute.
So that's it.
So yeah, that's Diglett's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Diglett card, and it's a non-Alolan Diglett.
It's the third Diglett card. It was illustrated by Sumiyoshi Kazuki. I like the design of this one. It's very unique. It's also fun to think of the nose as a mouth, and it's sad about the destruction it just caused. It has 40 HP. It's 8 inches and 2 pounds, which is 0.2 pounds heavier than its weight in the official Pokedex. There is an R symbol next to the weight, indicating that it's part of the Team Rocket expansion, the 5th expansion in the TCG. It has 2 moves, Dig Under and Scratch. Dig Under is not a move from the video games. On this card, it costs 1 fighting energy and does 10 non-modified damage to a Pokemon of the opponent of the user's choosing. I've already talked about Scratch, so I won't do it again. I'll just say that it costs 1 fighting energy and 1 of any energy and doles out 20 damage. Diglett is weak to grass for double damage. It's resistant to electricity for negative 30 damage. It doesn't cost anything to retreat. Its description reads, "It follows Onyxes in their tunnels looking for scraps of food they have left behind." This is interesting for 2 reasons. 1, it's an original description. It's not a modified or outright copy of any existing Pokedex entry. 2, Onyxes. For anyone who doesn't know, at this point in the franchise, there wasn't an established idea that the plural for Pokemon was the same as the singular. Anyway, this Diglett is level 15. In the video games, it would be 11 levels from evolving into Dugtrio.
Speaking of Dugtrio, I don't have a Dugtrio card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Meowth. Now let's see why people love Diglett. Now let's look at fan art.
Welcome to the fan art section. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because this is the only image we're going to be doing today. This is called Diglett Variations by Happy Crumble. So we've got the original here, and then we've got Tundra, so it's based on Piloswine, Diglett, which is based on Wailord, Thrasher, which is based on Primeape, Trapper, which is based on Mawile, Nightlight, which is based on Umbreon, so it's this darker version. Yeah, it's the shaggy version, big, you know. It's got the Primeape colors, this one's got the thing, the Mawile. mouth. So Velocum, based on Deerling, so it's got the green, and then the star thing, and that it has on its forehead. Okay. Tree climbing, Kecleon. So, yeah, based on that. Okay, miniature domestic, based on Skitty. And so, yes, it's got, yeah, like a cat, you know. Strange duo, based on Girafarig. So you've got, so that's the Girafarig's little ball face thing to confuse enemies. Fortune Finder, Meowth. So it's looks like Meowth. And has like a little bit of jewels, it looks like. Cotton Soft, based on Lopunny, so it's sort of just more of a, I don't know, a fluffier version, but not as fluffy as a couple of these. Then Noisy, based on Exploud, so it's, yeah, got the musical element from Exploud. And we got Royal Striped, Arcanine, so it's vaguely based on Arcanine Stripes. And maybe a little bit, probably, I don't know if this is from before Alolan, but if it isn't, it might be based on that, in those colors. We've got Driller, Rhydon, so the drill that Rhydon has. Pixie, Sylveon, so very much a Sylveon aesthetic with, I guess, a few jewels. Horse Chestnut, Chespin, so it's got Chespin's head thing. Heart Nose, Woobat, so it's got like bat wings and the heart nose, and it's based on, yeah. Aquatic, based on Weasel, so it got the little floaty. Then we've got Poison Dagger, so Viper, so the Viper's poison tail things that it has are based on those anyway. And then Diglett, based on Zigzagoon, so it's got the triple colors like Zigzagoon does. And that's it, let's move on. It's also very cute.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can catch a Diglett. As for Alolan Diglett, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 7 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Dugtrio. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Dugtrio, the only evolution of Diglett. Both versions evolve at level 26. Its past PYC dates are April 17th, 1996, February 6th, 1999, November 27th, 2001, September 17th, 2004, July 9th, 2007, April 29th, 2010, February 17th, 2013, December 9th, 2015, September 29th, 2018, and July 20th, 2021. I love that Dugtrio is just 3 Diglett. I also love Alolan Dugtrio having full heads of hair. Like Diglett, for some reason, the official art for Alolan Dugtrio is darker colors than Dugtrio's image. Also, I most remember Dugtrio and Diglett for their chant in the English dub of the anime. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Dugtrio, the mole Pokemon. His number is 0051. Here's Dugtrio. Here's Alolan Dugtrio. Types: non-Alolan Dugtrio is ground, whereas Alolan Dugtrio is ground steel. Abilities: as non-Alolan Dugtrio, it's Sand Veil or Arena Trap. Alolan Dugtrio's hidden ability is Sand Veil or Tangling Hair, and its hidden ability is Sand Force. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 50 or 12.9%. Breeding: egg group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 2'4" or 0.7 meters. Weight 73.4 pounds or 33.3 kilograms. That's his non-Alolan Dugtrio. Alolan Dugtrio's is 146.8 pounds or 66.6 kilograms. Base experience yield is 153 in the first 4 gen, 149 and 5+. Leveling grade is medium fast. EV yield, both have 2. For Dugtrio, it's 2 in speed. For Alolan Dugtrio, it's 2 in attack. Shape is that, has no footprint. Pokedex color brown. Base friendship is 70. Dugtrio is a ground-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Diglett starting at level 26. In Alola, Dugtrio has a dual-type ground-steel regional form. It evolves from Alolan Diglett starting at level 26. It is ecologically similar to Wugtrio, however the two are separate species. Biology: Dugtrio is a set of Diglett triplets sharing a single body, although no one knows what its body looks like since it's perpetually buried underground. Each head is incredibly tough with a smooth surface and has brown skin, black eyes, and a large, round, pink nose. Dugtrio's 3 heads think the same thought and act cooperatively, though on rare occasions may fight over which head gets to eat first. In order to make burrowing easier. Each head will bob up and down to loosen the soil. Dugtrio can tunnel under the earth at 60 miles per hour, 100 kilometers per hour, to a depth of 60 miles or 100 kilometers, triggering tremors and earthquakes. It is capable of burrowing endlessly. Dugtrio lives in tunnels and caves under the earth. Dugtrio is considered important for agriculture as its digging aerates the soil and makes it suitable for farming. As shown in the anime, Dugtrio sometimes live in hollow trees in forests. It maintains the soil and plants trees to revitalize wooded areas. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, the three triplets of Dugtrio is known to sleep together, never separating from each other. The trio's teamwork remains strong even when sleeping. In Generation 2, Fissure was its signature move. Forms, Dugtrio has a regional form, Alolan Dugtrio. Alolan Dugtrio is visually very similar to its counterpart, except each head has a mop of golden hair formed from modified whiskers. The left head has a bob cut, the right head has curly shoulder-length hair, and the last one has flowing hair that touches the ground behind it. This hair is made out of thin yet heavy strands of steel, which grows slowly and continuously throughout Alolan Dugtrio's life. The hairs act as a defense measure, as well as sensors that can detect vibrations from long distances underground. In the Alola region, Alolan Dugtrio is regarded as a feminine deity of the earth, and taking its hairs is thought to bring bad luck. They can also be found in the coastal biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. Alolan Dugtrio and its pre-evolution are the only known Pokemon that can have tangling hair as an ability. Wugtrio was once considered a regional variant of Dugtrio due to their resemblance, but has since been reclassified as a completely separate species. Evolution. Dugtrio evolves from Diglett. You can see that here. Alolan Dugtrio evolves from Alolan Diglett. You can see that here. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Dugtrio and Diglett can be found roaming the halls of the Grand Underground. When 40 Diglett or Dugtrio, which count as 3, have been found, all players in the same Grand Underground session will receive a variety of bonuses for a period of 4 minutes. These include raising the odds of finding a shiny Pokemon in a Pokemon hideaway from 1 in 4,096 to 1 in 2,048, and forcing all stone boxes when mining to become pretty stone boxes. Pokemon Pinball, Dugtrio appears in a bonus stage that can be accessed by the red table. After the player has knocked out a number of Diglett, they must knock out the Dugtrio that appears to win. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team. Dugtrio sends the player to Mount Steel to rescue his son in the third story mission of the game. Dugtrio loves to show off to his son, but often forgets that people can't see him underground. Aww. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. Dugtrio is one of the members of the Wigglytuff Guild. He updates the Outlaw Notice board and Job Bulletin board with rotating boards. Like in the previous game, Diglett is his son. He believes that he can swim in the sea despite being a ground type. Pokedex entries. In Generation 1, Red and Blue, a team of Diglett triplets. It triggers huge earthquakes by burrowing 60 miles underground. In Yellow, a team of triplets that burrow over 60 miles per hour. Due to this, some people think it's an earthquake. Stadium, Diglett triplets that always travel together, known to burrow more than 60 miles underground and trigger quakes. In Generation 2, in Gold, its 3 heads bob separately up and down to loosen the soil nearby, making it easier for it to burrow. Silver, extremely powerful, they can dig through even the hardest ground to a depth of over 60 miles. Crystal, these Diglett triplets dig over 60 miles below sea level. No one knows what it's like underground. Stadium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Dugtrio are actually triplets that emerge from one body. As a result, each triplet thinks exactly like the other 2 triplets. They work cooperatively to burrow endlessly. Emerald, because the triplets originally split from one body, they think exactly alike. They work cooperatively to burrow endlessly through the ground. Fire Red, in battle it digs through the ground and strikes the unsuspecting foe from an unexpected direction. Leaf Green is Red and Blue's entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its 3 heads move alternately driving it through tough soil to depths of over 60 miles. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, those Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red's entry. Y is the Silver entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7, for non-Alolan Dugtrio, this set of triplets moves cooperatively. It's the power of teamwork that enables this Pokemon to dig to a depth of 60 miles. Moon. Despite the closeness between this Pokemon and farmers and other people, no one has ever seen the parts of it concealed underground. Ultra Sun. While the three of them normally get along splendidly, on rare occasions a huge fight will break out over which head gets to eat first. Ultra Moon. Dugtrio's heads are sleek and smooth, and incredibly hard. It can dig through any soil with its headbutts. In the Let's Go games, a team of triplets that can burrow to a depth of 60 miles. It's reported that this triggers an earthquake. For Alolan Dugtrio in Sun, its shining gold hair provides it with protection. It's reputed that keeping any of its fallen hairs will bring bad luck. In Moon, these Pokemon are cherished in the Alola region, where they are thought to be feminine deities of the land incarnate. Ultra Sun. Its metallic whiskers are heavy, so it's not very fast, but it has the power to dig through bedrock. Ultra Moon. Its shining gold whiskers are advanced sensors that can detect vibrations from sounds several miles away. In the Let's Go games, they're referred to as triplets, but they're not identical. The metallic elements on their bodies differ slightly. The proof shows in their whiskers. In Gen 8 for non-Alolan Dugtrio, Swords is Leaf Green and Red and Blues. Shields is Crystal's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, though that is the Diamond and Pearl entries. Alolan Dugtrio. In Sword, their beautiful metallic whiskers create a sort of protective helmet on their heads, and they also function as highly precise sensors. In Shield, the three of them get along very well. Through their formidable teamwork, they defeat powerful opponents. In Gen 9, and for non-Alolan Dugtrio, in Scarlet, that's the gold entries. Violet is Fire Red and Wise. For Alolan Dugtrio, Scarlet's is Ultra Moon's entry. In Violet, its metallic whiskers are heavy, so it's not very fast, but it has the power to dig through even the hardest bedrock. So we've got a Dugtrio in the Alola Pokedex, Alolan Dugtrio in the Alola Pokedex, Dugtrio in the Paldea Pokedex, so we've got a couple of them, and the Pokemon we'll talk about later. Alolan Dugtrio in the Blueberry Pokedex, so we've got Alolan Dugtrio with an Alolan Diglett, that's cute, sleeping next to, I believe, a Galarian Slowpoke. That's interesting. Game locations, side game locations. Held items, Dugtrio. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So, in Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Gold Berry 100% of the time. In Gale of Darkness, you get Soft Sand 100% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, X, Y, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you get Soft Sand 5% of the time. For Alolan Dugtrio, in Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get Soft Sand 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, we'll compare Generations 1 through 6, and then we'll compare Generation 7 onward with its Alolan counterpart. HP 35, that stays the same. Attack 80, that goes up to 100. Defense 50, that stays the same. Special attack 50, that stays the same. 70, that stays the same. Speed 120, that stays the same. For a total of 405. And then it goes up to 425. There's a note here in the Gen 1 through 6 box. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 70. So HP 35, that stays the same. Attack 100, that stays the same. Defense 50, for this one it's 60. Special attack 50, that's the same. 70, that's the same. Speed 120, that goes down to 110. So 425. And 425. Pokeathon stats. For type effectiveness, we'll compare Dugtrio with Alolan Dugtrio. So Dugtrio's damaged normally by normal fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, steel, fire, psychic, dragon, shark, and fairy. The only ones that say are ghost and dark. So this one's damaged normally by ghost, grass, ice, and dark. Dugtrio is weak to water, grass, and ice for double. So water's the only one that stays, but the grass and ice going to the damage normally by. Alolan Dugtrio is weak to fighting, ground, fire, and water for double. Dugtrio is immune to electric, which is true of Alolan Dugtrio, but it's also immune to poison. This one's resistant to poison and rock for half. This one is resistant to normal, flying, rock, bug, steel, psychic, dragon, and fairy, all for half except for rock, which is a fourth. In the Dugtrio box here, we got a note that says, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. In addition, Dugtrio is immune to the move Telekinesis. In the Alolan Dugtrio box, notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1, and poison-type moves is 1/2, so it goes from 0 to half. In addition, Alolan Dugtrio is immune to the move Telekinesis. Learns that by leveling up. We'll go down to 26, but we'll also talk about this Evo move here, Sand Tomb. 30 Sandstorm, 36 Dig, 42 Earth Power, 48 Earthquake, and 54 Fissure. For Alolan Dugtrio, first the Evo move, Sand Tomb, and Sandstorm at 30, 36 Dig, 42 Earth Power, 48 Earthquake, and 54 Fissure. By TM we're skipping, by that we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, by Prior Evolution is nothing, TCG only moves, Sonic Boom, on that card, side game data, Pokemon Ranger, Dugtrio occasionally pops its head out of the ground, but only very briefly. Was in the browser entry. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. Motwild asked Dugtrio to hide the minecart rail in the cavern zone. They love to live quietly, but sometimes they feel lonely. Aww. Dugtrio may look weak, but he was pushy. The incident with Excadrill led him to rethink his actions and his surroundings. Okay, we got this. Costumes, Pokemon Go, fashionable costume. So it's the bowler hat. It's weird that's not on all three, but I don't know, I guess it's on the tallest one. Alolan Dugtrio, okay, got all that. Evolution data, got all that. Okay, sprites. So we got these guys, they're all angry. I forgot that they're so angry in the first generation. They get not angry. Soil, of course, changes, like it did for Diglett. These sprites, none of them were, like, they don't all work for this one, like that's a different color. Yeah. Okay, so this introduces the red nose, this introduces the blue nose. Soil's obviously different. Yep, soil, continues to be different. There isn't much different change of color, I guess. The back sprites, not really much to say there. It's okay, yeah, I guess it does change a little bit as time goes on. Yep. It's actually weird because this one should be, if it's a back sprite of, I guess because it's constantly moving, you couldn't really define what is the proper back sprite, but if it were like just the back of this state, this one should be in the back, not the front. Yeah. Because it's in the back. Yeah. Anyway, like it is in here, like it's in the foreground rather than the background. I don't know why it's looking off in a different direction. This one's angry. Oh yeah, they gained angry again in this gen. But, yeah. Okay. Then they stopped being angry in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Two of them are angry. That's interesting. Two of them are angry here. Still, yeah. Basically the same. Now only one is angry, but only but not the shiny. Maybe that's like conditional or something. Yeah, it might just be the picture or something. Yeah, it's a little bit lighter as well. None of them are angry. But yeah, so got this red shiny here. For Alolan, hair doesn't seem to change colors, much like its Diglett counterpart. Yep. So I got all this. I got the Let's Go games. Sword and Shield. Cross-generation homes. I got all that. In the anime, Dugtrio and Alolan Dugtrio in the anime. That's cool. I get to see both of them. Got all this. Okay. For Pokedex entries, this first one, I've recorded it for the anime section, so we'll let Dexter handle this one.
Dugtrio, the evolved form of Diglett. No specific information available.
Welcome back. So let's move on here. So episode 114 in Ash's Pokedex. Dugtrio, formed when 3 Diglett combined. This Pokemon is able to tunnel deep beneath the Earth's surface. Sun and Moon, episode 23. In the Rotom Pokedex, Dugtrio, a Alolan form. The Mole Pokemon, a ground and steel type. They are revered in Alola as the reincarnation of a planet guardian and its siblings. Its golden hair provides protection. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 52, and Go's Rotom Phone. Dugtrio, the Mole Pokemon, a ground type, and the evolved form of Diglett. These three make an excellent team. When Dugtrio moves through soil, the soil becomes extremely aerated, which is excellent for farming. It has been reported to be quite useful for agriculture. Okay. In the manga, so Dugtrio in Pokemon Adventures, Alolan Dugtrio in Pokemon Adventures. All this, TCG. Other appearances in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. In the Pokemon Stadium 2 stage, a Dugtrio can be seen on the ground terrain situated next to a large rock. Cubone and Pokemon fossils can also be seen on the ground terrain. There should not be an ampersand here. I guess there's also a trophy in this game. A mole Pokemon. It has 3 heads that seem to all think the same thing. It lives in caves and is skilled at digging, no matter how hard the ground is. It can dig up to 62 miles below the surface. It's among the fastest of ground-type Pokemon, a characteristic that can be counted on in combat. Its Sand Tomb is an effective attack that prevents opponents from escaping. In Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Dugtrio appears as a spirit as well as returning in the ground transformation of Pokemon Stadium 2. There is no period. Trivia. First point we did in yesterday's episode. Dugtrio has the highest base speed stat of all ground-type Pokemon. Of all Pokemon to have the highest speed stat of their respective types, Dugtrio is the slowest. We already did this point yesterday. Dugtrio's body has been described inconsistently throughout the franchise's history. Originally, it was 3 Diglett, forming a group of 3, but more recent Pokedex entries claim it split from a single Diglett into 3, sometimes separate, sometimes sharing a body. I read this point yesterday. Cantonian Dugtrio and Wugtrio have exactly the same base stats and the same distribution. Their pre-evolved forms also evolve starting at the same level. Alolan Dugtrio, Wugtrio, and their pre-evolutions share 2 abilities, being Sand Veil and either Gooey or Tangling Hair, the latter 2 being variations of each other. Despite being described as 3 Diglett, in some sources their official weight is listed as being well over the weight of 3 Diglett. In Generation 9, prior to the version 2.0.1 update of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Cantonian Dugtrio was unable to learn Helping Hand via TM, while its pre-evolution could. Dugtrio is the only ground-type Pokemon consisting of multiple bodies. Origin: Dugtrio appears to be based on artificial moles used in the Whack-A-Mole arcade games. Alolan Dugtrio's hair may be based on Pele's hair, a thin volcanic glass formed near Hawaiian volcanoes. The lore of taking its hair may reference the modern Pele's curse, while its reputation as a feminine deity may be a reference to Pele herself. The darker soil surrounding its body may be a reference to black sand, which is formed on beaches near volcanoes. Its steel type may be a reference to another kind of magnetic black sand found in placer deposits. It also resembles a stereotypical Southern California surfer with tanned skin and blonde hair. Name origin: Dugtrio may be a combination of Doug and Trio, a group of 3. Shocking, I know. Other languages, related articles, references, external links to these. And let's move on.
Now let's watch Dugtrio's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 31, Dig Those Diglett. In this episode, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, and his faithful Pokemon, Pikachu, have wandered on the side of a dam that is being terrorized by Diglett here. They are currently taking these sticks and moving them somewhere else. And Ash and his party are following them. So they are currently singing the Diglett song, the famous Diglett chant, I guess. Which and then the Dug Trios will join in. There's Dug Trio. Dig, 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 dig. Trio, trio, trio. dig. They're planting the trees. Planting the sticks and or whatever. As trees, yeah.
Dugtrio, the evolved form of Diglett. No specific information available.
Oh, now I get it. This must be Diglett and Dugtrio's home.
Okay, that's probably, yeah, so he's just explaining that this is Diglett and Dugtrio's home, and that they're planting the trees of the mountain or whatever. But yeah, that's Dugtrio's first scene in the anime, so let's move on.
Now let's see Dugtrio's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello, and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Dugtrio, as this is only the frames with Dugtrio. Kind of. So a Dugtrio doesn't physically appear, but it appears here on this scroll, probably a couple times. But also, there's a logo that's clearly based on Dugtrio, so I've counted that. So to explain, the main character, Tim Goodman, is watching a video introducing him to Rhyme City. Right now the video is talking about how humans used Pokemon for the common good.
For the common good.
So yeah, so we've got the logo there. The big logo is here. So you can see the three, the blue and the red. Maybe the blue being a reference to Shiny's nose. Okay, so that was a shot. There was a couple establishing shots of the city. Then that one with Pikachu, that's Detective Pikachu. And Tim was running from some Apom, who had some Argas, which is a chemical that makes the Pokemon go crazy. Now I've got to way later in the film. This is Mewtwo. He's being controlled by Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, whose goal is to make a partnership with Pokemon by turning people into Pokemon. So he's using a device called the Neuralink, you can kind of see it here, to put his mind in Mewtwo. And he's at a parade, so he's gonna pop the balloons. We'll see these a few times, probably.
Of Rhyme City, I finally Discamon can evolve into the future!
Okay, so that was, so Detective Pikachu is fighting Mewtwo / Howard. This is now Detective Pikachu. A Pidgeot. And it's going crazy because it sucked in some of the Argas that was being released. And so it's lifted him up, he's falling. And those last couple scenes were just Pikachu fighting with Mewtwo, and yeah. So I hope you enjoyed this, let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Dugtrio. Now let's look at fan art.
Welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Dugtrio. This first one doesn't, so we'll skip to go to this one. This is 051 Smaller by Kutsuku. So this is a Dugtrio. One head's angrier than at this one, and this one's just happy, you know. It's in rocks. It's very cute. A little bit stylized. Then we've got Dugtrio by Joshua Dunlop here. This thing. It's interesting looking. I'm not sure I entirely agree that this is what it would look like, but if it were real, but I don't know. Whatever, let's just move on. It's kind of creepy. This one's called Desolate Land, Omega Ruby by Tekun Art. So, we've got this Dugtrio down here, a whole bunch of other Pokemon. Okay, where do we want to start? So we got Drillbur, Sandshrew, Sandslash, Mega Swampert, Onix, Rhyhorn, so Phanpy and a couple, Donphan, Camerupt and Mega Camerupt, and a Numel, and a shiny Camerupt, I'm guessing. A couple Rhyhorn, got a Hippowdon and a Hippotas. Looks like a Diglett up here, Primal Groudon in the center here, Rhyperior, and Trapinch, Diggersby, I think, just based on the weird hand things. Marowak, Palpitoad and Seismitoad here, and then we also have Landorus. Very cool image, slightly stylized, particularly as you go up on the mountain here. Also this one. Yeah, so it's all very angry and very intense. Yes, very good use of color. And this is not a Dugtrio, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Snorlax before I can evolve Diglett into Dugtrio. As for Alolan Dugtrio, I'll have to wait until I talk about the Gen 7 Pokemon before I can get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Meowth. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Meowth, the first cat Pokemon. If one wishes to consider Alolan Meowth as number 52, that form is the first dark Pokemon. Under the same condition, Galarian Meowth is the first steel Pokemon. Its past PYC dates are April 18th, 1996, February 7th, 1999, November 28th, 2001, September 18th, 2004, July 10th, 2007, April 30th, 2010, February 18th, 2013, December 10th, 2015, December 30th, 2018, and July 21st, 2021. I love that Alolan Meowth is just a slight color change, with slightly more curled whiskers, and maybe a rounder head. I find it weird that Galarian Meowth took on a savage look. As for Gigantamax Meowth, I love that it's just long. I, like many, most remember Meowth as being the primary Pokemon, or really Pokemon companion, of Jessie and James of Team Rocket in the anime, with its unique ability to talk. I like that they added a character that translates Pokemon language, or maybe languages, into human languages. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Meowth, the Scratch Cat Pokemon. It was all one word before Gen 3, whose number is 0052. So this is Meowth. This is what it looks like. This is Alolan Meowth, Galarian Meowth, and Gigantamax Meowth. Its type as non-Alolan and non-Galarian Meowth is normal. Alolan Meowth is dark. Galarian Meowth is steel type. Abilities as... I'm just gonna call it Meowth. I can't keep calling it the other one. As Meowth is Pickup or Technician in Gen 4+. For Alolan Meowth, it's Pickup or Technician. Galarian Meowth, it's Pickup or Tough Claws. Unnerve is Meowth and Galarian Meowth's hidden ability, and Rattled is Alolan Meowth's hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 255 or 43.9%, breeding a group field, hatch time 20 cycles. Meowth's height is 1'4". That's true for actually all of them except Gigantamax Meowth. That's also 0.4 meters. Meowth's weight is 9.3 pounds or 4.2 kilograms. The same with Alolan Meowth. Galarian Meowth's is 16.5 pounds or 7.5 kilograms. Gigantamax Meowth's height is 108 feet and 3 inches or 33 meters, and its weight is unknown. Base experience yield is 69 in the first 4 generations, and 58 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 for all of them. For Meowth, it's in speed, same with Alolan Meowth. And Galarian Meowth is an attack. Shape is that. Other forms may have other shapes. Interesting, that's new. Footprint is that. Pokedex color, yellow. Other forms may have other colors. And base friendship 70. Meowth is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Persian starting at level 28. And Lola, Meowth has a dark-type regional form. It evolves into Alolan Persian when leveled up with high friendship. In Galar, Meowth has a steel-type regional form. It evolves into Berserker starting at level 28. Cantonian Meowth can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Meowth if it has the Gigantamax factor. Meowth with the Gigantamax factor cannot evolve. Biology. Meowth is a small feline Pokemon with cream-colored fur that turns brown at the tips of its hind paws and tail. Its ovoid head features 4 prominent whiskers, wide eyes with slit pupils, 2 pointed teeth in the upper jaw, and a golden Koban coin embedded in its forehead. Its ears are black with brown interiors and are flanked with an additional pair of long whiskers. Meowth is a quadruped with the ability to walk on its hind legs. While the games almost always depict Meowth on 2 legs, the anime states that Meowth normally walks on all 4s. It can freely manipulate its claws, retracting them when it wants to move silently. The tip of its tail curls tightly. Meowth is attracted to round and shiny objects and has the unique ability to produce coins using its signature move Payday. Meowth and its evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Payday by leveling up. Being nocturnal, it is known to wander about the city streets at night and pick up anything that sparkles, including loose change. Upon finding a sparkling object, its eyes will glitter and the coin on its forehead will shine brightly. It shares this intrigue with Murkrow, with whom it often fights with for objects and prey. Meowth is a playful but fickle Pokemon with the capacity for human-like intelligence, with at least one member of the species teaching itself how to speak. Meowth tends to live in urban areas. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Meowth is known to sleep with the coins it collects. forms. Meowth has a Gigantamax form and 2 regional forms, Alola Meowth and Galarian Meowth. Alola Meowth and Alola Meowth has a slightly different look. Alola Meowth's fur is a light blue-gray instead of the brown markings on the tip of its tail, whiskers, digits, and the insides of its ears, a whitish-gray. That's not a sentence. It should be are a whitish-gray. Alolan Meowth's whiskers have a slight curve compared to regular Meowth's straighter whiskers and has silvery eyes. Meowth was introduced to Alola as a gift to royalty. The luxurious royal lifestyle soon led to Meowth diverging from its origins and becoming a selfish, prideful, and cunning Alolan Meowth. Alola Meowth will turn hysterical if its coin or pride are besmirched. When the monarchy fell, the rare Alolan Meowth went feral and eventually grew as common in Alola as anywhere else. Galarian Meowth. Galarian Meowth has a shaggy grayish-brown coat resembling a beard, as well as yellow eyes and a toothy grin. Its coin is now black and extremely hard, with the darkest and hardest coins being especially valued and respected among the species. Galarian Meowth's body has partially turned to iron as a result of many years of living with a race of savage seafarers. As a result of many battles, Galarian Meowth developed the ability to evolve into Berserker instead of Persian. Cantonian Meowth and Galarian Meowth don't get along. Fair. Gigantamax Meowth. Some Cantonian Meowth are capable of Gigantamaxing. As Gigantamax Meowth, it has become larger and longer in size. The body extends from its lower half to the shoulder while its gold coin gains a symbol. Meowth's eyes change to a glowing gold color. The tail grows long as well, with the end of its tip extending. The tail gets even larger and bumpy when it uses an attack. 3 red clouds surround it below the shoulders. The giant coin on Gigantamax Meowth's head emits a lot of Gigantamax power that surrounds the area with a golden gleam. Its desire for shiny objects increases to the point where it will cause damage to skyscraper windows and exterior walls for the sake of sharpening its claws. The symbol on Gigantamax Meowth's gold coin is believed to be the key to unlocking secrets of Dynamax. Gigantamax Meowth is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move, G-Max Gold Rush. For evolution, Meowth evolves into Persian, that can be seen here. Alolan Meowth evolves into Alolan Persian, that can be seen here. Galarian Meowth evolves into Berserker, which can be seen here. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball. Meowth appears in a bonus stage that is accessible from the blue table. The player must hit the Meowth and get it to drop gold coins, which must be collected. Pokedex entries in Gen 1, red and blue. Adores circular objects. Wanders the streets on a nightly basis to look for dropped loose change. Yellow. Appears to be more active at night. It loves round and shiny things. It can't stop from picking them up. Stadium. Sleeps in the daytime. At night, its eyes glow as it happily collects coins, its favorite things. In Gen 2, it is fascinated by round objects. It can't stop playing with them until it tires and falls asleep. Silver. It loves anything that shines. It especially adores coins that it picks up and secretly hoards. Crystal. It loves things that sparkle. When it sees a shiny object, the gold coin on its head shines too. Stadium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Meowth withdraws its sharp claws into its paws to slinkily sneak about without making any incriminating footsteps. For some reason, this Pokemon loves shiny coins that glitter with light. Emerald, Meowth withdraws their sharp claws into their paws to silently sneak about. For some reason, this Pokemon loves shiny coins that glitter with light. Fire Red, all it does is sleep during the daytime. At night, it patrols its territory with its eyes aglow. Leaf Green adores round objects. It wanders the street on a nightly basis to look for dropped loose change. Generation 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. It is nocturnal in nature. If it spots something shiny, its eyes glitter brightly. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, those Pokedex entries are the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums again. In Gen 6, so is X. Y's is Leaf Greens. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Generation 7, in Sun, it lies around all day, becoming active near dusk. At night, it wanders the city in search of loose change. Moon. It loves shiny things. It often fights with Murkrow over prey they're both trying to catch. Ultra Sun, when visiting a junkyard, you may catch sight of it having an intense fight with Murkrow over shiny objects. In Ultra Moon, it loves coins, so if you give it one, you can make friends with Meowth easily. But it's fickle, so you can't count on that friendship. lasting. In the Let's Go games, that's just Yellow's entry. This was all for non-Alolan Meowth. Alolan Meowth. In Sun, this Pokemon was not originally found in Alola. Human actions caused a surge in their numbers, and they went feral. They're prideful and crafty. In Moon, when its delicate pride is wounded, or when the gold coin on its forehead is dirtied, it flies into a hysterical rage. Ultra Sun. It's impulsive, selfish, and fickle. It's very popular with some trainers who like giving it the attention it needs. Ultra Moon. A royal house that flourished in the distant past brought it here from another region. Meowth is both selfish and prideful. Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Highly intelligent and prideful, it's famously difficult to handle, but that's also a reason for its popularity. Gen 8 for non-Alolan and non-Galarian Meowth. Sword. It loves to collect shiny things. If it's in a good mood, it might even let its trainer have a look at its hoard of treasures. In Shield, it washes its face regularly to keep the coin on its forehead spotless. It doesn't get along with Galarian Meowth. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. It is nocturnal by nature. If it spots something shiny, its eyes glitter as brightly as the shiny object. For Alolan Meowth, it's accustomed to luxury because it used to live with Alolan royalty. As a result, it's very picky about food. Shield, deeply proud and keenly smart, this Pokemon moves with cunning during battle and relentlessly attacks enemies' weak points. Galarian Meowth. Living with a savage, seafaring people has toughened this Pokemon's body so much that parts of it have turned to iron. Shield. These daring Pokemon have coins on their foreheads. Darker coins are harder, and harder coins garner more respect among Meowth. Gigantamax Meowth. In Sword, the pattern that has appeared on its giant coin is thought to be the key to unlocking the secrets of the Dynamax phenomenon. Shield. Its body has grown incredibly long, and the coin on its forehead has grown incredibly large, all thanks to Gigantamax power. And Gen 9, Scarlet is Fire Red's entry. Violet is Crystal's entry. Here we've got Meowth in the Alola Pokedex, Alolan Meowth in the Alola Pokedex, and Meowth in the Paldea Pokedex, of course, terrorizing a Pikachu. Or, yeah. Or whatever. Being around a Pikachu, very clever reference to the anime. Game locations, side game locations, events, all of those. Okay. Held items, Meowth. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Meowth was available to be traded for in My Pokemon Ranch only as part of an online event. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. Fire Red and Leaf Green, you get a nugget 5% of the time. Emerald, you get Retro Mail as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, you get a Quick Claw 5% of the time. Ranch, you get a Pink Scarf 100% of the time. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, you get a Quick Claw 5% of the time. Black 2 and White 2, you get a Rare Candy as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Sword and Shield, you get a Citrus Berry as an in-game trade 100% of the time, and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get Quick Claw 5% of the time. For Alolan Meowth, in Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get a Quick Claw 5% of the time. Stats, base stats. For this, we will compare Meowth, Alolan Meowth, and Galarian Meowth. So, Meowth has 40 HP, that's the same with Alolan Meowth, but it's 50 HP for Galarian Meowth. Attack 45, that goes down to 35, that goes up to 65. 35 for Meowth, that stays the same for Alola Meowth. Defense is 55 for Galarian Meowth. Special attack 40 for Meowth, 50 for Alolan Meowth, and 40 for Galarian Meowth. Special defense is 40 for Meowth, same with Alolan Meowth, and same with Galarian Meowth. Speed is 90, that's the same for Alolan Meowth, but this one is 40, and they're all 290. In the Meowth box here, we've got a note that reads, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 40. Pokéthon stats, so for type effectiveness, we'll compare Meowth, Alolan Meowth, and Galarian Meowth. Meowth is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Alolan Meowth keeps all except bug and psychic. also dark. And for Galarian Meowth, the only ones that stay are water, electric, and dark. So Alolan Meowth is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. While Galarian Meowth is damaged normally by ghost, water, electric, and dark. You also get a preview of the dark and the steel type boxes here. We haven't talked about either of those types yet. I don't know that they... I think dark existed in Gen 1, but there was like only one Pokemon that had it, so we'll get to that one eventually, but otherwise I think steel didn't exist in Gen 1. Or maybe it's the other way around, I can't remember. We'll see. We'll see as we go along this journey. Anyway, so... This Meowth is weak to fighting for double. That's the same for both other of the Meowths, but the other Meowths have more, so... Alolan Meowth is weak to fighting, bug, and fairy for a double. Galarian Meowth is weak to fighting, ground, and fire for double. So Meowth is immune to ghost, which is not the same, they're all different. Alolan Meowth is immune to Psychic, and Galarian Meowth is immune to Poison. Meowth is resistant to nothing. Alolan Meowth is resistant to Ghost and Dark for half, and Galarian Meowth is resistant to Normal, Flying, Rock, Bug, Steel, Grass, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy all for half. Notes in the Meowth section. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. In the Alolan Meowth box, if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent, or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up Meowth. 1 Fake Out and Growl, 4 Faint, 8 Scratch, 12 Payday, 16 Bite, 20 Taunt, 24 Assurance, 29 Fury Swipes, 32 Screech, 36 Slash, 40 Nasty Plot, 44 Play Rough. So Alolan Meowth, you get 1 Fake Out and Growl, 4 Faint, 8 Scratch, 12 Payday, 16 Bite, 20 Taunt, 24 Assurance, 29 Fury Swipes, 32 Screech, 36 Night Slash, 40 Nasty Plot, 44 Play Rough. For Galarian Meowth, you get 1 Fake Out and Growl, 4 Hone Claws, 8 Scratch, 12 Payday, 16 Metal Claw, 20 Taunt, 24 Swagger, 29 Fury Swipes, 32 Screech, 36 Slash, 40 Metal Sound, and 44 Thrash. By TM, Meowth, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 30 Snarl, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 57 False Swipe, 60 U-Turn, 61 Shadow Claw, 62 Foul Play, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 94 Dark Pulse, 101 Power Gem, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 140 Nasty Plot, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 177 Spite, 181 Knockoff, 199 Lash Out, 202 Pain Split, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, and 221 Throat Chop. For Alolan Meowth, you got 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 30 Snarl, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 37 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 60 U-Turn, 61 Shadow Claw, 62 Foul Play, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 94 Dark Pulse, 101 Power Gem, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 140 Nasty Plot, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 177 Spite, 181 Knockoff, 199 Lash Out, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 221 Throat Chop, 224 Curse. For Galarian Meowth, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 7 Protect, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 31 Metal Claw, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 57 False Swipe, 85 Brick Break, 60 U-Turn, 61 Shadow Claw, 62 Foul Play, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 80 Metronome, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 93 Flash Cannon, 94 Dark Pulse, 99 Iron Head, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 105 X-Scissor, 108 Crunch, 114 Shadow Ball, 116 Stealth Rock, 117 Hyper Voice, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 140 Nasty Blot, 166 Thunder, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 177 Spite, 180 Gyro Ball, 181 Knockoff, 199 Lash Out, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 221 Throat Chop, 223 Metal Sound, 224 Curse. By breeding for Meowth, this group gives you Covet, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Hypnosis, this group gives you Last Resort, this group gives you Spite, and this group gives you Tail Whip. For Alola Meowth, this group gives you Covet, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Flatter, this group gives you Hypnosis, the Mirror Herb gives you Parting Shot, and this group gives you Spite. For Galarian Meowth, this group gives you Covet, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Double Edge, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Night Slash, and this group gives you Spite. Special moves, Meowth from Wild Terra Pokemon. Get Aerial Ace, or I guess level 15 you get Fury Swipes. TCG only moves, you get Beat Up from this card, Double Kick from this card. So side game data, Meowth. This. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Meowth can cut trees down with its claws. It cleverly walks on its hind legs. In Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventures, in the Pokepad entry, Meowth is examining the Pokepark. He prefers the attractions Bastiodon's Block Barrage and Tangrowth's Swing Along. Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. He is shrewd but surprisingly earnest. He collects berries so the one he's thinking about will pay attention to him. Aw. Got all this. Yep. In new Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry, at some point Meowth made itself at home near camp and started dropping by to nap or play around. I wouldn't mind so much if it just keep its paws off the Neo one. I think that might be the vehicle? I can't remember. I haven't really played the games. I haven't played the game, this is just based on what I remember other people playing. I don't know. Anyway, we got all that for Lola Meowth, Galarian Meowth. Right. Form data, Gigantamax. So with the Dynamax band, if this has the Gigantamax factor, it will turn into Gigantamax Meowth. Evolution data, we got Meowth, level 28. Alolan Meowth. Alolan Meowth evolves into Alolan Persian when leveled up with High Friendship in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Meowth evolves into Alolan Persian starting at 28. Oh, interesting. Galarian Meowth. It's just level 28 to get to Berserker sprites. We got these, the basic one that makes it look like that. I mean, I'll explain what it's based on, but that is what it looks like. Yep. So then red and blue, it just looks like the cat that's, I don't know. Cleaning itself, I guess. Then we've got this one, yeah. Confident, I guess. These all kind of work generally, because the coin doesn't really, I don't know, but I think it generally works. The colors are generally the same, so this gives it more of the darker brown, I guess, than these ones that have sort of a lighter brown. Gold, doesn't really change much. This one's more of an orange and pinkish purple. Then we got these different sprites. Then we got Ruby, and yeah, in Gen 3, it kind of becomes more of its actual proper colors now. And the shiny here as sort of a pinkish purple tail, still kind of. And it's a little darker, kind of like that one was. Okay, Gen 4 here, doesn't look much different. I guess these change shape, probably over time. Changes shape a little bit, the coin. There's like 4 lines here. Like, what? I think there's still 4 lines. 3 lines, I think, now? Yeah. Kind of around the back sprites. I guess the whiskers get a little longer. Yeah. Doesn't really change much. The 3D models, it becomes a lot lighter. in color, a little less yellow. That, yeah, becomes more of a tan. Yeah. Then, of course, we got the Galarian, or the Alolan Meowth in Sun and Moon, or in Gen 7. So it's a blue, that's interesting. Because we have a gray to a blue here with purple on the end, sort of, yeah, right there. And purple inside ears, ear insides as well. We got the Let's Go games. So that's, yep, so we got 4 on these again on the coin. Yep, 4 on the Strife Sword. Yeah, but then we got the Galarians. Oh, it's yellow. That's interesting. And, oh, it's white eyes instead. So it just flips the eye color and the... Well, not the body color, because then that would be sort of a gray eyes, but the pupil's already gray, so... Anyway. Then here's the Gigantamax. Barely any difference, but yeah, here's shiny Gigantamax. It has 4 lines. This one has 3 lines. This one has 4 lines. That one has 4 lines. That's interesting. There's, yeah, home. Yep. In the anime, Cantonian Meowth and Alolan Meowth in the anime. Of course, Team Rocket's Meowth being the main one. That's probably who that is. Gigantamax Meowth in the anime. Galarian Meowth in the anime. Yep. In Advanced Generations, episode 109 in Ash's Pokedex, Meowth, the Scratch Cat Pokemon. Meowth loves to roam at night to gather coins and other objects that sparkle, but it spends most of the daylight hours sleeping. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 2 in Dawn's Pokedex, Meowth, the Scratch Cat Pokemon. It sleeps a lot during the daytime and during the nighttime becomes active, moving around its territory. In episode 14 in the same Pokedex, Meowth, the Scratch Cat Pokemon. When it sees round objects, it plays and loses track of time. In Sun and Moon, episode 62, in the Rotom Pokedex, Meowth, Alolan form, the Scratch Cat Pokemon. A dark type, Meowth are not native to the Alola region, but people brought them here. Eventually their appearance changed to what we now see. They are prideful and cunning. In Journeys, I think, episode 20, in Ash's Rotom Phone, Meowth, the Scratch Cat Pokemon. A normal type, when Meowth encounters something shiny, the charm on its forehead gleams. In episode 127, in Team Rocket's Rotom Phone, Meowth, Galarian form. And Pokemon Twilight Wings, we get a Galarian Meowth. Evolution, in the manga, Meowth in Pokemon Adventures. Meowth in Electric Tales of Pikachu. Gigantamax Meowth in Pokemon Adventures. Lola Meowth in Pokemon Adventures. Meowth in Pokemon Gotta Catch 'Em All. In the TCG, yep. TFG. Other appearances. Pokemon Snap. Multiple Meowth can be found during the beach level. These Meowth are prone to accident and injury, as Pidgey is easily provoked to use Gust on them. Snap can also knock Meowth off a rock, making it fall to the ground. Super Smash Bros. Meowth appears as a Pokeball summon. It attacks opponents with Payday. Super Smash Bros. Melee. Meowth appears as a random trophy. Meowth's trophy in this game is based on the anime ending theme Meowth's Party. This is Meowth's dream. Meowth strides all over the globe, scattering invitations to other Pokemon, insisting they come to Meowth's party. At this wonderful party, guests are packed in like sardines as Meowth climbs up the stage. With its faithful guitar, it strikes a chord, pauses, and then rocks their world. Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Meowth returns as a Pokeball summon, attacking opponents with Payday. However, instead, it faces one direction rather than attacking from all sides. You got Meowth using Payday in Super Smash Bros. Brawl against one of the Earthbound characters. I don't remember which one, though. Trophy information. A Scratch Cat Pokemon. It's one of the most famous Pokemon and very fond of things that glitter. The gold medallion on its head could be seen as an indicator of this infatuation. There are many Pokemon that resemble cats, but Meowth is the only one that can use Payday to receive coins at the end of battle. It evolves into Persian. Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U. Meowth returns as a Pokeball summon with its abilities unchanged from Brawl. Meowth also appears as a trophy in both versions of the game. So we have Meowth in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS, the Meowth Trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. In the North American version, Meowth is a normal type Scratch Cat Pokemon who absolutely loves anything shiny. It's a creature of the night, and it's not unusual to discover a Meowth and a Murkrow fighting over their finds. Meowth's attack Payday can deal a ton of damage if an opponent gets caught in it. How perfect. And Pal? Meowth, a normal type Pokemon, loves round shiny things. It runs around at night, hunting for little treasures and trinkets, but often ends up getting into fights with Murkrow about who will get to keep them. Watch out for Meowth's Payday attack. If it catches you from behind, it can be paralyzingly powerful. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Meowth returns as a Pokeball summon, retaining the same behavior as before. It also appears as a spirit. Trivia! We've done this one before. It's the $sign thing. It's from the region, the dollar coins. In Go West, Young Meowth, it was stated that Meowth of Team Rocket had to learn and practice standing on his hind legs like a human, implying that Meowth, as a species, is not naturally able to stand on their hind legs. However, almost all sprites in the games and the Pokédex in the anime depict it standing on its hind legs, suggesting Meowth has the natural ability to walk on two legs. Tyson's Meowth is also able to walk on two legs seemingly naturally. The only time Meowth is depicted on all fours in the games is in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. When the player places Meowth as the first Pokemon in their party, Meowth will walk on four legs behind the player. Meowth is the first Pokemon in the Pokemon anime to talk. Meowth's number in the National Pokédex and the Alola Pokédex in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon are the same, 052. Now 0052 for the National Pokédex. Meowth is the only Pokemon to have regional forms for multiple regions. Meowth is the only Pokemon to have both a regional form and a Gigantamax form. Meowth may be considered a counterpart of Mankey. Both of them are Gen 1 Pokemon who evolve into their evolved forms at level 28. Meowth is exclusive to Pokemon Blue, Silver, Soul Silver, and Let's Go Eevee, while Mankey is exclusive to Red, Gold, Heart Gold, and Let's Go Pikachu. Also, in Black 2 and White 2, Yancey will trade the player a Meowth if the player is male, and Curtis will trade Mankey if the player is female. Additionally, both seem to have similar color scheme. Meowth appears in Pokemon Battle Chess. It doesn't behave like any traditional piece in chess, so here is Meowth in Pokemon Battle Chess. Origin. Meowth seems to be based on the Japanese legend of the Maneki Neko, also known as the Lucky Cat or Beckoning Cat. According to one legend, a cat raised its paws to welcome a lord and saved his life when a lightning bolt hit the spot where he had been standing. Maneki Neko are often used as charms in restaurants and shops to bring customers fortune and good luck. Statues of the cat are usually depicted holding a koban, an ancient coin used in Japan, like the one on Meowth's head. Meowth's color and pattern suggest that it also draws inspiration from Siamese cats. Its Japanese Pokemon category also suggests it is based on a Beckoneko. Unlike the normal Meowth, Alolan Meowth appears to be based more on domestic cats that underwent selective breeding, specifically those owned by royalty. In particular, its appearance resembles the British Blue color variant of the British Shorthair, an imported breed known well for its large and rounded head and pronounced smile, which the breed developed through artificial selection as part of the process of developing its pedigree. Based on its appearance and sword Pokédex entry, Galarian Meowth may be based on Norwegian forest cats, large fluffy cats with beard-like ruffs, or European wildcats with traits of the Vikings that kept the breed's presumed ancestors on their ships. Aww. Gigantamax Meowth's elongated body may be based on a sketch from Monty Python's Flying Circus about a giant cat with outstretched arms and the long cat meme. Wow, those are very specific jokes. Name origin. Meowth may be a combination of meow, the sound a cat makes, mouth, and wealth, alluding to the Maneki Neko's capacity to bring good fortune. The th may be borrowed from Nyarth, as both meow and naya are onomatopoeia of a cat's cry. Nyarth may be a play on nyar, the sound a cat makes in Japanese. Okay, in other languages, see also references, external links to the regionals, Lowland forms, Galarian forms, Gigantamax forms, Super Smash Bros. Series, and let's move on.
Now let's watch Meowth's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 2 of Pokemon Emergency. Ash Ketchum has just started his Pokemon journey with Pikachu. They're not really important for this scene, let's be honest. We're talking about Jesse and James today, because we're talking about the Meowth, of Team Rocket. So that's James, that's Jesse, and let's get into the scene. So he's in a hook to take their wanted sign out. We got a Meowth blimp. This might be, and that's the Meowth's first scene in the anime. Let's continue.
Now let's see Meowth's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Meowth, as this is the only frames featuring Meowth to the best of my ability. Here's the Meowth in the art. Right now in the film, Tim Goodman is watching a video explaining Rhyme City. This is Roger Clifford, the president of Clifford Industries. He also runs the news. He's talking about his father and how he discovered a partnership between him and Pokemon, and he wanted to share it to the world, and so he created Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon can coexist. Okay,
and he wanted to share that discovery with the world.
Yes.
With a badge.
Okay, so now we've got to later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu. He's talking about how he has amnesia. This might not be Meowth's feet, but I think this might be Meowth's feet on here. It could also just be a separation of these lines. I'm not really sure, so I just counted it just in case. Yes. Okay.
We invite...
So now we've got to later. They've found something called the R-gas, and they are going to talk to her, Lucy, about the gas, but they've come to the studio, here. So this is Howard Clifford. He's doing a promo with Roger here, announcing a parade. So there's a Meowth among the Pokemon here. Yes.
The people and the... Well, I think all the world.
You found...
So yeah, that was after the promo. Roger was angry at his dad, and they don't generally get along. And so here, yeah, she's talking about how he got a Pokemon partner, which he didn't have before meeting Detective Pikachu here.
Going to her office.
So they went to her office, yeah. So now we've come to later in the film. So the reason Tim came to Rhyme City was because his father died in a car crash. He's just seen the footage. And so these two think that Harry, his father, is dead, but Howard has summoned them to his office to say, no, actually, he's not dead. This is Miss Norman. Yes.
Please, come in.
Mm-hmm. That's Howard's assistant, Miss Norman. So, okay. So now they've just watched this, they watched an Eevee turn into this Flareon. Meowth's back here, yeah.
That greatness inside you.
Okay, so that's a hologram of the car crash. Howard has this technology that lets him see this footage. Anyway, and so here you can't really see it. One could argue that I really probably shouldn't have included it, but arguably this is where the Meowth would be. So now we've cut to later in the film. So Howard told them that if they found a Pokemon called Mewtwo, they would find his father, and they found Mewtwo, but he was captured by who they believed to be Roger, and now he's telling Howard, yeah.
Mr. Clifford, your son!
So that's Mewtwo. He has a thing called the Neuralink, so does Howard in this scene. So Howard's gonna use it to take control over Mewtwo, has his mind inside of Mewtwo. There's the Meowth in the background. So, now he's just discovered that Roger has been locked up here, and so the scene. So that is a Loudred. That was the Roger they saw. Oh, well, you didn't see it, but they saw a Roger earlier. That's also Miss Norman. And so the Meowth is there. It's blowing him away because that's, yeah, he was taking, yeah. he was told to take him out, I guess. So that's the Ditto and Charizard form, and the Meowth's down here. Okay, and that was at the end there. I should probably go back. I'd never do this, but yes, here's the Meowth in this sign for this music, I guess, app probably. If I were to guess, it's probably called Meowth Music or Music Meowth, something to do with those two things, because it seems a bit odd that, you know, Meowth would be here since it's not exactly a musical Pokemon. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Oh yeah, this is the end of the film. Wait, yeah, before we move on though, this is the end of the film. They discovered, so Detective Pikachu could talk. You probably saw that earlier. And the reason he could talk is because Mewtwo merged Harry, his father, his body with Pikachu. So now this is at the end. He's about to go home, or they think he's gonna go home. Yes, and so yeah, that's it. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Meowth cards. 1 non-Alolan / Galarian Meowth, and 1 Alolan Meowth. We'll talk about the former first.
This is the 5th Meowth card design. It was illustrated by Atsuko Nishida. I love that Meowth is surrounded by money and is loving it. This is a colorless card, which will be significant when I get to the Alolan Meowth. It has 40 HP, it is 1'4" and 9 pounds, which is 0.3 pounds lighter than its weight in the official Pokedex. It has the Team Rocket expansion R on it. It has 1 move, Coin Hurl. This is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 2 of any energy. Upon winning a coin flip, the user chooses one of their opponent's Pokemon and does 20 unmodified damage to it. Meowth is weak to fighting, taking double damage. It's resistant to Psychic, taking -30 damage. This is interesting since it isn't resistant or immune to Psychic in the video games. This is especially interesting since both Alolan and Galarian Meowth are resistant to Psychic, although I imagine that has more to do with their typing. Anyway, this Meowth's retreat cost is 1 of any energy. Its description reads, a popular Pokemon that earns money for its owner with its Payday ability. This is a unique description, although it does reference Meowth's Payday move, which allows it to damage the opponent and scatter coins that the player gets upon winning the battle. It's level 10. In the video games, this would make it 18 levels from evolving into Persian. The next card is Alolan Meowth. It's the first Alolan Meowth card design. It's a dark type, reflecting its typing in the video games. It was illustrated by Kagamaru Hamino. I like its design because it shows more than its love of money or it being a cat. It shows that at least this Alolan Meowth likes being in nature. It has 70 HP. It's 1'4" and weighs 9.3 pounds. It has 1 move, Fury Swipes. In the video game, Fury Swipes is a normal move that hits between 2 and 5 times. On this card, it costs nothing, which is apparently a thing. It hits for 0, 10, 20, or 30 damage, depending on how many successful coin flips the user does. It shares its weakness, resistance, and retreat cost with the other Meowth. However, it only takes -20 psychic damage. In the lower corner, there's a symbol that indicates that it's from the Sun and Moon expansion, which is the first expansion of the Sun and Moon card series. Alolan Meowth's description reads, this Pokemon was not originally found in Alola. Human actions caused a surge in their numbers, and they went feral. They're prideful and crafty. This is the Pokedex entry from Pokemon Sun. It has no level.
I have a Persian card, so we'll talk about that tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Meowth. Now let's look at the fan art.
Hello, welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so start by looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Meowth. We're gonna skip this first one since it's not Meowth, and so we'll start with this one. This one is Meowth and Fungus by Blue Commodore. Got a Tumblr here. Or had one at the time, at least. So we got, yeah, Meowth. Looking at a Fungus here. I guess that's in this little plant. I guess this is probably like a home or, yeah, maybe right outside of a home or something. It's very good art. Then we've got Alola Luxury by Crayon Chewer. Yes, so it's just Alolan, Meowth, you know, in the, yeah, surrounded by a bunch of coins. Yeah. Very good art, very slightly stylized, you know. It's got a necklace and everything. It's very good. Then we've got Meowth by Joshua Dunlop, sort of a more realistic Meowth. I'm sure they wouldn't have used this one, yeah, this precise design in Detective Pikachu, like I usually mention. It's a little bit maybe too real. It just looks like a cat with the Meowth features. Yeah, it's, yeah, interesting though. Interesting interpretation. And then this is Meowth Doodles by iPun. So we got, you know, a bunch of doodles here. Meowth sharing apples with Pikachu. That's nice. Being hurt, and yeah, it's very good. We've got Meowth Variations by Shine Paw Art. It's got the Kanto, of course. Then, oh, all the different, then we got the Lowlands, so all the different regions that they would have interpreted them. Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos. It's very good. I guess they have a Tumblr and an Instagram, or did when they made this. This one doesn't contain a Meowth, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talked about Snorlax before I can catch a Meowth. As for Alolan Meowth, Galarian Meowth, and Gigantamax Meowth, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 7 and 8 Pokemon respectively. Tomorrow we're talking about Persian. Oh no. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Persian, the only evolution of Alolan and non-Alolan / Galarian Meowth. Non-Alolan / Galarian Meowth evolves at level 28. Alolan Meowth evolves with high friendship. Its past PYC dates are April 19th, 1996, February 8th, 1999, February 29th, 2001, September 19th, 2004, July 11th, 2007, May 1st, 2010, February 19th, 2013, December 11th, 2015, October 1st, 2018, and July 22nd, 2021. I like how the coin on Meowth's head turns into a jewel. I also like that the evolution makes it seem like it goes from a kitten to an adult cat. I must remember Persian as the Pokemon companion of Giovanni in the anime, which was something of a rival to Meowth of Jesse and James. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Oh no you don't! You need to talk about your feelings towards Alolan Persian. I thought you weren't in this series. I wouldn't need to be if you talked about your feelings about it. But I want to try to make this a series about celebrating Pokemon, not being negative. What are you talking about? You've already brought up several design negatives already. Well, yeah, but this is different. Even I know that's nonsense. Fine. I really don't. No, I hate the design of Alolan Persian. It's truly the worst design in my opinion. There are certainly Pokemon I wouldn't want to see in real life, but this thing is just hideous to the point of making me nauseous. I know that some people think it's a more logical continuation of Meowth, but as I mentioned before, I like how it goes from the big head found in kittens to the smaller big cat head. I think the proportions are what get me. The head is too big for the body. Perhaps if I wasn't used to non-Alolan Persian, I wouldn't be so disgusted by Alolan Persian. I don't know, but as it stands, it is by far the worst design in my opinion. Although there are certainly contenders later on, but none that make me physically ill. We're about to get into the Bulbapedia article, and I'll try my best not to look at the images. You may see me blocking the screen in my camera so that I don't gag.
Hello, and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Persian, the classy cat Pokemon, whose number is 0053. This is Persian. This is what it looks like. This is, I presume this is somewhere around here, is Alolan Persian. If you watched the other intro of the video, you know why I don't want to look at Alolan Persian. As non-Alolan Persian, its type is normal. As Alolan Persian, it's dark type. Abilities, as non-Alolan Persian, Limber or Technician in Gen 4+. As Alolan Persian, it's Fur Coat or Technician. Unnerve is Persian's hidden ability. Rattled is Alolan Persian's hidden ability. Gender ratio 50-50. Catch rate 90 or 20.1%. Breeding egg group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height as non-Alolan Persian is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight as non-Alolan Persian is 70.5 pounds or 32 kilograms. Its height as Alolan Persian is 3'7" or 1.1 meters. Its weight is 72.8 pounds or 33 kilograms. Base experience yield in the first 4 gens was 148, then it was 154 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, both in speed. Its shape is that, its footprint is that, its Pokedex color is yellow, other forms may have other colors, base friendship 70. Persian is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Meowth starting at level 28. In Alola, Persian has a dark type regional form and evolves from Alolan Meowth when leveled up with high friendship. Biology. Persian is a large, quadrupedal feline Pokemon. Its fur is pale tan with the exception of its black-rimmed ears. It has a short muzzle with a small black nose, red eyes with slit pupils, rounded ears, a pair of pointed teeth in its upper jaw, and 3 whiskers on either side of its face. Its thick whiskers are very sensitive to changes in air movements, enabling it to detect its prey by movement alone. In the center of its forehead is a red jewel. Its long tail has a distinctive curl at the end. Persian communicates with body language and holds its tail upright to signal its intention to pounce. It has long legs and 3-toed paws with retractable claws. Persian's lithe muscles also enable it to walk without making a sound. Persian normally lives in towns and cities. Although popular for its elegance, it is extremely difficult to raise as a pet due to its fickle and temperamental personality. It will scratch anyone, including its trainer, with little or no provocation, and has been observed ripping its prey apart for no discernible reason. However, when Persian is yanked by its whiskers, it becomes temporarily docile for unknown reasons. It is popular among rich people and is targeted by hunters for its jewel. Its relationship with Berserker is one of mutual disdain, as Persian's refined and elegant personality clashes with Berserker's barbaric nature. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Persian is known to clean and groom itself even when asleep. Even when asleep, Persian maintains its striking and haughty expression. Persian and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Payday by leveling up. Forms. Persian has a regional form, Alolan Persian. Alolan Persian has a body that is similar to its regular counterpart, but it has blue-gray fur. Its face has a different shape, being larger and more rounded, with noticeable jowls. This distinctive face, along with its high-class, softer-than-velvet fur coat, is admired by the people of Alola. Okay. Its eyes are usually in a half-closed state, and instead of a red forehead jewel, it has a blue jewel. The jewel, though different in appearance, is made of mostly the same material, the one on a regular Persian. In behavior, it is described as highly intelligent and having an even higher opinion of itself. It prefers to use underhanded tactics in battle, but its haughty personality causes it to underestimate opponents. In Gen 9, Alolan Persian is the only known Pokemon that can have fur coat as an ability. Evolution. Persian evolves from Meowth. So you can see that here. Meowth Persian. Alolan Persian evolves from Alolan Meowth. So you can see that here. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Persian runs the bank at Pokemon Square. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, the aforementioned Persian returns as an acquaintance of the Death Skull from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness, and is recruited once Duskull connects with player, presuming that that's supposed to say with the player. Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in Red and Blue, although its fur has many admirers, it is tough to raise as a pet because of its fickle meanness. In Yellow, the gem on its forehead glows on its own. It walks with all the grace and elegance of a proud queen. In Stadium, it is highly regarded as a pet for its beautiful fur. However, it is extremely temperamental and difficult to keep. In Generation 2, in Gold, many adore it for its sophisticated air. However, it will lash out and scratch for little reason. In Silver, its lithe muscles allow it to walk without making a sound. It attacks in an instant. Crystal, behind its lithe, elegant appearance lies a barbaric side. It will tear apart its prey on a mere whim. Stadium 2 is just Gold again. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Persian has 6 bold whiskers that give it a look of toughness. The whiskers sense air movements to determine what is in the Pokemon's surrounding vicinity. It becomes docile if grabbed by the whiskers. In Emerald, a Persian's 6 bold whiskers sense air movements to determine what is in the vicinity. It becomes docile if grabbed by the whiskers. In Fire Red, has a vicious temperament. Beware if it raises its tail straight up. It is a signal that it is about to pounce and bite. Leaf Green is just Red and Blues again. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, a very haughty Pokemon. Among fans, the size of the jewel on its forehead is a topic of much talk. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are just Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is just Red, Blue, and Leaf Greens again. Y's is the Silver entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7, for non-Alolan Persian, in Sun, it has a violent temperament. It will attack anything that looks it in the eye. Its sharp claws inflict deep wounds. In Moon, it has a high opinion of itself, although not to the same extent as the Alolan Persian. It's quite difficult to make friends with this Pokemon. In Ultra Sun, although the jewel on its forehead appears to be a different color than those of Alolan Persian, it's mostly made of the same material. Ultra Moon, This Pokemon is popular with rich people. It's also targeted by hunters, who are after the jewel in its forehead. The Let's Go games, that Pokedex is Yellow's Pokedex. For Alolan Persian and Sun, its round face and smooth coat, softer than the most high-class velvet, have made this a very popular Pokemon in Alola. Moon, it looks down on everyone other than itself. Its preferred tactics are sucker punches and blindside attacks, in contrast to its lovely face. It's so brutal that it tortures its weakened prey rather than finishing them off. Its rounded face is a symbol of wealth. Persian that have bigger, plumper faces are considered more beautiful. It has the classiest coat, the ripping of its fur in the heat of battle as a beauty all its own. In Gen 8, in Sword, this is for non-Alolan Persian, getting this prideful Pokemon to warm up to you takes a lot of effort, and it will claw at you the moment it gets annoyed. In Shield, its elegant and refined behavior clashes with that of the barbaric Berserker. The relationship between the two is one of mutual disdain. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, while very similar to the Diamond and Pearl counterpart, it is slightly different, so I'll read it. It is a very haughty Pokemon among fans of version. The size of the jewel in its forehead is a topic of much talk. Alolan Persian and Sword. The round face of Alolan Persian is considered to be a symbol of prosperity in the Alola region, so these Pokemon are very well cared for. In Shield, this Pokemon is one tough opponent. Not only does it have formidable physical abilities, but it's also not above fighting dirty. In Gen 9, Scarlet's is one we've done before. In Violet, it has a vicious temperament. Beware if it raises its tail straight up. This is a signal that it is about to pounce and bite. Here we've got Persian in the Alolan Pokedex. Here we've got Alolan Persian in the Alola Pokedex. And here we've got Persian in the Paldea Pokedex. Next to a Starly. I don't know if it's about to attack it. Seems a little close to do a sneak attack, but whatever. It's also at night. I don't know if that means something. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. This is Persian, by the way. Red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, you get a Quick Claw 5% of the time. For Alolan Persian, you get a Quick Claw 5% of the time, and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Stats, base stats, will compare Persian and Alolan Persian. So HP 65 for both, Attack 70 for non-Alolan Persian, but 60 for Alolan Persian, Defense 60 for both, Special Attack 65 for Persian, but 75 for Alolan Persian, 65 for both, 115 for both, for a total of 440 for both. In the Persian box here, we've got this note. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 65. Pokémon stats, type effectiveness, we'll compare Persian and Alolan Persian. So Persian is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Most of those get redispersed. I think the ones that move are fairy, bug, psychic, and dark. Okay. Alolan Persian is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Persian is weak to fighting for double. Alolan Persian is weak to fighting, bug, and fairy for double. Non-Alolan Persian is immune to ghost for 0. Alolan Persian is immune to psychic for 0. Non-Alolan Persian is resistant to nothing, while Alolan Persian is resistant to ghost and dark for half. In the Persian box here, we've got a note. Says, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. In the Alolan Persian box, if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent, or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. For Learn Set, by leveling up, we'll start with this Evo move here, but then we'll go down to 28. So upon evolution, it gets Power Gem, which is a special Rock-type move with a power of 80, accuracy 100 and PP 20. So then we go down to 31 here. Fury Swipes, 36 Screech, 42 Slash, 48 Nasty Plot, and 54 Play Rough. Since you can't have a level 1 Alolan Persian, we're gonna skip down to Evo here, and then we'll read from there. Upon evolution, you get Power Gem, 12 Payday, 16 Bite, 20 Taunt, 24 Assurance, 31 Fury Swipes, 36 Screech, 42 Night Slash, 48 Nasty Plot, and 54 Play Rough. We're skipping by to Yem for both of them. By breeding or skipping for both of them. Nothing for prior evolution in either of them. TCG only moves. Lunge on this card. Sucker Punch on this card. Side game data for Persian. Got all this. Yep. Lowland Persian. You got all this. So that's that evolution. Meowth to Persian. Okay. Alolan Persian. Alolan Persian evolves from Alolan Meowth when leveled up with High Friendship in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Alolan Persian evolves from Alolan Meowth starting at level 28. Now sprites. So we got this. Pretty cool. There, I mean, well, it doesn't have a lot of the same colors. It's pretty basically the same. It's the basic, yeah, basics are pretty there. This is interesting because it has pointy ears instead of the rounded ears like this one has, and this one does. Tail is probably thicker. Yeah, it seems like these two have a thicker tail than this one does, although it's more like this one, I guess. Back sprite doesn't work for this one because of the pointed ears. The whiskers, they're a little longer. Yeah, they're a lot thinner for yellow. So then you got golds, so it's basically the same, but the brown highlights turn into pink highlights. Yeah, pretty much the same. The jewel, I guess, is now a color of some kind rather than that yellow. And of course it turns to pinkish purple. That has it just in its prowling stance. Okay, Gen 3, you get the proper colors. So this jewel might be slightly different, but it's the pink insides that seem to be the same. And I guess there's also supposed to be pink on the whiskers. A little bit around. That might just be like a game thing, though, that it's like replacing one color on this, in this palette. Yeah. It's a little lighter now as well. Yeah, no real difference in that, but yeah, it's a little lighter body. These whiskers are a little bit more erratic, than this is more sort of even. I mean, that one has like even whiskers, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Then in 4, that becomes kind of more of a reddish pink. I think the eyes kind of go through a similar thing with and the jewel as well. Kind of just this red is probably the same, all the same red on the palette. Still slightly, lighter. Kind of thick. The body. Yeah, the body kind of thins out a little bit in Gen 5. Yeah, basically the same. So then we got the 3D models. That becomes pink. And I see, that becomes more of a yellow. Well, this one becomes more of like a tan. That becomes sort of a, light yellow. Yep. It's a darker blue. Got it? Okay. Yeah, and that's all basically the same. So we're skipping down here. Yep, it's a darker blue. Oh god, and probably the whiskers are slightly different, and all that. Yeah, you get the idea. Basically stays the same. Okay, yes, all these basically stay the same. Oh god, I can't escape it. Okay, in the anime. Persian in the anime. Alolan Persian in the anime, I'm sure is what that says. Okay, on all this. Okay, well that helps. Pokedex entries in black and white, episode 96. In Ash's Pokedex, Persian, the classy cat Pokemon, and the evolved form of Meowth. Persian can walk silently thanks to its nimble muscles. It pounces on its prey at lightning speed. In Journeys, probably in episode 20. In Ash's Rotom Phone, Persian, the classy cat Pokemon, a normal type. Persian detects its surroundings by using its 6 whiskers to sense movements in the air. Okay, then we've got Persian and Pokemon Origins, with an Executor, a couple of them looks like. I guess these are like the battles between them and their Pokemon. Pokemon Generations. I think you can see like a tail or something here. I think that's what's supposed to be Persian, maybe a little bit of the ear as well or something. It's really hard to tell, it's a very dark scene. I don't know why they'd choose that one, as this might be the only time I guess it appears, I don't know. We got the Alolan Persian, center left, in the Pokemon Masters animated trailer, so then that's also got, it's a lie part. Okay, then we've got the manga, Persian in Pokemon Adventures. Yep. Alolan Persian in Pokemon Adventures. TCG. Trivia. Persian's number in the National Pokédex and the Alola Pokédex in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon are the same, 053. Well, now it's 0053 in the National Pokédex, but you get it. Persian appears to be more based on large cats such as leopards and cougars than Persian cats. It also appears similar to Siamese cats, and its species in Japanese is that or Shamu Neko, meaning Siamese cat. The gem on its head makes it resemble a carbuncle, a Latin American mythological beast that had a jewel on its forehead. Unlike the normal Persian, Alolan Persian appears to be based more on domestic cats that underwent selective breeding, specifically those owned by royalty. In particular, its appearance greatly resembles a British Shorthair, an imported breed well known for its large and rounded head and pronounced smile, which the breed developed through artificial selection as part of the process developing its pedigree. I mean, yes and no. It's like a slam between those two concepts, I think. The original Persian and probably the British Shorthair. Like, it's much cuter on a British Shorthair than it is on this creature. Like, no, I don't know why they thought this was a good idea. If they had made the body smaller, or like, I still don't get why I don't know why they made this decision, to be honest. Its blue jewel and gray fur may be a visual pun on the British blue color variant, due to its large head and mannerisms. May also be a visual pun on the term of being big-headed. Name origin. Persian may refer to Persian cats or possibly Persian leopards. Could also be related to purr, the onomatopoeia for the noise a cat makes when content. Got other languages, related articles, references, Alolan forum link, and that's it. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Persian's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 15, Battle on the St. Anne. So, these silhouettes here are Jesse dragging James. They're gonna go to this lighthouse to meet with their boss, Giovanni. They're also gonna have a talking Meowth. They are of Team Rocket, all 4 of them. So yeah. We'll see a Persian in that scene. Okay. I hope I did this right. Yeah. So at this point in the series, there's Meowth. At this point in the series, yeah.
Greetings, sir.
So he was shadowed at this point in the series.
So the team is all there.
Yeah.
Sir.
There's the Persian. That's the first scene of Persian in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Persian card, and it's a Dark Persian.
It's the first version of a Dark Persian card. It was illustrated by Shinichi Yoshida, an illustrator for the TCG from 2000 to 2021. I like the image since it's not how Persian is usually shown to the audience. It has 60 HP. It is 3'3" and 71 pounds, which is 0.5 pounds heavier than its weight in the official Pokédex. It has the Team Rocket R symbol that I've talked about before. It has 2 moves, Fascinate and Poison Claws. Neither move is from the video games. On this card, Fascinate takes 1 of any energy. If the player wins a coin flip and their opponent has benched Pokemon, this move has the player swap 1 of the Pokemon on the bench with the 1 in active play. On this card, Poison Claws takes 2 of any energy. If the player wins a coin flip, the opposing Pokemon is poisoned. Regardless of the coin flip, though, the opposing Pokemon takes 10 damage. Its weakness and resistance is the same as my non-Alolan Meowth card. It has no retreat cost. Its description reads, popular with women because of its beautiful fur. The leader of the Rockets keeps one as a pet. This is an original description. The second sentence references that Giovanni has won in the anime and later on his team in Pokemon Yellow, and the first 2 battles in the Let's Go games. It's level 28.
I don't have a Psyduck card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Mankey. Now let's see why people love Persian, especially Alolan Persian. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so we're doing DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. Little caveat for this one, there was actually a Alolan Persian image before this, but you know how I feel about Alolan Persian by this point, so we're not going to do that one. We're just going to do this one. This is Persian by Viking Wolf, 1994, or Sarah, however that's pronounced, Salaski? I can't, sorry, I don't know how your last name is pronounced, sorry. So, yeah, it's just this nice, simple Persian drawing on this, notebook paper here. It's very simple, very, very good. It's pink for some reason. I don't know if that's the paper itself, or I don't know. The camera, maybe the lighting it's up against, maybe is a red or something. But anyway, yeah, let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight since I need to talk about Snorlax before I can evolve Meowth into Persian. Thankfully, well, for now, I'll be getting back to Alolan Persian when I talk about the Gen 7 Pokemon. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Psyduck. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Psyduck, the first duck Pokemon. Its past PYC dates are April 20th, 1996, February 9th, 1999, November 30th, 2001, September 20th, 2004, July 12th, 2007, May 2nd, 2010, February 20th, 2013, December 12th, 2015, October 2nd, 2018, and July 23rd, 2021. I most remember Psyduck as being a Pokemon of Misty in the anime, often being released from its Pokeball instead of another Pokemon in her party. I also remember it as Lucy Stevens' Pokemon in Detective Pikachu. I like that it's basically a semi-anthropomorphic duckling. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we are talking about Psyduck, the duck Pokemon, whose number is 0054. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Its abilities are Damp or Cloud 9. Swift Swim is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding, egg groups water and field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight 43.2 pounds, or 19.6 kilograms. Base experience yield, 80 in the first 4 gens, and 64 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1, and special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow, and base friendship is 70. Psyduck is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Golduck starting at level 33. Biology. Psyduck is a yellow Pokemon resembling a duck or bipedal platypus. On top of its head are 3 thick strands of black hair, and it has a wide, flat, cream-colored beak. Psyduck's eyes seem vacant and have tiny pupils. Its legs and tail are stubby, and it has cream-colored web feet. There are 3 claws on each of its hands. Psyduck is constantly stunned by its headache and is unable to think very clearly. It usually stands immobile, trying to calm its headache. However, when its headache becomes too severe, Psyduck releases tension in the form of strong psychic powers. The use of these powers produces brainwaves identical to those seen in sleepers, and the Pokemon is unable to recall these episodes. Psyduck lives in freshwater lakes and small ponds, but can be seen in rivers and tropical areas as shown in Pokemon Snap. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Psyduck suffers headaches while it sleeps. Very rarely their sights are Psyduck sleeping peacefully while not holding its head. This is supposed to be very rarely there are sights of Psyduck sleeping. That's the wrong there as well, by the way. That suggests that, well, like, very rarely do they see themselves sleeping peacefully. That doesn't make sense. Because if they themselves are also sleeping, you know. Anyway. Prior to Gen 5, Psyduck and its evolved form Golduck were the only known Pokemon that could have Cloud 9 as an ability. Evolution, Psyduck evolves into Golduck, you can see that here. Psyduck, Golduck. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Pinball, a Psyduck appears on the blue table and earns the player points when it is hit. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Platinum and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. A group of Psyduck can be found blocking the northern fork of Route 210. After the player obtains the badges in Veilstone City and Pastoria City, Cynthia will hand over a secret medicine to cure their headaches. Aww. Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, Red and Blue, while loving its enemies with its vacant look, this wily Pokemon will use psychokinetic powers. In Yellow, always tormented by headaches, it uses psychic powers, but it is not known if it intends to do so. Cydium appears unaware and totally vacant. However, if its chronic headache worsens, it starts exhibiting peculiar powers. In Generation 2 Gold, it has mythical powers but doesn't recall that it has used them. That is why it always looks puzzled. Silver, if its chronic headache peaks, it may exhibit odd powers. It seems unable to recall such an episode. Crystal. The only time it can use its psychic power is when its sleeping brain cells happen to wake. Stadium 2 is just Gold's entry. In Generation 3, Ruby, Psyduck uses a mysterious power. When it does so, this Pokemon generates brainwaves that are supposedly only seen in sleepers. This discovery spurred controversy among scholars. Sapphire. If it uses its mysterious power, Psyduck can't remember having done so. It apparently can't form a memory of such an event because it goes into an altered state that is much like deep sleep. Emerald. When its headache intensifies, it starts using strange powers. However, it has no recollection of its powers, so it always looks befuddled and bewildered. Fire Red. It is constantly racked by a headache. When the headache turns intense, it begins using mysterious powers. Leaf Greens is Red and Blues again. In Gen 4, Diamond. If its unusual headache worsens, it starts exhibiting odd powers. It can't remember doing so, however. In Pearl, it never remembers using its odd powers, so it always tilts its head in puzzlement. Platinum. Overwhelmed by enigmatic abilities, it suffers a constant headache. It sometimes uses mysterious powers. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. When headaches stimulate its brain cells, which are usually inactive, it can use a mysterious power. In Gen 6, X is Fire Reds, Y's is the gold entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7 and Sun. As a result of headaches so fierce they cause it to cry, it sometimes uses psychokinesis without meaning to. In Moon, this Pokemon is troubled by constant headaches. The more pain it's in, the more powerful its psychokinesis becomes. In Ultra Sun, using psychokinesis gives it a headache, so it normally passes the time spacing out and doing as little as possible. In Ultra Moon, it has been found that its brain cells are 10 times more active when Psyduck is experiencing a headache. In the Let's Go games, always tormented by headaches, it uses psychic powers, but whether it intends to do so is not known. In Gen 8, in Sword, Psyduck is constantly beset by headaches. If the Pokemon lets its strange power erupt, apparently the pain subsides for a while. In Shield, as Psyduck gets stressed out, its headache gets progressively worse. It uses intense psychic energy to overwhelm those around it. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Legends Arceus, suffers perpetual headaches. If the agony grows too great, Psyduck's latent power erupts, contrary to Psyduck's intent. Ergo, I am exploring ways to ease the pain. In Gen 9, Scarlet is one we've done before. Violet is the silver entries. Here is Psyduck in the Alola Pokedex, and Psyduck in the Paldea Pokedex. So we got one sleeping here, and then a couple flying in the water, it looks like. Around the water. Yep. They're holding their heads. They've got headaches. Yeah. Game locations. Side game locations. Events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So games, red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. Stadium, normal box from round 1, 100% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal, medicinal leak. 40% of the time. Ball of Mud, 15% of the time. Great items by level. For Alpha, EXP Candy S, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 10%. And grit items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 50, Attack 52, Defense 48, Special Attack 65, Special Defense 50, Speed 55, for a total of 320. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 50. Pokéthon stats, Type Effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Scratch and Tail Whip. 3. Water Gun. 6. Confusion. 9. Fury Swipes. 12. Water Pulse. 15. Disable. 18. Zen Headbutt. 21. Screech. 24. Aqua Tail. 27. Soak. 30. Psych Up. 34 Amnesia, and 39 Wonder Room. By TM, 1 Takedown, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 12 Low Kick, 16 Psybeam, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mudshot, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 54 Psyshock, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 61 Shadow Claw, 66 Body Slam, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 75 Light Screen, 77 Waterfall, 80 Metronome, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 120 Psychic, 122 Encore, 123 Surf, 128 Amnesia, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 140 Nasty Plot, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 181 Knockoff, 184 Vacuum Wave, 192 Focus Punch, 196 Flip Turn, 203 Psycup, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, and 228 Psychic Noise. By breeding, Torkoal gives you Clear Smog, this group gives you Confuse Ray, this group gives you Cross Chop, this group gives you Hypnosis, this group gives you Psybeam, the Mirror gives you Simple Beam, and this group gives you Yawn. Side game data, Pokemon Ranger. Psyduck is a laid-back Pokemon that likes to vacantly float on water. Got all this. Pokepark Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pad entry. Psyduck can often be found playing in the Beach Zone. His most favorite attraction of all is Gyarados' Aqua Dash. In Wonders Beyond, he gets confused about directions and wanders off into various areas. As a result, he has a lot of friends in different areas. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap. Psyduck often looks spaced out because it's constantly dealing with headaches. Sometimes it gets swept away by the river, but Psyduck doesn't seem to mind. Costumes in Pokemon Go. For some reason this doesn't have a name, but presumably it's something to do with winter. It's got a Santa hat and a scarf. Evolution data, Psyduck at level 33, evolves into Golduck. Yep. Okay. Sprites. Not much in the change department, and it's a little bit, I don't know, thicker, I guess. It might in later generations be, like the proportions are a little different. The 3 in here are a lot thinner than they'd be in later generations. That might just be because it's so thin you can barely see them. Yeah. I don't know, like this one's a different shade of yellow, so this one doesn't really work for the other one. Not really sure if that beak shape is correct, but I don't know. I don't know birds that well, so. Okay, so it's shiny is blue in Gen 2. Then it's a different shade of blue. Yes. And this is a different, sort of more of a gold instead of the yellow. I guess the blues are supposed to be a reference to probably Golduck, although it's not exactly the same blue for either of these as it would be. So I'm curious to know if Psyduck's is gonna be a gold shiny instead of, yeah, we'll see. Then it's sort of this green-blue kind of, yeah. So basically the same. It's a very simple Pokemon that doesn't really go through much changes. A little lighter yellow, I guess. A little lighter blue, yeah. Oh, back sprites. I don't know if there's gonna be much of a difference. Not really. Yeah, it's tail, maybe. Can we look at tail differences? Yeah, not really much of a difference in any of these. Yeah, but let's go games. This is, obviously it gets better graphics, the models, as time goes on. Homes, yeah. Other sprites, we have Dizzy in Pokemon Super Contest, Quackers in Pokemon Super Contest, and Slappy in Pokemon Super Contest. So presumably these are 3 NPC Psyduck in contests and stuff. So in the anime, Misty's Psyduck is the big one. Psyduck in the anime, shiny Psyduck in the anime, that's pretty cool. Psyduck eggs in the anime, so they're holding them, that's cute. Yes, got all this. Yep, all this, still going. It's a lot of Psyduck, I guess. Pokedex entries. For this first Pokedex entry, I've already recorded it for the anime, so we'll let Dexter read it and then we'll cut back.
Psyduck, a water Pokemon, uses mysterious power to perform various attacks.
Welcome back for episode 32. In Ash's Pokedex, this is about Psyduck's attacks. Psyduck's attacks are 1. Tail Whip. Number 2. Scratch. Number 3. Disable. Number 4. Confusion. When Psyduck's headaches becomes severe, it uses amazing power. In Advanced Generations, episode 140 in May's Pokedex, Psyduck, the duck Pokemon. Psyduck suffers frequent headaches and can exhibit mysterious attacks when they become especially intense. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 87 in Dawn's Pokedex, Psyduck, the duck Pokemon. When a Psyduck's headache gets severe, it starts to exhibit odd powers. In what I presume is Journeys, episode 57, in Go's Rotom Phone, Psyduck, the duck Pokemon, a water type. Psyduck is constantly bothered by headaches. The more its head hurts, the stronger its psychic power. Origins, we got Psyduck and Pokemon Origins here. Poketoon, yeah, Pokemon Evolutions, Baldean Winds. So Pokemon Concierge, I think it's a main character in that. I would have done Pokemon Concierge for this series, but since it's a Netflix exclusive, I couldn't, so, like, I get the whole, there's like a, what do you call it, a copyright filter, so I can't really record it, so there wouldn't have been much use of doing that, but it would have been fun to see this, you know, to review that series. Anyway, so then, the manga, we got Psyduck and Ash and Pikachu. We've got Psyduck and Pokemon Adventures. Aw, poor Psyduck. Got that. The TCG and the TFG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Psyduck is the third Pokefloat to appear. Fighting occurs on its head and beak. It then floats up and off the top of the screen as the fight moves onto Chikorita. In Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Psyduck is a grab-type novice class primary spirit. When equipped on a fighter, the fighter's Psy attack is raised. In Pokemon Detective Pikachu, Psyduck appeared in Pokemon Detective Pikachu under the ownership of a journalist named Lucy Stevens. So here's the Psyduck Detective Pikachu. We're not going to watch it, unfortunately, today because it is a major character, so like, I don't want to risk that, so for at least part of the film, anyway. Trivia, Psyduck is one of 14 Pokemon that one could collect foreign Pokedex entries for in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Psyduck requires the most loops with the capture styler to be captured in Pokemon Ranger, surpassing even Metagross. Junichi Masuda has revealed that Psyduck was considered for the role of Pikachu's counterpart in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee instead of Eevee, but it was ultimately not chosen due to it being deemed too similar in color to Pikachu. Psyduck is Junichi Masuda's favorite Pokemon. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Psyduck is programmed to learn Simple Beam through breeding, but no Pokemon in those games can learn Simple Beam, making the move unattainable until Pokemon Home was updated. It shares this trait with Spoink. Psyduck is the only Pokemon to be featured in every artwork of the Tropical, Mega Battle, and World Championships participation cards. Huh. They are Tropical Wind, Tropical Tidal Wind, Tropical Beach, Champions Festival, and Paradise Resort. The 2014 print of Champions Festival features a Psyduck-themed boat instead. Origin, Psyduck's design appears to draw inspiration from both ducks and platypuses. Platypi? Platypeople? Its yellow coloration, proportions, and simple anatomy seem to be inspired by rubber ducks in particular. Name origin, Psyduck may be a combination of psychic, referring to its mental powers, and duck. Shocking, I know. Koduck may be a combination of ko, small, or ko, child, and duck. Here it is in other languages. See also references, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Psyduck's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 27, Hypno's Nap Time. In this episode, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, and his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have entered Hop 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 Town, and they've learned that children have gone missing around town, and they're helping the local officer Jenny ask people around if they have any information. They're talking to Nurse Joy here, who has told Ash and Misty that she has her own problem here at the Pokemon Center. So yes, we will.
All the Pokemon here at the center are behaving very strangely. Huh?
So then, there's the Psyduck. There's also Charmander,
Just look at
Oddish,
Cubone.
Cubone. Okay, yeah, that's Team Rocket. I guess they have their own plotline in this episode. But that's Psyduck's first scene, so let's move on.
Now let's watch Psyduck's scenes in Detective Pikachu. I'm just kidding. Psyduck is too big of a character for us to watch the movie, yeah. Anyway, let's see why people love Psyduck. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so we're looking at TV and art fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Psyduck. So this first image is called Psyduck by Worse. It's this simple Psyduck. Looks like it's in like a river or something. You know, and they got the river bank and stuff, you know. And the body's underwater, that's cool. Yeah, that's very simple, very nice. Nice use of colors and shading and stuff. Then we got 054 Psyduck by Kutsuku. This kind of nervous looking Psyduck, you know, probably has a headache. You know, a little bit stylized. It's, you know, especially these. It's very, very cute, very nice. We got Psyducks by Chibi Oni-chan. So we got these silly Psyduck, just, you know, bathing and washing up and stuff. It's very cute, yeah. So then we've got Psyduck and Slowpoke Derby Beach Day by Video Game Shay. So we've got a Psyduck here, and so yeah, then we got Slowpoke pretending to be Slowking, Psyduck also I guess pretending to be Slowking. Then we got some Wingull in the background, they're on a beach, there's some footprints here. It's very cute, very nice, very colorful, very, yeah, bright and colorful and stuff, yeah. Then we've got Pokemon Oras, or I guess it's, yeah, Oraz, which I think is Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Primal Weather confirmed. Primal Weather, so we got, it's by Kainim, also Kainim. Groudon's Desolate Land, so we've got Primal Groudon here, and Kyogre's Primordial Sea, so then Primal Kyogre here. And Psyduck's Cloud 9. The effect of the weather disappeared. Okay. Smiling, yeah, like, yeah, because they got all these, like, powerful weather moves and stuff, and you can just cancel them out. They're laughing about it. Then this does not contain a Psyduck, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can catch a Psyduck. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Golduck. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Golduck, the only evolution of Psyduck who evolves at level 33. Its past PYC dates are April 21st, 1996, February 10th, 1999, December 1st, 2001, September 21st, 2004, July 13th, 2007, May 3rd, 2010, February 21st, 2013, December 13th, 2015, October 3rd, 2018, and July 24th, 2021. I like that it's a weird duck monster. I also like that it's blue, my favorite color. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Golduck, the duck Pokemon, whose number is 0055. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Its abilities are Damp or Cloud 9, and Swift Swim is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate, 75 or 17.5%. Breeding, egg groups, water 1 and field. Hatch time, 20 cycles. Height is 5'7" or 1.7 meters. Its weight is 168.9 pounds or 76.6 kilograms. Base experience yield 174 in the first 4 gens and 175 in Gen 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, both in special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Golduck is a water type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Psyduck starting at level 33. Biology. Golduck is a blue bipedal duck or platypus-like Pokemon. It has red eyes, a cream-colored beak, a red gem in the center of its forehead, and 4 spikes on the back of its head. Its hand and feet are all 3 claw digits with cream-colored webbing in between. Its body is specially adapted to have a hydrodynamic shape, and it has a long tail that it uses as a rudder to steer. Golduck is sometimes mistaken for the Japanese monster and the physical inspiration for Golduck, the Kappa, due to its general humanoid shape, beak, and webbed hands and feet. Golduck is a fast swimmer capable of outswimming even the most athletic of humans because of its webbed appendages. Even rough seas do not hamper this Pokemon's swimming abilities. and it will sometimes rescue people from shipwrecks. The TCG depicts Golduck with the ability to shoot massive jets of water from both of its hands simultaneously. That should say from both of its hands. Using them to propel itself underwater. The gem on its forehead glows when it uses its psychic powers and occasionally when it swims at full speed. In the past, this Pokemon was overhunted due to the belief that the gem granted people supernatural powers. As seen in Pokemon Adventures, Golduck has the ability to give knowledge to its trainer and fellow Pokemon through telepathy. Golduck can typically be seen swimming in lakes where it hunts fish. The prey is disabled, captured, then brought to shore for consumption. Old Tales claims Golduck punished those who defile their rivers by dragging them in and taking them away. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Golduck is known to paddle its webbed limbs while sleeping. It is believed Golduck is dreaming about swimming. Aww. So we can see Golduck using telepathy in Pokemon Adventures, and then the shooting water from its hands on the TCG. Yeah. Prior to Gen 5, Golduck in its pre-evolved form, Psyduck, were the only known Pokemon that could have Cloud 9 as an ability. Evolution, Golduck evolves from Psyduck, so you can see Psyduck, Golduck. Game data, Pokedex entries, red and blue, often seen swimming elegantly by lake shores. It is often mistaken for the Japanese monster, Kappa. Yellow, its slim and long limbs, and in broad flippers. They are used for swimming gracefully in lakes. Its webbed hands and feet make it a proficient swimmer. May be seen swimming elegantly at dusk in places like lakes. In Gen 2, in Gold, but it swims at full speed, using its long webbed limbs. Its forehead somehow begins to glow. Silver, it appears by waterways at dusk. It may use telekinetic powers if its forehead glows mysteriously. Crystal, it swims gracefully along on the quiet, slow-moving rivers and lakes of which it is so fond. Stadium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3 and Ruby, the web flippers on its forelegs and hind legs and the streamlined body of Golduck give it frightening speed. This Pokemon is definitely much faster than even the most athletic swimmer. Sapphire, Golduck is the fastest swimmer among all Pokemon. It swims effortlessly even in a rough, stormy sea. It sometimes rescues people from wrecked ships floundering in high seas. An Emerald, a Golduck is an adept swimmer. It sometimes joins competitive swimmers in training. It uses psychic powers when its forehead shimmers with light. Fire Red, the forelegs are webbed, helping to make it an adept swimmer. It can be seen swimming elegantly in lakes, etc. Leaf Green is red and blues again. In Gen 4 and Diamond, a Pokemon that lives in lakes. It swims faster than any human swimming champion. Pearl, the flippers of its well-developed limbs give it shocking speed. It is the best swimmer among Pokemon. In Platinum, it is seen swimming dynamically and elegantly using its well-developed limbs and flippers. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White are Platinums again. Black 2 and White 2. When its forehead shines mysteriously, Golduck can use the full extent of its power. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries. Wise is Fire Reds. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7 and Sun, it is said that the red part of its forehead grants supernatural powers to those who possess one, so it was overhunted in the past. Aww. In Moon, it swims along the banks of lakes and catches fish Pokemon. It takes them to the shore and quietly eats them up. In Ultra Sun, even fast-swimming fish Pokemon can be disabled by Golduck. It brings them to a standstill and seizes them. Ultra Moon, a professional swimmer. It can continue swimming for 2 days straight by waving its long tail skillfully. In the Let's Go games, it's very similar to Yellow's, but it's slightly different, so we'll read it. It's long, slim limbs, and in broad flippers. They are used for swimming gracefully in lakes. In Gen 8, in Sword, this Pokemon lives in gently flowing rivers. It paddles through the water with its long limbs, putting its graceful swimming skills on display. In Shield, old tales tell of Golduck punishing those that defiled its river. The guilty were dragged into the water and taken away. Ugh. Brilliant Diamond, this Pokemon lives in lakes. It swims faster than any world-class swimmer. Shining Pearl is just pearls. In Legends Arceus, its body is strong and it has webbing on its hands and feet. Golduck can swim easily through rough seas, clawing its way through the high waves. In Gen 9, Scarlet's is the gold entries, and Violet is Crystal's entry, but for some reason there's a space here. I don't know if that's actually in the Violet Pokedex or if that was just a mistake by the person who wrote this. So we got Golduck in the Alola Pokedex and Golduck in the Paldea Pokedex, so it's on a... Oh, there's a Psyduck! It's a full evolution line, Mimikyu. Okay, so that Psyduck's sleeping by the river. I don't know if it's protecting the Psyduck or if it's just... It looks like it's screaming or yelling or something. Maybe calling for someone, I don't know. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay. Game locations... Side game locations... Events... Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. From red, blue, and yellow, you get a gold leaf 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a medicinal leak 40% of the time, or a ball of mud 15% of the time, grid items by level. For Alpha, you get an EXP candy M 100% of the time, or a seed of mastery 20% of the time, grid items by level. Still don't know how that math works. Stats, base stats. HP 80, attack 82, defense 78, special attack 95, special defense 80, speed 85 for a total of 500. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 80. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, normally damaged by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice for half. For learn set by leveling up, we'll move down to 33. 36, amnesia, 40 hydro pump, and 45 wonder room. We're skipping by TM, by breeding as well, nothing by prior evolution. Special moves. In the event, Wild Terra Pokemon, you can get Confuse Ray, Hypnosis, and Psyshock. TCG only moves, you get Slash in this card. Side game data. This. Okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. The Pokepad entry. Golduck came to the beach zone to go surfing. The attraction he really likes is Gyarados' Aqua Dash. That. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Looks like it's a Santa hat and a scarf. I think we had one for in the Psyduck video, so that's cool. Evolution data, Psyduck level 33, Golduck. Sprites here? Okay, I was not expecting this. This is the most... Okay, I mean, it's there. Like, obviously it's all got all of the basic features of the Golduck, but it's very different. All three of them are kind of different. This one has the points being all kind of equidistant, while these have 2 of the back points and 2 of the front points. Those are kind of, it's really kind of hard to tell. This one's interesting because it kind of works for both of them, for both of these. I mean, obviously the color is wrong, but it kind of also would work. I mean, not the tail. The tail is also different, so I guess it wouldn't really work that well, but that's very interesting because you can't really tell if it's equidistant or if it is supposed to be. Those are longer, those are shorter. That's just an interesting angle. Also, I don't know why that would be the back sprite, since it definitely looks like it's moving, like it's looking forward, not backwards, but, like, yeah, like that's a little bit better. Like, it should be more that direction. In Gen 2 here, we got, that's a purple, and gold, interesting. That's a blue and a reddish pink, pinkish red, I don't know. Yeah, so then this is more of the color. I mean, it's a dark blue now and a silver, but it's better. Do we have any differences in, like, fingers for... It's kind of hard to tell if there's a bottom finger or not here. I guess there is. There's a thumb here, but you can't really tell what they are. Seems like it's probably going to be 4, though. Okay, so... Unless it does go down to 3, I don't know. Ruby has the full colors now. I got the red, and then... So that kind of basically keeps the same basic concept. So this is sort of a grayish blue. This is just a pure blue. It keeps the pink. Yeah. The jewel doesn't change, which is interesting. And that's more of a yellow than a gold. Yep. Diamond and pearl. Beak becomes a little bit more pointed, I guess. Yeah, it kind of changes shape a little bit as time goes on, but yeah. Yeah, probably just gets more streamlined, I imagine. So we get to see 4 fingers. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Toes, do those change? Feet wise? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so then black and white. You can see all of the feet this time. All the toes, I guess. Yeah, just kind of stays basically the same. I guess, oh, there's a little bit of a thing at the end of the beak. I forget what that's called. Some birds have it. I guess it loses it when it gets to 3D models. This is a little bit of a it's a different blue. That's pretty much the same blue. I mean, it's maybe a little darker, but yeah. So yeah, so we get all the figures. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't really change much. Can't really see the gem all that well, but that might just be the quality of the image. Now we get the Let's Go games. You can actually see the gem. The eyes. I didn't even think about looking at the eyes. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really gain the red eyes until Gen 3 here. Okay. Then I got Legends Arceus. Yep, you can see that. And Holmes. You know, in the anime. Golduck in the anime. This. Okay. Pokedex entries in episode 91 in Ash's Pokedex. Golduck, the duck Pokemon, the evolved form of Psyduck. Golduck is very adept at using its webbed hands and feet, making it the fastest swimming Pokemon of all. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 7 in Ash's Pokedex again. Golduck, the duck Pokemon. It makes its home in lakes and is able to swim faster than a gold medalist. Pokemon evolutions in the manga. Golduck in Pokemon Adventures with a Pokemon behind it. I can't really tell what these Pokemon are. I think there's a few of them. TCG trivia. There are no trivia points somehow. So like origin, I guess. Golduck's appearance has aspects of duck, a platypus, and a kappa. Name origin. Golduck may be a combination of gold and duck. Shocking. While Golduck itself is not colored gold, gold is often used to symbolize the psychic abilities. The gold gummy is the gummy variety loved by psychic-type Pokemon, and the Marsh Badge's Japanese name is Gold Badge. So, I guess, since I didn't actually bring this up in the video, there is that sort of, I don't know if it's a meme, necessarily, but there's this idea that shouldn't Golduck and Psyduck have been switched, since, you know, Psyduck is the gold one, you know, this one's more the psychic one, so, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really talk about if that was a mistake, or I don't know, maybe it probably was intentional, like, because the other one's also psychic, this one's, you know, could just be because of this gold symbolization here. Yeah, so, anyway, in the other languages, related articles, references, yeah, let's move on.
Since we already watched Golduck's first scene in the anime and the Nidoqueen video, let's watch its second.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokémon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back. In this film, Ash and his traveling companions Brock and Misty and his faithful companion Pikachu have come to New Island, an island ruled by the world's greatest Pokémon master, which they've just found out is Mewtwo, also a Pokémon. This is Gyarados. It is just blasted Mewtwo with Hyper Beam by its trainer's command, not Ash. And Mewtwo has reflected it, and it's about to hit Gyarados, and it'll fall into a pool, and then we'll see Golduck. Okay. So, it falls, and then we see Golduck here. And yeah, that's Golduck's second scene in the anime, I guess. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Golduck. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Golduck. So this first image here is called Unovian Psyduck and Golduck by Fatmon. So we got what they would have sort of interpreted it if they had designed them for the Unova region. So they're more platypus-like than duck-like, you know. Got more of the platypus features, like the tail and stuff. Yep. We've got Psyduck and Golduck by Zalvator. So, kind of more realistic, I guess, looking. Again, more platypus-like. So Psyduck, duck Pokemon type water. Golduck, duck Pokemon type water. Yeah. So yeah, it's nice. Very good colors and stuff. So then we've got Golduck by Joshua Dunlop. Another sort of more realistic one. So you can see that the Golduck is surrounding eggs here. It's interesting. The bill here almost looks like it's not even part of the model. If this even is a model, it doesn't even look like a model. I think it is. It just doesn't look like a model. It's so different, you know. Yeah, it's interesting. Then we got Golduck by Shakalot. So it's a Golduck swimming here, you know, jumping out of the water, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Almost looks a little Disney, or you know, one of those kind of styles, like animated film style. It's good. It's good. This isn't a Golduck, this isn't a Golduck image, so we're gonna move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can evolve Psyduck into Golduck. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Mankey. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Mankey, the first fighting-type Pokemon and the first Primeape Pokemon. Its past PYC dates are April 22nd, 1996, February 11th, 1999. Hey, that's my birthday! December 2nd, 2001, September 22nd, 2004, July 14th, 2007, May 4th, 2010, February 22nd, 2013, December 14th, 2015, October 4th, 2018, and July 25th, 2021. I like its design. It's quite unique while also making it clear that it's a primate. I also love that its name is just Monkey, but with an A instead of an O. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Mankey, the pig monkey Pokemon, whose number is 0056. This is what it looks like. Its type is fighting, and since this is our first, we get to see the different oranges that it uses for this box here. Its abilities are Vital Spirit or Anger Point in Gen 4+. Defiant is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding, egg group field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1'8" or 0.5 meters. Its weight is 61.7 pounds or 28 kilograms. Base experience yield is 74 in the first 4 gens or 61 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1. In attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Mankey is a fighting-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Primeape starting at level 28, which evolves into Annihilape when leveled up after using Rage Fist 20 times. Biology. Mankey is a small simian Pokemon similar to a New World monkey. It is bipedal and has a round body covered in whitish, shaggy fur. Its nose is similar to a pig's snout, and it has narrow red eyes and triangular ears with brown insides. Mankey's 3-fingered hands, 2-toed feet, and the tips of its curved, prehensile tail are brown. Mankey specializes in physical fighting and is very aggressive and short-tempered. When angry, it begins shaking, and its breathing turns rough. Its rage peaks quickly, preventing its victim from being able to flee. It will rampage until it falls asleep, but its anger remains in its dreams. Aww. This causes it to wake up and become furious all over again. However, this constant release of stress grants it a long life. Mankey can be found in the mountains, where it lives in treetop colonies. If one becomes enraged, the whole colony rampages for no reason. If it loses sight of its colony or is left alone to rage, its loneliness causes it to become infuriated. Aww. According to the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team games, Mankey's preferred food is chestnuts. However, Mankey usually lacks the dexterity to peel them. It becomes agitated and rage after attempting to peel a chestnut's spiky shell. Additionally, it also appears to be fond of bananas in the anime. Here we got Mankey and a Primeape enjoying some bananas. That's Professor Oak. Also, additionally, and also is redundant. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it is rare to find a Mankey sleeping without an angry look on its face. Aww, poor Mankey. Evolution, Mankey evolves into Primeape, which evolves into Annihilape. So we got Mankey, Primeape, Annihilape. Game data, NPC appearances in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. 3 Mankey are the boss of Uproar Forest. After being defeated, they follow the player back to the rescue base. The Mankey help with the remodeling of the base, but go on strike halfway through until they receive 2 peeled chestnuts. Aww. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. A Mankey and a Primeape can be found in the Hot Spring. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Red and Blue. Extremely quick to anger. It could be docile one moment, then thrashing away the next instant. Yellow, an agile Pokemon that lives in trees. It angers easily and will not hesitate to attack anything. In Stadium, Quick to anger, it will begin brawling on the slightest provocation. It is unsafe to approach as it is very nimble. In Generation 2 in Gold, it is extremely ill-tempered. Groups of them will attack any handy target for no reason. In Silver, it's unsafe to approach if it gets violently enraged for no reason, and can't distinguish friends from foes. Aww. In Crystal, it lives in groups in the treetops. If it loses sight of its group, it becomes infuriated by its loneliness. Stadium 2 is just Gold again. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, when Mankey starts shaking and its nasal breathing turns rough, it's a sure sign that it's becoming angry. However, because it goes into a towering rage almost instantly, it is impossible for anyone to flee its wrath. In Emerald, when it starts shaking and its nasal breathing turns rough, it's a sure sign of anger. However, since this happens instantly, there is no time to flee. In Fire Red, light and agile on its feet, and ferocious in temperament. When angered, it flies into an uncontrollable frenzy. Leaf Green is just Red and Blues again. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it lives in treetop colonies. If one becomes enraged, the whole colony rampages for no reason. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedexes are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums again. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries, and Y's is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7 and Sun, it can spontaneously become enraged. Everyone near it clears out as it rampages, and the resulting loneliness makes it angrier still. Aww. Moon. Its raging tires it out and causes it to fall asleep. But the anger resonating in its dreams causes it to wake up, which infuriates it all over again. In Ultra Sun, the smallest of things could cause it to lose its temper. Because it doesn't hold in its stress, this Pokemon can live a long time. Ultra Moon, if one gets angry, all the others around it will get angry, so silence is a rare visitor in a troop of Mankey. The Let's Go games are just Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are similar to their Diamond and Pearl entry, but it is slightly different, so I'll read it. It lives in treetop colonies. If one member of the group becomes enraged, the whole colony rampages for no reason. In Gen 9, Scarlet's is Crystal's entry, and Violet, it is extremely quick to anger. It could be docile one moment, then thrashing away the next instant. Mankey in the Alola Pokedex, Mankey in the Paldea Pokedex, so it's jumping around, probably all angry. The whole colony angry, yeah. Mankey in the Kitakami Pokedex, another sort of different thing here. Yeah, generally probably the same concept. Probably just angry. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. From Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, and White, you get a Payaba berry 5% of the time. In Black 2 and White 2, you get a rare candy 100% of the time, but it's an in-game trade. Stats, base stats, HP 40, attack 80, defense 35, special attack 35, special defense 45, speed 70 for a total of 305. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 35. Pokethon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, ground, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Weak to flying, psychic, and fairy for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to rock, bug, and dark for half. Learn set by leveling up. You got 1 covet, scratch, leer, and focus energy. 5 fury swipes, 8 low kick, 12 seismic toss, 17 swagger, 22 cross chop, 26 assurance, 29 thrash, 33 close combat, 36 screech, 40 stomping tantrum, 44 outrage, and 48 final gambit. By TM, 1 takedown, 6 scary face, 7 protect, 12 low kick, 14 acrobatics, 18 thief, 25 facade, 28 bulldoze, 32 swift, 36 rock tomb, 39 low sweep, 43 fling, 47 endure, 49 sunny day, 50 rain dance, 55 dig, 58 brick break, 60 u-turn, 61 shadow claw, 64 bulk up, 66 body slam, 67 fire punch, 68 thunder punch, 69 ice punch, 70 sleep talk, 71 seed bomb, 73 drain punch, 80 metronome, 83 poison jab, 84 stomping tantrum, 85 rest, 86 rock slide, 87 taunt, 102 gunk shot, 103 substitute, 122 and encore, 126 thunderbolt, 130 helping hand, 134 reversal, 149 earthquake, 150 stone edge, 156 outrage, 157 overheat, 158 focus blast, 167 close combat, 171 terra blast, 177 spite, 191 uproar, 192 focus punch, 199 lash out, 204 double edge, 205 Endeavor, 221 Throat Chop, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Beat Up, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Encore, this group gives you Night Slash, and this group gives you Spite. Side game data. Okay, nope. In Pokemon Ranger, in the browser entry, Mankey can crush small rocks. It will give chase if it spots you. In Shadows of Olmeo, it angers easily and thrashes about. It is easier to counter after it thrashes. In Guardian Signs, it attacks with punches. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark Pad entry. Mankey working for Venusaur, Ramode, Chikorita from the Meadow Zone. He likes to jump around, so his favorite attraction is Venusaur's Vine Swing. In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, they are hot-tempered and rowdy. Bisharp scolds them because they scatter flowers and crash into other Pokemon while acting up. This evolution data, so level 28. So you gotta level up after using Rage Fist 20 times, so that's Rage Fist, the move. And then, yeah, you can use a rare candy to get there. These sprites, oh yeah, I forgot about these early sprites. How they're, like, very smooth. It's yellows that adds more of the, more of the fur, I guess, look to it. And these are, like, white instead of the brown you get later on. And that's, yeah, more brown instead of the more whitish, color. Yep, it's all kind of one thing. Sort of separate colors. Yes, the nose, and then, yeah, the ears are much more defined here. This obviously doesn't work for this one because of the, color differences and general design differences. But it kind of works for this one, and, obviously it was made for this one. So Gen 2, we get more of the, more like it. So this is sort of a army green and brown. Yep. Keep getting more, and these are rounded for some reason. Become more pointed in this one. Or that might just be getting cut off, I guess. I don't know, it still feels like more round, though. Ruby and Sapphire, we get the actual colors now. Sort of a yellowish white, and the lighter brown, so that's just actually just the same kind of colors, basically. And this one actually introduces the proper, real color. Like, this is sort of a yellow, this is the sort of tan color, I guess. That one gets maybe a little bit darker. Basically stays the same, everything is pointy and stuff, and I guess this introduces the pink nose, kind of, like this is more of the darker pink, I guess, nose. Kind of just stays the same. Okay, then we get, oh my goodness. This first attempt at a 3D model was maybe not the best. They made the nose too small. Everything is all weird and weirdly proportional. Yeah, that's so weird. Okay. That's obviously, yeah, these are a lot lighter. That's super weird. This is better, more like the models, I guess. You can see kind of a little bit of the difference here in these models versus these models. Anyway, in the anime, Mankey in the anime. This. Yep. Okay. Pokedex entries in episode 25 in Ash's Pokedex. Mankey, a big monkey Pokemon of the fighting type. Known for its superior footwork, it packs a powerful punch. The same episode about Mankey's temper in the same Pokedex. Although Mankey is usually calm, it does have a bad temper. Once Mankey begins to thrash, stopping it is impossible. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 15, and Go's Rotom Phone. Mankey, the big monkey Pokemon, a fighting type. Mankey is quick-tempered and can fly into a rage even while dreaming. Pokemon Origins, Mankey in Pokemon Origins with Eradicate. In the manga, got Mankey and the Electric Tales of Pikachu. In this, there's a few of them, and it's this cool art style. I really like it. Got all this in the TCG, the TFG. Trivia. I've done this first point in the Meowth video at the Hiya City Game Freak office in Pokemon Sun and Moon. Shigeki Morimoto states that he designed Mankey according to his boss's instructions. Origin. Mankey's categorization as the pig monkey Pokemon, along with its pig-like nose, may be inspired by the southern pig-tailed macaque. It also shares a similar color scheme and shaggy fur with this primate. Given its long tail, habitat, and overall personality, Mankey has much in common with baboons and snub-nosed monkeys. Name origin: Mankey may be a combination of man and monkey, may also involve mad and cranky. It was just A. It's just an A. Oh. Whatever. Other languages, related articles, external links. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's see Mankey's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 1, Pokemon, I Choose You. So I mentioned that we'd be watching Mankey's first scene, but we've kind of already watched Mankey's first scene in the Sandshrew. We kind of started, we already watched this little part of it, but there was a part that we kind of stopped at. So, but yeah, just know that this is kind of the same moment, I guess. We did that in the Sandshrew video. So, to explain what's going on, for those of you who didn't watch that, Ash Ketchum, the main character, started his Pokemon journey with his Pokemon Pikachu. They're running from a flock of Spearow that Ash made mad. So they're watching them run, yeah. See that? Yeah, and that was Mankey's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Mankey's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Mankey, as it's just the frames with Mankey. In this scene, Tim Goodman is watching a video explaining Rhyme City, and we're in this point in the video, it's talking about how humans and Pokemon coexisted. So the Mankey is here. Yep.
For the common good.
And that's the whole thing, so I hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 5 Mankey cards, but 4 of them are the same card, so we'll act like I just have 2 cards.
The first is the first Mankey card design. It was illustrated by Kagamaru Himino. I like that it shows Mankey in an action pose and showing how it climbs trees. It has 30 HP, it's 1'8" and 62 pounds, which is 0.3 pounds heavier than its weight in the official Pokedex. It has a symbol next to the weight, that means it's from Jungle, the second expansion of the TCG. Mankey has a Pokemon power, Peak, and a move, Scratch. Peak is not a move in the video games. On this card, at any point before the player's attack on their turn, they can look at the top of their deck, or their opponent's deck, a random card from the opponent's hand, or one of the prize cards. In the TCG, before play begins, 6 cards are face down in a pile. With each Pokemon the players KO, they get these cards. I've already explained Scratch, so all I'll say is that on this card, it takes 1 of any energy and hits for 10 damage. Mankey is weak to Psychic for ×2 damage. It has no resistance or retreat cost. Its description reads, extremely quick to anger. It could be docile one moment, then thrashing away the next. This is essentially the Pokedex entry for Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. It's level 7. In the video games, it would be 21 levels until evolving into Primeape. Before I move on to the next card, while researching this card, I found that there was a promotional version of this card in Japan with different art. I like the art since it kind of tells a story, showing 3 Mankey attempting to steal 3 apples. It's especially interesting since all 3 Mankey look different. The card was found in the first volume of the manga, How I Became a Pokemon card. The second Mankey card is the 7th Mankey card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. It is pretty lame, particularly compared to the last card. It's just the official art with what looks to be a blurry photo in the background and action lines. It has 50 HP, 20 more than the other Mankey. It's 1'8" and 61.7 pounds. It has 2 moves, Light Punch and Rage. Light Punch is not a move in the video games. On this card, it takes 1 fighting energy and hits for 10 damage. In the video games, Rage is a move that deals damage, which increases every time the user Pokemon is hit. On this card, it takes 2 of any energy and does 10 damage, plus 10 times the amount of damage counters Mankey has. Mankey is weak to Psychic, taking plus 10 damage. It has no resistance. Its retreat cost is 1 of any energy. This card has a symbol in the bottom right corner, meaning that it's from the Great Encounters expansion, the 4th expansion of the Diamond and Pearl series. Its description reads, it lives in treetop colonies. If one becomes enraged, the whole colony rampages for no reason. This is the Pokedex entry for Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, and Y. It's also almost identical to the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. It's level 14. In the video games, it would be 14 levels to evolving into Primeape.
Speaking of Primeape, I have a Primeape card, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Mankey. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No recent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're looking at this single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is 056 Mankey by Kuetsuku. So we got this cool looking Mankey, kind of a little bit stylized. Yep, it's kind of cool and nice use of colors, and an interesting pose. It's very good. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can catch a Mankey. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Primeape. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Primeape. For the first 8 generations, it was the only evolution of Mankey, but in Gen 9, Primeape was given its own evolution in Annihilape. Because this is the latest generation as of the recording of this video, it's unknown if this will continue in future generations or if this is just a regional evolution. Regardless, Mankey evolves into Primeape at level 28. Primeape's previous PYC dates are April 23rd, 1996, February 12th, 1996, December 3rd, 2001, September 23rd, 2004, July 15th, 2007, May 5th, 2010, February 23rd, 2013, December 15th, 2015, October 5th, 2018, and July 26th, 2021. I like that its design is basically Mankey with a few changes. Like Mankey being just monkey with an A instead of an O, I like that Primeape is just primate with an extra E and a P instead of the T. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Primeape, the pig monkey Pokemon, whose number is 0057. This is what it looks like. Type is Fighting, abilities, Vital Spirit or Anger Point in Gen 4+. Defiant is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding, a group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight 70.5 pounds or 32 kilograms. Experience yield 149 the first 4 gens and 159 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, both in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown. Base friendship is 70. Primeape is a fighting type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Mankey starting at level 28 and evolves into Annihilape when leveled up after using Rage Fist 20 times. Biology. Primeape is a bipedal simian Pokemon with a round body covered in light beige, shaggy fur. There is usually a throbbing vein on the left side of its forehead, and it has triangular ears with pink insides. Narrow eyes with tiny pupils and a pink snout-like nose. Its arms and legs are brown and have metal shackles on the wrists and ankles. This is probably indicative of a method of training with weights. The hands have no visible fingers, instead resembling mittens or boxing gloves, and the feet have 2 toes. Primeape is easily angered. Even the slightest glance of eye contact will make it furious. When it becomes enraged, its blood circulation is boosted. This makes its muscles stronger, but at the cost of some of its intelligence. Primeape also possesses the ability to convert its anger into energy to attack its opponents with. It has sturdy vessels in its brain that keep it healthy despite its constant anger. It will chase anyone who upsets it and will not stop until it has caught up to its target. Even if it is awoken from sleep, it will groggily chase whatever woke it. Some researchers have a theory Primeape is angry even when inside a Pokeball. Aww. In some cases, Primeape has been known to die as a result of its rage, though it is also said to look peaceful in death. Potentially due to its rage transcending and leaving its physical form to become something new. In the anime, it has shown some fondness for bananas. You can see that here in this one. Surrounded by Mankey. Primeape can be found on mountains, competes with Ursaring when it comes to searching for berries. In Paldea, Hawlucha is Primeape's natural enemy. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it is very rare to find a Primeape sleeping without rage, possibly from exhausting itself. Primeape and its evolved form Annihilape are the only Pokemon capable of learning the move Rage Fist. Evolution. Primeape evolves from Mankey and evolves into Annihilape. So Mankey, Primeape, Annihilape. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, Red and Blue. Always furious and tenacious to boot. It will not abandon chasing its quarry until it is caught. Yellow. It stops being angry only when nobody else is around. To view this moment is very difficult. Stadium. When enraged, it gives chase endlessly. Because it is impossible to tell what made it angry, there is no soothing it. In Gen 2, in Gold, if approached while asleep, it may awaken and angrily give chase in a groggy state of semi-sleep. Silver, it becomes wildly furious if it even senses someone looking at it. It chases anyone that meets its glare. Crystal, it will beat up anyone who makes it mad, even if it has to chase them until the end of the world. Stadium 2 is just golds again. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, when Primeape becomes furious, its blood circulation is boosted. In turn, its muscles are made even stronger. However, it also becomes much less intelligent at the same time. Emerald, when it becomes furious, its blood circulation becomes more robust, and its muscles are made stronger, but it also becomes much less intelligent. Fire Red, it is always outrageously furious. If it gives chase, it will tenaciously track the target no matter how far. Leaf Green is very similar to Red and Blue, but is slightly different, so we'll read it. Always furious and tenacious to boot. It will not abandon chasing its quarry until it catches up. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it grows angry if you see its eyes, and gets angrier if you run. If you beat it, it gets even madder. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterpart. In Gen 5, those are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum entry. In Gen 6, X is Yellows. Wise is Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, in Sun, it has been known to become so angry that it dies as a result. Its face looks peaceful in death, however. In Moon, some researchers theorize that Primeape remains angry even when inside a Pokeball. Ultra Sun, it will never forgive opponents who have angered it, even after it has beaten them down until they can't move. It never, ever forgives. Aww. Ultra Moon, the blood vessels in its brain are sturdier than those of other Pokemon, so it can stay healthy despite its constant raging. The Let's Go games are just Yellow and X's entry. In Gen 8, in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it becomes angry if it sees an opponent's eyes, and gets angrier if the opponent runs. Even after it beats the opponent, it is still angry. In Gen 9, Scarlet's is Silver's entry, and Violet's is Moon's entry. So we got Primeape in the Alola Pokedex, Primeape in the Paldea Pokedex, which has Mankeys, so that's a full evolution one, or image, so it's obviously very angry, very raged. That's how they represent the rage in the models, huh? Is that... Okay, that's gonna be interesting to see how it's a little different than this one, though. Okay, so yeah, we got it on a field, probably just being angry. A Primeape in the Kitakami Pokedex, also a full line evolution, maybe kids, at least, I don't know. I don't know, but they seem to be fighting, though. Yeah. Game locations, you got that. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon Cotton Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So from Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Gold Leaf 100% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, you get a Payapa Berry 5% of the time. Stats, base stats. HP 65, Attack 105, Defense 60, Special Attack 60, Special Defense 70, Speed 95, for a total of 455. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 60. Pokéthon stats, Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Fighting, Poison, Ground, Ghost, Steel, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Ice, and Dragon. Weak to Flying, Psychic, and Fairy for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Rock, Bug, and Dark for half. Learn set while leveling up will go to 28. 30 Thrash, 35 Rage Fist, 39 Close Combat, 44 Screech, 48 Stopping Tantrum, 53 Outrage, and 57 Final Gambit. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, by Prior Evolution you get Covet from Mankey. It's a physical normal, its power is 60, accuracy 100%, and its PB is 25. Special moves from the event Wild Terra Pokemon, you can get Brick Break, Encore, and Poison Jab. Side game data. Pokemon Ranger, in the browser entry. Primeape is always furious and savage. It has the power to shatter big boulders. In Shadows of Olmia, it thrashes about extremely wildly. It is easier to capture when it stops. In Guardian Signs, it attacks with punches. Got this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepad entry. Primeape came to the Iceberg Zone to battle. The attraction he's best at is Venusaur's Vine Swing. He also likes Tangrowth's Swing Along. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. They get angry easily, but Pokemon in the Crag area accept it as their personality. They are pleasant after they finish being angry. Okay, got all this. Evolution data we did yesterday, so I'll go over it again. Okay, interesting. So it does have the spikiness at the beginning for sprites here. So they kind of just made it, yeah. So I guess they reverse engineered the Mankey to fit this one. That's interesting. Okay, so yeah, you got all the basic features still here, you know, a bit more shaggy, I think, but otherwise fun. I don't know if it really works. I mean, I'm not sure it really works with this one, this Baxter, but this one definitely doesn't work for that one because of the different colors. Yeah, army green, like it was yesterday. The shackles, or whatever, not whatever they are. Yeah, so got those. So now, that's an interesting decision. They are more gold, the arms. They're brown and fire red and leaf green. These are brown with the greens. That part got kept. It's interesting. The nose, it's kind of hard to tell. These first few gens, but it kind of basically gets the proper distinction of nose color here. And then the proper colors for the body, you know. Has black eyes. Yeah, sort of a different green. This is a, I don't know, more of a, I don't know what that would be, like a, almost, I don't know, but more of a yellow-brown, I guess. I'm just, yeah, that's a tan. This, yeah, basically stays the same. Maybe, I'm sure these edges differ from generation to generation. That, I guess, kind of changes. That becomes a little bit different shape. A little bit different. Basically keeping the same concept. So then again, the models. This is a much better model than Mankey's was. It's a lot more proportional to this, I guess. I mean, it's a little bit, they had to change it a little bit. But yeah, pretty good. And yeah, that's, now it's, yeah, just kind of, yeah, it's lighter, of course. Yep. So these are all still textures. Texture, obviously, on this one. I mean, not obviously, but yeah. These are modeled. Oh, wait, were these ever not modeled? No, they were always modeled. Okay. The shackles. Yeah, we don't have the latest generation, so we can't see it as an actual vein popping out. In the anime. Primeape in the anime. So we've got a few of them. Got this. Pokedex entries in episode 25 in Ash's Pokedex. Primeape, if you make eye contact with this evolved form of Mankey, it will chase you forever. In the same episode, about the move Thrash, in the same Pokedex. Once Primeape begins its strongest attack, Thrash, it goes completely out of control. And then the manga, Primeape in Pokemon Adventures. All this, the TCG, trivia. According to Pocket Monsters, the animation, Primeape is the reason why Pokeballs were developed. This affirmation, however, has been contradicted several times. The most notable instance of this is in Pokemon Legends Arceus, where Primeape is unobtainable, and Pokeballs with the same function and shape, albeit made with seemingly different materials, are seen in Hisui at an earlier point in history. Of course, that could be like the modern Pokeballs were developed because of Primeape, but you know, to be strong enough to hold it or whatever. Origin. Primeape's categorization as the pig-monkey Pokemon, along with its pig-like nose, may be inspired by the southern pig-tailed macaque. It also shares a similar color scheme and shaggy fur with this primate. Given its long-tail habitat and overall personality, Primeape has much in common with baboons and snub-nosed monkeys. In addition, Primeape's hands look like boxing gloves, and it appears to be wearing metal weights on its wrists and ankles. Name origin, Primeape may be a combination of prime, primate, and ape. Again, I think it's just my way. Well, I mean, it probably is actually more primate than ape, but I like mine better. Okorizaru may be derived from Okorizaru, angry monkey. Very likely. It's literally the same word, but capitalized. Yes, okay, I mean, it's probably different characters, I don't know. Anyway, in other languages, references, see also external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Primates first in the anime.
Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today, we're watching episode 25, Primeape goes bananas. In this episode, Ash, who's currently on the ground, his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, and Pikachu, who's not in this scene, are just on this road, and Ash tried to catch this Mankey here, but he failed. So, and then there's Team Rocket here, Jesse, James, Meowth. They're confronting them, and I don't know, they're talking about something, I wasn't really paying attention. And so now, Mankey here is evolving into Primeape. Okay, now it's evolving. There it is.
It evolved!
Oh!
Who's that Pokemon?
Okay, so that was Primeape's first appearance in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Primeape's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Primeape, since it's only the frames with Primeape. So Primeape doesn't physically appear, it just appears in this little poster here. So it's a poster promoting a fight between Machamp and Primeape, I guess. I'm assuming it's a fight, although it doesn't make much sense since they're in a city where fighting is illegal. They being Tim, the main character in Detective Pikachu, they're in this cafe. So Tim has met Detective Pikachu here in Rhyme City, and has just found out it was his father's Pokemon partner. Tim came to the city because his father died in a car crash. So yeah, so we got 3 Poké-Dollars or 6? I don't know what that means. That's interesting. This is a Jigglypuff, by the way. It's singing this guy to sleep, or it's singing to this guy, but he's falling asleep because that's what Jigglypuff does. Yeah, let's get going here.
Pile up, the walls close in.
So yeah,
right becomes wrong. Can't remember a darn thing.
Yeah, he's got amnesia.
I can't solve my own mystery if I have no memory, which is why I need to find in my past.
He's legally dead.
Really?
Thanks for coming.
Okay.
So,
okay, let's get back there. Let me explain. Okay, so this scene is much later in the film. So this is Lucy Stevens, a reporter. He's talking to her because he just found out his father is actually not dead. He needs to find Mewtwo, and their connection is that her boss, Roger, yeah, he was behind like what his father's last case, and so they're trying to connect the dots. And yeah, so they're meeting her, and yeah.
So.
Yeah, and so that's basically it. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Primeape card.
It's the 7th design of the Primeape card. It was illustrated by Kagamaru Amino. I like that it shows the Primeape beating on the ground, likely riling itself up to fight. It has 90 HP, 40 more HP than its contemporary Mankey card. It is 3'3" and weighs 70.5 pounds. It has one move, Whomp, and one Pokemon body, or Pokebody for short. A Pokebody is an effect that is always active during play. In this case, Primeape has Anger Point. In the video games, Anger Point is an ability introduced in Gen 4 that maximizes a Pokemon's attack stat. On this card, if Primeape has any damage counters, its attack adds 40 damage before modifiers. Whomp is not a move from the video games. On this card, it costs 1 fighting energy and 2 of any other energies. The move confuses Primeape. If a coin flip is lost, Primeape can't fight on its next turn. It also hits for 50 or 90 damage if Primeape has already at least 1 damage counter. Depending on a coin flip, the damage will either hit Primeape or the opposing Pokemon. It's weak to Psychic for 20 damage. It has no weakness, and its retreat cost is 1 of any energy. In the bottom right corner, there is the Great Encounters expansion symbol. Its description reads, grows angry if you see its eyes, and gets angrier if you run. If you beat it, it gets even madder. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2. It's level 41.
I don't have a Pokemon card for Growlithe, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Poliwag. Now let's see why people love Primeape. Now let's look at the fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Primeape. So we're starting with 057 Primeape by Kuitsuku. So it's this cool posed Primeape here. We did the Mankey one yesterday. So this is also another cool kind of pose. And very nice use of colors and different shading and stuff. Then we got Primeape by Shinigami GFX. This cool looking Primeape, another cool pose. Kind of looks like it's leaning in to fight something maybe. Yeah, very angry. Then we've got Primeape by Kruckmeister. So it's, yeah, in this sort of jumping pose, I guess. Very, very simple. Yeah. Nice use of outlines. Different, different lengths. Different thickness of outlines. This is not a Primeape, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can evolve Mankey into Primeape. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Growlithe. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Growlithe, the first canine Pokemon. If one wishes to consider Hisuian Growlithe as number 58, that form is the first Fire Rock Pokemon. Its past PYC dates are April 24th, 1996, February 13th, 1999, December 4th, 2001, September 24th, 2004, July 16th, 2007, May 6th, 2010, February 24th, 2013, December 16th, 2015, October 6th, 2018, and July 27th, 2021. I like both designs for Growlithe. I think they're adorable. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Growlithe, puppy Pokemon for non-Hisuian Growlithe, scout Pokemon for Hisuian Growlithe. Its number is 0058. This is Growlithe. This is what it looks like. This is what Hisuian Growlithe looks like. As non-Hisuian Growlithe, its type is Fire. As Hisuian Growlithe, its type is Fire Rock. Abilities: Intimidate or Flash Fire for both. And Justified is Growlithe's hidden ability, and Hisuian Growlithe's hidden ability is Rockhead. Gender ratio is 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Its breeding is egg group. Field at hatch time 20 cycles. Its height is, as Growlithe, is 2'4" or 0.7 meters, and its weight is 41.9 or 19 kilograms. Hisuian Growlithe is 2'7" or 0.8 meters and 50 pounds or 22.7 kilograms. Its face experience yield is 91 in the first 4 gens, 70 in 5+, leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 1, for an attack, shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown. I don't know that I'd agree in either of these, because, like, that's clearly orange and tan. I guess tan's a form of brown, I guess so is orange. And this is more gray and reddish orange. Yeah. I don't know. Base friendship 70. Growlithe is a fire-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Arcanine when exposed to a Firestone. In Hisui, Growlithe has a dual-type Fire/Rock regional form. It evolves into Hisuian Arcanine when exposed to a Firestone. Biology: Growlithe is a quadrupedal canine Pokemon. It has orange fur with black stripes along its back and legs. The fur on its muzzle, chest and belly and tail is beige, as is an additional tuft of fur on the top of its head. Growlithe's coat is noticeably longer on its chest and tail. It has gray eyes, a black nose, and large, round, and triangular ears, with beige interiors. Its forepaws have 2 visible claws, while its hind paws have 3 toes each. Each paw has a brown pad. Growlithe is a friendly and loyal Pokemon that will fearlessly defend its trainer and territory from harm, even against larger, stronger enemies. In particular, it has been known to fight with Rockruff over territory. It will fiercely bark at, bite, and chase away any perceived threat. Otherwise, this obedient Pokemon will wait motionlessly until given an order. It has a long history with people, as its bones have been found in Stone Age ruins. In the wild, Growlithe can be commonly found in grassy plains. Growlithe also has a powerful olfactory sense. If it detects an unknown smell in its territory, it roars to flush out the intruder. It can smell the emotions of others and never forgets a scent. Aww. However, strong, unpleasant smells can disable Growlithe's sense of smell for short periods, as seen in the anime. Aww. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Growlithe is known to bark at anyone who approaches it while sleeping. Forms: Growlithe has a regional form, Hisuian Growlithe. And Hisui, Growlithe's fur is dark orange-red, while its mane and tail are light gray, and its muzzle is a light tan. The fur is made out of igneous rock components. Its mane covers its eyes and extends below its head, ending with 3 curls. Its ears are rounded and square with light orange-red interiors. It has a small horn made of rock on its head, and its tail is curly. Growlithe's Hisuian form is the result of it being exposed to volcanic activity within the coastal highlands it lives in during Hisui's early times. Hisuian Growlithe's soft and insulated fur allows it to survive the cold weather of Hisui. Although Hisuian Growlithe's horn is made of rock, it is fragile and breaks easily, so the Pokemon rarely uses its horn unless needed. Hisuian Growlithe live in pairs and are known to be vigilant when guarding their territory. Hisuian Growlithe take much longer to bond with humans because they have lived apart from humans for a long time. Oh, I never realized that. I thought that was just part of the hair. Evolution. Growlithe evolves into Arcanine. Hisuian, as you can see that here. Hisuian Growlithe evolves into Hisuian Arcanine. You can see that here. Why would they not change it and make a different color? Anyway, game data, NPC appearances. In Pokemon Legend Arceus, 2 Hisuian Growlithe are supporting characters, and 1 being a boss in the game. One of them is the pup of the previous noble Arcanine, and by extension, a descendant of the Hisuian Arcanine that the ancient hero had befriended ages ago, and the other one is his friend owned by Polina. Since the previous lord had died, Arcanine's son later evolved into an Arcanine himself, succeeding his father as the new noble and being beloved by the people of Hisui region, along with the other noble and ride Pokemon. Should be of the Hisui region. Or just of Hisui. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the Teal Mask. Hisuian Growlithe is a minor character in the games. He's one of the few known Hisuian Growlithe known to be alive in the present. He's owned by Persian along with his brother, who's given to the player. Oh. If Detective Pikachu returns, Growlithe is one of the Pokemon that Detective Pikachu can ride during the game to help him out during a case. She can use her strong sense of smell to track down traces of scent. In Pokédex entries, in red and blue, very protective of its territory, it will bark and bite to repel intruders from its space. In yellow, a Pokemon with a friendly nature. However, it will bark fiercely at anything invading its territory. Stadium, friendly and loyal, but also jealously protective of its territory. Carelessly approaching it may result in a bite. In Gen 2 in gold, it has a brave and trustworthy nature. It fearlessly stands up to bigger and stronger foes. In Silver, extremely loyal, it will fiercely bark at any opponent to protect its own trainer from harm. Crystal, it controls a big territory. If it detects an unknown smell, it roars loudly to force out the intruder. Stadium 2 is Gold Century. In Gen 3 in Ruby and Sapphire, Growlithe has a superb sense of smell. Once it smells anything, this Pokemon won't forget the scent, no matter what. It uses its advanced olfactory sense to determine the emotions of other living things. In Emerald, its superb sense of smell ensures that this Pokemon won't forget any scent, no matter what. It uses its sense of smell to detect the emotions of others. In Fire Red, very friendly and faithful to people. It will try to repel enemies by barking and biting. Leaf Green, it is very protective of its territory. It will bark and bite to repel intruders from its space. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, a Pokemon with a loyal nature. It will remain motionless until it is given an order by its trainer. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entries. Black 2 and White 2, extremely loyal to its trainer. It will bark at those who approach the trainer unexpectedly and run them out of town. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red's entry, Y's is the Gold entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7 in Sun, it's both clever and loyal, but if a stranger tries to invade its territory, it barks threateningly. In Moon, it looks cute, but when you approach another trainer's Growlithe, it will bark at you and bite. In Ultra Sun, while it's quite friendly towards humans once it's grown used to them, in the wild it must be quite fierce to defend its territory from Rockruff. It has lived alongside humans since ages ago. Its bones have been found in excavations of ruins from the Stone Age. The Let's Go games are just Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, Sword is one we've done before. The Shield entry is the Silver entries. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to the Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is a Pokemon with a loyal nature. It will remain motionless until it is given an order by its trainer. The Hisuian Growlithe in Legends Arceus. They patrol their territory in pairs. I believe the igneous rock components in the fur of this species are the result of volcanic activity in its habitat. In Gen 9, Scarlet's entry is the Gold entries, Y's entry, and Sword's entry. Violet is similar to one we've done before, but it's slightly different, so I'll read it. It's very friendly and faithful to people. It will try to repel enemies by barking and biting. So we got Growlithe in the Alola Pokedex, Growlithe in the Paldea Pokedex, I guess going against a Dreadnought. Then we got Growlithe in the Kitakami Pokedex, so a few of them. I guess they're saying hi, probably the cameraman or something. Or maybe being angry, you know, protecting their territory. Yeah. Game locations, side game locations, events, all that. Held items, Growlithe. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Pokemon Emerald, Growlithe can only be found in the Battle Frontier. So we got red, blue, and yellow. If you get a berry 100% of the time, gold, silver, and crystal, you get burnt berry 25% of the time. Fire red and leaf green, you get a Rostberry 50% of the time. Emerald, diamond, pearl, platinum, heart gold, and soul silver, you get a Rostberry 100% of the time. Black 2 and white 2, you get a Rostberry 50% of the time. For the Hisuian Growlithe in Legends Arceus, normal, you get a Rostberry 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. Grit items by level. For an alpha, you get EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. And grit items by level. Still don't know how the math works. So for stats, we'll compare Growlithe's base stats with Hisuian Growlithe base stats. There's a note here though. Due to the different way stats are calculated in Pokemon Legends Arceus, exact minimum and maximum stats are not shown in this table. I don't know if the base stats are affected, but also, before we continue, I didn't even mention this little box here. It has the rock outline. Yes. Okay, because it's up here as well. There's probably a few instances of it I missed. Okay, Growlithe has 55 HP. The other one has 60. 70 is that one's attack. This one has 75. Defense 45, that stays the same. Special attack 70, that one's 65. 50 special defense, stays the same. Speed 60 for this one, 55 for this one, 350 for both. There's a note in what should be the Growlithe box, but it's just kind of the base stats box, I guess. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 50. Pokeathon stats for type effectiveness. We'll compare Growlithe with Hisuian Growlithe. So Growlithe is damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, electric, psychic, dragon, and dark. So what gets moved? Normal gets moved, flying gets moved, poison gets moved, ghost stays. So does that one? Okay, that one stays, that one stays. Okay, those are the other ones move. Okay. Hisuian Growlithe is damaged normally by ghost, steel, grass, electric, psychic, dragon, and dark. Growlithe is weak to ground, rock, and water for double. While Hisuian Growlithe is weak to fighting, ground, rock, and water. Fighting and rock are double, while ground and water are 4 times. Both are immune to nothing. Growlithe is resistant to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and fairy, all for half. While Hisuian Growlithe is resistant to normal, flying, poison, bug, fire, ice, and fairy, all for half, except for fire, which is a 4th. In the Growlithe box here, we've got a couple notes. If this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 0, so we go from half to 0. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of Ice-type moves is 1, so it went from 1 to half. In the Hisuian Growlithe box, you got the notes here. If this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 0, so it goes from a 4th to 0. In Learn Set, by leveling up, for Growlithe, 1, you get Ember and Leer. For Howl, 8 Bite, 12 Flame Wheel, 16 Helping Hand, 20 Agility, 24 Fire Fang, 28 Retaliate, 32 Crunch, 36 Takedown, 40 Flamethrower, 44 Roar, 48 Play Rough, 52 Reversal, and 56 Flare Blitz. For Hisuian Growlithe, you have Ember and Leer at level 1. 4, you get Howl, 8 Bite, 12 Flame Wheel, 16 Helping Hand, 24 Fire Fang, 28 Retaliate, 32 Crunch, 36 Takedown, 40 Flamethrower, 44 Roar, 48 Rock Slide, 52 Reversal, and 56 Flare Blitz. By TM for Growlithe, TM 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 9 Thunder Fang, 18 Thief, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 30 Snarl, 32 Swift, 38 Flame Charge, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 55 Dig, 63 Psychic Fangs, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 108 Crunch, 118 Heat Wave, 125 Flamethrower, 127 Play Rough, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 141 Fire Blast, 147 Wild Charge, 156 Outrage, 157 Overheat, 165 Flare Blitz, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 204 Double Edge, 207 Temper Flare, and 224 Curse. For Hisuian Growlithe, you get 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 9 Thunder Fang, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 36 Rock Tomb, 38 Flame Charge, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 53 Smart Strike, 55 Dig, 63 Psychic Fangs, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 76 Rock Blast, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 108 Crunch, 116 Stealth Rock, 118 Heat Wave, 125 Flamethrower, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 141 Fire Blast, 147 Wild Charge, guess it was version 2.0.1 onwards, 150 Stone Edge, 156 Outrage, 157 Overheat, 165 Flare Blitz, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 179 Smackdown, 204 Double Edge, 207 Temper Flare, and 215 Scorching Sands. By breeding, this group gives you Covet, this group gives you Double Kick, this group gives you Double Edge, Espeon gives you Morning Sun, this group gives you Raging Fury, and this group gives you Thrash. For Hisuian Growlithe, this group gives you Covet, this group gives you Double Kick, this group gives you Double Edge, this group gives you Head Smash, Espeon gives you Morning Sun, and this group gives you Thrash. Special moves, in the Wild Terra Pokemon event, you can get Covet or Dig. Side game data. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Growlithe is a lively Pokemon that breathes embers while scampering about. In Shadows of Almia, it attacks by breathing fire and throwing tackles. Got that. Hisuian Growlithe, Pokemon Go, evolution data, Growlithe, you need the Firestone, Hisuian Growlithe, you need the Firestone. Sprites here, okay. Oh yeah, they don't start off very like this. This is more the Growlithe. I mean, they got the basic elements, the stripes, the hair, the chest tuft, you know, the tail, but yeah, that's much more defined here, that there's an insides of the ears. That actually, there's kind of maybe, oh no, those are just the ears. Yeah, they don't have that yet, but yeah. It's more defined here, and then they get the colors, the orange. This one's more of a, maybe dark gold. Yep. I get the lighter orange, and that's just an actual, just sort of yellow gold, almost like a mustard yellow, actually. Yep. Like a different shade of orange here. It's also kind of a different shade of orange. It's more just pure yellow. Yep. I guess as time goes on, the tuft gets more rough, I guess. So you can kind of see, yeah. 3 head things. Right, it's all just one wisp in the first gen, and of course that one doesn't really work for that one. That's right. But then it, yeah, kind of becomes a little bit spikier on the back sprite. Yes. But then it becomes more of a, in Gen 4 it becomes more of a wisp. Again, I guess. Then, yeah, I got that one. Gets a little cuter. Yeah, the eyes get bigger. It kind of becomes smaller again, and when it becomes a 3D model, sort of a lighter orange. More of a gold now. Still a tuft, though. Tail. Anything special about the tail? Not really. Sun and Moon. I think it's a slightly different orange. I can't remember. Yeah, and yellow. This is more of an actual yellow than gold, yeah. This is back to gold and the darker orange. Yeah. Eyes? Can't really tell the eye color on any of these. Then we got Sword and Shield here. And then the Hisuians. Yeah. Not really much to compare to. It's their first models in the game, so still keeps the kind of the gold. Yeah, that's cool. And home here. Yeah. Okay. In the anime, Growlithe in the anime. Hisuian Growlithe in the anime, so you can see it there. With all the other Hisuian exclusive Pokemon. That one's Braviary, I know that one. That's Bastiodon. That one's one that was exclusive to this area. Weirdeer, that's what that one is. Keep going here. Okay. Pokedex entries in episode 33 in Ash's Pokedex. Growlithe, a puppy Pokemon of pleasant demeanor and great diligence. It drives enemies away with barks and bites. Episode 54 in the same Pokedex. Growlithe, the puppy Pokemon. While loyal to its master, the Growlithe will drive away enemies by barking and biting. In Diamond and Pearl 153 in Dawn's Pokedex. Growlithe, the puppy Pokemon. Growlithe are very loyal and won't move unless their trainer commands it. Pokemon Origins, Growlithe and Pokemon Origins, Pokemon Generations, Growlithe and Pokemon Generations. That, manga, Growlithe and Pokemon Adventures. TCG, other appearances, multiple Growlithe appear in Pokemon Detective Pikachu, you'll see that later. Trivia, the beta Pokemon names in red and blue list Growlithe as Flamey. Aww. This next point we did in the Vulpix episode. Growlithe shares its category with Lillipup, Rockruff, Yamper, and Fido. They are all known as the puppy Pokemon. Hisuian Growlithe shares its category with Sentret and Patrat. They are known as the Scout Pokemon. Growlithe and its evolved form are the only Pokemon with a male-female ratio of 3:1 that aren't in the human-like egg group. Through a glitch in the Gen 1 games, Pokemon that would normally require an evolution stone to evolve can be evolved without it, provided that the Pokemon levels up in the battle and the player has sent out a specific Pokemon in the same battle. In the case of the Thunderstone, this Pokemon is Growlithe. Hisuian Growlithe and its evolved form were designed by Megumi Mizutani. In Pokemon Legends Arceus' internal code, Hisuian Growlithe's hidden ability is justified instead of Rockhead. Hisuian Growlithe and Hisuian Braviary were the first Hisuian forms to be officially revealed. Origin. Growlithe may be based on Japanese statues called Shisa that resemble a mix between lions and dogs. They may also originate from Chinese Shi or Japanese Komanu, which are guardian statues that also resemble lion and dog mixes that are sometimes incorrectly called foo dogs in the West. Both Shisa and Shi statues alike are often found in pairs believed to invite good luck and used as guardians, which may inspire Growlithe's protective nature. Its stripes and coloration are reminiscent of tigers. It may also draw inspiration from dogs with brindle, tiger-striped coat patterns, such as the Kayakan. In its Hisuian form, its rock typing and appearance may be based on the Komanu statues. Aww, that'd be nice. Name origin, Growlithe may be a combination of Growl and Lith. Guardy may refer to its ability as a guard dog, as a corruption of guard or guardian. Other languages, see also references, external links, Hisuian forms. This is the first time we've gotten to this box. And yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Growlithe's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 30, Sparks Fly for Magnemite. In this episode, Ash and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful companion Pikachu, have come to Gringy City. Pikachu is not feeling great, so they went to the Pokemon Center. And the power has just gone out, although it's not very clear. I think this is probably just an animation shot that they had. That's probably a mistake, to have the lights on here, but, anyway, yeah, so, yeah, we're gonna see the effects that has on the Pokemon Center. That's Pokemon. So we got the Growlithe there. Yeah, that's Growlithe's first scene in the anime, so let's move on.
Now let's watch Growlithe's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video. Or as I like to call it, Detective Growlithe, as it's only the frames with Growlithe to the best of my ability. Tim, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where people and Pokemon coexist. You can kind of see this here. This is sort of an establishing shot of the city, sort of showing the relationship between humans and Pokemon. Can't really see it, but there's a little bit of a Growlithe here. It'll be coming around the corner. I think it's with this guy. Or maybe with this couple. I don't know. No, it is that guy. Okay, so this is... Okay, that's Tim. So this is a sort of establishing shot as well, but kind of not really, because we're going to the police station. So Tim has come to Rhyme City because he's just found out that his father, a police detective, has died in a car crash. And so he's sort of finishing up business here in town. So we'll see a few of the Growlithe. Yeah, so I guess these are... I mean, presumably these would be like training dogs, while the Arcanine would be the, you know, the full canine. But I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, so there's police department here. Okay, so now, cut to later. Tim is sort of walking to his dad's apartment to clean up things. There's a few Growlithe around. Yep. Okay, so now in this scene, Tim has entered his dad's apartment and found a bedroom that looks a lot like his childhood bedroom, because his dad wanted him to move in with him, but this is Tim as a kid, decided to live with his grandmother instead. So he's remembering how the day his mom died, or the day he found out his mom died. And so there's a Growlithe toy or something up here. That's why it's in this. Yes.
But your mother had to see the doctor. It couldn't wait.
Yeah. Okay, so now we've cut to much later in the film. There's a Growlithe. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, and found out that he's the Pokemon partner of his dad, Harry Goodman. And Pikachu's explaining how he has amnesia, and they're kind of talking about, yeah, Harry and the disappearance and stuff there. Yep.
So there I was, in the middle of nowhere with a bad case of the forgetsies. The only clue to my past is Harry's name and wrong
So
becomes
in the
wrong.
background.
Wait, who you calling?
Clicking a plate of
Yeah, no, that sounds great. That
probably
sounds great. This menu looks really
his food, because I think they met him,
Can't
presumably.
help you there, kid.
So you're a talking Pikachu with no memories who's addicted to caffeine.
I could stop whenever I want. These are just choices. I'm a great detective, but I can't. Please.
What is that?
Thanks, Dom.
I got some bad news for you.
Ludicolo gave him. Just found out that that Harry's dead, but he doesn't believe it.
No, Harry ain't dead.
No, Harry is dead. You're wrong. Sorry.
Wait. Where are you going?
So they're leaving. Okay, so now we've got to much later in the film. Tim and Detective Pikachu have found a vial of gas called the Argas, and they've tracked it down to this underground Pokemon fight club called the Roundhouse. And now, so there's probably, I think there's one in here, I think. You can't really see Growlithe, but yeah, they're gonna enter it, and it's gonna be seen in the club. Yep. You kind of see it in the tail. It's a little bit better here, it's back here. Yeah.
Let's see where this goes.
Okay, so now, we've got to a little bit later in the scene. In the background, a Gengar and a Blastoise are fighting. There's the Growlithe watching the fight. So they've just met the owner of the club, and he is like curious about him. So in the past, apparently, Detective Pikachu and Harry came to this club to track down the Argas as well, because the Argas is important to finding Harry for them. So, yeah, so they're gonna, like, so the owner's gonna challenge him to a fight between him and his Charizard, sort of a rematch, because he faced, yeah, the Charizard.
Tell him you're my new partner.
Yeah.
I'm his, new partner.
Last time he was here.
Oh. There are consonants and all I see are nipples.
So, yeah, the owner's not wearing a shirt. I don't know if you see that in the film.
So, where's his shirt?
This!
For this video.
This is my place!
Yeah.
And that's that.
Right, the coat.
Yeah, scratched his coat as well.
Classic stare down. Now stop distracting
his face as well.
Look, I just want to know why his old partner was here. That's all.
You give me my rematch?
Tell him he's on, amigo.
Okay.
Just
so
doing some
there's
light stretching.
one
Never wanna go
around
these things
here. I think
tight.
in the
I've dealt with this
background.
putz before,
Yeah, there's
so
one
I'll
like
just
right
do it
here.
again.
So yeah, they're gonna fight. He's just taking some of the Argas. Gone crazy. So there's the shirtlessness. But also, so Tim went in to help Detective Pikachu since Detective Pikachu couldn't remember how to use its powers. So then he came in after him and got hit by Charizard's tail, knocking him out. He had like a bunch of vials in his coat. It's gonna go around here, and you'll see the Pokemon go crazy a little bit. I don't think you see that too much, though. Yeah, okay. So now we've cut to much later in the film. They've watched police footage showing the crash and think that Harry is dead, but Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, summoned them to his office to say that Harry is actually not dead and is just missing because of a Pokemon called Mewtwo. So here we've got the Growlithe and a painting or an art here. Yep.
That great.
So let's go back a little bit. So that is a hologram of the car crash. Howard has the ability to just have that. He has that technology because he's in a wheelchair, and he uses it to see things from the outside world, and allows him to see things that people can't see or whatever. So there's one, there's the Growlithe here. Yeah. So, I also just realized I never actually explained what was going on here. So they just watched. It was an Eevee, and it evolved into a Flareon.
That great.
Okay, so now we've got to much later in the film. So there's a parade going on for the 10th anniversary of Rhyme City, and among the various Pokemon that are helping the police at this parade are these Growlithe. For our main character's plotline, though, Tim and Pikachu have met Mewtwo, and Mewtwo was captured by who they believe to be Roger, and they know a reporter named Lucy Stevens who they've told about this, and so she's trying to get help on how to report the news, since Roger Clifford, that's Howard's son, also runs the news. So this is Cynthia Masters, or McMasters or something. She's just a news reporter. So Lucy's actually not a reporter, she's an intern, so she's going to try to enlist her help. I don't know how much you see of that in the video, but you also see Tim is going to go tell Howard about the situation, since Howard already knew that his son was involved with the Argas and stuff. So yes. So yeah, you can see him walking through this parade set up here. So that's him going to talk to Howard and Growlithe in the art.
Howard, Mr. Clifford, your son.
So now we've cut to a little bit later. The parade's about to start, so we got a couple Growlithe on the ground here. That's the mayor talking.
We are more than happy with the turnout today.
So now it's been revealed that Howard was actually behind the capture of Mewtwo. He has used a device called the Neuralink to connect his mind, or to put his mind inside Mewtwo's body and to control him. And he's about to release Argas from the balloons onto the people. He's going to explain that. We'll see a little bit of it with Growlithe here.
But for
Mewtwo,
all of humanity, humans and Pokemon merged into one.
Growlithe on the behind, here, down lower. The Argas is being released. All the Pokemon go crazy. You probably saw that with Charizard. That's why. Yeah. Well, yeah. And so the whole idea is, so you can see him sort of doing these flashes here. These flashes are him merging people with Pokemon because he's obsessed with creating a partnership between humans and Pokemon. So all the humans have become Pokemon. Yeah. So, okay. So this is Detective Pikachu. So when they met Mewtwo, he showed them a vision that made it seem like Pikachu betrayed Harry, but and so he and Tim split up. He's now returned after finding out something at the crash of the site, and he's returned to Rhyme City in this sort of state. There's the Growlithe here.
Worst parade I've ever seen. Lucy!
Lucy and her Psyduck. So now we've cut to a little later. Tim has just discovered, so there's this is Roger, or who they believe to be Roger anyway. Well, who they used to believe was Roger, but he found the real Roger in the closet, and now this is gonna be revealed who this is. So that's Miss Norman, his assistant, or Howard's assistant, so that's actually a Ditto. It's turning Exploud to, blasted Tim across the room. And so now we've cut to much later in the film. The plot has kind of unraveled a little bit. The Neuralink has been disconnected from Howard, and so this is Mewtwo proper. He was holding Pikachu at the time, or Howard/Mewtwo was, but when they disconnected, both of them started falling, but he saved him using the psychic powers he has. Yes, and so now you kind of see the Growlithe in the bottom.
Tim!
There, yeah. So they're reuniting. So this is everybody being separated. Yeah.
Close with...
Okay, so yeah, so Roger is basically telling her that he wants her to give a report about this because she had like whispers about Pokemon going crazy presumably from the Argas. So he's like connected the dots that she knew about this whole event before anyone else. So he wants her to get a report. So there's a Growlithe in the background, and so now so Psyduck, so there's a Growlithe in the background. You can't really see it here, but it's there. It's this little orange and white puff. But yes, so yeah, Detective Pikachu. He doesn't really like Psyduck because Psyduck, the whole thing about Psyduck is, if you've watched the Psyduck video, or just know about what Psyduck does, is he basically has a constant headache, and tries to keep that from going too crazy because then it'll release a psychic power, upon, if it gets too stressed, so.
Great work. Hey, calm down. Stay calm. Okay. Oh, I hope we never get to see each other again.
Yeah. Okay, so now we've got to the end of the film here, the last scene. So there's a Growlithe there, you probably saw it walking. So it's been revealed that the reason why Detective Pikachu could talk is because Mewtwo merged Harry and Pikachu's body to save Harry's life. But now that the whole danger is over, I guess, Mewtwo has separated Pikachu and Harry, so I don't know how much of that you're gonna see, yeah. So that's Harry. There's a Growlithe back there with this guy, yeah. So yeah, he's going back home to Grandma, or they think he's going home to Grandma at that point. Yeah, so that's Detective Growlithe, or whatever. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Growlithe. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Growlithe. We're starting with HL Salin by Chero Cherry Pie. It's this interesting image here. Harvest Lunatone. Salin O'Neill, I guess. Age 28, birthday December 19th, Pokemon Chikorita, job, business tech support, so I guess that's sort of a human Chikorita here. I guess it's like they're probably OC or something, and then I guess they have a little Growlithe service Growlithe here. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. I guess they have some sort of band here. Some sort of medical band, I guess. Interesting colors, I guess. Let's move on. Then we've got 058 Growlithe by Saoshin. It's a kind of sad Growlithe here. I don't know if it's because it's not really able to do a fireball yet. So small, I don't know. It's very cute, very good use of colors. Then we've got Arcanine Running by Tamburella, so sort of more well, I'd say realistic, but we kind of got that in Detective Pikachu, so this is just sort of more of a, I guess if it were more dog-like, I guess. Yeah, sort of, and then more consistently, you know, the same kind of breed, I guess. Yeah, so it's very cool. They're both running, you know. Yeah, so very, very good art here. Very nice background, like they're running through a street or something. Yeah, very good. And we've got Komenu by HL. So it's this Growlithe next to this cool statue with a Pikachu on it as well. Yeah, they're all on a statue. This is probably something in the Pokemon games that I'm not familiar with, but it's cool. It's very cool art. Very slightly stylized, particularly with the Pikachu here. It's just nice, yeah. Or maybe it's based on like an actual statue or something, and yeah, it's very, very good. Very good art. This is not a Growlithe, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can catch up Growlithe. As for Hisuian Growlithe, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the late Gen 8 Pokemon before getting back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Arcanine. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Arcanine, the only evolution of Growlithe who evolves when exposed to a Firestone. Its past PYC dates are April 25th, 1996, February 14th, 1999, December 5th, 2001, September 25th, 2004, July 17th, 2007, May 7th, 2010, February 25th, 2013, December 17th, 2015, October 7th, 2018, and July 28th, 2021. I like the modern Arcanine's design better than the Hisuian Arcanine, probably because I'm more familiar with it. But I think the Hisuian Arcanine is a good evolution for Hisuian Growlithe. I'm more familiar with modern Arcanine as it appears in the original title sequence for the English dub of the anime. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Arcanine, the legendary Pokemon, whose number is 0059. This is what it looks like. This is Arcanine, this is Hisuian Arcanine. Type is Fire for Arcanine, Fire and Rock for Hisuian Arcanine. Abilities, Intimidate or Flash Fire, regardless of which version. Justified is Arcanine's hidden ability. Rockhead is Hisuian Arcanine's hidden ability. Gender ratio is 75% male, 25% female. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is Egg Group Field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 6'3" or 1.9 meters as Arcanine. And that version's weight is 341.7 pounds or 155 kilograms. Hisuian Arcanine is 6'7" or 2 meters and is 370.4 pounds or 168 kilograms. Base experience yield is 213 in the first 4 generations, 194 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown. I've already kind of talked about this yesterday, but I don't necessarily agree with that. It's sort of orange or red and a gray, like in the tannish color. Yeah. Base friendship 70. Arcanine is a fire-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Growlithe when exposed to a Firestone. In Hisui, Arcanine is a dual-type Fire-Rock regional form. It evolves from Hisuian Growlithe when exposed to a Firestone. Biology. Arcanine is a quadrupedal canine Pokemon with an orange pelt marked by jagged black stripes. It has diamond-shaped ears with beige insides, black eyes, and a round black nose, and 2 pointed teeth protruding from its upper jaw. Its head, muscle, and chest are covered in shaggy beige fur, except for 2 oval sections around each eye and ear. Long tufts of fur grow behind its elbows and around its ankles. Its underside is black, and it has a billowing beige tail that is bent in the middle. Each paw has 3 toes and a round pink pad. Oh, it's all black underneath? I never really thought about that. Kind of assumed it continued the striping, but I guess not. Arcanine is a fiercely brave and loyal Pokemon. It is capable of running 6,200 miles, or 10,000 kilometers, in 24 hours with a speed and grace reminiscent of flight. In Generation 2, Extreme Speed was its signature move. Arcanine has long been admired for its beauty and speed, and anyone who hears its bark will grovel before it. The source of its power is a flame blazing wildly inside its body. Being the result of an evolution via Evolution Stone, Arcanine is rarely found in the wild, but when found, it it is usually seen living in prairies, and Pokemon Snap has shown it living in active volcanoes. In the anime, it was shown that it stashes food in its mane and carries it to its nest for its young. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Arcanine is known to sleep at supremely comfortable sleeping spot. A supremely comfortable sleeping spot, or sleeping spots. Arcanine, when it sleeps, is said to be similar to how an innocent child sleeps. Aww. Forms. Arcanine has a regional form, Hisuian Arcanine. In Hisui, Arcanine has a different look due to the volcanic activity of the environment it lives in. Its body fur is red-orange, while its muscle, mane, tail, eyebrows, and tuft of fur behind its elbows and around its ankles are gray, and the insides of its ears are light gray. The gray fur is made out of igneous rock components. Its cheek, mane, ankle fur, and tail form into curls. Its elbow fur resemble wings. It has a large horn in the center of its head and 3 smaller horns between its head and ears. Its mane form into curled clumps at the back of its neck and large rectangular clumps on the sides and bottom of its neck. The rectangular clumps have light red-orange markings on them. Hisuian Arcanine uses its fangs while engulfed in flames to snap at foes. Despite how deceivingly bulky Hisuian Arcanine is, it moves around nimbly like a dancer. This allows it to lead opponents in a merry chase while avoiding them at the same time. It lives in coastal mountainsides. A special Hisuian Arcanine is worshipped by the Hisui people due to him being a descendant of one of the 10 ancient Pokemon who received a blessing from Arceus. He is one of the noble Pokemon who resides in Cobalt coastlands, watched by a warden. Evolution Arcanine evolves from Growlithe, so you can see that here, Growlithe Arcanine. Hisuian Arcanine evolves from Hisuian Growlithe, you can see that here. Hisuian Growlithe, Hisuian Arcanine. Game data, NPC appearances. We did this one yesterday, I'm not going to read it again. Pokedex entries in red and blue. A Pokemon that has been admired since the past for its beauty. It runs agilely as if on wings. In yellow. A legendary Pokemon. In China, many people are charmed by its grace and beauty while running. Stadium. A Pokemon whose beauty is legendary in China. It is said to run gracefully and lightly, as if it were flying. In Gen 2 and Gold, this legendary Chinese Pokemon is considered magnificent. Many people are enchanted by its grand mane. Silver. Its magnificent bark conveys a sense of majesty. Anyone hearing it can't help but grovel before it. Crystal. An ancient picture scroll shows that people were attracted to its movement as it ran through prairies. Stadium 2 is Gold entry. Generation 3. Ruby and Sapphire. Arcanine is known for its high speed. It is said to be capable of running over 6,200 miles in a single day and night. The fire that blazes wildly within this Pokemon's body is its source of power. An Emerald. This fleet-footed Pokemon is said to run over 6,200 miles in a single day and night. The fire that blazes wildly within its body is its source of power. In Fire Red. A Pokemon that is described in Chinese legends. It is said to race at an unbelievable speed. Leaf Green, a Pokemon that has long been admired for its beauty. It runs agilely as if on wings. In Generation 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its proud and regal appearance has captured the hearts of people since long ago. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. The sight of it running over 6,200 miles in a single day and night has captivated many people. In Gen 6, X is Leaf Green's entry. Y's is the Silver entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7, in Sun, overflowing with beauty and majesty, this strong Pokemon appears in ancient Eastern folklore. Moon. The fire burning inside its body serves as the energy to fuel it as it runs great distances. It appears in many legends. Ultra Sun, legends tell of its fighting alongside a general and conquering a whole country. Ultra Moon, there are so many old tales about them that they are called legendary Pokemon, but there are way more of them around than you'd expect. So, the Let's Go games are basically yellows, but they changed China to the East. Because, you know, they got rid of the idea that this was equivalent to our world, or like it is kind of, but like, you know, it's different. Like they don't use real world locations anymore. So we'll read it. A legendary Pokemon in the East. Many people are charmed by the grace and beauty of its running. In Gen 8, Swords is Black 2 and White 2s. Shields is Leaf Green and X's. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. For Hisuian Arcanine in Legends Arceus, snaps at foes with fangs cloaked in blazing flame. Despite its bulk, it deftly feints every which way, leading opponents to a deceptively merry chase as it all but dances around them. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Crystal's entry, Violet is the Silver entries and Y's entry. You got Arcanine in the Alola Pokedex, Arcanine in the Paldea Pokedex, of course running as it tends to do. Arcanine in the Kitakami Pokedex, kind of looking over maybe its territory or something. It actually seems to be looking back maybe at the camera operator. Game locations. Side game locations. In events, held items for Arcanine. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Pokemon Emerald, Arcanine can be found in the Battle Frontier. So red, blue, and yellow, you get a Gold Leaf 100% of the time. In Emerald, you get a Rostberry 50% of the time. For Hisuian Arcanine in Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Rostberry 35% of the time, and a Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and grit items by level. Alpha, you get an EXP Candy, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 20% of the time, and grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats. We're going to compare Arcanine and Hisuian Arcanine. There's a note here, though. Due to the different way stats are calculated in Pokemon Legends Arceus, exact minimum and maximum stats are not shown on this table. Arcanine is 90 HP. This one's 95. Attack 110. This one's 115. Defense is 80. That stays the same. Special attack 100. That goes down to 95. Special attack 80, that stays the same. Speed 95, that one goes down to 90. They're both a total of 555. In the Arcanine box here, we got a note. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 80. Pokéthon stats. For type effectiveness, we're gonna compare Arcanine with Hisuian Arcanine. So Arcanine is damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Poison, Ghost, Electric, Psychic, and Dragon, and Dark. For 1, I guess. Okay. Which... Fighting, or normal, fighting, flying, poison, all move. Hisuian Arcanine is damaged only by Ghost, Steel, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Dragon, and Dark. Arcanine is weak to Ground, Rock, and Water for double. Hisuian Arcanine is weak to Fighting, Ground, Rock, and Water. Ground and Water are 4, while Fighting and Rock are double. Both are immune to nothing. Arcanine is resistant to Bug, Steel, Fire, Grass, Ice, and Fairy for half, while Hisuian Arcanine is resistant to Normal, Flying, Poison, Bug, Fire, Ice, Fairy for half, all except for Fire, which is a 4th. In what is supposed to be the Arcanine box here, they're missing the heading. If this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 0, so it goes from half to 0. In Generation 1, the effectiveness of Ice-type moves is 1, or went from 1 to half. For the Hisuian Arcanine, if this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 0. It would go from 4th to 0. For Learn Set, by leveling up, since you can hypothetically have a level 2 Arcanine, we'll go down to that. Okay, never mind. So we've got upon evolution, you get Extreme Speed, and level 5, you get Flamethrower. For Hisuian Arcanine, same thing. Upon evolution, you get Extreme Speed, 5 Flamethrower, and 64 Raging Fury. Skipping by TM for both of them, by breeding for both of them. Nothing by prior evolution for either of them. TCG only moves, you get Quick Attack on that card. Too weird, Dylan. Side game data, okay. In Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry, Arcanine moves at blurring speeds while breathing powerful flames. In Shadows of Almia, it blasts out expanding rings of fire. It also throws tentacles to attack. Okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. In the Pokepad entry, Arcanine keeps the Granite Zone free of suspicious Pokemon. He's a dashing expert at Bulbasaur's Daring Dash. How that, Hisuian Arcanine and Pokemon Go. Evolution data, we talked about this yesterday. Okay, sprites. So, yeah, it's interesting. It's got a lot of the basics. It's a very grand, definitely looks like a statue of, you know. So, I get the idea. But yeah, it changes as time goes on. You know, it gets that different orange here. Like yeah, it's got all the basic stuff. All of that stuff. Tufts. So it's kind of ambiguous whether this is supposed to be flames, I think, at this point. But it's just tufts of fur. Yeah, we got gold, so the shiny now is sort of a army green. Yeah, it's a different orange. Then we got more of the actual colors here, sort of the yellow and the orange, reddish orange. It's just pure orange, I think. I mean, this is sort of more of a greenish gold. Yep. Diamond or pearl. Are there any other features that I need to talk about? The ears, I think, get smaller, I guess. Of course, the hair changes as time goes on with each generation. It's improved more, you know. The color orange slightly changes here, and this one's more of a gold. Yep, kind of basically stays the same, might be slightly different shades. Oh, I guess this one had like a... I don't know if that was a mistake, but yeah, this got the yellow. I guess it wasn't, because at this point, yeah, yeah, it matches the tuft, I guess, now, okay. For the model, it keeps a lot of that. Stripes, do we? I mean, the stripes are... This one's actually most different. This, I think, pretty much starting from this one, it's fairly consistent on the stripes design and stuff. Yep. Okay, yep. So I guess the 3D models are what established the sort of underbelly of black. So it's pretty good version for their first time doing it, you know. Yeah. This is now, yeah, so that's probably a different shade of orange. This is more just like yellow. It's the same there, yeah. Yeah, then we got Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go, yeah, okay. Sword and Shield. This kind of just keeps being, okay. Okay, then Legends Arceus, so that's the same kind of concept. It's sort of a yellow. Yep. That's okay. In the anime, Arcanine in the anime. Pokedex entries in episode 190 in Ash's Pokedex. Arcanine, a legendary Pokemon, the evolved form of Growlithe. Arcanine is known for its bravery and fierce loyalty. Growlithe evolves into Arcanine through its use of a Firestone. In Advanced Generations, episode 139, in the same Pokedex, Arcanine, the legendary Pokemon. Arcanine runs so smoothly it appears to be flying and is known for its majestic cry. So we got it in the Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 animated trailer with a Samurott. Then we've got Arcanine in Pokemon Origins fighting a Lapras. Arcanine in Pokemon Generations. Arcanine in a Poketoon. Okay, in the manga, Arcanine in Pokemon Adventures. The TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Detective Pikachu. I think a couple more than 2 appear in that one, but you'll see. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Arcanine appears as a spirit. Trivia, in the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Arcanine was originally known as Blaze. Despite the Pokemon category name, Arcanine is not an actual legendary Pokemon. It is the only Pokemon species to have legendary Pokemon as the Pokemon category. However, Arcanine was seen in an engraving along with legendary birds Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos in Pokemon Emergency. So we can see the engraving here. Engravings of legendary Pokemon Moltres, Articuno, Zapdos, and Arcanine in Pokemon Emergency. Many of Arcanine's Pokedex entries, starting with the one in the Japanese Pokemon Red, referenced the real world, specifically China. I read these last 3 in yesterday's video, so I'm not going to read them again. Origin. Arcanine may be based on the Ryukyuan, Shisa, or Komanu, mythical creatures that resemble a mix between lions and dogs. Given its earliest Pokedex entries state it's from China, however, it may be more precisely derived from the Chinese guardian lion. Statues of Komanu in pairs are used as guardians that invite good spirits and repel evil ones. Its stripes and colorization are reminiscent of tigers. Could also be based on the Sheji, a mythical fire-eating dog with similarities to lions and tigers. It may also draw inspiration from dogs with brindled, tiger-striped coat patterns, such as The Kaiken. In its Hisuian form, its rock typing and appearance may be based on the Komanu statues. Its ankle, fur, and tail resemble plumes of smoke. Name origin. Arcanine may be a combination of arcane and canine, despite the fact that it's never pronounced like that. This is another case of, like, the Blastoise. I talked about that, how if that is the case, it's weird because you don't pronounce it Blastoise, or whatever, the tortoise. At least that's not how I pronounce it. Windy may refer to wind or windy, reflecting its defining nature of being fast like the wind, further emphasized by extreme speed being its signature move in Gen 2. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the Hisuian forums, and noble Pokemon, I guess. And let's move on.
Now let's watch Arcanine's first scene in the anime.
Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 63, The Battle of the Badge. This is Gary Oak, the rival of Ash Ketchum, the main character. He has gone to the Celadon City Gym to battle the gym leader here. And he's fought a little bit thus far in the scene. But now he's about to release his Arcanine to battle a Kingler.
Kingler'll do in a pinch, but it's not strong enough to tackle my Arcanine. Arcanine, I choose you! Arcanine, takedown attack!
That battle's probably the scene, I'd say, so that's Arcanine's first scene in the anime.
Now let's watch Arcanine's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello, and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Arcanine, as it's only the frames with Arcanine to the best of my abilities. So, in the movie, thus far, Tim is heading to Rhyme City, and so he's being introduced to Rhyme City through this video here. And so it's showing off how the partnership between humans and Pokemon evolved into Pokemon fighting. So this trainer here has an Arcanine and a Gyarados.
Pokemon battles.
All citizens. Okay, so now we've cut to a little later. This is Tim, the main character. He's now entering Rhyme City. This is Howard, the founder of Rhyme City. And so we're going to see a few establishing shots with Arcanine here. Yeah, he's here in the background.
Welcome to Rhyme.
Yeah. This is Rhyme City, yeah. So now, here in this scene, it's kind of still establishing a shot, but it's also, so Tim is coming to Rhyme City because his father died in a car crash. He worked as a police detective, and so he's going to the police station to sort of wrap up everything. And so we got a couple Arcanine here working for the police force, being the equivalent of the K9 unit, I'm sure. Get Growlithe here as well. We talked about that yesterday. There's one Arcanine over here, one in the background there. Okay, so now we've cut to later in the film. Tim was just terrorized by Apalm, who had sucked in the Argas, which makes Pokemon go crazy. It's a new thing to him. He wasn't familiar with it. He's also met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu. So there's the Arcanine here, and then this market, it's a night market, so we've cut to, a little later in the day. So yeah.
On the gas.
So yeah, he was just talking about how, so he also breathed in some of the gas that the Apalm did, so he believes that the reason he can talk is like a hallucination or something, and then it's like the cops are obviously suspicious since it seems like he's talking about being on drugs.
Unless you want Johnny Law to give you a one-way ticket to Who Scout, let's move.
No one else
This is going to be in the background here.
You can hear him talking, you can hear him saying words.
Yeah, no one else can hear him. Okay, now we've cut to way later in the movie. A lot has happened. Tim and Detective Pikachu have met Howard Clifford. He's told them that Harry's in fact not dead. They found Mewtwo, who was captured by who they think is Roger Clifford, Howard's son, and the person who owns the news. This is Lucy Stevens, a reporter that Tim has allied with. She's not really a reporter, she's an intern for the news. This is Cynthia McMaster's an intern. I don't know how much you'll see of her. You'll see her a little bit. Yes, and so, yeah, I got the Arcanine. So this is a parade that's happening. It's to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Rhyme City. And so, yeah, so it's being prepped right now. Yeah, so we'll...
Break the news when the guy who runs the news...
So, yeah, he's going to tell Howard, since Howard knew that Roger was suspicious. Yeah.
So as
and so now we've come to a little later, the parade's about to start, the mayor is giving a little interview, there's some Arcanine working, I guess, with the police here to make sure the parade moves smoothly.
you can see, we are more than happy with the turnout today.
Yeah.
So many families.
So there's one up here with a bunch of other, presumably politicians or some other important people. Yes, and so there's, yeah, one cop, so yeah, she's taken Cynthia's jacket, kind of, so, Cynthia actually gave her the jacket because Cynthia, told her to get coffee order, and so she just kind of gave her the jacket by accident. You know, she was done with her news segment and kind of just like, yeah, get me coffee, here's, here's my jacket. But yeah, so she's taken the jacket and is trying to get a report, tell the mayor, what she knows about Roger and stuff, but...
Mr. Mayor, I need to speak with you, please. It's urgent.
A little late for an interview.
Yeah. So that's Roger, or who they think is Roger, anyway. So now, okay, so Howard reveals that he was behind the capture of Mewtwo. I don't even know if I've mentioned Mewtwo at this point. Yeah, who was behind, Harry's disappearance. And so he's used a device called the Neuralink to control Mewtwo, and so Howard's whole thing is that he wants a partnership with humans and Pokemon, and so he thinks the ultimate partnership is to turn the humans into their Pokemon, or merge them, and to do that, he uses the R-gas, which makes the Pokemon go crazy, and Mewtwo's powers can merge humans and Pokemon. And so the parade blimps are filled with, the floats are filled with the gas. It's about to release it on the people. Yeah. So that's Mewtwo / Howard. No, Neuralink. So yeah, he's releasing it from the blimps here. You can see a few of them lining the streets, the Arcanines. So there's an Arcanine going crazy. There's a few, background. So then there's the one at the stands. So he's merged people now. See one in the background here. So yeah, she knows about the gas and its effects and stuff, so she's trying to warn people. So there's So okay, so now, when they met Mewtwo, he shows Tim and Detective Pikachu, that's this one, a vision of what seemed like Pikachu betrayed Harry, but so he and Tim split up, so now he's returning after finding something at the scene of the crash. Yeah. So that's Lucy's Psyduck. Lucy's now in the body of that Psyduck. So there's Arcanines in the background. Yeah. Yeah, so now, okay, so yeah, that was Pikachu learning about Howard being a Mewtwo. So now we've cut to later in the film after Tim has released the Neuralink that was on Howard's head, which connected Howard and Mewtwo, so that separated them. He's running down to reunite with Pikachu, and so there's an Arcanine in the background here.
Pikachu! Tim!
Yep, so there's one in here too, yeah. So now Mewtwo has started separating people, so this is kind of after that's happened, and we get to see the Arcanine here. Yep, and more people are being separated. There's an Arcanine in the background here. Yeah, probably a few of them. About the scene, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is, at the end, towards the end of the film here. He has just told her that he wants her to give a report for the news, as she found a lot of this evidence before anyone else did. So there's an Arcanine for the, it's here with the police officer. Yeah. And so they're all excited, they've saved the day.
Meet me later tonight.
Yeah, and so, kind of asking him. Okay, so now, we've cut to the last scene of the film. So, this is Harry Goodman, Tim's father. So it was revealed that the reason why Detective Pikachu could talk was because Mewtwo saved Harry's life by merging his soul with Pikachu's. Now he's separated them, now that all like the danger is over and stuff, and so they're at a train station. Tim is planning to go home to where, you know, to his hometown, and so they're saying goodbye, and so there's a Growlithe in the background. Yeah.
I'd like that.
Oh yeah, and so it's been revealed that Tim wants to stay in Rhyme City.
That kid?
Yeah, so he's happy about that. There's the Growlithe, the Arcanine in the background. Yep, and so yeah, he's throwing away the ticket, and yep, that's it. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Arcanine. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello, welcome to the fan art section. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Arcanine. So you may notice that the second image is blurred. It's not because it's inherently like inappropriate, but it is like maybe a little bit more adult. It's just on that line where I'm not entirely comfortable with showing it on kids' YouTube, so we're gonna skip that one. This first one is called Arcanine Strut by Kenket. It's this very nice, it's kind of stylized Arcanine. It's very, very good. Very simple. Then we've got Arcanine by Shazy. This very cool, almost ancient looking art here. Very stylized. Almost looks like it's a combination of Ninetales and Arcanine. Yeah, very, very good. Then we've got Detective Pikachu Arcanine by Arvelis. So, sort of more of, I guess it's yeah, what it actually looks like. Oh yeah. Arvelis was the... So this is art, since Arvelis worked on the film. This is very, like, I guess this is early artwork that they had for the film, sort of combining, you know, styles with... So it does kind of look like they did. I didn't even realize that they put up art related to their work on Detective Pikachu here on DeviantArt. That's really cool. Yeah, so we get to see its bow and structure, and just a simple sketch, and then look at what the final one kind of looks like, which you saw earlier, and how tall it is compared to a human. I don't know if this is the artists themselves or just a model that they had as just a, you know, reference. But yeah, that's cool. So Arcanine by Fiona Hisia. This very cool, very stylized Arcanine, more pointed nose, you know, thinner body, almost more tiger-like in some regards than canine-like, but a few more canine features, I guess. Looks like it's going down this hill or mountain or something to what looks to be a stream. Yeah, it's very cool. It's at night, you know. Yeah, so that's all glowing, and it's very, very, very good. We've got Arcanine plus Speed Paint by Doodlepaw. So it's this, I guess, speed painted Arcanine here. Very, very good. Somewhat, a little tiny bit stylized. For the most part, pretty, you know, accurate to the anime probably. So it's in this field, these hills and stuff in the background, and yeah, so it's very good. Nice use of shading and shadows. I guess technically this one's supposed to be a Arcanine statue, so I'll count it. So we did this one yesterday. It's Growlithe and Pikachu here. Yeah, it's, you know, this cool statue. I don't know if this is a real statue in the games or the show or anything, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, I got stylized Pikachu a little bit, and yeah, they're playing on it. Yeah. This is not a Arcanine, so we'll move on.
Next to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can evolve Growlithe into Arcanine. As for Hisuian Arcanine, I'll have to wait until I get to the Gen 8 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Poliwag. Hello. Before I begin, you may have noticed that I have a haircut. If you've watched the last few videos, you may have noticed that I've had this haircut in bits and pieces of the Bulbapedia section. Today I'll be talking about Poliwag, the first Pokemon to be based on an exclusively underwater creature. Its past PYC dates are March 26th, 1996, February 15th, 1999, December 6th, 2001, September 26th, 2004, July 18th, 2007, May 8th, 2010, February 26th, 2013, December 18th, 2015, October 8th, 2018, and July 29th, 2021. I think Poliwag is cute. I'm particularly a fan of the swirl. It's a unique and great way to identify the Poliwag line. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Before I get into it though, throughout most of the section you'll see my long hair.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Poliwag, the tadpole Pokemon, whose number is 0060. This is what it looks like. Its type is water, ability is water absorb or damp. Swift Swim is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Its breeding, A group, water 1, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters, and weight is 27.3 pounds or 12.4 kilograms. Base experience yield was 77 the first 4 gens, and 60 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 and speed. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, base friendship is 70. Poliwag is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Poliwhirl starting at level 25, which evolves into Poliwrath when exposed to a Waterstone or Politoad when traded while holding a King's Rock. Biology, Poliwag is an amphibian Pokemon resembling a blue spherical tadpole. It has large eyes and pink lips that can also act as suction cups for rocks. Its skin is very thin, but flexible and difficult to puncture. There is a black and white swirl on its abdomen, which is actually its internal organs showing through its semi-transparent skin. The swirl is clearer following a meal and will have a white tinge if the Pokemon is affected by disease. The direction of the belly spiral differs by area. The equator is thought to have an effect on it. Poliwag has newly developed legs that are poor at walking and no arms. It has a long, thin tail surrounded by a light blue semi-transparent film. Its tail makes it a powerful swimmer. It loves to waddle on land despite the dangers. However, it will quickly return back to the water should it see danger. It cannot walk on land well unless trained every day. Because of its ineptitude on land, Poliwag is more likely to be found swimming in small, freshwater ponds and lakes. In the anime, Poliwag feeds on Solveo weed, which can only be found on clear lake bottoms. Evolution, Poliwag evolves into Poliwhirl, which evolves into either Poliwrath or Politoad. So you can see that here. Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, Politoad. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball. A Poliwag appears on the blue table and earns the player points when it is hit. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, a Poliwag along with 3 Poliwrath appear as the boss of Poliwrath River. Pokedex entries in Generation 1, in red and blue. Its newly grown legs prevent it from running. It appears to prefer swimming than trying to stand. In yellow, the direction of the spiral on the belly differs by area. It is more adept at swimming than walking. Stadium. The spiral on its belly is its internal organs, seen through its thin skin. It is better at swimming than walking. In Generation 2, Gold, because it is inept at walking on its newly grown legs, it always swims around in water. In Silver, the direction of its belly spiral differs by area. The equator is thought to have an effect on this. Crystal, the swirl on its belly is its insides showing through the skin. It looks clearer after it eats. Stadium 2 is just golds again. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Poliwag has a very thin skin. It is possible to see the Pokemon spiral innards right through the skin. Despite its thinness, however, the skin is also very flexible. Even sharp fangs bounce right off it. In Emerald, it is possible to see this Pokemon spiral innards right through its thin skin. However, the skin is also very flexible. Even sharp fangs bounce right off it. Its slick black skin is thin and damp. A part of its internal organs can be seen through the skin as a spiral pattern. Leaf green, its newly grown legs prevent it from walking well. It appears to prefer swimming over walking. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its skin is so thin, its internal organs aren't visible. It has trouble walking on its newly grown feet. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red's entry. Y is Yellow's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7 Sun, the swirl on its belly is its internal organs showing through. If the swirl is tinged white, that means it's affected by some disease. Moon, it's still not very good at walking. Its trainer should train this Pokemon to walk every day. In Ultra Sun, despite the danger, it wants to come up on land, so it does its best to waddle along, but when an enemy finds it, it rushes back to the water. Aww. In Ultra Moon, the direction of the swirl on their stomachs differs depending on where they live. Poliwag aficionados can tell them apart at a glance. In the Let's Go games, that Pokedex is yellow and wise. In Gen 8, in Sword, for Poliwag, swimming is easier than walking. The swirl pattern on its belly is actually part of the Pokemon's innards showing through the skin. In Shield, in rivers with fast-flowing water, this Pokemon will cling to a rock by using its thick lips, which act as a suction cup. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet, the swirl on its belly is its insides showing through the skin. It appears more clearly after Poliwag eats. In Violet, its legs are newly grown, and it can't walk very well. It seems to prefer swimming through the water instead. Poliwag in the Alola Pokedex, Poliwag in the Kitakami Pokedex. Swimming along, of course, yeah. This little... it looks... I don't know if it's a river or if it's just... I don't know, it looks like maybe it's part of a dam or something. But yeah, there's some water feature of some kind, and it seems to be raining, assuming that that's not from some other water feature that, you know, this could be like a little... I don't know, fountain or something. It'll be a very big fountain, but yeah, yeah, I don't know. I haven't played the game, so I don't know. Game locations, side game locations, fence, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So from red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 40, attack 50, defense 40, special attack 40, special defense 40, speed 90, for a total of 300. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 40. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice for half. If this Pokemon has water absorb, the effectiveness of water type moves is 0. So it goes from half to 0. Learn set by leveling up. 1, you get Water Gun and Hypnosis, 6 Pound, 12 Mud Shot, 18 Bubble Beam, 24 Rain Dance, 30 Body Slam, 36 Earth Power, 42 Hydro Pump, 48 Belly Drum, and 54 Double Edge. By TM, 1 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 12 Low Kick, 18 Thief, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mud Shot, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 120 Psychic, 122 Encore, 123 Surf, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 192 Focus Punch, 193 Weather Ball, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 208 Whirlpool, and 209 Muddy Water. By breeding, this group gives you Endeavor, this group gives you Mist, this group gives you Muddy Water, this group gives you Splash, and this group gives you Water Pulse. TCG only moves, you get Rollout in these cards and Tackle in this card. Side game data. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. If Poliwag spots a Ranger, it becomes startled and dives underwater. Okay. More of this. Evolution data. Poliwag evolves into Poliwhirl starting at level 25, which evolves into Poliwrath when exposed to Waterstone, or Politoad when traded while holding a King's Rock. Poliwhirl cannot evolve into Politoad in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green before the player obtains the National Pokedex, as its evolution will be interrupted. Poliwhirl also can't evolve into Politoad in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Politoad is not present in those games. Poliwag, level 25, you get Poliwhirl, then you obviously Waterstone here, and then trade holding King's Rock, so that, yep. I guess that's the trade symbol, and that's the King's Rock symbol. Sprites. Oh yeah, this is another one that started off black. There's been a few thus far that kind of start off black and blue, like this. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Everything is weird. Okay. Yes. So, it's pretty much, I mean, it's different, but, you know, it's, the eyes aren't as big yet. That's probably the big difference. And I imagine the spirals are all probably different. And I don't know if that was intentional at this point, like it was for the Arbok, or if that was just like a simple thing they could do, you know. That one's different, that one's different, that one's different, you know. This makes the spirals thicker. Tail is more rounded. Like, you know, like this kind of introduces the main sort of look that we'd get moving forward. The bigger eyes, you know, bigger lips, you know, more rounded. This obviously doesn't work for that one at all. This one's better. I mean, you know, obviously the spiral is a bit weird. I don't know if that would correspond to that one. I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. So then we got this one. This one's interesting. It's like a purplish blue. Very simple spiral. This spiral is also different for some reason than this one. The shiny is the proper blue, which is very interesting. It looks more like this one. We get the pink lips now. Then we get this sort of gray color. And a red tail, which is interesting. This sort of red thing here. I don't know if that was intentional or not. But this is a slightly different color, but obviously the back sprites are all the same. Yeah. So now we get the actual, like, proper shade, or closer anyway. This sort of gray-blue. Yeah, and the spiral's now that shape, in that direction. So the mouth is kind of a reddish pink now, and now it's like, okay, now it's like pure blue instead of this dark blue. Yes. It's interesting. Now, Diamond and Pearl, the spiral is complicated again, and thinner. Might be a slightly different blue. I think both of these are very slightly different. Yes. Spiral in black and white. This has somehow become even more... This is somehow more consistent with the theme of it being different than Arbok was, which is very interesting. That one's also different and also still thin again. I guess, which one introduces the sort of difference? I mean, they all kind of have the color being different on the tail, but, like, it's kind of more subtle in these first couple. But it's more obvious when I get to Gen 3. In the middle part, yeah. Yes. Full back sprites. That's cool. Then we get to the models. That's interesting. So now we can see it's kind of curved up. I guess that's maybe just a state in which they took this photo, because that's not. So yeah, let's move around. But yeah. So yep. That. Yep. Sun and Moon. That seems to keep this spiral, kind of. It seems maybe a little bit different. I think just it's probably because it's a different model. They probably just make the spiral a general, like a few loops, you know. That seems more consistent, so I don't know if maybe they kept it up going forward when they started doing the models. Seems, I mean, again, it's probably still a little different. This one seems thicker than these ones. Homes. Yep. Yeah, okay. Okay. In the anime, Poliwag in the anime. I got all this. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 110 about the Salveo weed in Ash's Pokedex. An effective stun spore antidote can be made by boiling the leaves of the Salveo weed. Salveo weed is found on clear lake bottoms, wherever Vileplume live. Poliwag are also found in the vicinity of this plant. In the same episode about Poliwag in the same Pokedex, Poliwag, the tadpole Pokemon, it has no arms, but its tail makes it a strong swimmer. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 120, in Chloe's Rotom phone, Poliwag, the tadpole Pokemon, a water type. The swirl on its body is its internal organ seen through its skin. The swirl can look different depending on where a Poliwag lives. Pokemon Origins. So we've probably done this one before. This is probably what we probably saw this one. In this one, yeah, you got a Poliwag, an Ekans, and a Growlithe. We got Poliwag in Pokemon Adventures. It's looking wildly different than that one. Guess this must have been early, when it was still a black image. Yep. TCG, TFG, Trivia. Poliwag is Satoshi Tajiri's favorite Pokemon. In its Fire Red Pokedex entry, it is stated Poliwag has black skin. The Ruby and Sapphire Pokedex entry for Poliwag states that Poliwhirl's skin is covered in oily fluid. If the same applies to Poliwag, it might be a case similar to the common bilberry. The berry itself It's black, but covered in a wax-like coating that makes it look blue. In the official Pokemon handbook, published by Scholastic, the back cover says, "Did you know that the swirls on Poliwhirl's stomach change direction when it evolves into Poliwag? However, Poliwhirl evolves from, not into, Poliwag. Generation 5 changed Poliwag's base experience yield from 77 to 60, making it the only Pokemon whose base experience yield is the same as its national dex number." That's cool. In Pokemon Adventures, Poliwag holds the record as the Pokemon who takes the least amount of time to evolve twice, taking only one chapter. It shares this with Caterpie and Togepi. Poliwag shares its species name with Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, and Tympole. They are all known as the Tadpole Pokemon. Prior to Gen 6, Poliwag and Ditto had the same cry. A prototype design of Poliwag was shown on Game Freak's official Japanese website in 1997. The red and blue Pokedex entries state Poliwag are born without legs. However, with the addition of Pokemon eggs in the next generation, Poliwag are shown to be born with legs. I mean, that's kind of the same as, like, the Vulpix thing. Like, they probably hatch with all 6 of their legs. I doubt that they... So it's like, it's kind of, like, yeah, I mean, you gotta, like, take it with a, you know, grain of salt, I guess. That mechanically it's probably not gonna be the same as like what you actually, you know, what the lore says, you know. Origin: Poliwag is based on a tadpole. The spiral pattern on its belly is supposed to represent how the intestines of tadpoles are sometimes seen through their transparent skin. Poliwag's Pokemon Silver Pokedex entry saying that the direction of its belly spiral differs by area relative to the equator may allude to the Coriolis effect. So a couple things. It's supposed to say to the equator. And also, Coriolis effect, I believe that's the idea that, like, water flows in different directions, and so maybe you've heard of the thing where, like, in the northern hemisphere, toilets flush one way, but in the southern hemisphere they flow the other way, which I don't think is actually true based on how, like, that's just because it's not, like, no, because that's not how toilet flushing works. But yeah, it's a fun thing. Name origin: Poliwag may be derived from Poliwag, outdated term for tadpole, which is formed from Middle English words paw, head, and wigglin, to wiggle. It may also involve wag, to swing from side to side. Nyoromo may be a combination of Nyo-ron-yoro, onomatopoeia for wriggling, and Kodomo, child. Ah, so it's like wriggling child. That kind of makes sense. That's cute. Okay, other languages, related articles, references, yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Poliwag's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 25, Primeape Goes Bananas. We're going to be starting at Professor Oak's lab, where it's the beginning of the episode. We'll see if Poliwag, yeah. So, there's the lab. There's Professor Oak. He's a Pokemon professor.
Nothing like a cup of tea to start off the day.
There's Poliwhirl and Poliwhirl. It's evolution. So, that's Poliwag's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Poliwag's scene in Detective Pikachu.
Welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Poliwag, as this is only the frames with Poliwag. So, this is a video that Tim Goodman is watching, introducing him to Rhyme City, a city where Pokemon and humans can coexist. And at this point in the video, it's explaining that the partnership between humans and Pokemon was for the common good. There's a Poliwag silhouette here. Yeah.
For the common good.
And that was it, so I hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Poliwag card.
It's the second version of the Poliwag card. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. It's an odd image to me, as it's a blue-tinted version of the official art of the time. But it also looks weird since I'm used to seeing Poliwag with an expression. It has 40 HP, it's 2 foot and 27 pounds, which is 0.3 pounds lighter than its weight in the official Pokedex. It has one move, Water Gun. In the video games, Water Gun is a water-type move where the Pokemon shoots a stream of water and damages the opponent. On this card, it does 10 damage plus 10 more damage for every energy attached to Poliwag, excluding the ones used for the attack. It's weak to grass for double damage. It isn't resistant to anything. It costs 1 of any energy for Poliwag to retreat. Its description reads, its newly grown legs prevent it from running. It appears to prefer swimming over trying to stand. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Red and Blue. It's level 13. In the video games, it would be 12 levels from evolving into Poliwhirl.
Speaking of Poliwhirl, I don't have any Pokemon cards in the rest of Poliwag's line, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Abra. Now let's see why people love Poliwag. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Poliwag. This first one is 060 through 062 Poliwrath line by In Progress Pokemon. What In Progress Pokemon does is that they treat it like, instead of it evolving, metamorphosizing, it is more like aging up. So we've got the Poliwag here, and sort of a middle stage, so it starting to lose the tail, getting a bigger body, the eyes are going up, so then you get the Poliwhirl, then sort of getting bigger. You can see the spiral also turning. And then the hands starting to become actual fingers, and the feet becoming wider. Okay, then the Poliwrath. This next one is called Egg by the Sea. So we've got an egg. I don't know what Pokemon, or if that is a Pokemon egg. There's a shiny Psyduck, Corsola. Oh, it's by Arceus Andor, Poliwag, Ammonite, and Kabuto, making Sandcastle, I guess. That one carrying it, yeah. Then a Horsey and a Whalmer. So it's playing with it that way. And then got a bunch of Pokemon. We've got Timpole, Wingull, Remoraid, Seal, and Totodile playing with the egg. Pretty cool. Nice. Oh, nice use of color. Very nice collection of images. I don't know if this was a compilation of 5 images or if this was just how they had it set up, or maybe this is a format, I don't know. Lots of Pokefish in the Sea by Hevro Miro. Stylized, looks like all of them. So Poliwag, Magikarp, Remoraid, Lovedisc, Finneon, Goldeen, Basculin, and Feebas. They're floating around the Magikarp here. I don't know, maybe it's sad, maybe its heart was broken. I don't know if this is representative of the artist or someone that commissioned it. I don't know. Apparently it's from 2014. That's cool, and it's very cute, very nice style and stuff, yeah. Then we got Pokemon design by Kutsuku. So we've got I guess it's a Pokeball represented by a bunch of different Pokemon here. So we've got the Poliwag here. I think that's supposed to be Ditto, Vileplume, Vulpix, Charizard, Magikarp, Charmander. Yeah, we've got a few actual Pokeballs. Ponyta, Flareon, Ghastly Haunter, Gengar, Coughing, Mew, Seal, Butterfree, Goldeen, Cubone, Dratini. Then we've got Electrode and Voltorb down there. Yep. So it's just cool. Slightly stylized. Very nice. This isn't a Poliwag, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can catch a Poliwag. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Poliwhirl. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Poliwhirl, the evolution of Poliwag, who evolves at level 25. Its past BYC dates are April 27th, 1996, February 16th, 1999, December 7th, 2001, September 27th, 2004, July 19th, 2007, May 9th, 2010, February 27th, 2013, December 19th, 2015, October 9th, 2018, and July 30th, 2021. I think Poliwhirl is cute. As I mentioned yesterday, I really like the swirl. It's a unique and great way to identify the Poliwag line. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article. I should warn you though that I still have my long hair, for most of it.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Poliwhirl, the tadpole Pokemon, whose number is 0061. This is what it looks like. Its type is water, abilities water absorb or damp. Swift swim is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 120 or 24.9%. Breeding, a group water 1. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight 44.1 pounds or 20 kilograms. Base experience yield is 131 in the first 4 generations and 135 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2, both in speed. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Poliwhirl is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Poliwag, starting at level 25, and evolves into either Poliwrath when exposed to a Water Stone, or Politoad when traded while holding a King's Rock. Biology: Poliwhirl is a blue bipedal amphibian Pokemon with a spherical body. It has bulbous eyes protruding from the top of its head. A black and white swirl covers its belly, which is actually its organs showing through its thin skin. It appears to have white gloves on its hands and rounded digitless feet. When out of water, it sweats to keep its skin moist and healthy. This keeps it covered in an oily fluid that allows it to slip away from enemies. All of its skin feels this way, except where its swirl is, which is instead very smooth. The swirl on its belly undulates slowly, and staring at it induces drowsiness. Part of its internal anatomy, as seen in conceptual art, so we actually can see that it does have toes. It just isn't actually split up like that. It's just, I don't know why it's like that. And hands, too. It has fingers. So that's pretty cool. We get to see a little bit of the organs as well. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Even though Poliwhirl is capable of moving on land, it prefers to stay in freshwater ponds and lakes, where it has fewer natural enemies. It feeds on both bug and fish Pokemon. While it will leave the water to capture bug Pokemon, it will return and consume them underwater in safety. Its swirl is used to make children fall asleep. Aww, that's super sweet! Poliwhirl's sweat is filled with slimy mucus. When captured by an enemy, it either slithers to escape or uses its swirl to put the enemy to sleep. Evolution: Poliwhirl evolves from Poliwag and evolves into either Poliwrath or Politoad. You can see that here. Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, Politoad. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Generation 1, red and blue. Capable of living in or out of water. When out of water, it sweats to keep its body slimy. Yellow, under attack, it uses its belly spiral to put the foe to sleep. It then makes its escape. In Stadium, capable of living on land, but prefers to stay in water. If it is out of water, it sweats to keep its skin moist. In Gen 2, in Gold, the swirl on its belly subtly undulates. Staring at it may gradually cause drowsiness. In Silver, the skin on most of its body is moist. However, the skin on its belly spiral feels smooth. Crystal, though it's skilled at walking, it prefers to live underwater, where there is less danger. Stadium 2 is the same as Gold's. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, the surface of Poliwhirl's body is always wet and slick with an oily fluid. Because of this greasy covering, it can easily slip and slide out of the clutches of an enemy in battle. Emerald, its body's surface is always wet and slick with an oily fluid. Because of this greasy covering, it can easily slip and slide out of the clutches of any enemy in battle. Fire Red, its 2 legs are well developed, even though it can live on the ground. It prefers living in water. Leaf Green, it can live in or out of water. When out of water, it constantly sweats to keep its body slimy. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, the spiral pattern on its belly subtly undulates. Staring at it gradually causes drowsiness. It's basically Gold's, but spiral pattern replaces swirl. That's interesting. Speaking of Gold, Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedexes are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Generation 6, X is Leaf Greens. Y is Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Generation 7 in Sun, although it can live on land, it prefers to stay in the water, where it has fewer natural enemies. In Moon, it marches over the land in search of bug Pokemon to eat. Then it takes them underwater so it can dine on them where it's safe. Ultra Sun, although it has become capable of living on land, it spends its time in the water where its prey, fish Pokemon, are plentiful. Ultra Moon, its health suffers when its skin dries out, so be sure to moisturize it diligently. In the Let's Go games, that's just Yellow's entry. In Gen 8 in Sword, staring at the swirl on its belly causes drowsiness. The trait of Poliwhirls has been used in place of lullabies to get children to go to sleep. Shield, This Pokemon's sweat is a slimy mucus. When captured, Poliwhirl can slither from its enemies, grasp, and escape. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is similar to one we've done before, but it is slightly different, so we'll read it. Its 2 legs are well developed. Even though it can live on the ground, it prefers living in water. Violet is similar to Silver's, but slightly different, so we'll read it. Its skin is moist all over its body. The skin on its belly spiral also feels smooth. Here we've got I know what's happening. Okay, Poliwhirl in the Alola Pokedex. Poliwhirl in the Kitakami Pokedex, so it's at nighttime. It's clearly using its spiral to put its children, or it's whatever, these Poliwag to sleep. That's very cute. Yeah. I don't know if yeah, probably it's its children. Yeah. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Oh, this is interesting. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So, in red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. Gold, silver, and crystal, you get a King's Rock 2% of the time. Now that's interesting because, you know, it needs that to be, and so if it has it already, you just have it, and then you just trade it and you can get a Politoed, which is pretty cool. Same with, so Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X and Y, you get a King's Rock 5% of the time, same kind of concept. Sun and Moon, you get a King's Rock 5% of the time, or Waterium Z, an in-game trade 100% of the time. So, obviously for the King's Rock, just trade it to one of the other games and you can get a Politoed. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, you get a King's Rock 5% of the time, same concept. Sword and Shield, you get a King's Rock, expansion pass required 5% of the time, again, same concept. And same Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, King's Rock 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 65, Attack 65, Defense 65, Special Attack 50, Special Defense 50, Speed 90, for a total of 385. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 50. Pokeathon stats, Type Effectiveness. Damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, Bug, Ghost, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Grass and Electric for double. Immune to Nothing, resistant to Steel, Fire, Water, and Ice for half. If this Pokemon has Water Absorb, the effectiveness of Water-type moves is 0, so it goes from half to 0. For Learn Set, by leveling up, we'll skip down to 32 here. 32 Body Slam, 40 Earth Power, 48 Hydro Pump, 56 Belly Drum, and 66 Double Edge. We're skipping by TM, by Breeding, nothing by Prior Evolution. Special moves in the event Wild Terra Pokemon. You can either get Brick Break or Liquidation. TCG only moves, you get Double Kick or Energy Ball. Anime only moves, you get Tackle, and Wings and Things. Side game data is Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Poliwhirl attacks with jets of water. Beware, it attacks repeatedly. Got all this. Yeah, we read this yesterday, so I'm not going to read it again. So yeah, all this again. So we got its sprites here. Looking a little different. Again, this is another one that has the basics. It's black, but it becomes blue later. But yeah, it has the basic elements. So these have like more frog-like eyes, which I think is very clever. I think they should have kept that rather than sort of integrating them into the physical body like you see starting in yellow. These sort of somewhat separated, I think would have been good, but oh well. So the spiral, so that differs. I assume it will change as time goes on. I probably shouldn't point that out. So the fist, you can actually see it has like hands and fingers and stuff. Yes, and so this is still like a purple, or, yeah. So yeah, the palette is very similar to Poliwag's. So it's sort of just a dark blue. Yeah, changes, it's weird, I don't know, that's, yeah, wrong colors. Then we get the proper colors here, and then, yeah. And then here, they aren't an emerald, they're no longer individualized fingers, they're just a sort of a glove. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, not really much changes. Maybe the spiral, these probably get a little bit smaller. Until they get bigger again in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Kind of between the two here. Mostly it's the white spot that gets bigger. Sort of weird nose, I guess, kind of changes. So stuff is kind of just dots on these first few generations. Comes a little bit of lines there. Yep, you can see that 3D models here. So it's a much larger spiral, or whatever, longer spiral. Yep. Yep, got that. Yep. In the anime, Poliwhirl in the anime. Poliwhirl's evolutionary line shown in outrageous portions. I'm supposed to say Poliwhirls. So yeah, you get to see, yeah, that's pretty cool. Got all that. Pokedex entries in episode 151 in Ash's Pokedex. Poliwhirl, the tadpole Pokemon. Its highly developed muscles allow Poliwhirl to move efficiently on land, but it is even more agile in water. In what I assume is Journey's episode 120, in Chloe's Rotom Phone, Poliwhirl, the tadpole Pokemon, a water type. Poliwhirl can live on land or in the water. Its skin always feels slippery. Staring at the swirl on its belly can result in drowsiness. Yeah, I got that in the manga here. Poliwhirl in Pokemon Adventures. I got this in the TCG. Other appearances: Super Smash Bros. Melee. Poliwhirl only appears as a random trophy. Trophy information: Poliwhirl is a tadpole Pokemon able to live on either land or in the water. When on dry land, it's constantly sweating to keep its skin nice and slimy. When in danger, it spins the whirlpool, marking on its stomach to put enemies to a deep sleep. Then it runs away. It evolves into either Poliwrath or Politoad. Trivia: the logo for the Pokemon Center in Tokyo featured Poliwhirl until it was replaced by Piplup in July 2007. So you can see that here, Poliwhirl in the original Tokyo Pokemon Center logo. Poliwhirl also featured prominently on the center of the November 22nd, 1999 issue of Time magazine. Poliwhirl's sprite and artwork are inconsistent when respect to its gloves. Sometimes they are depicted as mittens, while other times they have separate fingers. All sprite work from Fire Red and Leaf Green onward feature Poliwhirl with mitten-like hands. Because of this, Poliwhirl is one of the few Pokemon to have its Emerald sprite differ from the Ruby and Sapphire one. Yep. So yeah, I read this last point yesterday. Origin: Poliwhirl may be based on a tadpole and a frog. The spiral pattern on its belly is supposed to represent how the organs of tadpoles can sometimes be seen through their transparent skin. Its evolution is based on tadpole's metamorphosis. Its arms appear to be based on gloves, and with its fighting type evolved form in mind, they may be based on boxing gloves specifically. Name origin: Poliwhirl may be a combination of Poliwag, outdated term for tadpole, and whirl or whirlpool. Nyorozo may be a combination of Nyoro, onomatopoeia for wriggling, and Kozo, youngster. Other languages, related articles. Yeah, let's move on. Since we watched Poliwhirl's first scene in the anime yesterday, let's watch its second. Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 40, The Battling Eevee Brothers. In this episode, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu here, have found this abandoned Eevee in the woods. They've come to this mansion's garden party to return their Eevee. So she's pointing out our Poliwhirl is going to evolve here. So with the evolution zones of Poliwhirl there, and then evolves into Poliwrath.
Congratulations! Poliwhirl evolved into Poliwrath.
Thank you so much. Wow, that's so.
And that's, I think, Poliwhirl's whole scene in this. So we'll move on.
Now let's see why people love Poliwhirl. Now let's look at the fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're only on this one image here, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is called Poliwhirl V2 by Clinkors. So this is actually the image we ended on yesterday, so a fitting what to do. So it's just this very cute Poliwhirl here. It's got a little heart at the center of the swirl. It's very nice. Nice lighting and shading and stuff. It's, yeah, very good. let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can evolve Poliwag into Poliwhirl. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Poliwrath. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Poliwrath, one of the final evolutions of Poliwag, who evolves into Poliwhirl, who evolves into Poliwrath when given a Water Stone. It's also the first water fighting type Pokemon. Its past PYC dates are April 28th, 1996, February 17th, 1999, December 8th, 2001, September 28th, 2004, July 20th, 2007, May 10th, 2010, February 28th, 2013, December 20th, 2015, October 10th, 2018, and July 31st, 2021. As I've mentioned over the last 2 days, I'm a fan of the swirl. It's a unique identifier for the Poliwag line. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article. I should warn you though, I still have the long hair in most of that section.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Poliwrath, the tadpole Pokemon, whose number is 0062. So this is what it looks like. Its type is water fighting, so you can see the water inside with the fighting outline. Abilities: Water Absorb or Damp. Swift Swim is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is Egg Group Water 1. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 4'3" or 1.3 meters. Weight is 119 pounds or 54 kilograms. Base experience yield 185 in the first 4 gens and 230 in 5+. Leveling rate medium slow. EV yield 3, all in defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Poliwrath is a dual-type water-fighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Poliwhirl when exposed to a Water Stone. It is one of Poliwag's final forms, the other being Politoed. Biology: Poliwrath is a blue bipedal amphibian Pokemon with a round body and muscular arms. It has bulbous eyes that protrude from the top of its head, and its belly is covered by a white and black swirl. There appear to be white gloves on its hands, and it has rounded, digitless feet. Poliwrath's body is almost entirely muscle, and the muscles in its arms and legs never tire. It also has 0% body fat. When it swims, it uses all of the muscles in its body and is able to swim vast distances with minimal breathing. It is even capable of briefly running on the water's surface. It can also smash through ice and plow forward using its strong arms. Poliwrath is capable of outswimming even world-class swimmers. Poliwrath is also skilled at martial arts. It can launch powerful square punches capable of crushing boulders into dust. Many children learn how to swim by replicating Poliwrath's movements. It is one of the most gifted swimmers of all water-type Pokemon. Being the result of an evolution via Evolution Stone, Poliwrath is rarely found in the wild. When found, it is usually seen living on dry land near the water's edge, despite it being an excellent swimmer. In Alola, Poliwrath found are strong enough to use the breaststroke while swimming. Evolution: Poliwrath evolves from Poliwhirl and is one of the final forms of Poliwag, the other being Politoed. So we can see here Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath. Game data: Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, 3 Poliwrath, along with a Poliwag, appear as the boss of Poliwrath River. Pokedex entries: in Gen 1, in Red and Blue, an adept swimmer at both the front crawl and breaststroke. Easily overtakes the best human swimmers. Yellow swims powerfully using all the muscles in its body. It can even overtake champion swimmers. Sidium: a strong swimmer, it is faster than a human champ in an individual medley. It can go far and fast with minimal breathing. In Gen 2, Gold, this strong and skilled swimmer is even capable of crossing the Pacific Ocean just by kicking. Silver: although an energetic skilled swimmer that uses all of its muscles, it lives on dry land. Crystal: it can use its well-developed arms and legs to run on the surface of the water for a split second. Stadium 2 is just golds again. Gen 3 and Ruby and Sapphire. Poliwrath's highly developed brawny muscles never grow fatigue, however much it exercises. It is so tirelessly strong, this Pokemon can swim back and forth across the Pacific Ocean without effort. Emerald: its highly developed muscles never grow fatigued, however much it exercises. This Pokemon can swim back and forth across the Pacific Ocean without effort. Fire Red: an adept swimmer, it knows the front crawl, butterfly, and more. It is faster than the best human swimmers. Leaf Green is similar to Red and Blues, but slightly different, so I'll read it. A swimmer adept at both the front crawl and breaststroke. Easily overtakes the best human swimmers. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, with its extremely tough muscles, it can keep swimming in the Pacific Ocean without resting. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedexes are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. In Gen 6, X is also that entry. Y is Leaf Green's entry. So Mega Ruby removes Pacific Ocean. So we'll read it. Poliwrath's highly developed body muscles never grow fatigued, however much it exercises. It is so tirelessly strong, the Pokemon can swim back and forth across the ocean without effort. In Gen 7, in Sun, Poliwrath and the Alola region are strong swimmers that use the breaststroke. Many children learn to swim by imitating Poliwrath. Moon. Its percentage of body fat is nearly 0. Its body is entirely muscle, which makes it heavy and forces its swimming prowess to develop. Ultra Sun. It's quite a gifted swimmer, even among water-type Pokemon, but it normally spends its time on land. Ultra Moon. The muscles it has developed through swimming are thick and powerful. When it lands a square punch, it can turn huge boulders to dust. The Let's Go games are similar to Yellow's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Swims powerfully using all the muscles in its body. It can even overtake world-class swimmers. In Gen 8, in Sword, its body is solid muscle when swimming through cold seas. Poliwrath uses its impressive arms to smash through drift ice and plow forward. In Shield, Poliwrath is skilled at both swimming and martial arts. It uses its well-trained arms to dish out powerful punches. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. What's particularly interesting is that it kept the Pacific Ocean part when removing it in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. They probably just copied and pasted it without thinking, but that's pretty interesting. In Gen 9, in Scarlet, although it's skilled in a style of dynamic swimming that uses all its muscles, for some reason it lives on dry land. Violet, that one is Crystal's entry. Poliwrath in the Alola Pokedex, Poliwrath in the Kitakami Pokedex. So, a bunch of Poliwrath looking all tough, maybe practicing their punches on a rock here. It's particularly interesting, it's raining. This is interesting because it was also probably raining in the Poliwag image. So that's a cool connection there. Game locations, inside game locations, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Pokemon Emerald, Poliwrath can be found in the Battle Frontier. Oh, that's so mean. Okay. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. In Emerald, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Y, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get a King's Rock 5% of the time. Which is kind of mean. I guess it's not entirely mean. I think you can move items. You could potentially give this to a Poliwhirl, but it's still kind of mean to give it to the thing that doesn't actually evolve with it. You know, a Sword and Shield, you get a King's Rock expansion pass. Required 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, we'll compare Gen 1 through 5 to 6 onward. So 90 HP, stays the same. Attack 85, that went up to 95. Defense 95, that stays the same. Special attack 70, that stays the same. Special defense 90, that stays the same. Speed 70, that stays the same. So for a total of 500, and then a total of 510. In the Gen 1 through 5 box here, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 70. Pokethon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, ground, ghost, dragon. Weak to flying, grass, electric, psychic, and fairy for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to rock, bug, steel, fire, water, ice, and dark for half. Notes, if this Pokemon has water absorb, the effectiveness of water type moves is 0. So it goes from half to 0. For a learn set by leveling up, because you could hypothetically have a level 25. One, we would normally do that, but it doesn't look like that's going to be featured here. So, from the move reminder, we get Pound, Double Edge, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Bully Drum, Rain Dance, Mud Shot, Earth Power, Circle Throw, and upon evolution you get Dynamic Punch. Skipping by TM, skipping by breeding, nothing by prior evolution, side game data, Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Poliwrath blasts surging jets of water with tremendous force. This. Pollution data, so level 25, Water Stone, yeah. Sprites, so it's also black. It's very interesting, very like superhero pose here almost. Not quite to the size, but you know, very buff, very big, you know. That one's sort of maybe more like a fighting pose a little bit. You know, like karate moves, you know, kind of look to it. That one looks like it's actively fighting. You know, its eyes are more of a slit like this. They become a little bit rounder. these next two, you know, it starts off as black and white and a little bit of blue, mostly blue. Its hands, that's an interesting shape. I don't know if I've ever actually seen its hands not clenched in a fist. That would be interesting. I don't know why that wasn't featured at some point in the... I mean, it probably was featured at some point in the anime, but... Gold is a little darker and this sort of green-blue, just like it is for the other two. Oh yeah, and the back sprite doesn't work for this one. I'm not sure it really even works for this one because of the eyes, but kinda, you could argue. Then, yeah, the eyes get, you know, more... So again, these are more like frog-like eyes, where they're... And these are just... kind of in the thing. I guess they're still kind of frog-like. They're definitely more frog-like than Poliwhirl's was, but, you know. So let me get kind of back to the slit eyes again. That's interesting. I kind of keep that a little bit. It maybe takes a slight more inspiration from yellow. So we get the correct shade of blue here, and then now it's just green. And it's a different shade of blue for this one as well. Yep. And then this darker blue is, I think, more accurate than the sort of lighter blue. So the kind of slightly darker green, I think. Yep. Got all that. Yeah, it really just kind of keeps the slit eyes, huh? So then it's sort of a, like, pure blue now, I think. Kind of keeps that blue a little bit, maybe a little lighter something. And it actually goes back to the models go back to the other eye. It goes back to the yellow eyes. That's interesting. I guess they liked those better than the slit eyes. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, the spiral, that probably changes shape a few times. Yeah, the spiral is actually all different than these, and then I think it kind of stays consistent. Maybe slightly curled a little bit more, but it more or less stays pretty consistent, at least the amount. This one's a lot more. This one's definitely more like the originals. It's pretty cool. Yep. Let's go games. Yep. It's very interesting. Okay. In the anime, Poliwrath in the anime. Got this Pokedex entry here, episode 105 in Ash's Pokedex. Poliwrath, the tadpole Pokemon. Poliwrath is an excellent swimmer, and its powerful muscles make its attacks extremely effective. This in the manga, Poliwrath in Pokemon Adventures. Get to see very just pure muscle here. Yeah, not really a lot of thickness. In the TCG trivia in Generation 2 and Heart Gold and Soul Silver, a man in Celadon City with a Poliwrath says that he hopes that it will evolve into a frog Pokemon one day. Although the Pokemon he was thinking of is most likely Politoed, it is too late, as it is Poliwhirl, not Poliwrath, that evolves into Politoed when traded while holding a King's Rock. Poor man. An early design of Poliwrath revealed on Game Freak's official Japanese website circa 1997 depicts it wearing a crown similar to the King's Rock, which is necessary to evolve Poliwhirl into Politoed. So you can see that here. We did this one in the Poliwag video. In some illustrations, Poliwrath is depicted with 4 fingers instead of 3. Prior to Gen 6, Poliwrath and its evolutionary counterpart, Politoed, shared the same base stats. This changed in Generation 6 when Poliwrath received a 10-point increase in its attack, but Politoed did not receive a stat increase. It shares this counterpart difference with Beautifly. Origin, Poliwrath may be based on a tadpole and a frog. The spiral pattern on its belly is supposed to represent how the organs of tadpoles can sometimes be seen through their transparent skin. It may also be based on amphibian neoteny, as it stays in tadpole form and does not metamorphosize to a frog. Its brawny body and newfound fighting type, and thus boxing gloves, could be an interpretation of the frog's bulky bodies and vastly heightened muscle mass and strength in comparison to the infant tadpole. Name origin. Poliwrath may be a combination of Poliwag, an outdated term for tadpole, and Wrath. Neorobon may be a combination of Neoro, onomatopoeia for wriggling, and Bon, boy. Wriggling boy. Okay, now the languages, related articles, external links. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Poliwrath's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 29, The Punchy Pokemon. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, is helping a young woman named Rebecca in a fighting competition to get her dad back. He's also in the competition. She has assigned him to defeat him with the hopes that he would come back to his family, as he's so focused on this competition. Or Anthony, her father, anyway. Yes, so we'll see one real quick fighting a, Machamp, I think? Poliwrath. Poliwrath. Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that was just a montage of different battles, and yeah. So we'll move on.
Now let's see why people love Poliwrath. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we are looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Poliwrath. So the first one here is 060 through 062, Poliwrath line by In Progress Pokemon. So we looked at this one in the Poliwag video, but if you didn't watch that, or I should explain. So In Progress Pokemon, what they do is they make in-betweens for each of these, so as if it were like the Pokemon growing up instead of metamorphizing like they do in the games. So, got this sort of in-between here. The legs are more developed, the tail is starting to go away, the spiral is doing that, the eyes going up, the nose is developing, and the mouth is disappearing, and the arms are developing. Then we've got, so that's the Poliwhirl. Then we've got between them, we got this guy here. Its eyes are going up a little bit more. The nose is curving up a little bit more. Spiral is slightly changing. The hands, the fists are turning into actual fingers, and the feet are flattening out more. And then, of course, we got Poliwrath. Then we've got 062 Poliwrath by Kutsuku. It's this cool stylized Poliwrath here. They're in a angry pose, I guess, or something. You know, tough pose. It's very slightly stylized. It's very nice. Very nice use of colors and stuff, so yeah. This is not a Poliwrath, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax until I can evolve Poliwhirl into Poliwrath. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Abra. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Abra, the first Psychic-type Pokemon. Its past BYC dates are April 29th, 1996, February 18th, 1999, December 9th, 2001, September 29th, 2004, July 21st, 2007, May 11th, 2010, March 1st, 2013, December 21st, 2015, October 11th, 2018, and August 1st, 2021. I think it looks cute. I also like the names of Abra and its evolutions Kadabra and Alakazam. I mostly remember Abra for being annoying for teleporting in Pokemon Blue. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Before I get into it though, throughout most of the section you'll see my long hair.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Abra, the Psy Pokemon. Number is 0063. This is what it looks like. Type is Psychic, so this is new. Kind of. We got to see the outline in Alolan Raichu, but here's what the inside looks like. It's all these shades of pink. Abilities, Synchronize or Inner Focus. Magic Guard is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 200 or 36.6%. Breeding, egg group human-like at time 20 cycles. Height 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight 43 pounds or 19.5 kilograms. Base experience yield in Gen 1 through 3 was 73. In 4 was 75, and 5 plus is 62. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 and special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown. I guess these parts are brown. Interesting. Interesting. I would say it's more yellow, but okay. Base friendship is 70. Abra is a Psychic-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Kadabra starting at level 16, which evolves into Alakazam when traded or when exposed to a linking cord. Biology, Abra is a bipedal mammalian Pokemon that is primarily yellow. Its face is kite-shaped with a small pale yellow snout and 2 short pointed ears with pale yellow interiors. Its wide eyes are normally closed. Abra's body is segmented with black skin is visible between its joints, and along its neck. So I think that's supposed to say Abra's body is segmented, with black skin visible between its joints. It has 2 brown, pauldron-shaped extensions on its shoulders, as well as a brown, fold-like piece around its chest. It has 3 digits on each hand and foot, but its fingers considerably shorter than its toes. And there's no R, but its fingers are considerably shorter than its toes, is what it should say. 2 of its toes face forward and 1 faces backward. Its tail is thick and long, with a brown band located near the tip. Abra can sense danger through a telepathic radar. When it does, it teleports to a safe location. However, it sometimes becomes panicked if it wakes in an unknown location. By hypnotizing itself, Abra is able to teleport itself even while sleeping. It can use other extrasensory abilities while sleeping as well, and can even teleport into the treetops to pick and eat berries. The deeper Abra sleeps, the farther it teleports. Due to the strain of its telepathic powers, however, Abra sleeps 18 hours each day. If it fails to rest long enough, it will become unable to use its powers. Aww. The contents in Abra's dream can affect its powers. Abra lives in urban areas, but has been observed to teleport to a different location once per hour. If it teleports randomly, it can create illusionary copies. Evolution, Abra evolves into Kadabra, which evolves into Alakazam. So you can see that here, Abra, Kadabra, Alakazam. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal before the Elite Four is defeated for the first time. An Abra at Indigo Plateau will teleport the player back to New Bark Town. It also appears in the remakes, but has no function. Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD. Mount Battle uses an Abra to teleport challengers back to the entrance. Pokedex entries in Gen 1, Red and Blue. Using its ability to read minds, it will identify impending danger and teleport to safety. Yellow sleeps 18 hours a day. If it senses danger, it will teleport itself to safety even as it sleeps. In Stadium, even while asleep, it can sense enemies approaching. It teleports itself to a distant spot if there is any danger. In Gen 2, in Gold, it senses impending attacks and teleports away to safety before the actual attacks can strike. In Silver, if it decides to teleport randomly, it creates the illusion that it has created copies of itself. In Crystal, it hypnotizes itself so that it can teleport away when it senses danger, even if it is asleep. Stadium 2 is Gold again. In Gen 3 and Ruby, Abra sleeps for 18 hours a day. However, it can sense the presence of foes even while it is sleeping. In such a situation, this Pokemon immediately teleports to safety. Abra needs to sleep for 18 hours a day. If it doesn't, this Pokemon loses its ability to use telekinetic powers. If it is attacked, Abra escapes using teleport while it is still sleeping. Emerald, a Pokemon that sleeps 18 hours a day. Observation revealed that it uses teleport to change its location once every hour. Fire Red, it sleeps for 18 hours a day. It uses a variety of extrasensory powers even while asleep. Leaf Green is similar to Red and Blue's but slightly different, so we'll read it. Using its ability to read minds, it will sense impending danger and teleport to safety. In Gen 4, in Diamond, it sleeps for 18 hours a day. Even when awake, it teleports itself while remaining seated. Pearl, even while asleep, it maintains a telepathic radar. It teleports when it is threatened. Platinum, using its psychic powers, is such a strain on its brain that it needs to sleep for 18 hours a day. Heart Gold's is just Gold's entry again. Soul Silver is similar to Silver's, but slightly different, so we'll read it. If it decides to teleport randomly, it evokes the illusion that it has created copies of itself. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's Pokedex. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red's entry. Y's is the Gold entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7 Sun, it sleeps 18 hours a day. Even while sleeping, it will teleport itself to treetops and pick and eat berries there. Moon, it can teleport itself to safety while it's asleep. But when it wakes, it doesn't know where it is, so it panics. Aww. In Ultra Sun, it uses various psychic powers, even while it's sleeping, so you can't tell whether or not it's awake. Ultra Moon, it can read others' minds, and will teleport away when danger approaches. You must clear your mind if you want to catch it. The Let's Go games, their entry is Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, in Sword, this Pokemon uses its psychic powers while it sleeps. The contents of Abra's dreams affect the powers that the Pokemon wields. In Shield, Abra can teleport in its sleep. Apparently, the more deeply Abra sleeps, the farther its teleportations go. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Legends Arceus, spends 18 hours of the day sleeping. Even while asleep, Abra can control its psychic powers. Should danger approach, the Pokemon will simply teleport away. So we've got Abra in the Alola Pokedex. Game locations. Saw game locations. Events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, you get GM09, Psyduck, 100% at the time. Ruby, Sapphire, Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Emerald, you get Twisted Spoon, 5%. Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, you get Twisted Spoon 5% of the time, or an Oran Berry, an in-game trade 100% of the time. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, and White, you get a Twisted Spoon 5% of the time. X, Y, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get a Twisted Spoon 5% of the time. Sword and Shield, you get Twisted Spoon, Expansion Pass required 5% of the time. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get a Twisted Spoon 5% of the time, or an Oran Berry, an in-game trade 100% of the time. Legends Arceus, Normal, Hoppo Berry, 30% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn, 15% of the time. Great items by level. For Alpha, get EXP Candy, S, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 10% of the time. Or great items by level, still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 25, attack 20, defense 15, special attack 105, special defense 55, speed 90, for a total of 310. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 105. Pokeathon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Week 2. Bug, ghost, dark for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, and psychic for half. Notes, in Gen 1 the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 0, so it went from 0 to 2. It's a learn set. By leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, at level 1 you get Teleport. It's a status psychic move. PP is 20. In Legends Arceus, you get Teleport at 1. There's no mastery, I guess. It's the same basic thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Just, I guess, more of this information. I don't know what any of that means, but yeah. By TM/TR in Sword and Shield. I'm sorry, 0? What is... Why is there 2 zeros? What? Mega Punch is TM00 for some reason. Okay. 1 Mega Kick, 3 Fire Punch, 4 Ice Punch, 5 Thunder Punch, 14 Thunder Wave, 17 Light Screen, 18 Reflect, 19 Safeguard, 21 Rest, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 40 Swift, 59 Fling, 60 Power Swap, 61 Guard Swap, 62 Speed Swap, 63 Drain Punch, 70 Trick Room, 71 Wonder Room, 72 Magic Room, 76 Round, 91 Psychic Terrain. For the TRs, TR01, Body Slam, 11 Psychic, 14 Metrodome, 19 Tri-Attack, 20 Substitute, 25 Psyshock, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 30 Encore, 31 Iron Tail, 33 Shadow Ball, 37 Taunt, 38 Trick, 40 Skill Swap, 49 Calm Mind, 65 Energy Ball, 69 Zen Headbutt, 77 Grass Knot, 81 Foul Play, 83 Ally Switch, and 92 Dazzling Gleam. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, 1 Focus Punch, 4 Calm Mind, 11 Sunny Day, 12 Taunt, 16 Light Screen, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 20 Safeguard, 21 Dazzling Gleam, 23 Iron Tail, 29 Psychic, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 33 Reflect, 34 Shockwave, 41 Torment, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 48 Skill Swap, 53 Energy Ball, 56 Fling, 57 Charge Beam, 58 Endure, 60 Drain Punch, 67 Recycle, 70 Flash, 73 Thunder Wave, 77 Psych Up, 82 Sleep Talk, 85 Dream Eater, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, and 92 Trick Room. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Confusion, this group gives you Guard Split, Lopunny gives you Magic Coat. In Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, this group gives you Ally Switch, this group gives you Confusion, this group gives you Encore, this group gives you Fire Punch, this group gives you Guard Split. From the Grand Underground, Mr. Mime gives you Guard Swap, this group gives you Ice Punch, this group gives you Knockoff, Lopunny gives you Magic Coat, This group gives you Power Trick. This group gives you Psycho Swift, also from the Grand Underground. And Thunder Punch from this group. Nothing by Tutoring in Sword and Shield. In Legends Arceus, get Calm Mind, Charge Beam, Dazzling Gleam, Drain Punch, Energy Ball, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Iron Tail, Psychic Rest, Shadow Ball, Swift, Thunder Punch, Tri Attack, and Zen Headbutt. The chance are from another generation. From 2 through 7, you get Barrier, that doesn't work anymore. 1, that Bide, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Charge Beam. 6 and 7, Confide. 1 and 3, Counter. 2, Curse. 1 through 7, Double Team. 1 and 3, Double Edge. 2 through 7, Dream Eater. 2 through 3, Dynamic Punch. 4 through 7, Embargo, that doesn't work anymore. 1, 2, and 4 through 6, you get Flash, that doesn't work anymore. From 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Focus Punch. 2 through 7, you get Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Gravity. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, Knockoff. 1 and 3, Mimic. 4, Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 2 and 3, Nightmare, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Power Trick. 2 through 7, you get Psych Up. 6 and 7, you get Psycho Shift. 1, you get Psy Wave and Rage, those don't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Recycle. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Roleplay. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 1, 3, and 7, you get Seismic Toss. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Shockwave. 4 through 7, you get Signal Beam, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Skull Bash. 3 through 7, you get Snatch, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Submission. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1, Takedown. 5 and 7, Telekinesis, that doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, you get Torment. 1 through 7, you get Toxic, and 2, you get Zap Cannon. TCG only moves. Confuse Ray on this card, Pound on these cards, and Scratch on this card. Oh, side game data. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, browser entry. Using teleportation, Abra moves about while keeping itself levitated. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia. It warps around to evade capture. Listen for its cries for your chance to catch it. In Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. In the Pokepark Pad entry, Abra likes to take naps in the Haunted Zone and the Treehouse. But you won't catch him napping at Rotom's spooky Shoot 'em Up. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. He has slept in many areas, but now he loves to sleep in the tech area the most. Got all this. Okay. In Pokemon Go, Abra can be obtained by completing 1/4 of the ticketed special research, Investigating Illusions. Evolution data, Abra evolves into Kadabra starting at level 16, which evolves into Alakazam when traded. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Kadabra can also evolve into Alakazam when exposed to a linking cord. So, that's 16, and then the trade symbol, or linking cord, Legends Arceus only. The sprites here, so that's wildly different. I'm much more familiar with this one. All yellow, maybe a little bit of black, but you know. This one has maybe a little bit of the brown, but yeah. That one was clearly designed for this one. I don't think that either of these really work with it. This one actually has the brown band, I think, a little bit, so that's cool. Yeah, that one's much scarier than this one. This one, they made it a lot cuter. You can see its eyes open a little bit. That's cool. I wasn't expecting that. I've never seen its eyes open. It probably appears in the anime at some point, but I don't remember an episode where that happens. But also, Gen 2, you get this body and the band more properly. You can kind of see it here, but now it's more proper. It's sort of a darker brown, or a dark, sort of a brownish gold. I mean, a darker gold, I'd say. Kind of a light gold with a purple things with purple features. Yeah, you got all this. Then back to more of the yellow with the brown. This kind of becomes more of a grayish purple. Yep. Doesn't really change much, I imagine. Maybe the ears get smaller. Back sprites still seem pretty good. You can see that it didn't really have like the segments like it would in Gen 2 for the back sprite. Yep. Okay, Gen 4. Yep. Oh, it gets brighter. I didn't even notice that. So, yeah, it's a lighter yellow. And now it's more of a darker yellow. Yeah, that's interesting. It's much more like the crystals, I guess. That purple, yeah. But yeah, it kind of keeps everything pretty much the same. It's maybe a little bit more purple. Yep. We got the models. It's kind of a lighter brown. This is more just a dark brown now. Yep. Pretty cool. Yeah. Which stays the same, yeah. How many fingers we got? Anything with the toes and fingers and stuff? Feet are a little different in this first couple. They start to get more closer in the yellows, and they slowly, I'm sure, get more like it. These have sort of white claws, well, it just sort of becomes yellow claws there. Yep. Yep. Okay. In the anime, Abra in the anime. This. Pokedex entries, episode 22 in Ash's Pokedex. Abra, a psychic power Pokemon. It sleeps 18 hours a day, but employs telekinesis even while sleeping. So here we got a note that says that this is incorrect and should have said Psy Pokemon, but I kind of get why they chose this. Like, maybe kids, they didn't think kids would know what a Psy Pokemon, you know, what Psy meant. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 47, in Dawn's Pokedex. Abra, the Psy Pokemon. When Abra senses an imminent attack, it escapes by teleporting. So we got here in the manga, Abra in Pokemon Adventures. Okay. We got a Pokedex entry in the Electric Tail of Pikachu here. In Chapter 4, this strange fellow sleeps 16 hours a day. In the TCG, other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Abra appears as a Pokemon summoned from the Pokeball. It attacks by using Teleport on an enemy and teleporting it on another part, or even off of the stage. It also appears as a spirit. So here we got Abra with Ness in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. TFG. Trivia. In the Pokemon Red and Blue beta, Abra was originally known as Hocus. In Pokemon Conquest, Abra is seen floating. Despite this, it is still considered a grounded Pokemon and can activate ground traps, such as the Cogwheel in Valora. Of all Psychic-type Pokemon, Abra has the lowest base attack and is tied with Smoochum for the lowest base defense. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, a wild Abra will teleport away if the player tries to approach it from the front. Abra has the highest flee rate in Pokemon Go at 99%, meaning it is almost guaranteed to run away after breaking out of a Pokeball. This is an homage to the core series where it will use Teleport to escape on the first turn. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX, wild Abra always drop a Max Ether when defeated. Origin: Abra may be based on a mystic or psychic. It also has similarities to foxes, animals mythologically tied to magic. Given the rat-like tail of its early sprites and the fact that it sleeps 18 hours a day, Abra could also draw inspiration from opossums. Its segmented body parts and animations in some games, such as Pokemon Stadium, are similar to those of marionette puppets. Name origin: Abra may be derived from abracadabra, an incantation used in stage magic. It definitely is. Casey may be named after Edgar Casey, a purported psychic famous for entering self-induced trances. So, we got another languages, related articles, let's move on.
Now let's watch Abra's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 22, Abra and the Psychic Showdown. It's not really relevant to explain what's going on in the actual episode, since Abra's first appearance is in the Who's That Pokemon segment of the video, or the episode, so that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna, yeah.
Who's that Pokemon?
Yeah.
It's Abra!
Yeah, like, it didn't appear before this in the episode, so, yeah, that's it. That's its first appearance. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Abra cards.
The first is the second version of the Abra card. It was illustrated by Mitsuhiro Rita. I like how it shows the Abra sleeping, and there's a bit of ambiguity with the time of the day, as the bottom shows Day Sky, but the top shows Night Sky. It has 30 HP. It's 211 and 43 pounds. It has one move, Psyshock. Psyshock is a move introduced in the video games after it was introduced in the TCG. In the video games, it was introduced in Gen 5 and is a Psychic-type special move that does damage. On this card, it takes 1 Psychic Energy. With a successful coin flip, it makes the opponent paralyzed. Regardless of the coin flip, it causes the opponent 10 damage. It's weak to Psychic for double damage. This is odd since it's not weak to Psychic in the video games. However, I think the reason it is weak to Psychic is that a lot of Ghost-type Pokemon are put in the Psychic-type category in the TCG. It has no resistance or retreat cost. The lack of resistance is odd since Fighting type was a type in the TCG at this point, which is what Abra is resistant to in the video games. Its description reads, using its ability to read minds, it will identify impending danger and teleport to safety. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. It's level 10. In the video games, it would be 6 levels from evolving into Kadabra. The second card is a reverse holofoil version of the 7th version of the Abra card. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. The best part of this image is the background. I assume it's supposed to be an aura or a psychic wave or something like that. Abra is just the official image of Abra, which is fine. It's just not that interesting. Abra has 50 HP, 20 more HP than the last card. It's the same height and weight as the last card. It has 2 moves, Play Search, and Ultra Evolution. Play Search is not a move from the video games. On this card, it costs 1 Psychic Energy. In this move, the player takes the top 5 cards on their deck and puts one in their hand, putting the other 4 back on the top of the deck and then reshuffles the deck. Ultra Evolution is definitely not something in the games. It costs 1 Psychic Energy and 1 of any energy. It has the player look for an Alakazam card and evolve Abra into that. This, of course, goes against the entire point of evolution if they can just skip a step. Anyway, Abra is still weak to Psychic, but this time it only takes an additional 10 damage. This Abra also has no resistance. This Abra has a cost of any energy to retreat. In the bottom right corner of this card, there is the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Its description reads, it sleeps for 18 hours a day. Even when awake, it teleports itself while remaining seated. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Brilliant Diamond. This Abra is level 8, 2 levels less than the other Abra. In the video games, it would be 8 levels from evolving into Kadabra.
Speaking of Kadabra, I have a couple Kadabra cards, so we'll talk about them tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Abra. Now let's look at fan art.
Welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Abra. These first 2 don't contain an Abra, so we'll start with this one. This is 063 through 065 Abra line by In Progress Pokemon. If you don't know what In Progress Pokemon is, what they do is they put in between stages as if the Pokemon was growing up rather than metamorphizing like they do now. So here we've got Abra, and so we can see it's gaining the little lines here, and it's, you know, bigger, and it's getting the ears are like more like that, and the mustache is starting to develop. We've got Kadabra here, you know, and the feet are starting to change, and sort of a between here. The mustache is getting longer, those are starting to fade. These are starting to, the knee pad things are starting to form. The tail is starting to go away, so is the star. These are starting to get a little bit more pointy. A lot of that stuff is disappearing and forming. The spoon, you know. Okay, so then we got Kadabra. Then we've got Abra 2 by Joshua Dunlop. So this kind of semi-realistic Abra here. So maybe this might have been something we might have seen in Detective Pikachu had they featured an Abra. Yep, so it's a little jungle here. It looks like it's sleeping. It's very nice. Then we've got Abra use Teleport by Hosier. So it's, yeah, it's just it's a Abra using Teleport, kind of a little bit creepy, a little bit stylized, but yeah, it's like kind of, you know, teleporting like maybe some shows do, where they warp it a little bit. Yep, this image doesn't contain an Abra, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can catch an Abra in Pokemon Blue. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Kadabra. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Kadabra, the evolution of Abra, who evolves at level 16. Its past BYC dates are April 30th, 1996, February 19th, 1999, December 10th, 2001, September 30th, 2004, July 22nd, 2007, May 12th, 2010, March 2nd, 2013, December 22nd, 2015, October 12th, 2018, and August 2nd, 2021. As I mentioned yesterday, I like the names of Kadabra, Abra, and Kadabra's evolution, Alakazam. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Just so you know, for most of this section, I have the long hair.
Welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Kadabra, the Psy Pokemon, whose number is 0064. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic. Its abilities, Synchronize or Inner Focus, and Magic Guard is its ability. Gender ratio is 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 100 or 21.7%. Breeding is egg group human-like. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 4'3" or 1.3 meters. Weight is 124.6 pounds or 56.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 145 in the first 4 gens and 140 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2, both in special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown, although I don't necessarily agree. It's really just these parts, they're really more as yellow. And base friendship is 70. Kadabra is a psychic type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Abra starting at level 16 and evolves into Alakazam when traded or when exposed to a linking cord. Biology, Kadabra is a primarily yellow, slightly humanoid Pokemon with mammalian features. It has 2 long, pointed ears on top of its head, a red star on its forehead, narrow, deep set eyes, and wide cheeks, leading down to a thin snout. Extending from each side of its snout are 2 mustache-like tufts of fur. A male will have a longer mustache than a female. Kadabra's torso is segmented with bulky shoulders, a thick brown chest, and small abdomen marked by 3 red wavy lines. Attached to the Pokemon's abdomen is a large, thick tail encircled with a brown band near its base. Its arms are thin, with brown elbows, and end in 3-fingered hands with white claws. Its legs have prominent knees and large 3-toed feet, also ending in white claws. 2 of its toes face forward and 1 backward. Kadabra is always seen carrying a silver spoon which amplifies its telekinetic powers. A gold spoon does not work as an amplifier, and Kadabra is only half as strong without a spoon. Kadabra emits alpha waves strong enough to induce headaches and can even cause clocks to run backward, machines to malfunction, and delicate devices to cease functioning altogether. The waves increase further in strength the more danger Kadabra faces. By closing its eyes, it can double the number of alpha particles it emits. When it has a headache, the alpha waves become unusual. All of Kadabra's brain cells work in unison while it uses its powers. It sleeps while levitating, using its springy tail like a pillow. It can store up psychic energy inside its star in preparation for its evolution. There is a theory that Kadabra was born from a transformed human child who could not control his powers. Kadabra lives in urban areas. Kadabra and its evolved form Alakazam are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Kinesis. Evolution, Kadabra evolves from Abra and evolves into Alakazam, so you can see this here, Abra, Kadabra, Alakazam. Game data Pokedex entries. Generation 1, red and blue. It emits special alpha waves from its body that induce headaches just by being close by. In yellow, many odd things happen if this Pokemon is close by. For example, it makes clocks run backwards. Psidium, when it uses psychic power, all its brain cells work in unison to generate powerful alpha waves. In Gen 2, in gold, it possesses strong spiritual power. The more danger it faces, the stronger its psychic power. If it uses its abilities, it emits special alpha waves that cause machines to malfunction. Crystal, when it closes its eyes, twice as many alpha particles come out of the surface of its body. Psidium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3, Ruby, Kadabra emits a peculiar alpha wave if it develops a headache. Only those people with a particularly strong psyche can hope to become a trainer of this Pokemon. Kadabra holds a silver spoon in its hand. The spoon is used to amplify the alpha waves in its brain. Without the spoon, the Pokemon is said to be limited to half the usual amount of its telekinetic powers. In Emerald, it is rumored that a boy with psychic abilities suddenly transformed into a Kadabra while he was assisting research into extrasensory powers. Fire Red, it happened one morning. A boy with extrasensory powers awoke in bed, transformed into Kadabra. Leaf Green is very similar to Red and Blues, but slightly different, so we'll read it. It emits special alpha waves from its body that induce headaches just by being close. In Gen 4, in Diamond, if one is nearby, an eerie shadow appears on TV screens. Seeing the shadow is said to bring bad luck. Pearl, When it uses its psychic power, it emits strong alpha waves that can ruin precision devices. Platinum, it stares at its spoon to focus its mind. It emits more alpha waves while doing so. Heart, Gold, and Soul Silver, that's their Gold and Silver counterpart. Gen 5 is Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is the Silver entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, Sun, a theory exists that this Pokemon was a young boy who couldn't control his psychic powers and ended up transformed into this Pokemon. In Moon, Kadabra's presence infests televisions and monitors with creepy shadows that bring bad luck. Ultra Sun, it stares at a silver spoon to amplify its psychic powers before it lets loose. Apparently, gold spoons are no good. Ultra Moon, it possesses strong mental capabilities, but its psychic powers are halved when it's not holding a silver spoon. For the Let's Go games, it's pretty much yellows, but they removed the S, so but I'm not gonna read it again. In Gen 8, in Sword, using its psychic power, Kadabra levitates as it sleeps. It uses its springy tail as a pillow. In Shield, this Pokemon's telekinesis is immensely powerful. To prepare for evolution, Kadabra stores up psychic energy in the star on its forehead. Brilliant Diamond is just its diamond counterpart. Or Shining Pearl is just basically Pearl, but they changed devices to instruments, so I'm not going to read it again. In Legends Arceus, there are rumors that a child with mystical powers became a Kadabra. However, this remains unverified. I suspect that the spoon Kadabra holds enhances its brainwaves. It's that old of a legend, huh? Rumors suggest that it's maybe more current at the time, huh? And we got Kadabra in the Alola Pokedex. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Red and Blue, you get a berry 100% of the time. Yellow, you get a Twisted Spoon 100% of the time. Fire Red, Leaf Green, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, you get a Twisted Spoon 5% of the time. Sword and Shield, you get a Twisted Spoon 5% of the time, but the expansion pass is required. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, you get a Twisted Spoon 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Hoppo Berry 30% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, Great Items by level. Alpha, you get an EXP Candy M 100% of the time, or a Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, or Great Items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 40, attack 35, defense 30, special attack 120, special defense 70, speed 105, for a total of 400. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 120. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, and dark for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, and psychic for half. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 0, so it went from 0 to 2. For Learn Set, by leveling up, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, we will go down to Evo here, then down to 16. So, upon evolution, get Confusion, then at level 20, you get Psycho Cut, 25 Recover, 30 Psy Shock, 35 Psychic, 40 Roleplay, 45 Future Sight, and 50 Calm Mind. In Legends Arceus, upon evolution, you get Confusion. Apparently you mastered at 15. I guess you immediately master it, since or no, what? Not really sure how you get this, since I don't know how you get one that's lower than 16, but whatever. At level 18, you get Psycho Cut, and I guess it masters it at 28. At 25, you get Zen Headbutt, it masters it at 35. 34, you get Recover, masters it at 45. 43, you get Psychic, masters it at 54. We're skipping by TM/TR. Yep. Skipping by breeding. By tutoring in Sword and Shield. You get Expanding Force, which is a special psychic move. Its power is 80, accuracy is 100, and its PP is 10. In Legends Arceus, you can get Calm Mind, Charge Beam, Dazzling Gleam, Drain Punch, Energy Ball, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Iron Tail, Psychic, Psycho Cut, Rest, Shadow Ball, Swift, Thunder Punch, Tri Attack, and Zen Headbutt. Nothing by prior evolution. By transfer from another generation. From 2 to 7, you get Barrier, that doesn't work anymore. 1, Bide, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Charge Beam. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 1 and 3, you get Counter. 2, you get Curse. 1, 2, and 7, you get Dig. 1 through 7, you get Double Team. 1 and 3, you get Double Edge. 2 through 7, you get Dream Eater. 2 and 3, you get Dynamic Punch. 4 through 7, you get Embargo, that doesn't work anymore. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7, you get Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Focus Punch. 2 through 7, you get Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Gravity. 1, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power. That doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, you get Knockoff. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 4 through 7, you get Miracle Eye. That doesn't work anymore. 4, you get Natural Gift. That doesn't work anymore. 7, Nightshade. 2 and 3, Nightmare. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Power Trick. 2 through 7, Psych Up. 6 and 7, you get Psycho Shift. 1, you get Psywave. That doesn't work anymore. Same with Rage. 4 through 7, you get Recycle. 2 through 7, you get Return. That doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 1, 3, and 7, you get Seismic Toss. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Shockwave. 4 through 7, you get Signal Beam. That doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Skull Bash. 3 through 7, you get Snatch. That doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Submission. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1, you get Takedown. 5 through 7, you get Telekinesis. That doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, you get Torment. 1 through 7, you get Toxic. And 2, you get Zap Cannon. TCG only moves, you get Confuse Ray from that card. Side game data. Call this. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I did this yesterday, so I'm not going to read it again. So, sprites. So, you got these. So, the basics are still pretty much here. Looks like it has more tails, or maybe a thicker tail. That's interesting. They made it just like a simple tail. I guess it is kind of thicker. Like, this one's much more like the Abra tail. Well, that's more thick here. And this is more like the Kadabra we'd know. Back sprite. I mean, I guess it kind of works. Not this one so much. And it looks more like it's segmented. Like these don't actually aren't just one object, but like, that's interesting. Or one piece of the body, I guess. Spoon. Changes a little, obviously. Oh, this one has the star. That's interesting. It's just had, this one kind of has just a spot, and that one has maybe a faded spot in Gen 2. So you get more closer to the actual colors. Although, I guess these are more kind of the correct colors. It's just darker for some reason. You got all the basic features, though, now. This shiny is just kind of yellow and purple. Well, it's gold and brown. That's Spoon. Still not really, I mean, the Spoon's kind of vaguely like Spoon shaped. That looks interesting. Yeah. Oh, it zooms into the Spoon. That's interesting. Great. Now we got the correct colors in Gen 3, and the Spoon looks definitely more like a spoon. Yeah. The lines. There are no lines on the thing in the red and greens. There is in red and blue, and then yellows, and then, yeah, they add these interesting patterns, but it just kind of becomes more simplified as time goes on. The star becomes red, yep. Okay, yeah, we got this. Yeah, basically, I mean, I'm sure it gets better as time goes on. Oh, the line. None of these have the, well, this one maybe has the line on the tail. That one, I guess, does. Yeah, I guess it does. You can barely see it, but now it becomes more obvious. Oh, yeah, they are longer on a male than a female, huh? Interesting. Okay. Black and white. Yeah, basically the same. Okay, that looks, that's definitely gotta be wrong. That's just gotta be like a photo thing. Oh, yeah, you can see much shorter in the models. You can see how that becomes kind of orange, I guess. Yep. So there we go. Now we get actual lines. You can see them now. And the spoon. Yeah, the spoon's interesting looking. Okay, then yeah, we get this. It becomes kind of a pink. So it becomes a little darker. That's also a different color of pink. That becomes like closer to the sort of yellow, I guess. Which I guess it just sort of becomes a faded yellow as time goes on, yeah. Then Holmes, you got this. In the anime, Kadabra in the anime. For Pokedex entries, I have this recorded for the anime section, so we'll just cut to that.
Kadabra, a psychic Pokemon. The evolved form of Abra employs powerful telekinetic attacks.
Welcome back, let's move on. Then we got Kadabra in Pokemon Evolutions. Looks like it's maybe buying something or grabbing something, I don't know. Yep. Then in the manga here, Kadabra in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, TCG, TFG, okay. Trivia. In the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Kadabra was originally known as Pocus. This is interesting because Abra's was Hocus, so it would have been a Hocus Pocus instead of Abracadabra Alakazam. like it is. Maybe there's another one. I don't actually know what Alakazam's is going to be, if there is anything. Pocket Monsters Encyclopedia says, Kadabra's Pokedex entry from Pokemon Red and Blue is a reference to an in-universe novel transformation that won the 2nd Literary Award. In Pokemon Crystal, a bug causes the capture formula for the heavy ball to incorrectly retrieve this Pokemon's weight, giving it a plus 40 catch rate modifier. This also affects Tauros and Sunflora. If a Kadabra holds an Everstone from Generation 3 onwards, while traded, the Everstone will not take effect, and the Kadabra will still evolve into Alakazam. While it shares this trait with Machoke, Graveler, and Haunter in Gen 3 due to a glitch, Kadabra keeps this trait in Gen 4 onwards, while the other 3 do not. I don't know what the Everstone does, like what significance it has in this case. Yes, the controversy. Main article, Pokemon Controversy, Uri Geller. For 20 years, Kadabra was not printed as a TCG card since the English Skyridge expansion in 2003. This was likely the result of Nintendo and Pokemon Card Laboratories' desire to avoid further litigation from illusionist Uri Geller, who claimed that Kadabra is a parody of him and attempted to sue Nintendo over the notion. However, on November 28, 2020, Geller released an apology on Twitter announcing that he would allow Nintendo to print cards featuring Kadabra again. The first Kadabra released since Uri Geller's dismissal of his lawsuit is included in the Japanese Pokemon Card 151 subset released on June 16, 2020, and the English 151 expansion released on September 22, 2023. Due to the now lifted limitation, Kadabra is the only Stage 1 Pokemon that can be skipped by its basic evolution, introduced with a particular Abra card able to evolve itself directly into Alakazam. For possibly the same reason, Kadabra had not made any anime appearances since Fear Factor Phony aired in the United States in 2006, except a small cameo in the World of Pokemon opening of Kyurem vs. the Sword of Justice. Kadabra finally made its media reappearance in the Pokemon Evolutions episode, the show, its first animated appearance in over 16 years, excluding its cameo in the aforementioned movie. Notably, when Ash and his friends met Mira in the anime, she was seen using an Abra instead of a Kadabra as she does in the games, despite the fact that the other trainers in the anime own the same Pokemon as they do in the games. Kadabra also did not appear in Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia, whereas Abra and Alakazam did. Origin. Kadabra appears to be based on magicians and spoonbenders. It also shares similarities with foxes, animals mythologically tied to magic. Its mustache, like tufts of fur, may be an exaggeration of a fox whiskers. The symbols on Kadabra's forehead and abdomen appear to be references to Zener cards, a small deck of symbols used in experiments to test for extrasensory perception and clairvoyance in the early 1930s. As it created its spoon with its psychic powers, it may be based on the practice of alchemy and early science that sought to synthesize metals with magic. The transformation novel about Kadabra may be based on Franz Kafka's The Metamorphosis. Well, I don't know if that one is, but definitely the Pokedex that has the line. Let me see if I can find it. In Fire Red, that one is definitely based on the Metamorphosis, because it takes one of the lines, I think, probably, maybe, yeah, so, or at least, I don't know, one of the quoted lines, anyway. I don't know if it's like a real line or anything, but yeah. Name origin, Kadabra may be derived from Abracadabra, an incantation used in stage magic. It definitely is. Young may be named after Uri Geller, an illusionist famed for his spoon-bending technique. This contributed to Geller suing Nintendo for using his likeness in a character. In other languages, related articles. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Kadabra's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 22, Abra and the Psychic Showdown. In this episode, Ash has come to this gym here. It's Sabrina's gym. This is Sabrina. To get the Marsh badge. So Pikachu is in the battle with Abra. Abra's about to evolve into a Kadabra here. She has psychic powers. Yeah. So, there's the Abra. And there's the Kadabra, yeah. So that's Kadabra's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the GCG. I have 4 cards, but 2 of them are duplicates, so we'll act like I only have 2 cards. They are Normal Kadabra, and Dark Kadabra.
Let's start with the normal Kadabra. It's the second version of the Kadabra cards. Before I get into the HP and illustration, while writing this, I realized that this card's duplicate actually has the second edition too, so it's not entirely identical, but otherwise it's the same card. Kadabra has 60 HP. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. It's the red and green official art on a cool-looking background. Unlike the other Ken Sugimori cards, I really like this one due to how expressive Kadabra is in the art. Kadabra is 4'3" and 125 pounds, which is 0.6 pounds lighter than its official weight in the official Pokedex. It has two moves, Recover and Super Psy. In the video games, Recover is a normal type move that recovers half of the user's HP. On this card, it costs 2 psychic energies. The player discards 1 psychic energy attached to Kadabra and removes all damage counters, essentially putting it back to full health. Super Psy is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 2 psychic and 1 of any energy. It causes 50 damage. It's weak to Psychic for double damage. I've talked about how weird that was yesterday, so I won't go over that again. Similarly, it doesn't have any resistance, which is odd, and again, I've talked about that yesterday, so I won't go over it again. It costs 3 of any energy to retreat. Its description reads, it emits special alpha waves from its body that induce headaches even to those just nearby. This is essentially the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. It's level 38. The second card is a Dark Kadabra, the only version of the Dark Kadabra card made as of when I'm recording this. Dark Pokemon are variants of Pokemon exclusively from the Team Rocket expansion, the symbol of which is frequently next to its weight. Speaking of weight, its weight and height are the same as the other Kadabra. It was illustrated by Kagamaru Humino. I love that Kadabra isn't bending the spoon with its mind or something. It's just bending the spoon with its arms. It has a Pokemon power and a move. Its Pokemon power is Matter Exchange. On this card, once per turn before an attack, the player can discard a card in their hand and pick up a new one. The move is Mind Shock. This is not a move from the video games. On this card, it takes 2 psychic energy. It hits for 30 damage that is unaffected by weakness or resistance. Speaking of weakness and resistance, they're identical to the other card. Its retreat cost is 1 less energy, though. Its description reads, some people say that Kadabras are responsible for many of the mysterious events reported in the news. This is not based on any of the video game's Pokedex entries. Like the Diglett entry with Onyx, Kadabra is pluralized with an S showing this description was written before the decision that the singular version of Pokemon names were their plural. It's level 24. This is 14 levels lower than the other Kadabra.
I don't have a card for Alakazam, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Machop. Now let's see why people love Kadabra. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're looking at this single image here, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. So this is 063 through 065 Abra line by In Progress Pokemon. So for those of you who don't know how In Progress Pokemon works, what they do is they add in between Pokemon as if it were aging up instead of metamorphizing like it does now. So we got the Abra here, then we've got, it's sort of getting bigger, so the brown parts getting, bigger, the symbol starting to form, the legs starting to get more of the claw-like shape, tail getting a little bit bigger, these getting more like claws, yep, those becoming a little bit more pointy, and the eyes starting to open up a little bit more, and the mustache starting to grow in. Then we got Kadabra here, then for the between, we got, so it's getting a little bit taller, the mustache is starting to grow out more, the lines and the stars starting to disappear, part of the brown part is here, and on the arms are starting to form, and some of this brown is starting to merge into one, thing. The tail's getting smaller again, then we got Alakazam here, yep. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I will be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can evolve Abra into Kadabra. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Alakazam. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Alakazam, the final evolution of Abra, who evolves into Kadabra, who evolves into Alakazam, either by trading or by being exposed to a linking cord. Its past PYC dates are May 1st, 1996, February 20th, 1999, December 11th, 2001, October 1st, 2004, July 23rd, 2007, May 13th, 2010, March 3rd, 2013, December 23rd, 2015, October 30th, 2018, and August 3rd, 2021. As I've mentioned over the last 2 days, I like the names of Alakazam, Abra, and Kadabra. I also like that Alakazam and Mega Alakazam add more spoons from Kadabra. Let's get to the Bulbapedia article. I should warn you, for the first part of the section, I have my long hair still. It will then cut to me with the short hair.
Hello, and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today, we'll be talking about Alakazam, the Psy Pokemon, whose number is 0065. So, this is Alakazam, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Alakazam, this is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic. As normal Alakazam, it's Synchronize or Inner Focus. Its hidden ability, regardless, seems to be Magic Guard. And Trace is Mega Alakazam's ability. Gender ratio is 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 50 or 12.9%. Breeding A group human-like. Hatch time is 20 cycles. As Alakazam, it's 4'11 or 1.5 meters and 105.8 pounds or 40 kilograms. That's the same for Mega Alakazam. That's its weight. For Mega Alakazam, it's actually shorter somehow at 3'11 and 1.2. I guess maybe because it's sitting, they don't count that as part of the height? I don't know. Megastone is Alakazite. Should it be Alakazamite? Because wasn't it Bulbasaurite for Mega Bulbasaur? And Charizardite for Mega Charizard? What? That's really weird. All the ones to be like, no, that's too far. Like, that's too silly of a name for a stone, for a Megastone. That's very weird. Maybe Alakazamite, maybe that's something? Like, maybe it's copyrighted or something, I don't know. Or an actual stone, I don't know. Base experience yield, 186. The first 4 gens are 225 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 3. And special attack, shape is that, its footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown. I don't entirely agree with that. Base friendship is 70. Alakazam is a Psychic-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Kadabra when traded or when exposed to a linking cord. It is the final form of Abra. Alakazam can Mega Evolve into Mega Alakazam using Alakazite. Biology. Alakazam is a slightly humanoid Pokemon with a large mustache. A female Alakazam has a slightly shorter mustache than a male. It has a long, thin snout, narrow eyes, ear-like spikes extending from at the top of its head, and an additional spike protruding from each cheek. Covering its yellow, skeletal body are brown, armor-like sections over its chest, shoulders, forearms, and knees. There are also 3 toes on each foot, each of which has a white claw. 2 of the toes face forward, and while 1 faces backwards. It wields a silver spoon in each hand, which acts as amplifiers for its psychic abilities. The spoons are created using its psychic powers, and it may give one to someone it trusts. Alakazam is able to use all forms of psychic abilities. The overflow of its psychic powers can cause headaches to those nearby. These powers are used to move its body, as opposed to its weak muscles. It also uses its psychic powers to hold up its head, which is too heavy to be supported by its neck. Due to its continually growing brain, its head becomes larger with age. It is said to have an excellent memory and can remember everything that it has experienced since hatching as an Abra. Oh, okay. To the time of its death. It has an IQ that exceeds 5,000. It is found in urban areas. Alakazam and its pre-evolved form, Kadabra, are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Kinesis. Forms. Alakazam can Mega Evolve into Mega Alakazam. As Mega Alakazam, its mustache turns white and becomes longer and bushier. It also grows a long white beard. The armor-like sections become bulkier, and its upper body section becomes slightly shorter to reveal its thin stomach. The ear-like spikes become slightly shorter, and a larger spike forms on top of its head. Additionally, it gains an oval red organ in the center of its forehead. The organ is said to emit psychic power. Its lower legs become longer and slimmer, and its feet become skinnier and resemble talons. It gains 3 additional spoons, for a total of 5 that it levitates in the air. At the cost of its already low muscular strength, Mega Alakazam's power is entirely converted to pure psychic energy. It can read the course of a person's entire life with a single glance. Evolution. Alakazam evolves from Kadabra and is the final form of Abra. So you can see that here. So Abra, Kadabra, Alakazam. Game data, MVC appearances. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team. Alakazam is the leader of Team Act, a gold rank rescue team. He is already a great leader, but strives to better himself further to be like his hero, Lucario. He also tells the player about a whirlwind near the legendary island After the player recruits Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, unlocking access to Silver Trench. Pokedex entries in Gen 1, in Red and Blue. Its brain can outperform a supercomputer. Its intelligence quotient is said to be 5,000. Yellow. A Pokemon that can memorize anything. It never forgets what it learns. That's why this Pokemon is smart. Stadium. A Pokemon that uses psychic power. It is highly intelligent and capable of instantly identifying its foe's weakness. In Gen 2, in Gold. Closing both its eyes heightens all its other senses. This enables it to use its abilities to their extremes. Silver. Its brain cells multiply continually until it dies. As a result, it remembers everything. Crystal. It has an IQ of 5,000. It calculates many things in order to gain the edge in every battle. Stadium 2 is just golds again. In Gen 3, Ruby. Alakazam's brain continually grows, making its head far too heavy to support with its neck. This Pokemon holds its head up using its psychokinetic power instead. Sapphire. Alakazam's brain continually grows, infinitely multiplying brain cells. This amazing brain gives this Pokemon an astoundingly high IQ of 5,000. It has a thorough memory of everything that has occurred in the world. Emerald. While it has strong psychic abilities and high intelligence, and Alakazam's muscles are very weak. It uses psychic power to move its body. Fire Red. It does not like physical attacks very much. Instead, it freely uses extrasensory powers to defeat foes. Leaf Green. Its brain can outperform a supercomputer. Its IQ, intelligence quotient, is said to be around 5,000. In Gen 4 in Diamond, its superb memory lets it recall everything it has experienced from birth. Its IQ exceeds 5,000. Pearl. Its highly developed brain is on par with a supercomputer. It can use all forms of psychic abilities. Platinum. The spoons clutched in its hands are said to have been created by its psychic powers. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries. Y is Red and Blues again. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, for the normal Alakazam. Sun. It is said to have an IQ of approximately 5,000. Its overflowing psychokinetic powers cause headaches to anyone nearby. Moon. Its brain cells continue to increase in number until its death. The older the Alakazam, the larger its head. Ultra Sun. Alakazam uses its psychic powers to make the spoons it carries. Each spoon is an original that there's only one of in the whole world. Ultra Moon. If it trusts someone deeply, it will let them have one of its spoons. Anything you eat with that spoon is apparently delicious. The Let's Go games are Yellow's entry for Mega Alakazam and Sun. As a result of Mega Evolution, its power has been entirely converted into psychic energy, and it has lost all strength in its muscles. Moon. Its hidden psychic power has been unleashed. A glance at someone gives it knowledge of the course of that person's life, from birth to death. Ultra Sun. It sends out psychic power from the red organ on its forehead to foresee its opponent's every move. Ultra Moon. Having traded away its muscles, Alakazam's true power has been unleashed. With its psychic power, it can foresee all things. In the Let's Go games, it's adept at precognition. When attacks completely miss Alakazam, that's because it's seeing the future. In Gen 8, in Sword, it has an incredibly high level of intelligence. Some say that Alakazam remembers everything that ever happens to it, from birth till death. In Shield, Alakazam wields potent psychic powers. It's said that this Pokemon used these powers to create the spoons it holds. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus. The longer Alakazam lives, the larger and heavier its head becomes. Our tests have shown that the strength of its psychic powers correlate positively to the weight of its head. So here's Alakazam in the Alola Pokedex, and here's Mega Alakazam in the Alola Pokedex. Cool. Okie dokie. I guess it also loses the... So game locations, side game locations, events, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Pokemon Emerald, Alakazam can be found in the Battle Frontier. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Goldberry 100% of the time. In Emerald, you get a Twisted Spoon 5% of the time. In Black 2 and White 2, you get a Loom Berry 100% of the time. It's an in-game trade. Sword and Shield, you get a Twisted Spoon, expansion path required 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal, Hoppo Berry 30% of the time. 15% Spoiled Apricorn. Grid items by level. Alpha, you get an EXP Candy L 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and grid items by level. Stats, base stats for this. We're gonna compare Alakazam, here, these two, and then we'll compare this one with this one, and then somehow we'll compare, I guess there's another changed in Gen 7, I think. How the distribution here. Gen 1 through 5, and 6 onward. Okay. So HP 55, that stays the same. Attack 50, that stays the same. Defense 45, that stays the same. Special attack 135, that stays the same. Special defense 85, that goes up to 95. Speed 120, that stays the same, so it goes from a total of 490 to a total of 500. In the Gen 1 to 5 Fox here, we've got a note. This Pokemon special base stat in Gen 1 was 135. Gen 6 onwards with what it was from Alakazam. So 55, we'll just compare all three. 55 across the board, 50 across the board, defense 45, defense 65, those two stay the same. Special attack 135, that goes up to 175, that stays the same. Defense 95, that stays the same, and goes up to 105 in Gen 7 for Mega Alakazam. So speed 120, that goes up to 150, that stays the same, so it goes from total of 500, total of 590, and that goes from 590 to 600. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness. It's damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, and dark for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, and psychic for half. Notes, in Gen 1, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 0, so from 0 to 2. For learn sets, by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, we'll go down to 16, because you can hypothetically have a level 16 Alakazam, because it's just a trade. So, 20 Psycho Cut, 25 Recover, 30 Psyshock, 35 Psychic, 40 Roleplay, 45 Future Sight, and 50 Calm Mind. Legends Arceus, so we'll go down to Psycho Cut here, I guess. Level 18 Psycho Cut, masters it at level 28. Learns Zen Headbutt at 25 and masters it at 35. Recover learns at 34 but masters it at 45. And Psychic it learns at 43 but masters it at 54. For TM/TR, we're skipping that. Yep. Skipping that. Yep. By breeding, we're skipping. Yep. By tutoring and Sword and Shield. So, in the expansion pass, you can get Expanding Force, which is a special Psychic type move. Power is 80, accuracy is 100, and PB is 10. In Legends Arceus, you can get Calm Mind, Charge Beam, Dazzling Gleam, Rain Punch, Energy Ball, Fire Punch, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Ice Punch, Iron Tails, Psychic, Psycho Cut, Rest, Shadow Ball, Swift, Thunder Punch, Tri-Attack, and Zen Headbutt. Nothing by Prior Evolution. By transfer from another generation. From 2 to 7, you can get Barrier, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Bide, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you can get Charge Beam. 6 and 7, you can get Confide. 1 and 3, you can get Counter. 2, you can get Curse. 1, 2, and 7, you can get Dig. 1 through 7, you can get Double Team. 1 and 3, you can get Double Edge. 2 through 7, you get Dream Eater. 2 and 3, you can get Dynamic Punch. 4 through 7, you can get Embargo, that doesn't work anymore. 1, 2, and 4 through 7, you can get Flash, that doesn't work anymore. And 3, 4, 6, and 7, you can get Focus Punch. And 2 through 7, you can get Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. And 4 through 7, you can get Gravity. 2, 4, and 7, you can get Headbutt. From 2 through 7, you can get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, you can get Knockoff. 7, you can get Laser Focus. 1 and 3, you can get Mimic. In 4 through 7, you can get Miracle Eye. In 4, you can get Natural Gift. Both of those don't work anymore. 7, you get Nightshade. 2 and 3, you can get Nightmare. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Power Trick. 2 through 7, you can get Psych Up. 6 and 7, you can get Psycho Shift. 1, you can get Psywave and Rage, neither of which work anymore. 4 through 7, you can get Recycle. 2 through 7, you can get Return. That doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, and 6, you can get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 3 and 7, you can get Seismic Toss. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Shockwave. 3 through 7, you get Signal Beam. That doesn't work anymore. 1, you can get Skull Bash. 3 through 7, you get Snatch. That doesn't work anymore. 1, you can get Submission. 2 through 7, you can get Swagger. 1, you can get Takedown. 5 through 7, you can get Telekinesis. That doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, you can get Torment. 1 through 7, you can get Toxic. And 2, you can get Zap Cannon. TCG only moves. You can get Confuse Ray from this card. I don't know why it's purple. Side game data. In Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry, it warps around to move. It attacks by letting loose strange orbs. Got all this. Yep. Mega Alakazam. This will be important for later in the video. Form data, Mega Evolution. So Alakazam with Alakazite, you get Mega Alakazam. Evolution data. Alakazam evolves from Kadabra when traded in Pokemon Legends Arceus. It can also evolve from Kadabra when exposed to a linking cord. So you got all this. I did this before. Got sprites here, so you can see how... Okay, there's no brown at all. In these first few. The spoons are also like gold almost. This one kind of has more of the brown. So this one was obviously made for this one. But you can see how it kind of still has that basic shape though. For the brown parts. Yeah. It's a lot thinner in the head. It's thicker there. Each of the pieces kind of come together. The mustache. Oh, the mustache definitely changes from these two. It becomes much more like that. I guess really more like this. I mean, it might change a little bit as time goes on. So it's now kind of a gold here with brown. So that means that's an army green with a purple. Yep. And the spoons are now white, I guess. Now they're kind of gray, I guess. Gray and white. But yeah, now we get the proper colors in Gen 3. So now this is sort of a darker brown, or just kind of a brownish yellow. And this is purple still. Yep. The mustache gets thinner. Probably a lot of it gets more streamlined. Now we get kind of more silver spoons here, more gray spoons anyway. Yeah, it kind of becomes more silver as time goes on. Yep. Not much changes. Here's the shorter mustache for the females. Yep. You can see that with the shiny. Black and white. Anything important with the back sprites? Not really. I mean, these just become kind of one smooth thing. I guess it wasn't smooth in Gen 3. Really wasn't smooth here either, huh? Interesting. But, yep. Then you got Mega Alakazam now, and it's shiny, it's purple. That makes sense, I guess. Or whatever, the highlights are purple or whatever. Nothing different with the spoon. And I guess it's a little bit darker, yeah, because it gets paler, the Mega. So it gets, yeah, closer to that kind of difference in yellows here. Oh yeah, it changes to yellow, doesn't it? I didn't even notice that. So yeah, it becomes sort of a darker yellow in Gen 4, the shiny. Yep. These 3D models I didn't even like mention, like, I mean, it's kind of a darker brown there, but it's pretty good, you know, for what they have, technology-wise, you know. Yep, I got all these, and let's go Pikachu, yep. And then, yep, Legends Arceus. Got the silver spoons, yep. I got all these, yep. Okay, in the anime, Alakazam in the anime. Mega Alakazam in the anime, that's pretty cool. Okay, Pokedex entries in episode 72. In Ash's Pokedex, Alakazam, a side Pokemon. This Pokemon uses psychic attacks to overcome its opponents. In episode 27 of Diamond and Pearl, in Dawn's Pokedex, Alakazam, the side Pokemon, and the evolved form of Kadabra. With a brain like a supercomputer, it possesses many different supernatural powers. So, okay, yeah, Pokemon Origins, so Alakazam fighting a Scyther in Pokemon Origins. Then we've got Pokemon Generations, Alakazam using a move here in Pokemon Generations. Some psychic powers, I guess. In the manga, we got Alakazam in Pokemon Adventures, Mega Alakazam in Pokemon Adventures. Yep. This. TCG Trivia. Alakazam could be seen as a counterpart to Machamp. They are both the last stage of a 3-part evolutionary family. They reach their final stage by trading, level up at a medium-slow rate, and they both have a 75% male-gender ratio. Also, Alakazam excels at the special attack stat, while Machamp excels at attack. Their evolutionary families are also next to each other in the National Pokédex. Moreover, a girl in Oreburg City will trade her Abra for a Machop. Additionally, their base friendship is the same as 70, and all Pokemon in both their respective evolutionary lines are in the human-like egg group. Finally, while Alakazam has a Mega Evolution, Machamp has a Gigantamax form. Alakazam could also be seen as a counterpart to Gengar. They are both the last stage of a 3-part evolutionary family, which can only be achieved by trading. Both have Mega Evolutions. Gengar is weak to Psychic moves, and Alakazam is weak against Ghost moves. So they are weak and at the same time strong against each other. They have the same length, and both get smaller when they Mega Evolve. Their base friendship is also the same with 70. In the ancient puzzle of Pokemonopolis, there are a Gengar and an Alakazam put against each other. Since Gen 6, they both have a base stat total of 500. Both are weak to Dark-type moves. They also have the same stat structure throughout their evolutions, always having high speed and special attack, and being very low in physical defense, and still relatively low in special defense, HP, and physical attack. Alakazam was the only Pokemon whose base stat total does not increase by exactly 100 points upon Mega Evolution, gaining instead only 90 points overall. This only applied to it in Gen 6 because Mega Alakazam received another 10 points in its special defense in Gen 7. Because some forms of Alakazam had its special defense raised in both Gen 6 and Gen 7, Alakazam is the only Pokemon whose base stats changed more than once after Gen 2. Alakazam has the lowest average performance of any fully evolved Pokemon. In Red and Blue, an Alakazam sent out by an opponent while the player's Pokemon has low health will have the cry of a Ghastly. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Alakazam is the same height as Ethan. Origin. Alakazam is based on a magician and also a spoonbender. It also shares similarities to foxes, animals mythologically tied to magic. The combination of human body, horns, ties to magic, and a 5-pointed star-shaped head similar to a pentagram makes it similar to Baphomet. As it created the spoons with its psychic powers, it may be based on the practice of alchemy and early science that sought to synthesize metals with magic. Its horns, talons, and long mustache are also reminiscent of Chinese dragons, which similarly are considered miraculous beings. Mega Alakazam is based on a sorcerer or wizard, or possibly Sados with psychic powers. Name origin. Alakazam's name is derived from Alakazam, an incantation used in stage magic similar to Abracadabra. Fooding might be named after Harry Houdini, a famed illusionist and escape artist. Here it is in other languages, related articles, external links. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Alakazam's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back. In this film, Giovanni has given Mewtwo here a suit to help him control his powers, and so we're about to see him fight an Alakazam. There's the Alakazam, presumably his trainer, so yeah, I think it's powers and... Okay. That's it. That's Alakazam's first scene in the anime.
Now let's see why people love Alakazam. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Alakazam. So this first one is 065 Alakazam by Kuitsuku. So it's this cool semi-stylized Alakazam here. They're holding up the spoons and stuff, yeah. It's very cool. Then we've got Alakazam by all 0412. So it's this Alakazam using their psychic powers to float the spoons and stuff. It's pretty cool. Alakazam Psyshock by Ishmam. So I guess it's Alakazam doing the move Psyshock. That's pretty cool. to see, yeah, flinging them around and stuff. It's a cool art style. And we've got Pokemon Reimagined, Alakazam by The Greys. I guess it's from August 2019, as indicated here. Okay. So, the original, so Alakazam Reimagined, that's the original. This is their, like, new version, how they would have done it. And then a shiny form for that. So then it's cranked up Dark Wizard theme, returned Kadabra Star, tongue to resemble Baphomet, ears more horn-like, added goatee, more vibrant colors. Yeah. Okay, yep. That's pretty cool. Then we've got 063 through 065 Abra Live by In Progress Pokemon. We've done this the last 2 days, but we can go through it again if you haven't watched those videos. So if you don't know what they do, In Progress Pokemon, they put these in between Pokemon as if it were aging up rather than metamorphizing like they do now. So got them. So we got the Abra here, and then it gets bigger. Those get pointier. The mustache starts to form. These lines start to form. This part starts to become more like these legs. The tail gets bigger. These become bigger as well. So does the claws. The eyes start to open up. So then we got Kadabra. So for this, the star and the lines start to fade. The brown on the arms and on the knees start to form. This becomes kind of more one thing. The mustache grows out more. Yep, and then you got Alakazam. This is not a Alakazam, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Normally, this is the part where I say I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can evolve Kadabra into Alakazam. But Kadabra needs to be traded to evolve into Alakazam. I'm using an emulator, which probably has a way to cheat, but I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to wait until I've completed Pokemon Diamond and get the PAL Park, so I can get it without trading. Because I can't get Mega Alakazam without trading, I'm going to have to wait until I've completed Pokemon X to play Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. I know it's not really the same, but it's the best I can do. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Machop. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Machop. Its previous PYC dates are May 2nd, 1996, February 21st, 1999, December 12th, 2001, October 2nd, 2004, July 24th, 2007, May 14th, 2010, March 4th, 2013, December 24th, 2015, October 4th, 2018, and August 4th, 2021. I don't really have much to say about Machop, so let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Machop, the superpower Pokemon, whose number is 0066. This is what it looks like. Its type is fighting. Its abilities are Guts or No Guard in Gen 4+. Steadfast is its hidden ability. Gender ratio, 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate, 180 or 33.8%. Breeding, egg group human-like. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight 43 pounds or 19.5 kilograms. Base experience yield in Gen 1 through 3 was 88. Gen 4 was 75. And Gen 5+ is 61. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is gray. Base friendship is 70. Machop is a fighting type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Machoke starting at level 28, which evolves into Machamp when traded or when exposed to a linking cord. Biology: Machop is a humanoid bipedal Pokemon that has blue-gray skin. It has 3 brown ridges on top of its head, large red eyes, and a relatively flat face. On either side of its chest are 3 thin rib-like strips. Its feet appear to have no toes, while its hands have 5 fingers. Machop also has a short, stubby tail. Oh yeah. I don't really notice the tail. Machop's entire body is covered with muscles that will never tire or cramp. With these muscles, it can lift many times its own body weight. It is even capable of hurling up to 100 adults. It spends its time and energy working out and practicing all different forms of martial arts, striving to improve its abilities. One of its daily training routines involves lifting boulders and graveler repeatedly as if they were barbells. It becomes more dedicated the more its muscles grow. Once it feels confident, it challenges Makuhita to a battle. Machop lives in the mountains, and its diet includes highly nutritious food that allows it to efficiently build up its muscles. In Gen 2, Vital Throw was its signature move. Evolution: Machop evolves into Machoke, which evolves into Machamp. So you can see this here. Machop Machoke, Machamp. Game data, Pokedex entries. Generation 1, in red and blue. Loves to build its muscles. It trains in all styles of martial arts to become even stronger. Yellow, very powerful in spite of its small size. Its mastery of many types of martial arts makes it very tough. Stadium, its whole body is covered with muscles, so it can raise bulges anywhere. It can throw 100 adults. In Gen 2, in gold, always brimming with power. It passes time by lifting boulders. Doing so makes it even stronger. Silver, it loves to work out and build its muscles. It is never satisfied, even if it trains hard all day long. Crystal, it trains by lifting rocks in the mountains. It can even pick up a Graveler with ease. Stadium 2 is just golds again. In Gen 3, in Ruby, Machop's muscles are special. They never get sore, no matter how much they are used in exercise. This Pokemon has sufficient power to hurl 100 adult humans. Sapphire, Machop exercises by hefting around a Graveler, as if it were a barbell. There are some Machop that travel the world in a quest to master all kinds of martial arts. In Emerald, it continually undertakes strenuous training to master all forms of martial arts. Its strength lets it easily hoist a sumo wrestler onto its shoulders. Fire Red, its whole body is composed of muscles. Even though it's the size of a human child, it can hurl 100 grown-ups. Leaf Green is just red and blues again. Gen 4, in Diamond, it helps a Graveler repeatedly to strengthen its entire body. It uses every type of martial arts. In Pearl, its muscles never cramp, however much it trains. It lives in the mountains away from humans. Platinum, though small in stature, it is powerful enough to easily heft and throw a number of Geodude at once. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedexes are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Fire Red's. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, in Sun, it loves working out. As it gazes at its muscles, which continue to swell day by day, it becomes more and more dedicated to its training. Moon, with its superhuman strength, it's able to throw 100 people all at the same time. Its strength comes from lifting Graveler every day. In Ultra Sun, once this Pokemon has gained enough confidence and muscle from training with its friends, it challenges Makohita to a battle. Ultra Moon, it likes food that's highly nutritious because its instincts drive it to build muscle efficiently. The Let's Go game entry is Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, Sword's entry is Fire Red and Y's entry. Shield is the Gold entries. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Legends Arceus, though as small as a child, it has strength enough to easily throw a well-built adult. Striving to become ever stronger, Machop trains by carrying a Graveler on its shoulders. Here's Machop in the Alola Pokedex. Game locations. Side game locations. In events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, you get a brick piece 100% of the time. In gold, silver, and crystal, you get a gold berry 100% of the time. This is an in-game trade. Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, you get an Oran Berry from an in-game trade 100% of the time. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you get a Macho Brace as an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, you get a Focus Band 5% of the time. Sun and Moon, you get a Focus Band 5% of the time. And X Attack, an in-game trade 100% of the time. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Sword and Shield, you get a Focus Band 5% of the time. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get a Focus Band 5% of the time, or an Oran Berry as an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Tumblestone 40% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and grid items by level. For Alpha, you get an EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and grid items by level. Still don't know how that math works. Stats, base stats. HP 70, Attack 80, Defense 50, Special Attack 35, Special Defense 35, Speed 35, for a total of 305. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 35. Pokeathon stats. Type Effectiveness, damage normally by, normal, fighting, poison, ground, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Weak 2. Flying, Psychic, and Fairy for double, immune to nothing, resistance to rock, bug, and dark for half. Learn set, Machop is available in Pokemon Sword and Shield, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and Pokemon Legends Arceus. By leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get Low Kick and Leer at level 1, 4 Focus Energy, 8 Revenge, 12 Low Sweep, 16 Knockoff, 20 Scary Face, 24 Vital Throw, 29 Strength, 32 Dual Chop, 36 Bulk Up, 40 Seismic Toss, 44 Dynamic Punch, 48 Cross Chop, and 52 Double Edge. In Legends Arceus, Machop learns Tackle at 1 and masters it at 10. It learns Rock Smash at 6 and masters it at 15. Bullet Punch at 11 and masters it at 20. Double Hit learns at 18 and masters it at 28. Mach Punch learns at 22 and masters it at 32. Bulk Up learns at 25 and masters it at 35. Double Edge, it learns at 34 and masters it at 45. Close Combat learns at 43 and masters it at 54. TM/TR in Sword and Shield. For TM00, Mega Punch, 1 Mega Kick, 3 Fire Punch, 4 Ice Punch, 5 Thunder Punch, 15 Dig, 17 Light Screen, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 26 Scary Face, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 41 Helping Hand, 42 Revenge, 43 Brick Break, 48 Rock Tomb, 57 Payback, 59 Fling, 75 Low Sweep, 76 Round, 79 Retaliate, and 81 Bulldoze. For the TRs, TR1, Body Slam, 2 Flamethrower, 7 Low Kick, 10 Earthquake, 13 Focus Energy, 14 Metronome, 15 Fire Blast, 20 Substitute, 21 Reversal, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 30 Encore, 39 Superpower, 48 Bulk Up, 53 Close Combat, 57 Poison Jab, 64 Focus Blast, 79 Heavy Slam, and 85 Work Up. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, 1 Focus Punch, 8 Bulk Up, 10 Work Up, 11 Sunny Day, 16 Light Screen, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 26 Earthquake, 27 Low Sweep, 28 Dig, 31 Brick Break, 32 Double Team, 35 Flamethrower, 38 Fire Blast, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 52 Focus Blast, 56 Fling, 58 Endure, 66 Payback, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 84 Poison Jab, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 96 Strength, 98 Rock Smash, and 100 Rock Climb. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Bullet Punch, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Quick Guard, this group gives you Submission, and this group gives you Tickle. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Hitmonchan gives you Bullet Punch, this group gives you Close Combat, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Encore, this group gives you Fire Punch, this group gives you Heavy Slam, this group gives you Ice Punch, this group gives you Knockoff, this group gives you Power Trick, this group gives you Quick Guard, this group gives you Submission, Chain Grid, Thunder Punch in this group, and Tickle from this group. It's Grand Underground only. By tutoring in Sword and Shield, you can get the move Coaching in Sword and Shield Expansion Pass. It's a status fighting move. Its BB has 10. In Legends Arceus, you can get Bulk Up, Bulldoze, Fire Punch, Flamethrower, Focus Energy, Ice Punch, Poison Jab, Rest, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, and Thunder Punch. By transfer from another generation, 1 and 7 buy, that doesn't work anymore. 4, you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you can get Confide. 2, you can get Curse and Detect. 1 through 7, you can get Double Team, 1 Fissure. 3, 4, 6 and 7, you get Focus Punch. 2 through 7, you get Foresight, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Incinerate. 1 through 7, you get Karate Chop, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Meditate, that doesn't work anymore. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 2 through 4, you get Mud Slap. 4, you get Natural Grift, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Power Trick. 6, you get Power Punch. 1, you get Rage, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 2, 5, and 6, you can get Rock Smash. 4 through 7, you get Role Play. 2 through 7, you get Rolling Kick, that doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Skull Bash. 5 through 7, you get Smackdown. 3 through 7, you get Smelling Salts. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1, you get Takedown. 1 through 7, you get Toxic. 4, you get Vacuum Wave. And 4 through 7, you get Wake Up Slap. That doesn't work anymore. TCG only moves, you get Mach Punch from this card. Side game data. Got this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Machop packs a lot of power in its small body. It can easily shatter small rocks. In Shadows of Olmia, it attacks by punching and launching orbs of aura power. Got this. Yep. In Pokemon Go, Machop can be obtained by completing 1/4 of the ticketed special research. Straight to the top, Machop. Evolution data. Machop evolves into Machoke starting at level 28, which evolves into Machamp when traded. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Machoke can also evolve into Machamp when exposed to a linking accord. So, you got Machop, level 28, and then the Machoke, trade, linking accord, Legends Arceus only, Machamp. Sprites, yes, this is when, yes, this was the first gen that had weird sprites, or like this, I remember the sprites being weird in Gen 1. Look, this is interesting because how they have kind of a version of this in the anime, in its first appearance, but they actually kind of made it look more normal. This is also a lot of, yeah, the first two generations, it's very, still got a lot of fat, I guess. This one adds like fat, but we'll get back to that. None of these colors are right. This is a green. This obviously doesn't work for that one. For back sprites, it looks like that. Actually, it doesn't even look like that one really works. There's technically 3. The 3 is more defined here. You can see the muscles, though. That's, yeah, it has the basic shape, I guess. This is sort of a brown and maybe army green. This is a dark brown, I guess, and like a blue, maybe a navy blue? I don't know. And then, yeah, it's kind of brown, which is interesting. And then we get more the, well, closer anyway, so this green, blue, then green, and then red eyes, we get that, that's nice. And more of the defined body, you know. Yeah. It's the big pose that it, like, yeah. Oh, and the shiny is sort of a brown with, is that the same color? I think it is, but like the shade of the body makes it look like it's a different color. That's interesting. So then, yeah, Diamond and Pearl, we get the, well, that's actually still kind of a blue, and brown, and that's now just like a tannish, kind of like dry mud almost, like dirt. Yes, okay, then this kind of stays same kind of color as the basic body, you know, these don't, you know, I think these probably change from generation to generation, how high they are and stuff. The whatever these things are at the top of his head. The knot hair. Yes. Fins, maybe? I don't know. Okay, then we have the kind of the grayish, bluish gray here. And these are now silver, which is interesting. And that's, yeah, just kind of, that one's almost exactly the same color, maybe a little bit lighter, but okay, yep, we got all these. These basically, these turn to orange, that's interesting. And this is sort of a, yeah, like a, I don't know, like, it's not red anymore, it's not really orange. I don't know what color that is. Anyway, so yeah, then we've got, yep, that's, yeah, Sword and Shield. Let's see what that looks like. Still kind of remains. Does the amount of ribs change? I mean, this one's kind of hard to see the ribs. I don't think so. It's still kind of 3 rib-like structures, I think is what the article called it. Anyway, yes, okay, so then we got Legends Arceus. You know, everything's all modeled now, and it looks cool. You know, homes. And other sprites, Choppy in Pokemon Super Contests. Chopper in Pokemon Super Contests. Kata in Pokemon Super Contests. And Punchy in Pokemon Super Contests. So these are probably NPC Pokemon, like the fight against. In the anime, so Machop in the anime, a bunch of them, walking around, probably training, I don't know. It looks like they're maybe at a construction site, so maybe they're warming up before helping out, I don't know. Yep, so get through all this. Pokedex entries in episode 29, in Ash's Pokedex. Machop, its body is pure muscle. Its special attack is the Seismic Toss. In Advanced Generations, episode 20, in May's Pokedex. Machop, the superpowered Pokemon. Machop have muscles that never tire, no matter how much they exercise. Machop have enough strength to throw 100 average-sized adults. In Pokemon Twilight Wings, so we got one here. Machop in Pokemon Twilight Wings, yep. Okay, in the manga, Machop in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, got all that. And the TCG and the TFG. Trivia. Before the release of the English versions of Pokemon Red and Blue, Machop was known as Karate. This name is a corruption of karate, a fighting style. Origin, Machop appears to be based on a bodybuilder. It also possesses some reptilian features such as its face, 3 plate-like crests on its head, and a tail, and a bluish-gray coloration. Name origin, Machop is a combination of macho, manly, Spanish, and Portuguese for male, and chop. Juan Riki is derived from Juan, arm, and Riki, strength. Altogether, it is derived from an alternate reading of Juan Ryoku, arm strength, physical strength. Okay, then we got another languages. See also references. They didn't even mention it in Venonat and the other appearances. That's interesting. And external links. Let's move on.
Now let's see Machop's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 29, The Punchy Pokemon. In this episode, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock here and Misty, have met Rebecca here, who has asked them to help her defeat Hitmonchan here, because that's her dad's Hitmonchan, and she wants him to return home. He's been focused on this P1 competition, so she's going to explain what that is, and we'll see Machop.
It's a tournament for fighting Pokemon.
Yeah.
Because my father...
And that's it. That's, well, that's Ash and Pikachu and Misty, by the way. But that's Machop's first scene in the anime, so we'll move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Machop card.
It's the first version of the Machop card. It was illustrated by Mitsuhiro Arita. I really like how it shows how strong Machop is. It has 50 HP. It's 2'7" and 43 pounds. It has one move, Low Kick. In the video games, it's a fighting type move that damages an opponent and has a chance to make them flinch. On this card, it takes 1 fighting energy and hits for 20 damage. Its weakness is Psychic for double damage. It has no resistance, which is interesting since it could be resistant to other fighting types, since the Rock type was put in the fighting type. However, they may have not wanted it to be resistant to the real fighting types. It costs 1 of any energy for Machop to retreat. Its description reads, loves to build its muscles. It trains in all styles of martial arts to become even stronger. This is the Pokedex entry from Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. It's level 20. In the video games, it would be 8 levels from evolving into Machoke.
Speaking of Machoke, I have a card for it, so we'll talk about that tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Machop. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Machop by Golduck. So this is cool, looking Machop. It's got pants. It's got these kind of cargo shorts looking thing. It's kind of in a belt, and just give him a thumbs up, and yeah, its eyes are closed, and nice use of colors and stuff, and it's got the classic yellow instead of the modern gray, which is cool. Yeah. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. While perhaps it would be better to wait until I've caught Alakazam to catch Machop, since I can encounter Machop in Pokemon Blue, I'll just be waiting until I've talked about Snorlax to catch it. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Machoke. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Machoke, the superpower Pokemon whose number is 0067. This is what it looks like. Type Fighting, abilities Guts or No Guard, starting in Gen 4+. Steadfast is his hidden ability. Gender ratio 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 90 or 20.1%. Breeding is egg group human-like. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 4'11" or 1.5 meters. Weight is 155.4 pounds or 70.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 146 in the first 4 gens, or 142 and 5 plus. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2, both in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is gray. And base friendship is 70. Machoke is a fighting type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Machop starting at level 28 and evolves into Machamp when traded or when exposed to a linking cord. Biology, Machoke is a bipedal humanoid Pokemon covered in blue-gray skin. It has a vaguely reptilian face with a short snout, narrow red eyes, and 4 pointed teeth visible inside its mouth. 2 of these teeth are in the upper jaw, while 2 are in the lower jaw. On top of its head are 3 brown ridges. Its arms are muscular, with dark red vertical stripes on them. The lower part of its body has black markings that resemble briefs. It is always seen wearing a black and gold power save belt resembling a championship belt. It possesses large pectoral muscles that protrude slightly over its belt. Machoke is a Pokemon of immense strength. Its muscles are as hard as steel, and it is capable of lifting extremely heavy objects with only 1 finger. Machoke's body is powerful enough to never get tired. Machoke is a popular Pokemon used as a motif for sculptures. In spite of this, it is modest and often helps people with manual labor. The belt it wears regulates its strength, but Machoke removes it when facing a truly powerful opponent. It can be found in the mountains where it trains daily. In Gen 2, Vital Throw was its signature move. Evolution, Machoke evolves from Machop and evolves into Machamp. So, Machop, Machoke, Machamp. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in red and blue, its muscular body is so powerful it must wear a power save belt to be able to regulate its motions. In yellow, the belt around its waist holds back its energy. Without it, this Pokemon would be unstoppable. Stadium, although it is incredibly strong, it is always modest. It retrains its strength with a power save belt. In Gen 2, in gold, it always goes at its full power, but this very tough and durable Pokemon never gets tired. The muscles covering its body teem with power. Even when still, it exudes an amazing sense of strength. This tough Pokemon always stays in the zone. Its muscles become thicker after every battle. It always goes at its full power, but this very tough and durable Pokemon never gets tired. In Gen 3, in Ruby, Machoke's thoroughly toned muscles possess the hardness of steel. This Pokemon has so much strength, it can easily hold aloft a sumo wrestler on just 1 finger. Sapphire. Machoke undertakes bodybuilding every day, even as it helps with tough, physically demanding labor. On its days off, this Pokemon heads to the fields and mountains to exercise and train. Emerald. A belt is worn by Machoke to keep its overwhelming power under control. Because it is so dangerous, no one has ever removed the belt. Fair. Fire Red. Its formidable body never gets tired. It helps people by doing work such as the moving of heavy goods. So, Leaf Green is basically red and blues, but they've made power save 1 word with a dash instead of spaced. So yeah. We're not gonna read it again. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Machoke's boundless power is very dangerous, so it wears a belt that suppresses its energy. Pearl, it can lift a dump truck with 1 hand. Using that power, it helps people with heavy jobs. In Platinum, it happily carries heavy cargo to toughen up. It willingly does hard work for people. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterpart. Gen 5, those Pokedex entries are just Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Leaf Green's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. Gen 7, Sun. As a result of its continual workouts, it has developed tremendous power. It uses that power to help people with their work. Moon. It willingly assists with hard labor because it knows the work is good training for its muscles. Ultra Sun. When it encounters an enemy, it's truly mighty. This Pokemon removes the power save belt from its waist and unleashes its full power. Ultra Moon. A popular motif for sculptures, its incredibly well-developed muscles have captured the imagination of many an artist. The Let's Go Pokedex entries are just yellows. In Gen 8, Swords is Leaf Green and X's. Shields is Fire Reds. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearls are their Diamond and Pearl entries. Legends Arceus, a sturdy creature boasting a robust physique and boundless stamina, loves training above all else, and voluntarily assists with tasks such as construction and clearing land. Machoke in the Alola Pokedex. Game locations. Side game locations. Events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. Fire Red, Leaf Green, Sun, Moon, Ultra Moon, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you get a Focus Band 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Tumble Stone 40% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, you get EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 80, attack 100, defense 70, special attack 50, special defense 60, speed 45 for a total of 405. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 50. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, ground, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Weak to flying, psychic, and fairy for double, immune to nothing, and resistant to rock, bug, and dark for half. Learn sets by leveling up, in sword, shield, brilliant diamond, and shining pearl. Okay, we'll go down to level 28. Level 31, strength 36, dual chop 42, bulk up 48, seismic toss 54, dynamic punch 60, cross chop 66, double edge. In Legends Arceus, we'll go down to double edge here. So at 34, it learns double edge and masters it at 45. At level 43, it learns close combat but masters it at 54. Skipping by TM/TR, all of this. Okay. By breeding, we're skipping. By tutoring, Sword and Shield. In the expansion pass for Sword and Shield, you can get Coaching, which is a status fighting move. Its PP is 10. Legends Arceus, you can get Bulk Up, Bulldoze, Fire Punch, Flamethrower, Focus Energy, Ice Punch, Poison Jab, Rest, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, and Thunder Punch. By Prior Evolution is nothing. By transfer from another generation, in 1 and 7, you can get Buy, that doesn't work anymore. From 4, you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. In 6 and 7, you can get Confide, 2, Curse, and Detect. 1 through 7, get Double Team. 1, you can get Fissure. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Focus Punch. 2 through 7, you get Foresight. That doesn't work anymore. Same with Frustration. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power. That doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Incinerate. 1 through 7, you get Karate Chop. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Meditate. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 2 through 4, you get Mud Slap. 4, you get Natural Gift. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Power Trick. 6, you get Power Up Punch. 1, you get Rage. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Return. That doesn't work anymore. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 4 through 7, you get Roleplay. 2 through 7, you get Rolling Kick. That doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Skull Bash. 5 through 7, you get Smackdown. 3 through 7, you get Smelling Salts. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1, you get Takedown. 1 through 7, you get Toxic. 4, you get Vacuum Wave. And 4 through 7, you get Wake Up Slap. That doesn't work anymore. Side game data. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Machoke takes pride in its strong body. It has no trouble crushing big boulders. In Shadows of Almia, it attacks by throwing punches and launching shockwaves. Got all this. Okay. Evolution data. Machoke evolves from Machop, starting at level 28, and evolves into Machamp. When traded in Pokemon Legends Arceus, Machoke can also evolve into Machamp when exposed to a linking cord. So, yeah, got that here, level 28. Trade, linking cord, yeah. Sprites. Okay, this also looks kind of weird. It's this kind of squished looking creature. Yeah, it definitely looks more crocodile-like in this form, but yeah, you get the basics though. You get the belt, the muscles, the lines. Yeah, it's all here. This one's a little bit more what we'd see later. Okay, this is Gen 2. The colors are still not quite there yet, but they're better. We get the red now. Oh, the belt is now red. Oh, the lines are blue. That's interesting. The belt is blue. Now it's getting more defined here. Yep. Then we got a little bit better, and now it's purple and yellow. Well, you get at least full colors now. In Gen 3. Yep. So then that's still green. That's pretty cool. Like a nice homage to the original. Or to the Gen 2 sprites here. That's pretty cool. Yep. I'll say it's basically the same. Then now it's actually just purple. Like it's kind of a light purple. This is just normal purple. But no, this one, the belt is introduced yellow, and the P is now introduced. Now it's not a P anymore. I think it's just like a Pokeball or something. Yeah. Or vaguely like that. Anyway, so yeah, now we've properly got the size. Yeah. Black and white, still purple. Yep, it's flexing. back sprites. Yeah, that's actually like an actual back sprite. This is, yeah, just it looking the other way. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Obviously this one doesn't work for this one. I don't really know if that one works. It's not very clear. Looks like it had like long hair. That's interesting. Like, or it was like, maybe it was, these things were all the way wrong. It's back, but then starting in this generation that kind of went away. That's interesting. Yep. It's different shape now. That's interesting. Yeah, it's curved that way, but now it's a thing. That's interesting. It's like an army kind of haircut, I guess. Okay, so then the models. Now we have the proper colors, the lighter purple, blue, whatever. That blue-gray. Yep. And so this is still green. So this is now gray. Don't know why they made that decision to make it sort of a silver gray. It's now easier to define as like a belt, I guess. And they brought back the curved head, I think. Yeah. Maybe it's between this and the other one, but yeah, pretty cool. So yeah, I get to see the back of I guess the back of the belt is interesting. Yeah, because you don't really get to see that until, I mean, it's not at all present in this sprite when it really should be, but it's Gen 5, you get the actual back of the belt. That's pretty cool to see that. So that kind of gets translated here. Yeah. So then we got this. Yep. So you get the P again. Right, it was always supposed to be a P there. I don't know. But yeah. It's pretty cool. Sword and Shield, just, you know, better quality. Legends Arceus is still, you know, kind of better quality. This is all modeled now. That's pretty cool. The whole belt. This looks like it was just mostly a texture. Maybe a little bit of modeling, but for the most part, it's texture. That's, yeah, the P is even 3D now. That's pretty cool. Yep. And these are like this now. Yep. Then home. Yep. Okay. In the anime, Machoke in the anime. Okay. Got all this. Yep. For the Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 68, in Dawn's Pokedex, Machoke, the superpower Pokemon, with enough strength to lift a giant truck with one hand. Machoke are often used for extremely heavy work. Pokemon Twilight Wings. So we've got a Machoke in Pokemon Twilight Wings. It appears to be crying. That's sad. And there's a Machop in the foreground here. That's interesting. Yeah. In the manga, Machoke in Pokemon Adventures, seemingly protecting their trainer, maybe. The TCG, trivia. In the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Machoke was originally known as Kung Fu. This name is a corruption of Kung Fu, a Chinese martial art. In the official Pokemon handbook, Machoke is described as being extremely narcissistic. Machoke likes its own body way too much. Sometimes it's too busy looking at itself in the mirror to train, which is the exact opposite of the description given in Pokemon Stadium. Although it is incredibly strong, it is always modest. I think most other, games suggest that you know, that's not at all narcissist. Machoke's belt looks very similar to the winner's belt prop in Pokemon Black and White. Generally, Machoke's complexion is a somewhat dark shade of blue, such in the games, TCG, and promotional illustrations, but it has a much lighter blue complexion in the anime. Origin, Machoke appears to be based on a bodybuilder or a wrestler with some reptilian traits. Name origin, Machoke may be a combination of macho, manly, Spanish, and Portuguese for male, and choke. Goriki may be derived from Goriki, Herculean strength. Yeah, very likely. In other languages, related articles. Yeah, let's move on. Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 37, Ditto's Mysterious Mansion. In this episode, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Misty here, and Brock, have come to this mysterious mansion, and they've met Duplica, who owns a Ditto, and she's talking about how she wants to be a Ditto master. And she's then just gonna show a fantasy, and we'll have Machoke. Yeah.
I just want to become the greatest Ditto master.
That's Ash, that's Brock.
You got it, and I want to be a big star. Thank you! I'm the amazing Duplica, and this is my assistant Ditto!
There's the Machoke again. And an Electrode. Okay, yeah, that's where, yeah, that's the end of the scene, so we'll move on. It's the original Machoke card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. It's an okay illustration. It shows Machoke flexing, which is to be expected. It does look a bit weird being quite blue, and its head looks big. It also only has 4 toes on each foot instead of the 5 it has in the current official art. Although one could argue that the last toe is not visible because of the angle. It has 80 HP, 30 more HP than its contemporary Machop counterpart. It's 4'11" and 155 pounds, which is 0.4 pounds lighter than its weight in the official Pokédex. It has 2 moves, Karate Chop and Submission. In the video games, Karate Chop is a fighting type move, although it was normal type at this point, that dealt damage and had an increased chance to turn into a critical hit for double the damage. On this card, it takes 2 fighting energies and 1 of any energy, which does 50 minus 10 damage for each damage counter it has. This means a non-damaged Machoke would give 50 damage, a 70 HP Machoke would give out 40 damage, a 60 HP Machoke would give out 30 damage, a 50 HP Machoke would give out 20 damage, a 40 HP Machoke would give out 10 damage, a 30 HP Machoke or lower would give out no damage. In the video game, Submission is a fighting type move that takes damage but causes the user to take recoil damage, equal to 25% of the damage taken, even if the attack makes the Pokemon faint. Although that last part isn't the case in Pokemon Stadium. On this card, it takes 2 fighting energies, and 2 of any other energies. It hits for 20 damage, but Machoke takes 20 damage regardless of if the opposing Pokemon actually takes 60 damage, given any modifiers. Like Machop, it's weak to Psychic for double damage and has no resistance. Its retreat cost is 3 of any energy. Its description reads, its muscular body is so powerful that it must wear a power save belt to help regulate its motions. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Leaf Green, X, and Sword. It's almost identical to the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Red and Blue. It's level 40, 20 levels higher than its contemporary Machop.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Machamp, the superpower Pokemon, whose number is 0068. This is what it looks like, Machamp here, and this is Gigantamax Machamp. Its type is Fighting, abilities, Guts or No Guard, and Gen 4+. Steadfast is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, a group human-like, hatch time 20 cycles. Height, as Machamp, is 5'3" and 1.6 meters. Its weight is 286.6 pounds or 130 kilograms. As Gigantamax Machamp, it's 82 feet or 25 meters plus, and its weight is unknown. Base experience yield is 193 in the first 4 gens and 227 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 3 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is gray, and base friendship is 70. Machamp is a fighting type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Machoke when traded or when exposed to a linking cord. It is the final form of Machop. Machamp, it can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Machamp if it has the Gigantamax factor. Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 63, Battle of the Badge. In this episode, Ash, the main character, has come to Celadon City to get the Earth Badge to allow him to become a Pokemon Master. So, He came to battle the gym leader, but as it turns out, this gym is run by Team Rocket, and the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni, has assigned Jesse, James, and Meowth of the main Team Rocket team to be in charge of the gym while he's on assignment. So she's gonna throw out 3 Pokemon to battle his 3 Pokemon.
All 3 Pokemon, go!
There's the Machamp. Krabby, okay. Kingler, I think. Run. Okay. I think that's safe to assume that that's the end of Machamp's first scene, so let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Bellsprout. Its past PYC dates are May 5th, 1996, February 24th, 1999, December 15th, 2001, October 5th, 2004, July 27th, 2007, May 17th, 2010, March 17th, 2013, December 27th, 2015, October 17th, 2018, and August 7th, 2021. I think it's kinda cute in a weird way. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Bellsprout, the flower Pokemon, whose number is 0069. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass Poison. Its abilities are Chlorophyll and Gluttony is a hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding egg group Grass, hatch time 20 cycles. Height 2'4" or 0.7 meters, weight 8.8 pounds or 4 kilograms. Base experience yield 84 in the first 4 gens, and 60 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 1 and attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Bellsprout is a dual-type grass poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Weepinbell starting at level 21, which evolves into Victreebel when exposed to a Leaf Stone. Biology, Bellsprout is a plant-based Pokemon with a stem-like brown body. There is a single green leaf on each side of its body. It has a yellow bell-shaped head with what appear to be pink lips at the end and beady black eyes. It is capable of spitting corrosive acid from its mouth. Its stem is long, thin, and very flexible, making it capable of swerving rapidly to avoid many attacks or moving with blinding speed to capture prey. Its roots resemble feet, and it uses them as such. It will plant its roots in the ground to replenish water, but it's unable to flee while it is rooted. Bellsprout prefers hot and humid places, thus it lives in temperate forests and jungles. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Bellsprout is known to sleep while planting its roots deep in the ground. Because Bellsprout feels so safe while sleeping, it tends to forget that it may need to run from danger. Evolution, Bellsprout evolves into Weepinbell, which evolves into Victreebel, so Bellsprout, Weepinbell, Victreebel. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball. A Bellsprout appears on the red table when the pinball can be shot into the Bellsprout. A Catch-em mode is activated, allowing for the capture of a Pokemon. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. A Bellsprout hangs around Pokemon Square, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. Bellsprout is the leader of the Team Flame, although he cannot touch the flames himself due to being a grass type. Pokedex entries, Gen 1, in red and blue. A carnivorous Pokemon that traps, it eats bugs. It uses its root feet to soak up needed moisture. Yellow, prefers hot and humid places. It ensnares tiny insects with its vines and devours them. Stadium, a kind of bug-eating plant that hunts small insects. It uses its roots as feet for walking. In Gen 2, in gold, even though its body is extremely skinny, it is blindingly fast when catching prey. Silver, it plants its feet deep underground to replenish water. It can't escape its enemy while it's rooted. In Crystal, if it notices anything that moves, it immediately flings its vine at the object. Stadium 2 is just golds again. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Bellsprout's thin and flexible body lets it bend and sway to avoid any attack, however strong it may be. From its mouth, this Pokemon spits a corrosive fluid that melts even iron. In Emerald, A Bellsprout's thin and flexible body lets it bend and sway to avoid any attack, however strong it may be. From its mouth, it leaks a fluid that melts even iron. Fire red. Its bud looks like a human face. Because of the bud, it is rumored to be a type of legendary mandrake plant. Leaf green. A carnivorous plant that traps and eats bugs. It appears to use its root feet to replenish moisture. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it prefers hot and humid environments. It is quick at capturing prey with its vines. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedexes are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. X is the Gold entries. Y is Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires. The only difference is that the casing of the word Pokemon is different. In Gen 7, the Let's Go games are very similar to Yellow's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Prefers hot and humid places. It ensnares tiny bugs with its vines and devours them. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet's entry. No matter what Bellsprout is doing, if it detects movement nearby, it will immediately react by reaching out with its thin vines. In Violet, it plants its feet deep underground to rehydrate itself. While doing so, it's unable to run away if it's attacked. Here's Bellsprout in the Kitakami Pokedex. Running around, it's very fun. Game locations, side game locations, events, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats. HP 50, attack 75, defense 35, special attack 70, special defense 30, speed 40, for a total of 300. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 70. Pokeathon stats, type effectiveness, it's damaged normally by normal, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, dragon, and dark, weak to flying, fire, psychic, and ice for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, water, grass, electric, and fairy, all for a half except for grass, which is a fourth. Notes, in Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is 4, so it went from 4 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. You get 1 Vine Whip, 7 Growth, 11 Wrap, 13 Sleep Powder, 15 Poison Powder, 17 Stun Spore, 23 Acid, 27 Knockoff, 29 Sweet Scent, 35 Gastro Acid, 39 Razor Leaf, 41 Poison Jab, 47 Slam, and 52 Power Whip. By TM, 7 Protect, 13 Acid Spray, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 21 Pounce, 25 Facade, 33 Magical Leaf, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 56 Bullet Seed, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 74 Reflect, 81 Grass Knot, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 95 Leech Life, 103 Substitute, 111 Giga Drain, 119 Energy Ball, 122 Encore, 137 Grassy Terrain, 148 Sludge Bomb, 158 Leaf Storm, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 175 Toxic, 181 Knockoff, 185 Lunge, 193 Weather Ball, 194 Grassy Glide, and 214 Sludge Wave. By breeding, this group gives you Clear Smog, this group gives you Ingrain, the Mirror Herb gives you Strength Sap, Sucker Punch from this group gives you Synthesis, Lotad gives you Tickle, and this group gives you Worry Seed. Anime only moves, Absorb from promoting healthy Tang growth. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Bellsprout delivers cuts with its sharp leaves. It's just a sprout, but be careful. All this. Okay, evolution data, you get Bellsprout, then level 21, Weepinbell, Leafstone, Victreebel. You just got the sprites? Yeah, that's right, because it starts off green. I forgot about that. It's not even yellow yet. But yeah, it was weird. These first couple are kind of weird, because its mouth is so small, it kind of makes the point. But yeah, it starts off green and black. Yeah, and that one. That's the closest so far of these three. So this one, obviously designed for this one. I guess it could probably work for this one. Although the neck is a little bit thicker, it definitely doesn't work for this one. And those kind of start off kind of slingly, and then that becomes 2, but then it becomes like 3 feet-toe things. I don't know, feet-toe things, although it's 2 on this side. So then it's, I think, 3 universally. That's just in gold anyway. So then that's green with a red mouth. It's sort of a gold, or a greenish gold, I don't know. With a pink mouth. Dark pink, maybe slightly purple. Then yeah, we got all these, and it becomes a little bit wider, I think the head does. The eyes, they're less horrifying. Yes, the leaf, it's more, I don't know, cartoon leaf-like, I guess. These are more realistic, I'd say. Then we get the full colors in Gen 3. So the yellow and the red mouth at this point. Sort of a pink, and I guess it's a gold. It's a gold leaf. I guess maybe that's just yellow. Maybe it's just a different shade of yellow, and then the gold leaf. Here's their brown body. If you can see. Yep. 3. Yep. Okay. Then Gen 4, you get a little slightly different green here. It's more of a gold and sort of the yellow. That pretty much stays the same. This one gets a little lighter in the head there. Different shade of red for the mouth. Yep, and I think the pink is also a slightly different shade. Get a little bit darker again for the head in Gen 5. Which is one of the first times that something has actually made a huge difference between Gen 4 and 5, I think, in this series. They're usually pretty much just the same, but maybe slightly different. But yeah, so... This, then the first models here. Then we got the pink lips now. So it's a different shade of pink. It's yellow, probably lighter colors. I guess it's more yellow than gold now, the leaves. Side of Moon, yeah. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee here. So we got, yeah. Pretty good. It's a lighter brown now. Yeah, when it gets the models, it's like a tan now, probably more natural root color, you know. Oh, but now, interesting, for home, to differentiate the shiny, what they did was made the body brown and made the body sort of that tanner color, or, yeah. But of course these are also different. Everything else is also different, but you know, that's like the big thing that's not featured anywhere else. Hey, it's featured a little bit here. It's kind of hard to tell. I don't know. But yeah, no. Okay, then in the anime, Bellsprout in the anime. Bellsprout egg in the anime, that's cool. This. Okay, Pokedex entries. Episode 60, what I assume is Journeys, and goes Rotom Phone. Bellsprout, the flower Pokemon, a grass and poison type. Bellsprout loves high temperatures and humidity. It can be lightning fast when it extends its vines in order to grab something. Episode 120 in Professor Cerise's book. Still don't know how that counts as a Pokedex. Bellsprout, it's the flower Pokemon, a grass and poison type. They like hot areas with high humidity, and when they extend their vines to grab their food, they're incredibly quick. Pokemon evolutions. Aww, Bellsprout and Pokemon evolutions. Snuggling up with this guy. That's cute. Poketoon, yeah. In the manga, yeah, Bellsprout and Electric Tail of Pikachu. Kind of looking more like its original. It's probably from that era. The sort of thinner, you know. Then Bellsprout in Pokemon Adventures, you know, looking more like the modern one. Yep. TCG Trivia. I've done the first 2 points in previous videos, so I'm not going to do them again. Despite learning Leech Life through breeding, Bellsprout and its evolved forms cannot learn it through TM in Pokemon Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Bellsprout is tied with Sunkern and Seedot for the lowest base special defense stat of all grass-type Pokemon. Origin: Bellsprout may be based on carnivorous pitcher plants, particularly those of the Nepenthes genus. Its Pokemon Red and Green Pokedex entry suggests it's based on legendary Mandrake plant, either plants or the legendary Mandrake plant. Name origin: Bellsprout may be a combination of Bell and Sprout. Shocking, I know. Madatsubomi may be derived from Madatsubomi, still in bud. Kind of makes sense, I guess. In other languages, references, external links, yeah, let's move on.
Now let's see Bellsprout's version in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. So, much like the Mankey video, where we kind of started seeing this scene when we did the Poliwag video, so we're just gonna watch it now. This is episode 25, Primeape Goes Bananas. So yeah, here are the Bellsprout. I think a Dugtrio is gonna rock by. Yep. Okay, yep. And that's the entire scene. I hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Bellsprout card.
It's the second version of the Bellsprout card. It was illustrated by Gamaru Hamino. I love how derpy it looks. I also find it interesting that its eyes are white instead of black, and its mouth is a darker pink than it should be. I also love the seeds in the background. I like to think that they're from a Jumpluff or Eldegoss. I also want to add that if this is anyone's first time seeing Bellsprout, they must have been shocked when they found it has legs. Anyway, it has 40 HP. It's 2'4" and 9 pounds, which is 0.2 pounds heavier than its weight in the official Pokedex. It has a 2 symbol next to the weight, indicating it's from the second base set. It has 2 moves, Vine Whip and Call for Family. In the video games, Vine Whip is a damage-dealing grass-type move where the Pokemon grows vines and hits its opponent. On this card, it takes 1 grass energy and hits for 10 damage. Call for Family is not in the video games, but it seems to act similarly to the SOS battle mechanic in Pokemon Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, although not entirely the same, as you can't do a 2-on-1 in the card game, as you can only have 1 active Pokemon at a time. Anyway, on this card, Call for Family costs 1 grass energy. The player searches their deck and puts a Bellsprout on their bench. They then shuffle their deck. Bellsprout is weak to fire for double damage and not resistant to anything. It's interesting that it's not resistant to fighting, water, grass, or lightning, as Bellsprout is resistant to all of those in the video games. Its retreat cost is 1 of any energy. Its description reads, a carnivorous Pokemon that traps and eats bugs. It uses its root feet to soak up needed moisture. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Red and Blue. It's also almost identical to the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Leaf Green. It's level 11. In the video games, it would be 10 levels away from evolving into Weepinbell.
Speaking of Weepinbell, I have a card for it, so we'll talk about that tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Bellsprout. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello, welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we send fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Bellsprout. So this is Frenzy Plant by Kimard T. So it's a lot of grass types. It might be every grass type as of 2016. But let me, so the Bellsprout is here. So we've got Shiftry, Celebi, Abomasnow, Leavanny, Trevant, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Bulbasaur, Nuzleaf, Tangela, Tangrowth, Weepinbell, Victreebel, Deerling and Sawsbuck, Shroomish, Lotad, Turtwig, Grovyle, Torterra, Roserade, Leafeon, Cherubi, Cherum, Seedot, Snivy, Blossom, Rotom in the motor form, or in the lawnmower form, Paris, oh, I got a few mushrooms here, okay. Fungus and Amoongus, Parasect, Roselia, Sunkern, Sunflora, Breloom, Vileplume, Shaman, we got the flying form up here, and the ground form, land form, I think. We've got Chikorita, Meganium, the Gloom, Cacturn, Phantump, Tropius, Ludicolo, Lombre, Execute and Executor, Maractus, Chestnut, Bayleaf, Ferrothorn, Pumpkaboo, Grovyle and Sceptile, Chespin, Hoppip, Cradilly, Lileep, Trico, Carnivine, Serperior, Snover, and Servine, Lilligant, Ferroseed, Cacnea, Quilladin, Gorghost, Verizon, Simisage and Pansage, Cottony, Whimsicott, Skiddo, Gogoat, Swadloon, and Badoo, Sawaddle, Petalil, and Oddish, Wormadam, and the sort of grass cloak, I guess. But I think that's it. I think I've gotten them all. If I haven't, I'm sorry, I didn't name them all, but I tried my best. It's a great image, by the way. Also, I think it very much looks like, without the watermarks and stuff, I think this would make a great puzzle. Yeah. Just a fun, like, Pokemon, yeah, puzzle. This is Plant Pokemon by Dragon Lord Rhine. So we've got the 3 here. Bellsprout, Weepinbell, and Victreebel. Cacnea and Cacturn, Maractus, Trevenant, Phantump, Smoliv, Alolan Executor, Non-Alolan Executor, Execute, Tangela, and Tangrowth, Gorghost, Phantump, Oddish, Gloom and Vileplume, Badoo, Roserade and Roselia, Sunkern and Sunflora, a Ferrothorn and Ferroseed, Amoongus, Fungus, Toadscool and Toadscruel, Hisuian, Lilligant, and Petalil, Cherubi, and both forms of Cherum here. Hop Up, Skiploom, and Jumpluff here. Is that supposed to be Applin, I guess? Eldegoss, Xurkitree, which is not a plant. I don't know why it's here. Brute Bonnet, Morlul, Shiinotic, Knackle, which is not a plant. It is clearly a rock. And with some salt and stuff. Garanicle and Calstack, Delmise, Gossifleur, Skullvillain, Blossom, oh no, there it is, Capsicid, Comfey, Bramblin and Bramblegast, Adolive, and Arboliva, and Carnivine. Shroomish, so yeah, it's just kind of creepy, kind of cool art. This is not a Bellsprout, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can catch a Bellsprout. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Weepinbell. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Weepinbell, the evolution of Bellsprout, who evolves at level 21. Its previous PYC dates are May 6, 1996, February 25th, 1999, December 16th, 2001, October 6th, 2004, July 28th, 2007, May 18th, 2010, March 8th, 2013, December 28th, 2015, October 18th, 2018, and August 8th, 2021. I find it interesting that it goes from having limbs to being a Muppet-looking pitcher plant. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Weepinbell, the flycatcher Pokemon, whose number is 0070. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass Poison. Its abilities are Chlorophyll and Gluttony is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 120. Breeding, egg group grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 14.1 pounds or 6.4 kilograms. Base experience yield is 151 in the first 4 gens, and 137 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2, both in attack. Shape is that. Has no footprint. Pokedex color is green. Base friendship is 70. Weepinbell is a dual-type grass poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Bellsprout starting at level 21 and evolves into Victreebel when exposed to a Leaf Stone. Biology: Weepinbell is a pitcher plant Pokemon with a yellow bell-shaped body above. Weepinbell's circular eyes are 3 small green spots and a small brown hook-shaped stem. It has wide gaping mouth with pink lips. It's a wide gaping mouth. On each side of its body is a large green leaf. Weepinbell camouflages itself as a plant in the forest whilst awaiting an unwary victim. When its prey draws near, there should be a comma, it sprays poison powder to immobilize the target before melting it with its internal acids. It oozes a neutralizing fluid that prevents these internal acids from melting its own body. It will also slice its prey too large to consume into pieces with its razor-sharp leaves. Weepinbell live in temperate forests and jungles where it hangs from tree branches by its stem to sleep. It moves around during sleep. Weepinbell may slip and awaken to find itself on the ground. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Weepinbell is known to sometimes sleep undisturbed even after falling down to the ground. Evolution: Weepinbell evolves from Bellsprout and evolves into Victreebel, so Bellsprout, Weepinbell, Victreebel. Game data Pokedex entries: Gen 1, red and blue. It spits out poison powder to immobilize the enemy, and then finishes it with a spray of acid. In yellow, when hungry, it swallows anything that moves. Its hapless prey is melted inside by strong acids. Stadium: armed with razor-sharp leaves, it uses toxic pollen to immobilize its enemy and melt its helpless foe with acid. In Gen 2 in gold, even though it's filled with acid, it does not melt because it also oozes a neutralizing fluid. Silver: if its prey is bigger than its mouth, it slices up the victim with sharp leaves, then eats every morsel. Crystal: when it's hungry, it swings its razor-sharp leaves, slicing up any unlucky object nearby for food. Stadium 2 is just golds again. Gen 3 in Ruby and Sapphire, Weepinbell has a large hook on its rear end. At night, the Pokemon hooks onto a tree branch and goes to sleep. If it moves around in its sleep, it may wake up to find itself on the ground. In Emerald, at night a Weepinbell hangs onto a tree branch with its hooked rear and sleeps. If it moves around in its sleep, it may wake up to find itself on the ground. In Fire Red, the leafy parts act as cutters for slashing foes. It spits a fluid that dissolves everything. Leaf Green is essentially red and blues. The only difference is poison powder and acid are not capitalized. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, a Pokemon that appears to be a plant. It counters unwary prey by dousing them with a toxic powder. Heart Gold is very similar to Golds, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Even though it is filled with acid, it does not melt because it also oozes a protective fluid. Soul Silver's is just Silver's entry. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's. X is Fire Red's entry. Y's is Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7, the Let's Go games, their entry is Yellow's. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are very similar to their Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so we'll read it. This Pokemon has the appearance of a plant. It captures unwary prey by dousing them with a toxic powder. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold's entry, which I think that's the first time I've ever had to say that. It's very rare for them to be different, so. Violet is Fire Red and X's Pokedex entry. So here's Weepinbell and the Kitakami Pokedex with a few Bellsprout in the background. That's nice. Get to see it. Almost looks like it's taking a selfie, to be honest. That's kind of funny. It's interesting that it's not in a tree or something. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats. HP 65. Attack 90, defense 50, special attack 85, special defense 45, speed 55, for a total of 390. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 85. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, dragon, and dark. Weak to flying, fire, psychic, and ice for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, water, grass, electric, and fairy, all for half except for grass, which is a fourth. Notes, in Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is 4, so we went from 4 to 1. For Learn Set, by leveling up, we'll go down to Acid. 24 Acid, 29 Knockoff, 32 Sweet Scent, 39 Gastro Acid, 44 Razor Leaf, 47 Poison Jab, 54 Slam, and 58 Power Whip. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, nothing by Prior Evolution, Sad Game Data, Pokemon Ranger. Weepinbell swallows unwary people and spits them back from where they came. Is it big enough to do that? Okay, got all that. Evolution data, Bellsprout, Weepinbell. Yeah, we read this yesterday. Sprites, so. Yeah, it's green again. Also very different, these first couple. From yellow, like all three of these are wildly different. This one was obviously created for this one. It could arguably be used for this one as well. We have the 3 dots all the way back from the beginning. That's pretty cool, although they're not seemingly consistent between these 3, but in size and area, but so yeah, we got the basics, of course. Everything is basically here, and it slowly becomes more of the Weepinbell shape, I guess. So the eyes aren't nearly as big and Muppet-like until around yellows, I guess. The mouth, the hook gets smaller, of course. Yeah, the leaves again become a little bit more cartoony. Now, for some reason, there's only 2 dots on this one. I guess the other one's maybe off frame or something. It's red, a red hook with red mouth. It's all green still. That one's sort of purple and a lighter green. I guess more of like a lime green. Yep. This is slightly different. But yeah, basically the same. Okay, so then we get the colors. So, and there's actually like 4 dots? That's interesting. I guess they didn't have like a amount of dots established yet, so. But it's brown, hook, that's still red. And this is, yeah, yellow body. So this is interesting because it keeps the basic idea from the original, which I think is nice. Slightly different purple, and probably slightly different green, but yeah, more lime green I'd say even than that one. But yeah. It's interesting. Okay, so here, now it's down to 3 dots. Yep. Yeah, this is more of a pink. This is more like the pink. I think this is more closer to Bellsprout's shiny mouth. That's cool. Yep. This. So slightly different, but basically the same basic stuff. I guess the leaves are maybe oriented different. The models is looking absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, you can't really see the dots that well. I assume that's just the photo quality. This is, yeah, they're maybe a little lighter. I think definitely the mouth is lighter. We got these. Then Let's Go games. So we're down to these 3 of differing sizes, it looks like. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, the mouth is, a little bit darker again. Even darker here. The body's even darker in this one. Oh, can't really tell, but in the models, the stem and the shiny is slightly lighter. That's really not that much difference, but yeah, here you can really tell. And these are still kind of green. Okay. Then in the anime, you got Weepinbell in the anime. All this. Pokedex entries. X and Y, episode 58, in Serena's Pokedex. Weepinbell, the flycatcher Pokemon. Weepinbell looks like a plant and covers opponents with a poisonous powder in order to catch them. In the manga, Weepinbell in Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG, trivia, we read this yesterday, so won't read it again. Origin, Weepinbell may be based on carnivorous pitcher plants. I think so, yeah. Name origin, Weepinbell may be a combination of weeping, or weeping tree, and bell. I think so, yeah. Utsudan may be derived from Utsubukozuro, pitcher plant. Other languages, references, related articles. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Weepinbell's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 9, The School of Hard Knocks. In this episode, Ash, the main character, his traveling companions Brock and Misty, and his Pokemon companion Pikachu have met the student Joe, who is at the school called Pokemon Tech. He is showing Misty a simulation of Pokemon battles, and we will see the Weepinbell there, so.
Pokemon.
So,
How'd you know? I always beat him on the simulator. See? What is this? A simulation?
Yeah, so that's Weepinbell's first appearance, and let's move on. Also, that's Misty.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Weepinbell card, which is the first design of the Weepinbell card.
It was illustrated by Kagomuru Kamino. It's interesting since the mouth is too dark. More notably, though, there's a bird in this image that, as of Gen 9, isn't a Pokemon. This comes from a time when Pokemon existed alongside real animals, with the anime showing this off more than any other media. Weepinbell has 70 HP. It's 3'3" and 14 pounds, which is 0.1 pounds lighter than its weight in the official Pokedex. Next to the Pokemon category, there is the first edition symbol. Next to the weight, there is the Jungle expansion symbol. It has 2 moves: Poison Powder and Razor Leaf. In the games, it's a poison-type move that poisons the target. On this card, it costs 1 Grass Energy. It hits for 10 damage. If the player wins a coin flip, the opposing Pokemon is also poisoned. In the video games, Razor Leaf is a Grass-type move where the Pokemon sends out a myriad of leaves which damage the opponent. It also has an increased chance for a critical hit. In battles with multiple opponents, it hits all of them. On this card, it costs 2 Grass Energy and hits for 30 damage. Like Bellsprout, Weepinbell is weak to fire for double damage and has no resistance. I already talked about why that's weird yesterday, so I won't go over that again. It costs 1 energy to retreat. Its description reads, it spits out poison powder to immobilize the enemy, and then finishes the enemy with a spray of acid. This is almost identical to the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y. It's level 28.
I don't have a card for Victreebel, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Golem. Now let's see why people love Weepinbell. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Weepinbell. So this first one is Frenzy Plant 2016 by Kimard T. So we did this yesterday, but we can do this again. It's a lot of Pokemon. We'll see if I can do it better. I missed a couple anyway, so, So, there's the Weepinbell, Bellsprout, Victreebel, Oddish, Petalil, Chespin, Lotad, Shroomish, Badoo, Turtwig, Cacnea, Grotle, Executor, Skiddo, Breloom, Ferrothorn, Snivy, Seedot, Cherubi, Cherum, Paris, Fungus and Amoonguss, Ivysaur, Sawsbuck, Deerling, Parasect, Torterra, Rowlet, Pansage and Simisage are these two. Gourgeist, Tagela, Tangrowth, Ivysaur, Bulbasaur, Nuzleaf, Chikorita, Meganium, Chestnut, Sunkern, Sunflora, Leafeon, Roserade, Roselia, Lilligant, Serperior, Servine, Abomasnow, Snover, Cottony, Whimsicott, Leavanny, Shiftry, Celebi, Sceptile, Grovyle, Hoppini, Skiploom, Jumpluff, Verizon, Trevenant, Phantump, Cacturn, Lombre, Ludicolo, Maractus, Gogoat, Trico, Wormadam, Sky and Land form of Shaman, Rotom Mower form, Aquiladin, Carnivine, Swadloon, Gloom, Vileplume, Sewaddle, Laleep, and Cradily. And I think that's all of the Pokemon in this picture, so yes. It's a very good picture, as I mentioned yesterday. If it didn't have all the watermarks and the symbols and stuff, and all the sources, which are great, they're important, I get that. I think this would make a great puzzle. Yeah. So then we've got 070 Weepinbell by Kuotsuku. It's this cool semi-stylized Weepinbell. It's very cute, very good use of style here. It's very interesting because it doesn't have the Muppet eyes anymore. It kind of just has normal looking eyes. Like people eyes, almost. That's interesting. I like it. This is not a Weepinbell, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Snorlax to evolve Bellsprout into Weepinbell. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Victreebel. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Victreebel, the final evolution of Bellsprout who evolves into Weepinbell, who evolves into Victreebel when given a Leaf Stone. Its past PYC dates are May 7th, 1996, February 26th, 1999, December 17th, 2001, October 7th, 2004, July 29th, 2007, May 19th, 2010, March 9th, 2013, December 29th, 2015, October 19th, 2018, and August 9th, 2021. While not my favorite design, I think Victreebel is one of the few pocket monsters to actually look like a monster. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Victreebel, the flycatcher Pokemon whose number is 0071. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass, Poison, abilities, Chlorophyll, and Gluttony is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, egg group Grass, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 5'7" or 1.7 meters. Weight is 34.2 pounds or 15.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 191. There's 4 gens and 221 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield, total 3 in attack. Shape is that. Has no footprint. Pokedex color is green. Base friendship is 70. Victreebel is a dual-type grass poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Weepinbell when exposed to a Leaf Stone. It is the final form of Bellsprout. Biology, Victreebel is a pitcher plant Pokemon with a bell-shaped body. It has a gaping mouth with pink lips and 2 sharp teeth. Its semicircular eyes appear directly under its mouth, and it has several dark green spots on its body. On either side of its body is a large green leaf covering Victreebel's mouth is a leaf with a long brown-yellow tipped vine growing out of it. The vine is flicked to mimic an animal in order to attract prey. Victreebel also produces a sweet scent to further aid in luring its victims. Acid that has dissolved numerous prey animals become sweeter and even more effective at attracting prey. It can be found in small groups and is territorial. In the manga, Victreebel hoards food, usually small birds and rodents, and collects leaf stones to perform evolution rituals at night to help Weepinbell become more Victreebel. Huh. That's cool. Being the result of an evolution via evolution stone, Victreebel is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in temperate forests and jungles. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Victreebel is known to sleep with its mouth open to draw in prey. Very rarely, it forgets about luring in prey and instead chooses to sleep face down. Aww. Evolution, Victreebel evolves from Weepinbell and is the final form of Bellsprout. So Bellsprout, Weepinbell, Victreebel. Game data, Pokedex entries. Gen 1, Red and Blue, said to live in huge colonies deep in jungles, although no one has ever returned from there. Ugh. Yellow, lures prey with the sweet aroma of honey. Swallowed whole, the prey is melted in a day, bones and all. Ugh. Stadium, attracts prey with sweet-smelling honey. Its prey include bugs, naturally, and even large animals on occasion. In Gen 2, in Gold, acid that has dissolved bitty prey becomes sweeter, making it even more effective at attracting prey. Silver, this horrifying plant Pokemon attracts prey with aromatic honey, then melts them in its mouth. In Crystal, once ingested into this Pokemon's body, even the hardest object will melt into nothing. Stadium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Victreebel has a long vine that extends from its head. This vine is waved and flicked about as if it were an animal to attract prey. When an unsuspecting prey draws near, this Pokemon swallows it whole. An emerald with a long vine extending from its head is waved about as if it were a living thing to attract prey. When an unsuspecting victim approaches, it is swallowed whole. Fire Red lures prey into its mouth with a honey-like aroma. The helpless prey is melted with a dissolving fluid. Leaf Green is just red and blues again. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it pulls in its mouth a fluid with a honey-like scent, which is really an acid that dissolves anything. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. Black 2 and White 2 are also Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums, but they changed honey-like to having a dash in it, which I think it's supposed to anyway. But that's cool, so it's slightly different, but I'm not going to read it again. In Gen 6, X is red, blue, and leaf greens. Y is Crystal's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, they're Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7, the Let's Go games, those are yellows. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, in its mouth, it pulls a fragrant nectar-like fluid. The fluid is really an acid that dissolves anything. In Gen 9, Scarlet, it lures prey into its mouth with a nectar-like aroma. The helpless prey is melted with a dissolving fluid. In Violet, after dissolving many prey, this Pokemon's acid becomes sweeter. This makes it even easier to attract more prey. Here we've got Victreebel in the Kitakami Pokedex. This is interesting. It's raining and it's night. It's kind of just floating. Can they do that? I don't. There's nothing that says that they can just kind of float. I don't know. Maybe they're jumping up and down. Maybe I don't know. That's interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, you get a bitter berry 100% of the time. Stats. Base stats. We'll compare Gens 1 to 5 and 6 onward. So HP 80, that stays the same. Attack 105, that stays the same. Defense 65, that stays the same. Special attack 100, that stays the same. Special defense 60, then that goes up to 70. Speeds 70, that stays the same. For a total of 480 and a total of 490. In the Gen 1 to 5 box, there's a note here that says, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 100. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, dragon, and dark. Weak to flying, fire, psychic, and ice for double. Immune to nothing. Resistant to fighting, water, grass, electric, and fairy, all for half except for grass, which is a fourth. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is 4, so it went from 4 to 1. For Learn Set, by leveling up, you can hypothetically get a level 21 Victreebel, but it doesn't look like that's what we're going to be doing. I guess there's one down here, but we'll do these by Move Reminder, and then the Evo as well. By Move Reminder, you've got Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up, and Gastro Acid, and Power Whip. Upon evolution, you get Leaf Storm, and on level 44, you get Leaf Blade. By TM, we're skipping. By Breeding, we're skipping. Oh. Hello. By prior evolution, these stages you get Growth, Wrap, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Acid, and Slam. I'm not really sure how that makes sense since this didn't translate to this one, so I don't know. Anime only moves. Tackle. It's a normal type move in the episode Pikachu Revolts. Side game data. Got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Victreebel sloshes poison from its big mouth. Beware of the puddled poison. In Shadows of Olmia, it shoots leaves and slops poison around to attack. Was sort of DS icon. I got all this. Evolution data. Yeah, I got all that again. I've read it before. Sprites, so green again, like the last couple days. So we got the basics, you know. It's different shaped body, but pretty basic. And those teeth are sort of more in the center here for these first couple. This is more, you know, now on the front there. It's more of this pitcher plant shape, I guess. Yeah, just more pitcher shaped, I guess. Yeah, the tail slightly different. So the black sprite doesn't really work for the one. Although of most Pokemon, like this one's the one that it works for the most. Even though it doesn't really work that well. Yeah, because of how it's shaped, generally. Gold, it actually gets thinner. That's interesting. Or Gen 2. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell in silvers, but yeah, crystals and golds, yeah. I can see it waving around the thing. That's cool. Sorry. Its mouth is sort of a pink. This one's more of a blue. Sort of that lime green color we saw yesterday for Weepinbell. This is interesting. It's a red mouth in crystal. Let's changed. Yeah, the teeth are more pointy. The leaf, I'm sure, changes. You know, the details on the leaf change. This is a bunch of spots. It's now down to 3. Yep. So yeah, then it's still kind of thin in Gen 3. But yeah, the leaves are slightly bigger, I think. You get the colors now, right? The red mouth. So it's the blue mouth. It's kind of... Oh, interesting. It kind of takes a little bit of inspiration from both its previous evolutions with this sort of, I don't know, more brown leaves, but with the more lime green body. That's kind of cool. Yep. So then I'm more familiar with this one, Diamond and Pearls. It's got a bunch of spots now. It's much bigger again. The leaf is shaped slightly differently here. I guess it does kind of go through that a little bit. Changes. It's a slightly different shade of brown. This is more green, sort of a neon lime green kind of color. This blue is slightly different. Yep. This is, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. It's a little thinner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 spots, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They seem to be the same. It's hard to tell because I'm moving around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's about what they're doing. Okay. This one seems to be about the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's still 7. Then this becomes much 3D model. That's very interesting. Kind of more the picture shaped again. Leaves are, yeah, very pretty good. Except, I mean, the spots are a lot smaller on the front sprite, and they're a lot lower on the body. Although the back sprite still has it speckled throughout. That's interesting. Yeah. Oh, and the body. Yeah, this is kind of a lighter brown, sort of a gray brown. The blue is slightly different. Oh yeah, it goes from pink now, the pink mouth. Yep. Some of the spots around the body again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think, still. Yeah. And then, yep. Yeah, see how different that is. The vine is different, even though it's not really different in any of these. Maybe it is a little bit, but you can't really tell. But yeah. Yep. So, okay, so Victreebel in the anime. There's a bunch of them. That's interesting. Let's see. Yep. Then Victreebel in Pokemon Origins. And Victreebel in Pokemon Evolutions. That's pretty cool. Okay. In the manga, Victreebel in Pokemon Adventures. It seems to be bouncing around, or maybe is this an actual Clefairy? Or is this, looks like to be a doll, one of the Clefairy dolls. Okay. In the TCG, and the trivia. In Gen 1, Victreebel has the highest index number of all non-glitch Pokemon. The second point we've read before. Origin, Victreebel may be based on carnivorous pitcher plants. The blue lips in its shiny coloration may be referenced how a pitcher plant's rim turns blue under UV light. That's pretty cool. Name origin, Victreebel may be a combination of victory, tree, and bell. I think so. The shortening of Bell into Bell is a result of the 10-character limit on English Pokemon names in Gen 1. That's fun. Utsobot may be derived from Utsubokozura, pitcher plant, and possibly pot. Got in other languages, references, related articles. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Victreebel's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime section of the video. Today we are watching episode 26, Pokemon Sensation. In this episode, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock, Misty, and Pikachu, have arrived in Celadon City. Ash wishes to battle the gym leader right now. Brock, Misty, and Pikachu are watching a little show with a bunch of other Pokemon. They're in the gym right now. Yeah, little presentation.
Way Beach.
Yeah,
the end.
That was an Ammonite waving goodbye to his friends. So there's the Victreebel. There's a Tangrowth and a Gloom. Yeah.
Great story.
That's Brock, Misty, and Pikachu. That's Ash dressed as a girl. Ash is dressed up as a girl because he needed to sneak in because he doesn't like perfume, and they rejected him because of that. That's probably all the Victreebels seen in this, so we're just gonna move on.
Now let's see why people love Victreebel. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody said in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Victreebel. This first one is called Frenzy Plant 2016 by Kimard T. We've done this one before the last couple days, but we can do it again. Victreebel there, Weepinbell here, Bellsprout there, Cherum, Cherubi, Ferroseed, Ferrothorn, Seedot, Grottle, Executor, Tangela, Tangrowth, Pansage, and Simisage are these two, Wormadam, Leafeon, Servine, Leavanny, Roserade, Lilligant, Obama Snow, Snover, Superior, Credilli, Chestnut, Whimsicott, Cottony, Sunkern, Sunflora, Ivysaur, Bulbasaur, Venusaur, Nuzleaf, Shiftry, Maractus, Lombre, Lotad, Ludicolo, Gourgeist, Phantump, Pumpkaboo, Grovyle, Subtile, Hoppip, Skiploom, and Jumpluff, Virizion, Carnivine, Trevenant, Fungus, Amoonguss, Chikorita, Meganium, Bayleaf, Sawsbuck, Deerling, Parasect, Cacnea, Badoo, Shroomish, Chespin, Oddish, Petalil, Swadloon, Blossom, Snivy, Torterra, Rowlet, Celebi, Skyform and Landform Shaman, Cacturn, Goat, Skidoo, Breloom, Quilladin here, Roselia, Rotom Mower Form, Trico, Sawaddle. I think I named all of them. Sorry if I didn't. So it's a good picture meant to last a couple days. Could be a puzzle if these stuff weren't on here, but I know they're important stuff, so yeah, let's just move on. This is 071 Victreebel by Kutsuku. So we saw the Weepinbell one yesterday, so this is kind of cool to see what it looks like in their Victreebel looks like in their style, and it's kind of cool looking, you know, kind of stylized a little bit. Got all the essential stuff though, yeah, it's very good. This is not a Victreebel, so let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax to evolve Weepinbell into Victreebel. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Tentacool. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Tentacool, the first water poison Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are May 8th, 1996, February 27th, 1999, December 18th, 2001, October 8th, 2004, July 30th, 2007, May 20th, 2010, March 10th, 2013, December 30th, 2015, October 20th, 2018, and August 10th, 2021. While the current image on the official website makes it obvious that the red dots aren't his eyes, I definitely fell for the illusion in older images when I was younger. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Tentacool, the jellyfish Pokemon, whose number is 0072. This is what it looks like. Its type is water poison, so you can see that here. The water inside and the poison outside. Abilities, Clear Body or Liquid Ooze. Rain Dish is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Its breeding is Egg Group Water 3. Hatch time, 20 cycles. Height is 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight is 100.3 pounds or 45.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 105 in the first 4 jets and 67 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 1 in special defense. Shape is that. Its footprint is nothing, I guess, because it's not really feet. They're sort of tentacles and they swim, so I guess I get it. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Tentacool is a dual-type water poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Tentacruel, starting at level 30. It is ecologically similar to Toadscool, however the two are separate species. Biology, Tentacool is a small, Cnidarian Pokemon. It has a light blue, clear body with 2 large, transparent red eye-like crystals on each side of its body, and 1 small one in the middle. Near the base of the body is a pointed beak-like projection and 2 eyes with small pupils. There are 2 grayish tentacles extending from beneath its round lower body, which has a cape-like formation on the back. Tentacool's entire body is made of 99% water, and the remaining 1% contains the organs that produces its poison. It absorbs sunlight and refracts it using the water inside its body to convert it into beam energy. The tentacles are laced with stinging cells, and as seen in the anime, it can control Pokemon it touches with its tentacles, so you can see that here. Tentacool possessing Meowth. The tentacles break off occasionally, but they can regenerate. The poison from its tentacles is so potent that someone would need to be immediately rushed to the hospital. Tentacool is not a very strong swimmer, traveling throughout the world using ocean currents. Tentacool searches for food while drifting on the surface of shallow seas. Tentacool can blend in the water, making it very difficult to spot. It will sometimes wash ashore and shrivel up due to dehydration, though it remains equally as dangerous. Tentacool may be revived if thrown back in the sea. Tentacool is mistakenly believed to be a species relative of Toadstool. In actuality, the two Pokemon are biologically unrelated. Evolution, Tentacool evolves into Tentacruel, so you can see that here. Tentacool, Tentacruel. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, Red and Blue, drifts in shallow seas. Anglers who hook them by accident are often punished by its stinging acid. Yellow, it can sometimes be found all dry and shriveled up on a beach. Toss it back into the sea to revive it. Stadium, fires beams of light from its clear eyes. Floats around in shallow waters and may sting unwary anglers. Generation 2, in gold. When the tide goes out, dehydrated Tentacool remains can be found washed up on the shore. Aww. Silver, it drifts aimlessly in waves. Very difficult to see in water. It may not be noticed until it stings. Crystal, as it floats along on the waves, it uses its toxic feelers to stab anything it touches. Steam 2 is just golds again. In Gen 3, in Ruby, Tentacool's body is largely composed of water. If it is removed from the sea, it dries up like parchment. If this Pokemon happens to become dehydrated, put it back into the sea. Sapphire, Tentacool absorbs sunlight and refracts it using water inside its body to convert it into beam energy. This Pokemon shoots beams from its crystal-like eyes. An Emerald, its body is almost entirely composed of water. It ensnares its foes with its two long tentacles, and stabs with the poison stingers at their tips. Fire Red, its eyes are as transparent as crystals. From them, it shoots mysterious beams of light. Leaf Greens is very similar to Red and Blues, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Drifts in shallow seas. Anglers who hook them by accident are often punished by their stingers. In Gen 4, in Diamond, its body is virtually composed of water. It shoots strange beams from its crystal-like eyes. Again, those aren't its eyes. Pearl, it drifts in sea currents. Countless fishermen are hurt by its poison stingers. Platinum, because its body is almost entirely composed of water, it shrivels up if it is washed ashore. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they're Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Leaf Greens. Omega Rubies is its counterpart. Alpha Sapphire is not quite Sapphire's entry, so I'll read it. Tentacool absorbs sunlight and refracts it using water inside its body to convert it into beam energy. This Pokemon shoots beams from the small round organ above its eyes. This is the first one of all of these that make it obvious that the things aren't its eyes. The crystals aren't its eyes. Everyone else seems to say it is, but they actually finally corrected it in Gen 6. Thank goodness. Actually, not even. In just Alpha Sapphire. In Gen 7 in Sun, they can be found lying dehydrated on beaches, but they are often still alive. When soaked in water, they will revive. In Moon, it drifts in shallow seas, such as the areas near beaches. If you get bitten or stabbed by its toxic tentacles, rush to the hospital. Ultra Sun, it drifts through the sea searching for prey. Its poisonous tentacles break off sometimes, but after a while they grow back. Ultra Moon, its body is 99% water. The remaining 1% contains the organ that makes its poison. The Let's Go games are Yellow's entry. Gen 8 in Sword, Tentacool is not a particularly strong swimmer. It drifts across the surface of shallow seas as it searches for prey. This Pokemon is mostly made of water. A Tentacool out in the ocean is very hard to spot because its body blends in with the sea. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart, not even changing the crystal-like eyes. I think it's supposed to be I like crystals. That's probably what it's supposed to be, but... Legends Arceus, they fire beams from the glassy magenta orbs that resemble eyes atop their heads, and they drift in shallow seas. During low tide, they can sometimes be found on beaches desiccated. Gen 9, Scarlet is Gold's entries. Violets is Fire Reds. Here it is in the Alola Pokedex. Here it is in the Blueberry Pokedex. So you can see a bunch of them floating on the top there. Water. Looks like this one's sunbathing. A couple of them were sunbathing. Game locations. Yep. Side game locations. Fence. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, get a berry 100% of the time. Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart, Gold, Soul, Silver, X, Y, Omega, Ruby, Alpha, Sapphire, Sun, and Moon, you get a Poison Barb 5% of the time. Sword and Shield, you get a Poison Barb 5% of the time, but the expansion pass is required. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get a Poison Barb 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Pekka Berry 35% of the time, and a Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and grid items by level. For Alpha, you get an EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 40, attack 40, defense 35, special attack 50, special defense 100, speed 70, for a total of 335. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 100. Pokeathon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fly, rock, ghost, grass, Dragon, and Dark. Weak 2, Ground, Electric, and Psychic for double, immune to nothing. Resistant 2, Fighting, Poison, Bug, Steel, Fire, Water, Ice, and Fairy for half. Notes, in Gen 1 the effectiveness of Bug-type moves is double. So from double to half. Learn set by leveling up. 1, you get Poison Sting and Water Gun. 4, Acid, 8, Wrap, 12, Supersonic, 16, Water Pulse, 20, Screech, 24, Bubble Beam, 28, Hex, 32 Acid Armor, 36 Poison Jab, 40 Surf, 44 Sludge Wave, and 48 Hydro Pump. By TM, you get 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 13 Acid Spray, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 21 Pounce, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 29 Hex, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mud Shot, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 70 Sleep Talk, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 91 Toxic Spikes, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 111 Giga Drain, 123 Surf, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 148 Sludge Bomb, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 175 Toxic, 181 Knockoff, 196 Flip Turn, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, 214 Sludge Wave, 221 Throat Chop. By breeding, the Mirror Herb gives you Acupressure and Aqua Ring. This group gives you Aurora Beam. TM Ghost gives you Confused Ray. Apparently this move needs to be passed down from a Tentacool or a Tentacruel, or needs to have the Mirror Herb or something. I guess TM Ice, you get Haze. This is another instance of, I guess, where it needs to be passed down or something. This group gives you Knockoff. The Mirror Herb gives you Mirror Coat, Rapid Spin, and Tickle. TCG only moves recover from this card. Side game data, got all this. Pokemon Rangers Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It spits bubbles around itself that make Pokemon slow. Got all this. Evolution data, Tentacool, level 30, Tentacruel. Sprites, so no red organs yet. Yep. So yeah, you got all that. You can kind of understand why little me was a little bit confused about this, because these are very vague. They're very prominent. These not eyes. These are the real eyes. Yeah, they basically have the same general idea. It might be a little bit bigger. You can see how different it is in this one. The beak isn't as pointy yet. The cape is more obvious in this sprite. The tentacles are much more, I guess they probably were in the anime. So they're more defined, I guess. These actually kind of show more that looks like the back of these guys, which is interesting. Obviously it works for these two, but not necessarily for that one, not the least of which is the color. Now we got in Gen 2, all the colors are now, well, most of the colors are here. These are still blue, but the red's here. Then we got, this is now sort of a purple-blue with green. This is for the shiny. So silver introduces the little beak thing, like the point of the beak, I guess. These become more obvious. The flaps, I guess. Yep, so the colors now here. The brown, that basically is the same brown. It stays the same from this shiny. The body and the green. Yep. Diamond might be more emerald-like, I think. But yeah, not really much of a difference. This, I think, is a little bit bigger. I think they go back to having these be more prominent. Focus the back sprites. think really much changes. It's pretty... Oh, this is now all... Okay, so in these first couple, they were kind of separate pieces, but now it's been blended into one big piece. The bottom, the cloak or whatever it called it, and the main head. Yep. So we got all this. Yep. Gotten models now. Yep. Yep. Just, yeah, pretty much stays the same. It's a pretty simple Pokemon. We get a little bit more detailed here, and Legends Arceus, Holmes. So this is another case of... Okay, so I guess, yeah, Legends Arceus introduces the idea of these being a different color. So, kind of similar to the vines in the Bellsprout line that we just talked about over the last 3 days, where they're slightly different here, so that's interesting. So in the anime, Tentacool in the anime, Pokedex entries in episode 19 in Ash's Pokedex. Tentacool, a jellyfish Pokemon. 99% of its body is made up of water. We've got Tentacool in Pokemon Origins, Tentacool in Pokemon Generations, with a whole bunch of other Pokemon. Clamperl, Horsey, a couple Horsey there, Huntail, and Kervanha. In the manga, you've got Tentacool in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this in the TCG. Trivia. In the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Tentacool was originally known as Jilly. Tentacool, Toadscool, and their respective evolutionary lines have exactly the same base stats and the same distribution. Origin. Tentacool seems to be based on a jellyfish, possibly a species of box jellyfish such as Chironex fleckeri or Carukia barnesi. The fact that it has only 2 tentacles may be based on the Tentaculata class of comb jellies, most of which are known for having a pair of long tentacles that are used to catch prey. Might also be based on the squid. Tentacool also resembles several varieties of the bug-eyed monster and other alien invaders from 1950s B-movies, which is reflected in its ability to fire lasers from the gems on its head. Name origin, Tentacool may be a combination of tentacle and cool. May also involve Tentaculata class of cone jellies. Oh. Menokuragi may be a combination of Mino Kataki, enemy, or Mino Doku, temptation, literally poison to the eyes, and Kuragi, jellyfish. In other languages, interesting. Related articles, references, and external links. Oh yeah, to the ecologically similar Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Tentacool's first scene in the anime.
Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 19, Tentacool and Tentacruel. Very fitting for what we're talking about today. Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, have just watched a boat explode, and they've saved the lives of the sailors on the ship. And so one of the sailors, I guess they're not really relevant for this. So we'll just continue the scene. They're returning to the mainland, I guess, or the whatever. So those are the Tentacool, technically. Yep, that's their first appearance in the anime. So let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Tentacool. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt. For those of you familiar with the series, might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Pokemon number 072 through 073 by Cosmopoliturtle. So we got Tentacool and Tentacruel, kind of this stylized, very stylized, almost looking quite different. Yeah, taking a little bit of jellyfish, a little bit of squid, you can see a lot of that. More so in Tentacruel, I think. That's kind of cool to see, you know, how they translated this into this own little art style they have. Yep. It's nice. All the nice colors, how different they are from the actual ones. Yep, you can see how it's, yeah, how the red dots are represented as jewels now, look more like jewel-like. How the eyes are represented. It's really nice. Yeah, let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I'm talking about Snorlax to catch a Tentacool. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Tentacruel. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Tentacruel, the only evolution of Tentacool, who evolves at level 30. Its past PYC dates are May 9th, 1996, February 28th, 1999, December 19th, 2001, October 9th, 2004, July 31st, 2007, May 21st, 2010, March 11th, 2013, December 31st, 2015, October 21st, 2018, and August 11th, 2021. I, like many people, most remember Tentacruel in the early anime episode Tentacool and Tentacruel, featuring a giant Tentacruel attacking a resort, one scene of which was in the original English title sequence. Coincidentally, this is the episode we'll be watching today. Also, much like Tentacool, when I was younger, I believe the red dots on its head were its eyes. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, welcome to the Bulbapedia section. Today we'll be talking about Tentacruel, the jellyfish Pokemon whose number is 0073. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water Poison. Abilities, Clear Body or Liquid Ooze. Terrain Dish is an ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding is Egg Group Water 3. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 5'3" or 1.6 meters. Weight is 121.3 pounds or 55 kilograms. Base experience yield is 205 in the first 4 gens and 180 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2, both in special defense. Shape is that. Still doesn't have feet, so there's no footprint. Pokédex color is blue. Base friendship is 70. Tentacruel is a dual-type water poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Tentacool, starting at level 30. It is ecologically similar to Toadscruel, however the two are separate species. Biology, Tentacruel is a large Nidarian Pokemon. It has a clear, light blue body that has 2 large red orbs on either side and a smaller orb in the center. Its eyes are visible in its round lower body, which is black. Extending from its lower body are 2 blue beak-like appendages and numerous grayish tentacles. Its red orbs glow whenever it is excited or agitated, communicating with its own kind, and may alert others to danger by stridently flashing them. They are also capable of reflecting sunlight, storing energy, and firing ultrasonic waves. So you can see the glowing here. Tentacruel's orbs, yes. Tentacruel's primarily light blue body helps it camouflage in the water. It has a total of 80 tentacles, which it can readily extend during hunting. It ensnares its prey in a net-like shape before immobilizing it with poison. The tentacles can grow or shrink with ease. Its tentacles can absorb water to stretch even further. Most of these tentacles are hidden and kept short, leaving up to 14 exposed. However, it tends to lose tentacles as it ages. While Tentacruel are rarely seen, they gather in large groups which scare away any nearby fish Pokemon. Tentacruel lives in underwater rock formations and can be found throughout the ocean. Although Toadscruel bears a strong resemblance to Tentacruel, the two species are biologically unrelated. Evolution: Tentacruel evolves from Tentacool. So Tentacool, Tentacruel. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team. Tentacruel is a member of Team Constrictor. Pokédex entries in Gen 1, in Red and Blue. The tentacles are normally kept short. On hunts, they are extended to ensnare and immobilize prey. Yellow, its 80 tentacles can stretch and contract freely. They wrap around prey and weaken it with poison. Stadium, it has 80 tentacles. Once they wrap around an enemy, the tentacles will not release, no matter what. In Gen 2, in Gold, its 80 tentacles absorb water and stretch almost endlessly to constrict its prey and enemies. Silver, in battle, it extends all 80 of its tentacles to entrap its opponent inside a poisonous net. Crystal, when its 80 feelers absorb water, it stretches to become like a net to entangle its prey. Stadium 2 is just golds again. Gen 3, Ruby, Tentacruel has large red orbs on its head. The orbs glow before lashing the vicinity with a harsh ultrasonic blast. This Pokemon's outburst causes rough waves around it. Very interesting, because at this point in Gen 3, it was established that the orbs on this one's head is not the eyes, but the other one seemed a little confused. Sapphire, Tentacruel has tentacles that can be freely elongated and shortened at will. It ensnares prey with its tentacles, and weakens the prey by dousing it with a harsh toxin. It can catch up to 80 prey at the same time. Emerald, it lives in complex rock formations on the ocean floor. and traps prey using its 80 tentacles. Its red orbs glow when it grows excited or agitated. Fire Red, it has 80 tentacles that move about freely. They can sting, causing poisoning and sharp stabbing pain. Leaf Green is red and blues again. Gen 4, Diamond, with 80 tentacles for ensnaring victims. It prevents escaping until the prey is weakened by poison. Pearl, it alerts others to danger by stridently flashing the red orbs on its head. Platinum, it extends its 80 tentacles to form an encircling poisonous net that is difficult to escape. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinums. In Gen 6, X's Red, Blue, and Leaf Greens. Y is Fire Reds. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, in Sun, normally it has 80 poisonous tentacles. The longer one has been alive, the fewer tentacles it will have. Moon, although these Pokemon are rare, when a large outbreak of them occurs, all fish Pokemon disappear from the surrounding sea. Ultra Sun, it fires off ultrasonic waves from its red orbs to weaken its prey, and then wraps them up in its 80 tentacles. Ultra Moon, it communicates with others of its kind by lighting up the red orbs on its head. When the orbs are blinking, it's a warning sign. The Let's Go Games Pokedex is Yellow's Pokedex. In Gen 8, Sword, when the red orbs on Tentacruel's head glow brightly, watch out! The Pokemon is about to fire off a burst of ultrasonic waves. In Shield, its 80 tentacles can stretch and shrink freely. Tentacruel ensnares prey in a net of spread-out tentacles, delivering venomous stings to its catch. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. It has 80 tentacles, each with a venomous tip. These tentacles are also extendable, lengthening when Tentacruel attempts to catch prey. Use caution. In Gen 9, Scarlet, on rare occasions that large outbreaks of Tentacruel occur, all fish Pokemon disappear from the surrounding sea. Violet is the silver entries. Here we got Tentacruel in the Alola Pokedex, and Tentacruel in the Blueberry Pokedex. So you can see two of them. They look like they're maybe communicating with each other. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be treated to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Silver Leaf 100% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, and Moon, you get a Poison Barb 5% of the time. Sword and Shield, you get a Poison Barb 5% of the time, but the expansion pass is required. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get a Poison Barb 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal. Pekka Berry, 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn, 15% of the time. Great items below level. Alpha, EXP Candy M, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 20% of the time. Great items by level. I don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 80, attack 70, defense 65, special attack 80, special defense 120, speed 100, for a total of 515. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 120. Pokethon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, rock, ghost, grass, dragon, and dark, weak to ground, electric, and psychic for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, poison, bug, steel, fire, water, ice, and fairy for half. Notes in Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is 2, so it went from 2 to half. For Learn Set by leveling up, we'll start down here at level 34, Acid Armor. Level 34, Acid Armor, 40 Poison Jab, 46 Surf, 52 Sludge Wave, and 58 Hydro Pump. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, nothing by Prior Evolution, side game data. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It shoots poisonous needles and scatters poison to attack. In Guardian Signs, it spits bubbles around itself that make Pokemon slowed. This, Pokemon Go, okay. New Pokemon Snap, the Photodex. Tentacruel use ultrasonic waves to investigate their surroundings and emit light from their heads to signal danger. They seem to react to the Neo 1 scans. Maybe they felt familiar to them. Evolution data, so Tentacruel, level 30, Tentacruel. Yeah. Sprites, so you got the basics here at the beginning. Not really much of a difference, to be fully honest. These are maybe a bit bigger. Yeah, they're like a lot bigger, actually. Yeah. So, and then you got these crossing its arms. It's shocking, it's fun. So make them smaller. These things, I think, changed to just being a line. Yeah, they're just like a line now. Bottom part there. I don't know if you can really tell the tentacles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think? then, yeah, those two things, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, and that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can only really see 9, but, you know, I don't know. Back sprite obviously doesn't work for this one. I guess it works for both of them, since you can't really tell what's on the back of this one. Heart Gold, you get the red parts now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think. That's what I'm counting there. And of course, the pincers. Yep. Everything's more defined. It's the line, as I mentioned earlier. Now this is the green and the lighter blue. Yep. Oh, it kind of flashes. That's interesting. Okay. Then Gen 3, you get the full colors now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, I think? The back sprite, much change. Oh, the little line at the back. It goes away. That's interesting. Don't know why they did that. This is more kind of an impacted. I think they probably were things like this before on Tentacool, but I never pointed it out. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I think. That one, yep. Not really much of anything kind of really different. I mean, the direction kind of changes, becomes more pointy, I guess, as time goes on. Whatever these things are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm really counting. 6, 1, 2. Gosh, it's hard to tell when they're moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think I'm still counting. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, maybe 14 for this one finally? Again, it's really hard to tell when they're moving. Black and white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can't really tell. They're moving too much. But yeah, it's... Yep. Much changes. This changes colors a couple times. Actually, it becomes a sort of darker blue. Then it kind of goes back to the original shade. That's interesting. Then the models. Not as intimidating. It's not as big, so it's not as intimidating. Or wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can only really count 11. So I don't know where they're getting 14 from, but okay, this is basically the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I think. I don't get to see this. Oh, and this, the model, actually no, it's, oh yeah, because these go to gray. In Gen 5, this goes to gray, or silver maybe, dark silver. And this becomes, this kind of stays, this sort of lighter color. I guess it is slightly different, huh? Never really noticed that. It's always kind of slightly, although this is more obvious, the slight difference of the color there, but yeah. So it kind of goes to gray, yep. That's interesting. Let's go Eevee, yep. Pikachu and all that. Legends Arceus here. Take out all these. Yep. Don't know why you don't have swords. That's interesting. Don't think I pointed that out yesterday, that, yeah, you don't have swords entry for some reason, or swords models for some reason. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't really see a bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I don't know. That's actually much brighter. Yeah, I guess these are much brighter than, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yep. This is now, yeah, it's kind of wider. Yeah, they're not quite as wide as these models are. Tentacruel in the anime. Yep. Okay. Pokedex entries in episode 19 in Ash's Pokedex. Tentacruel, a jellyfish Pokemon. An evolved form of Tentacool. Its numerous tentacles serve as a powerful weapon. It is known as the Gangster of the Sea. Episode 113 in the same Pokedex. Tentacruel, the jellyfish Pokemon. Its potent poison stingers can quickly paralyze its victims. And episode 190 of Diamond and Pearl. In Dawn's Pokedex. Tentacruel, the jellyfish Pokemon, and the evolved form of Tentacool. Tentacruel uses its tentacles to counter prey, and holds it until weakened from poison. in the manga, Tentacruel in Pokemon Adventures, TCG Trivia. In the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Tentacruel was originally known as Manowar, after the Portuguese Man-O-War. The second point I've already read. The third point, even though many of Tentacruel's Pokedex entries mention it having 80 tentacles, it is never shown to have that many, with its main artwork only showing up to 14 tentacles. Origin. Tentacruel may take inspiration from the jellyfish and the Portuguese Man-O-War, as evidenced by its category and prototype English name, respectively. It also shares some characteristics of a squid. Additionally, Tentacruel resembles several varieties of the bug-eyed monster and other alien invaders from 1950s B-movies, which is reflected in its ability to fire lasers from the gems on its head. Name origin, Tentacruel may be a combination of tentacle and cruel. I know, shocking. Doku Kurage may be a combination of Doku, poison, and Kurage, jellyfish. Other languages, related articles, external links, ecologically similar Pokemon. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Tentacruel's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 19, Tentacool and Tentacruel. Very fitting. And so, in this episode, a land developer wants to make a floating, resort, but a bunch of Tentacool don't like that. And so, Team Rocket has agreed to help out because this land developer is giving a lot of money to get rid of them. They have just accidentally thrown a thing called stun sauce on the Tentacool. They were intending to, but the Tentacool blasted their ship and it went flying and hit a Tentacool, so you can kind of see the barrel here, and it's going to make the Tentacool evolve into a giant Tentacruel. Yeah, there it is. There, yep.
We supersized it!
There it is. Yep, and that's Tentacruel's first scene in the anime, so let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Tentacruel. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV nerd fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Tentacruel. So this is Tentacruel by Ruth Tay. So it's this realistic Tentacruel here, attacking this school of realistic love disc. It's kind of sad in the perspective of the love disc, but, you know, they gotta eat. It's kind of cool, though, to see all the tentacles coming from the abyss of its body there. That's really cool to see it represented here, and all the crystals and stuff. Then we've got Tentacruel, Jewel of the Sea by Joshua Dunlop. We've done a few Joshua Dunlop images before. This looks like probably more or less what we might have seen if it was in Detective Pikachu. It's semi-realistic, but it takes a lot of the basics from the games and its art, you know, and stuff. So, yeah, we got all these. Yep. It's really cool. These jewels are very nice, and I like the deep sea sort of aesthetic. You know, like it's a camera looking at a deep sea creature. It's very cool. This is 073 Tentacruel by Kuitsuku. So it's this semi-stylized Tentacruel. It's really nice. Ooh, they give it 19 tentacles, I think. That's interesting. But yeah, so that's cool. Yep, very nice colors. The jewels are nice. Then we've got Tentacruel by Luminor. So, got this cool painting here of Tentacruel. It's not as so realistic, but it's like, I don't know, it's like a motion almost, like you're looking at it and it's like raging or something. I don't know, it's very cool. Yeah, very nice use of colors, showing the darkness and the blue and the light shining, you know. Yep. Then we've got Tentacruel by Joshua Dunlop, another Tentacruel. Not as, I would say, I mean, it's still pretty. Yeah, I'd probably see this in Detective Pikachu, to be honest. This is pretty cool. You get to see it. Like, I think the other one also kind of showed it, but these kind of look like it may be in these are organs or whatever. That's pretty cool. Pokemon 072 through 073 by Cosmopoliturtle. So we did this yesterday, but it's this kind of cute, kind of, you know, very, very stylized Tentacool and Tentacruel. I really, you know, I like the colors and the style that they used, like the curls here, the tentacles, and it's very nice. And the spots, I didn't even mention those yesterday. And oh, I didn't even notice these, the little other ones, these other like jewels, I guess, that line that's not in the actual sprite, so that's a pretty cool addition. And it's kind of like squid meets jellyfish, so that's pretty cool. Then we got Tentacruel, Pearls of the Ocean by TKPT 251. So you got a couple of them. So I guess there's a shiny one and a couple non-shiny ones. It's a Pokeball. I don't know if they were released from one or it's being captured or it's just found a Pokeball. I don't know. But yeah, it's pretty cool. You know, very much looks like a painting of that art style. Yeah, it's very, very good. Like nice use of colors and lighting up here. Yeah. Then we've got Tentacruel by Pykeen. Semi-stylized Tentacruel here, pretty cool. Got to see it, you know, up at the ocean level. That's kind of nice. Most of these images have been, you know, down deep in the water, so this is kind of nice to see it at the surface. Yeah, I got all these nice colors, very bright and colorful, and it's kind of nice. Then we've got Kyogre by Arvalis. So this is an animated. It's really focusing on Kyogre, but there's a Tentacruel here. So Kyogre, number 382, Sea Basin Pokemon, ability Drizzle, height 14 feet and 9 inches, length 50 feet. So yeah, I got this cool, more realistic Kyogre, sort of whale. Kyogre, if you're not familiar, is like a legendary whale-looking creature that like is the god of the seas or something like that. It's supposed to be like big, you know, big and powerful and protects the seas, I think. Seems to be eating a Tentacruel. That's kind of sad. Seems he's scratched up, probably from battling and stuff. So, if you're not familiar, Arvalis also worked on Detective Pikachu. This is probably from before then, I imagine. Maybe 2015? I can't really tell if that's a 15 or not, but yeah, so this is very cool. I like how it's animated. It's color, you know, it's lit up like Kyogre sometimes is. We also got a Sharpedo, Amistar, Jellicent, and Frillish. So you got a few Frillish, the Jellicent here. Got the males and the females, so you know how they look different. I got Contest, Tentacool, and Tentacruel, Unova form. So I guess it's this alternate form of these, if they had existed in the Unova. Oh, it's by J.K. Maylene. Yeah, so it's this, you know, more blue and yellow. It's kind of cool. It's got like three, almost more alien-like. I guess that's part of their inspiration was their spaceships. So it's kind of cool to see sort of spaceship aesthetic, you know. So that's pretty cool. And then this is not a Tentacruel, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can evolve Tentacool into Tentacruel. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Geodude. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow.